by transcription.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Finitum est.
Mr. Who?
Finitum est. It is finished. Latin.
Oh. Sam?
What's left of me, sweetheart?
Well, where are you? What happened? Who did it?
Here, everything, and what?
What?
No, I asked you first.
Sam.
Now you're making sense.
Oh, did that Mr. Mortuus get in touch with you?
Demortuus nil nisi bonum.
Oh, Sam, stop it.
Second year Latin, F. Speak well of the dead.
You mean he's dead?
If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. This one ends up worse than Rigoletto. Have your extra handkerchief ready, get some organ music on the radio, and I'll be down to dictate my report on the Tears of Night caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You know, just a little Wild Root Cream Oil in your hair can mean a world of improvement in your general appearance. Just try it and see. See how Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Yes, you'll be glad to discover that just a few drops of Wild Root Cream Oil make a big difference. So if you've never tried it before, get the 25-cent Get Acquainted size and ask for it by name. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Many things, F.
But it's also kind of raw. Oh, Sam.
In time, Effie, my wounds will heal.
Oh, I'll bet that Mamie Gagan had something to do with it. I could tell when she came in here that she was going to be...
Demortuus nil nisi bonum.
Huh?
Latin, speak well of the dead, remember?
Oh,
one thing at a time, sweetheart. Let's get this over with. I want to find a doctor.
Oh, you're so brave, Sam. Carrying on in the face of your face.
Sure.
You won't be satisfied until you just die for your profession.
Well, if I do, nil nisi bonum, Effie. Nil nisi bonum.
That means?
Latin means, bony knees.
Oh.
Date, July 24, 1949, to Miss Daphne Arlington from Samuel Spade, San Francisco, license number 137596. Subject, the Tears of Night. Dear Daphne, I hope this will clear up a few things in your mind. I hope it'll let you know how you got where you are and what happened to put you there. It all has an illogical beginning, middle, and end. At 3, yesterday afternoon, my loyal secretary and confidant, Miss Effie Perrine, a doll, who has been rehearsing a Cockney play for television, flung open my office door and said,
Miss Mamie Gagan to see Mr. Spade.
I said, cooey. Miss Mamie Gagan looked everything the name implied, from her lately blonded hair to her genuine alligator shoes. I might add, she weighed in at approximately 160 and was in very good condition.
You, Spade.
I am he. Sit down, please.
Ah.
Don't you believe me?
I hate gumshoes. They all stink.
Something in your background. Perhaps as a girl. I'm just assuming that you were one.
All gumshoes are nosy. They talk too much. That's why I don't like them. Here.
For me?
Who else, stupid?
Oh. Well, it says, pay to the order of Samuel Spade, $100, signed Mamie Gagan, co-signed Johnny McCall. All right, is it good?
You wise guy or something? Sure it's good. I'm the treasurer. Get your hat.
In this weather?
We gonna go see Johnny.
McCall?
Yeah.
Why are we going to see Johnny?
Johnny wants you should do something for him.
What does Johnny want I should do for him?
Come on, Spade. What's the matter with you? He'll tell you.
I just love to hear you talk, Mame. That's all.
All this gassing ain't getting us nowhere. The boss is waiting. Gumshoes talk too much.
Yes, ma'am. Well, maybe we do, but ours is a lonely profession. Mamie led me to a large Cadillac parked in a no-parking zone. She tore the ticket up and ate it. We got in and charged through traffic towards Burlingame. About a half a mile this side of the main highway, we turned off to the left, and pretty soon we were winding up a private road to a fine old colonial mansion. 2 or 3 private patrolmen were guarding the entrance. They all needed shaves. They kind of nodded as we went up to the front door. Naturally enough, it didn't open, but a peep shutter did.
Yeah.
It's me, Feely. This is the private peeper the boss wants to see. Open up.
Okay.
How are you feeling, Mr. Feely?
Screw. All kinds of folks around.
This way, Spade.
How is it?
Mamie, I got your peeper.
Okay.
Inside. Here he is, Johnny, flat feet and all. His name's Spade.
They
I
are not.
know. I picked him myself. Go on, beat it.
I hate gumshoes.
Boo.
I don't mind Mamie. She's kind of bitter.
Yes, she is.
We did a lousy job on her hair last time. It's all streaky.
Yeah, I noticed.
Go on, sit down.
Nice place, Johnny. Nice place. How's the gross?
Oh, ain't as good as running beer, but them days are gone. I do all right. 2 crap tables, 2 faro games, a little roulette in the living room, but I have to be careful.
You seem to have plenty of muscle outside to keep you safe and comfy.
Punks, all of them. But the best I can get nowadays, no good gunsels left. Guess they all got married and settled down or something.
All right, Johnny, it's cool and it's nice out here. You make a living, and I got a check for $100. Why?
Well, in my line, I don't generally have much use for a private eye. I don't generally like 'em,
Neither does Mamie.
but I can use one right now. Ever see this before? No? Well, it's a little bit of necklace.
Necklace case.
Called the Tears of Night or something.
Yeah?
It's worth quite a chunk of Geetus. These 4 diamonds are good stuff. Dame named Daphne Arlington left it here a week ago when she went in for a plunge at the roulette table. She left it for a standby till she raised the cash. Kind of a screwy dame. You know, a widow with a lot of money. Boyfriend named Lenny Eppich. He paints or something. Well, she sent me a check today for the 5 G's she lost, and I just want you to take this thing back to her.
That all?
Yeah, that's all. I got my dough, she gets a necklace. You're a licensed bonded investigator, insured, it's safe with you. I couldn't trust any of my punks with it, and I don't like to be seen in public, so you just take it back. It's all very simple.
Uh-huh. Now that you've told me how simple it is, suppose you give me the unexpurgated sequel. Did her check bounce?
Yep. All right. You want a drink? There wasn't any check, Sam. She called me a couple of hours ago and said if I didn't have this thing back to her by tonight, she'd call a load of cops and come out here and tear the joint apart.
Not such a screwy dame at that. You're stuck.
You telling me. If she comes with cop, I'm closed for season. I'm getting old.
Oh, you're not old, Johnny.
Feely was running the table, and I didn't know he'd taken this thing for security till we counted up.
Stupid Feely.
I should have pushed his mush in or something. Letting a dame like that make us a setup.
Well, maybe you'll do better next time.
Oh, ain't gonna be no next time, Spade. Well, here's her address. Here's the ice. Just take it to her, and I'll chalk it up to experience.
You better get yourself a new boy at that table, Johnny.
You telling me. You telling me.
Well, bye.
Lenny, I thought you'd never get here. The performance begins at 8:30, and you know how the traffic is, and if we're going to have a bite to eat... You aren't Lenny. Where's Lenny?
I don't know, Miss Arlington. I'm supposed to deliver some jewelry.
Jewelry? That would be mortuous. Mortuous.
Mortuous. Yes, but I...
What are you looking at?
Your throat.
Really? Well, really, Mr.
Spade, Sam Spade.
Well, really, Mr. Spade. I'm only waiting for Lenny to get here so we can make the first curtain of streetcar. And we're going to be late if he doesn't get here. You can understand that, Mr. Spade.
You're going to be a little early. Streetcar doesn't open until Monday.
And I'm all ready, and he hasn't shown up. Well, good night, Mr. Spade.
Hey! The white ermine cape you were wearing and the black strapless thing needed a touch, but you had it. A diamond necklace. In fact, the Tears of Night, the same one I had in my pocket, Daphne, was hanging around your lovely neck. I rebuzzed your buzzer and knocked on your door for quite a while until it was quite evident that you were not going to open up. Under the hallway light, I snapped open the necklace case. Mortuous, you had said. And mortuous was what it said stamped inside the case. A gloomy word with a gloomy address. The White Hotel on Turk Street.
Hannibal Mortuus. At your service, sir.
If ever a man had the look of death, it was this one who had its name. He was older than old, cadaverous, and in his skull-like head his eyes were white. He was wearing a flannel nightshirt.
You find me a bit indisposed, Mr. Spade. The clerk at the desk said it was a matter of jewelry. Therefore, Hannibal Mortuus is at your service. Now then, sir, what is so urgent?
I came to ask you about a diamond necklace. I found your name stamped on the inside here.
House of Mortuus, most respected name in diamonds, as well as all the lapidary arts. Most respected. Fine jewels, and the name Mortuus is synonymous the world over. I am the last of 4 sons. But continue, Mr. Spade.
Well, I just want you to take a look at this.
Uh-huh. And how do you come in possession of the Tears of Night, sir?
Well, a man named Johnny McCall, who runs a gambling club, hired me to deliver it to a lady named Daphne Arlington. She lost it at the roulette table. She left it there until she could raise the cash.
Deplorable conduct on her part. Daphne Arlington, most indiscreet young lady, to be sure. I recall my interview with her when her late husband, Sidney, ordered this necklace. A lovely body, propelled by a ridiculous mind. For shame, such conduct, a gambling house, the Tears of Night, a pawn.
Well, this is real, then? It isn't phony?
Mr. Spade, I am a gemologist. The House of Mortuus. Of course, it's real.
Take a good look.
When an artist creates a dazzling thing of beauty such as this, would he be so unlikely as to forget the time, the patience, the agony of his creation? See how each stone is carefully mounted to capture every single pinpoint of light.
Mm-hmm.
An incomparable masterpiece. An incredible money.
How much money?
No wholesale market, about 10,000.
Arlington?
He paid 25, but he had it, as I say, incomparable.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I saw another one just like it tonight.
Ridiculous. The finest workman at best could only create a crude resemblance. This kind of work demands an artist or an artist. But tell me, Latin in Angus herba, huh?
My second-year Latin escapes me.
Snake in the grass. Something wrong?
Something wrong, yeah.
You are concerned for the safety of this piece. I have a small safe in my room. You may have the key if you care.
I'll take it with me. Thank you, Mr. Mortuus.
My pleasure, Mr. Spade. Omnia Mortuus bonum vocat est. All speak well of Mortuus, of Panza. Good evening.
In the dismal lobby of the White Hotel, I asked the night clerk for some wrapping paper and 20 cents worth of stamps. It was a hunch, plus the fact that outside in the street I spotted 2 of Johnny McCall's unshaved gorillas. They were looking up at the front of the building. Mr. Mortuus must have switched off his light or something because their eyes suddenly dropped and I saw them separate, one on each side of the front door. With shoulders carefully hunched, I stepped out into the lonesome night. I hoped they would think I was carrying my .38, which I was not. They didn't.
Here's the paper, Candy. You want to ask him for a match? Candy's nearsighted.
That's too bad.
This him, Ernest? Got a match, Spade?
Yeah, not so close.
Candy asked if you got a match. He's a dummy, Candy. He don't answer.
Got a match, Spade?
What did I tell you? He's a dummy.
He don't look like no dummy.
Take your hands up.
He's a dummy, all right. Ain't you, Spade? See, he's a dummy, Candy. I told him about you being nearsighted and he wouldn't answer.
He don't talk.
Go on, smart boy. Tell Candy how sorry you are about him being nearsighted. I told you he was a dummy, Candy.
All private eyes like you.
Candy asked you a question. He wants to know if all private eyes is like you.
I don't like no dummy.
We ask questions and he ain't told us nothing. That makes him a dummy.
Maybe we find out something if we went through his pockets.
Yeah, even a dummy's got pockets. Ain't that right, dummy? Hold him, Candy.
All right, boys. You played the scene real good, and I'll see what I can do for you.
Hey, he talked.
Yeah. Make him talk again, Candy.
Yeah.
Make him talk bigger, Candy. Bigger.
He talks real nice, but he don't say much. Think maybe he's tough, Ernest?
Yeah, maybe. Hold him up.
See? He ain't so tough.
I didn't feel like talking on that quiet little street where the only noise was my face pounding on their fists. I didn't have the necklace anymore, but they had to find out the hard way. The hard way for me.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Tears of Night caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I remember trying to wake up a couple of times. I was dreaming that we were driving along in a giant Cadillac. Big Mamie was sitting on my lap. She was eating a diamond necklace and spitting out cherry pits, which Mr. Mortuus grabbed, looked at through his jeweler's glass, and then tossed into a roulette wheel. Then we had a blowout, and the whole car vanished with everybody screaming, "The Mortuus, the Mortuus." Somewhere around 7 in the a.m., I began to get a feeling. Several feelings, and all of them hurt. I had been dumped in the grass in a fairly nice neighborhood. In your neighborhood, as a matter of fact, Daphne. And 5 minutes later, I was climbing the steps to your apartment. I thought maybe you'd let me wash my face in your bathroom. Also, you seemed the logical one to question, since nothing else made sense. You were sitting in a large chair. The drapes were drawn, the door was slightly open, and only the light from the hall seeped in. You had the phone in your lap. The receiver was off. My guess was right. You were looking at nothing.
Oh, Mr. Spade. It's you. You came back. You've been in an accident.
I don't think you'll need this.
Oh, yes. Well then, Mr. Spade. Well then, I suppose you've met some people tonight who know a great deal about me.
A gambler, a jeweler.
Did they tell you about Lenny Eppich?
No.
He's really a dear, Mr. Spade. Quite the nicest boy I've met since Sidney was killed in that horrible automobile accident. Sidney and I had so many things together. I do think he enjoyed being alive with me. I mean, I cried when Sidney was killed. I really did. I cried.
Miss Arlington,
I didn't know what to do. I cried. That was 3 years ago, but now I have Lenny. He's really a dear. I do think that Lenny will be a very prominent artist someday. I do. Lenny asked me to marry him tonight.
He did?
I've been very lonely since Sidney died. Lenny isn't interested in my money. Lenny has some money of his own. What is enough? I can't seem to get my tongue adjusted to my mouth. Did that ever happen to you, Mr. Spade?
Sometimes, yes.
But perhaps I should see a correctionist. I'm glad you came by again. I didn't know you were a detective the first time.
Who told you?
Why, Mr. McCall. I really can't understand money.
Please, Miss Arlington.
I know it must be strange to you, but look at them. But some people live for it. Some people die.
Please, Miss Arlington, we can't get anything done.
Look, they do look so funny. So very funny. I've seen them count money. So much money. And I really believe that is all they live for. Oh, look.
You were pointing at something across the darkened room. It took me 10 seconds to find the light switch. Stretched out on your floor, they looked funny, all right. Candy and Ernest. Both of them as dead as you can get.
Hello, darling. Darling, I've been waiting all night. I knew you'd telephone and give me your answer. I knew you'd marry me.
Your name, Lenny Eppich?
Well, yes, but I was expecting...
My name's Spade. I'm a private investigator. I'm calling from her apartment.
Daphne's?
Now, listen. There's been a couple of murders here.
Murders?
She's had quite a jolt. She's going to need you and all the help she can get to bring her out of it. I've called homicide, and it might be pretty rough for her.
I'll be right over.
Bring a doctor.
Right.
And a lawyer. I'm afraid she'll need one of those, too.
I've got a good one. We'll be there. Thanks, Mr. Spade.
He showed up about the same time the crew from homicide got there. Your fiancé's a good guy. He talked fast and urgently, as did the doctor and lawyer he brought with him, and through their combined efforts, you were removed not to police headquarters, but to the private hospital in which you are now a patient. It was obvious from the powder test that you could not have fired the .45 which ended the lives of Candy and Ernest. It was also obvious that the murders had been done elsewhere, but who had done them remained to be seen.
Spade, I've been expecting you. Come in, sir. I've been amusing myself with your chessboard. Sit down. Oh, you had a hectic night.
Yeah, your boys were pretty rough.
Candy and Ernest, two men of another world, Mr. Spade, not our world. Allow me to apologize for that action.
I want more than an apology, Mr. Mortuus. And if that's my gun and it looks like it, it's got a hair trigger. And if you'll pardon me for saying so, your hands are a little shaky.
I underestimated you, Spade. Such an ingenious method of protecting the tears of night. Why, sir, by the simple expedient of placing it in an envelope and mailing it to yourself from my hotel lobby, you hired as guardians the entire United States Postal Service, not to mention the armed forces.
Thanks. What happens now?
We wait for the mail.
Just tell me where I'm wrong, will you, Mr. Mortuus? McCall wanted me to get caught with it. He didn't know it was real. You'd made a phony for him. Only you found out it wasn't phony when I came to your place. Then there was a double cross.
If you can bear my vanity, I have invented a new word. Triple cross. It has a ring to it,
Oh. Including Mamie?
Mamie and her friends have been very valuable to me, but I must necessarily exclude them from sharing the profits.
Mamie knocked off Candy and Ernest?
Abetted by the last of the House of Mortuus.
You planted them in Daphne's place.
Mamie and I. A crude touch, I thought, but it had a purpose. I happen to know that Mrs. Arlington has for a long time been on the verge of a nervous breakdown. With two cadavers in her living room, she was very unlikely to discuss a bogus necklace with the police. And I doubt very much if she knew she was wearing the original or the imitation. Flighty girl.
That's the lousiest thing the House of Mortuus ever did. She walked in and found them.
If you had merely returned the real necklace to her, it would have been simple to make an exchange, and none of this would have been necessary. But then...
I know. You just sit here and wait for the mail.
We wait for the mail.
What about your other playmate?
I'm afraid I'll be sought for a murder or 2 or 3 this night. Mamie.
She got it, too?
Yes.
Where are the police going to find her?
Oh, in my hotel room, which I departed hastily once the room clerk had informed me of your ingenious method for protecting the necklace. I shot her there.
You work cheap.
Cheap, sir? I don't understand.
A $10,000 necklace? It's not quite a king's ransom, you know.
The tears of night are worth 5 times that. I'm afraid I misinformed you as to their value. I didn't want you to become suspicious.
You are a really horrible, terrifying old man. I suppose you think you'll get away with it.
I don't intend to get away with it. An old man, yes, but I intend to spend my remaining years...
They'll pick you up before you get to the airport.
I doubt that. I shall turn the tears of night into cash. And with a well-laden purse, I shall guarantee to elude the police over half the world. In 2 years, perhaps 3, they'll get me. But I'll have spent the money, and...
We have a visitor.
Caution, Spade. I do shoot well. Answer it, tell them to go away. I'll be right beside you. All right. Open it.
One side, Spade, I got a gun.
Obvious.
Me.
I thought I'd find you here waiting for the mail. You dirty. You didn't do such a good job on me.
Caution, my dear. I have a gun, too.
Everybody but me.
I can last long enough to let you have it.
Not so good, my dear. Your loss of blood has made you groggy.
Still good enough.
What?
It was almost a photo finish. He kind of leaned into the wall with a pained and amazed look on his face, and he seemed to try to walk.
Mr. Spade. Mr. Spade, sir, I believe I've been shot. I'll need a little assistance. I can't seem to hold my feet, sir. I can't seem to hold my feet. This was an awkward plan at best. Remortius nil nisi bonum, Spade. Or if your second-year Latin escapes your memory, speak well of the dead.
Period and a report.
All those people.
4 in all.
And that poor girl, Daphne. How she must have felt when she saw it. Oh, Sam.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
You poor darling.
Well, it's about time.
Now you go right home. In fact, I am going to take you home.
Yeah? Then what?
Well,
You are a registered nurse, maybe?
I...
Go type that up. I am completely well, and when you return, we shall Indian wrestle.
Certainly, sir.
And now, listen to this. Shopping note. Tonight or tomorrow, get a family-sized bottle or handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine. Invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Of course, I can't be as entertaining as Dr. Watson, but I can tell you something that's really worth knowing. Simply this. The best beginning a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the perfect before-dinner wine. While you're waiting for dinner to be put on the table, pour yourself a glass of that clear, amber-colored Petri Sherry. Now just sit back and sip it slowly. Take your time so you can thoroughly enjoy every single drop of that wonderful Petri flavor. And what a flavor that sherry has. Comes right from the sun-ripened heart of wonderful California grapes. Now, you may be a real wine expert and know all about sherry wine, but believe me, until you've tried a Petri sherry, you're really missing something, and no kidding. Serve Petri sherry alone, or serve it with canopies or appetizers. And by all means, serve it proudly. You can because the letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the history of American wines. Petri. And now for our weekly visit with the good Dr. Watson. Let's see if he's expecting us.
Come in.
Ah, good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Campbell. It's about time you got here. Draw up a chair and make yourself comfortable.
Oh, thanks. Well, you have the old black dispatch box out again, I see. I suppose you've been going over your notes on tonight's adventure.
That's right, my boy. And this may interest you. Mrs. Watson figured prominently in the story.
She did?
Yes, in fact, if it hadn't been for some remarkably quick thinking on her part, Holmes and I might have... well, there I go again, telling you the end of the story before I forget it.
Well, how did it begin, Doctor?
On a winter evening in 1887. I'd been married some months, and in consequence I hadn't seen much of my old friend Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you're still living at Baker Street, I suppose?
Yes, my boy, but we couldn't persuade him to come round and see us. From time to time I'd heard some vague accounts of his doings, of his summons to Odessa, in the case of the Trepoff murder, and of his clearing up the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers. But to get back to tonight's story, my wife and I had just finished an excellent dinner. I remember had settled ourselves down for an evening of pleasant domesticity. She was stitching away on a piece of exquisite petit pois, and I was at my desk balancing figures in the family account book. After a few moments, my wife looked up to me and...
John, dear, don't look so troubled.
Oh, was I looking troubled?
Well, you've been scowling at that account book for 10 minutes now. What's the matter, dear? Don't the figures add up correctly?
Oh, yes, they add up correctly. In fact, they tell a very pretty story. After buying my practice and setting up all my outstanding accounts, I find that we have nearly £150 left of the diary that Mr. Sholto settled upon you.
160, isn't it, dear? I was doing the same sum this morning.
Oh, well, but still 160. In any case, Mary, dear, the point I was going to make is that we don't need the money just now. My practice is picking up splendidly, and I was thinking that we might invest it in something really sound, of course.
Who's been talking to you, John? Dr. Wilson again.
Well, as it happens, I did bump into him at the hospital today. He can put us onto something very good in Peruvian silver. What do you think of the idea?
Well, John, the fact is, I'd almost decided to make a business investment with it myself. I thought I'd surprise you.
Well,
now let me tell you about it, John.
Oh.
Yesterday, when you were out on your rounds, yes, a most charming man called here, a Mr. Ted Barber. He introduced himself as a friend of Mrs. Cecil Forrester's. He said he was certain we'd be interested in his new company. And he talked so convincingly that, well, I'm afraid I almost promised him I'd buy some stock in the company.
Did you really? What sort of company is it?
Well, I didn't quite understand that part of it, but it sounded wonderful. He left a prospectus. It's in the right-hand drawer of the desk. It's something to do with a wonderful new method that's been discovered by an American chemist called Paradil or Paradies or something.
Oh, let's have a look and see what it says. A company formed to exploit the amazing new metal discovered by Dr. Paradies. Paradol preferred stock. The potentialities of this new alloy are immeasurable. The fourth dimension has been conquered. What? Spital dislocation is an accomplished fact. Oh, gracious me, my dear child. This prospectus is absolute poppycock.
Now, John, you mustn't be stubborn. I think at least we should investigate it. The man said that if we went to the laboratories, Dr. Paradies would give us a demonstration himself.
But Mary dear, the fourth dimension. I mean to say, it's obviously fraud.
That's what everyone says when a new invention comes out. This might be an opportunity for us to make a lot of money, John.
Mary, I do wish
to please me, dear.
Well, I can't argue with you for very long, Mary. All right. I'll take you to the laboratory in the morning, but I warn you, I'll show this Dr. Paradies up for the charlatan that he is.
Dr. Paradies will be with you both in a moment.
Thank you, my man.
She's just concluding an experiment.
She?
Dr. Paradies is a woman, then?
Oh, yes, madam, and a very brilliant one, too. Excuse me.
Oh, it's a last straw. The whole thing sounded like an obvious fraud, and now we get here and find that a woman doctor's at the back of it all.
Just because she's a woman, it doesn't mean to say that...
How do you do? I'm Dr. Paradies.
Oh, how do you do, madam? I'm Dr. Watson, and this is my wife, Mrs. Watson.
Oh, yes. Come into the laboratory, won't you?
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Paradies.
Oh, I'm afraid we're just wasting your time. We're not really interested in this at all, you know.
John, don't mutter.
Mr. Barber told me that he had called on you, Mrs. Watson, and that you were very interested in my invention.
Oh, yes, I am. That's why I persuaded my husband to come down with me and see a demonstration.
I'll be most happy to show you everything I can. Here's a practical example of the application of my work. This chamber you see in front of you is made completely of my new alloy.
Oh, what's the thing do? It's just a great metal box with a lot of dials and switches and things. Why is it so big? Do people get inside it?
They can.
What?
Though if they do, they're liable to find themselves transported many miles from here. Come inside, won't you?
Oh, what a lot of nonsense.
Now, John.
Before I give you the demonstration, I want you both to see that there is no exit from inside this chamber. No trapdoors or anything. The only exit is the door we just came through.
Yes, it's just like an airtight metal room.
Stuffy in here, isn't it?
Now let's go outside again. I'll show you how the machine operates. Albert!
Yes, Dr. Paradise.
I'm going to demonstrate the Paradol chamber to Dr. and Mrs. Watson.
Oh, very well. The usual time?
Yes, please, Albert. Now, my assistant goes inside the chamber. I close this metal door on him, so.
What are you going to do with him?
Within a matter of seconds, he will be 7 miles from here.
Really, madam, you
Please,
can't
Dr.
expect
Watson,
us to believe.
You're a scientific man. At least give me the opportunity of demonstrating my work.
I'm sorry.
Now, I adjust these dials, turn on the electrical generator, and...
Good Lord, what an amazing business.
Now open the door, Dr. Watson, and look inside, please.
Great Scott, he's gone. I don't believe it. Dr. Paradise, will you explain this to me?
Gladly. My metal Paradol is an unnatural alloy.
What?
It causes a dislocation in the warp of space and enables us to enter the 4th dimension. You see, time is a dimension. Any object in the past, present, or future can be described precisely in 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time.
Yes, but this machine of yours...
The alloy of Paradol, combined with the great forces of electricity, has created a new force. This element is controlled by these dials, and it is possible to move in 4 dimensions at once. Thus, bodies or other objects can be transported great distances away, all in the twinkling of an eye. I've coined a word to describe the process. Teleportation, I call it.
Teleportation? Well, I'm completely confused. All my scientific training tells me this is impossible, and yet, I wonder if you'd give us another demonstration.
Certainly. Perhaps you yourself would like to be teleported somewhere.
Certainly not. Good gracious me, no.
No, I think John would be very unhappy in the 4th dimension. He wouldn't belong.
Yes, you said that any objects could be moved. How about that brown paper parcel on the table over there?
Certainly. It only contains some company circulars. I suggest you write your initials on it so that you can identify it later.
Oh, very well. J.H.W. There you are.
Where do you want it dispatched to?
Send it to my house. I'll give you the address.
That won't be necessary.
Mary, this is an amazing business.
Isn't it, John? Exciting, too.
There we are. Now I adjust the dials once more, and... The parcel is already at your house.
Oh, Doctor. It's impossible. Come on, Mary. Let's get a cab and race back there as fast as we can. Well,
yes,
goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Now, dear, John, you must admit you're just as excited as I am.
Well, I confess that I'm enormously intrigued. Let me just get my latch front door here. Here we are. But Dr. Paradise is a devilishly clever woman. Even so, my intelligence tells me it's impossible for the package to have reached here before us. Here we are.
There you are, Master. Mum, just in time for lunch.
Tell me, Annie, did a package arrive for us?
Oh, yes, it did, Mum. I put it on the old table.
Great Scott. How was it delivered, Annie?
Well, now, that's the funny thing about it, sir. I don't know. I went out to polish the brass on the door knocker a few minutes ago, and there was the parcel, lying on the doorstep. No one had rung the bell or anything. I didn't know how it got there.
Thank you, Annie. You can go now.
Yes, Mum.
Well, John, what do you say now?
That a miracle's been performed. I don't believe my eyes. Look, there are my initials on the package. Mary, I think that if you don't mind, after lunch
You'll go round to Baker Street and tell Sherlock Holmes about this.
Oh, do you mind, dear?
Of course not, dear.
Good. It'll be nice to see Holmes again anyway.
Dr. Watson, how nice to see you again.
Hello, Mrs. Hudson. How are you, my dear?
Oh, I'm just fine. Oh, you're looking grand, sir. Marriage agrees with you, if you don't mind my saying so.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Is Mr. Holmes in?
Aye, sir. And I'm very glad you're seeing him. He's no been acting like himself lately.
Oh, really?
Locking his door, and only unlocking it for me when I give him a password. And he's hardly touched his food for the last 3 days. To tell you the truth, Dr. Watson, I'm awful worried about him.
Really? Well, I'll go up to him.
He'll be glad to see you, I'm sure.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Watson.
Watson? Oh, possibly. I'm not taking any chances.
Holmes, this is ridiculous. Surely you know my voice after all these years?
John H. Watson. Tell me what your middle initial stands for, and I'll let you in.
It stands for Hamish.
Watson, my dear fellow. How are you?
I'm fine and delighted to see you again, Holmes. Incidentally, why all this rigmarole about locked doors and passwords?
Well, Professor Moriarty has decided that it's high time to settle his score with me. There have been several attempts on my life lately. Twice I've been attacked in the streets, and only yesterday a shot was fired at me through the window you see broken there.
Lord Holmes, you must be careful.
I am being very careful. That's why I indulged in what you refer to as all this rigmarole. But, well, enough of my problems. What's on your mind? There's a sparkle in your eye and an air of excitement that tells me that you've some news to impart.
Well, I must say there is something.
Of course there is, my dear fellow. Come on, tell me about it.
You ever hear of a new metal called Paradol and its inventor, Dr. Paradis?
Oh, yes, indeed I have. I received a prospectus concerning it the other day.
Well, what do you think of the idea?
Oh, obviously it's rubbish designed to fool a gullible public into buying shares. Don't tell me that you were taking advice.
Oh, no, of course not, Holmes. Naturally, as a scientific man, I knew it was rubbish. My wife, however, had become a little involved in the concern, and so today, to prove to her that the whole thing was a fraud, we went down to the laboratory and met this Dr. Paradis.
Oh, did you indeed?
In the first place, let me tell you, this Dr. Paradis is a woman.
Oh, a woman?
As you can imagine, I didn't have any difficulty in discrediting her theories. In fact, I'm afraid I made her seem rather stupid. However, we did stay there long enough for her to give us a demonstration. The way that it was, Holmes. When we got back to our house, the initial package was there, waiting for us.
Oh, childish trick. Obviously, the Paradol chamber contains an ingeniously hidden trap door, through which the assistant disappeared and later the package. A fast cab then took it to your home before you could get there.
Oh, yes, oh, really? Well, yes, of course, that's exactly how I explained the thing to Mary.
Was she pressed with the feet?
Yes, she was. But you know how women are. I tried to tell her the whole thing was a fraud. She's very obstinate. I was hoping perhaps that you will help me expose the concern.
Oh, hardly seem necessary, old fellow. Such an obvious fraud. However, for your sake, I'll be glad to do anything I can.
Well, I thought we might go down to the laboratory late tonight when nobody's there and take a look at that Paradol chamber a little more closely.
Yes, rather a good idea. After being cooped up here for 3 days, it'll be a pleasure to get some night air and indulge in a little simple burglarizing.
Well, shall I call for you here?
No, wait a minute, dear fellow. It's much too dangerous. I'll be in a hansom cab outside your house about 11:30 tonight. How's that?
Splendid. Quite like old times, isn't it, Holmes?
Yes, 'tis, old chap, though I think that this time, for Mrs. Watson's sake, I must try and keep you out of trouble.
Midnight, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. Time that only concerned old bachelors like myself should be wandering the streets of London.
Oh, rubbish, Holmes. You talk as if Mary was a tyrant.
Now, don't get angry with me, old chap. I was only being facetious. Is this, Dr. Paradis' laboratory?
Yes. Like to be seen. I don't imagine it'll be very hard to break in, though.
Strike a match, will you? I took the precaution of bringing this lantern.
There you are.
Thanks, old fellow.
Is the door locked?
Yes, but I think a skeleton key will do the trick. Hold this lantern for a second, will you?
Yeah.
Oh, this is child's play so far. Come on.
Yeah. There's the Paradol chamber over there.
Uh-huh. Give me the lantern again, old chap, will you? Thanks. Mm-hmm. Quite an elaborate contraption.
The door's been left open. Let's go in and take a look at the inside of it.
Not both of us, Watson. If this is the only entrance, and the two of us walked in, it'd be too easy to slam the door shut on us.
I suppose so. You go in and I'll keep watch out here.
All right. Oh, I trust that in a few minutes I won't find myself lying on your doorstep.
Holmes, there are times when your sense of humor is a little strained. Holmes, you all right? Watson! What is it, Holmes?
The body of a dead woman. She's been shot. Unless I'm much mistaken.
Let me come and look. 1,000 to 1, it's Dr. Paradis. Yes, it is.
Watson, get out of here. Don't you see the...
Good Lord, someone has slammed the door shut on us.
Yes, my dear fellow. We walked into a trap very neatly. I'm afraid that we're imprisoned in what appears to be an airtight metal chamber, and the only person who can help us to get out of it again is a corpse.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds. It's time for me to remind you that good food always tastes better when served together with good wine. Did you know that Petri makes 2 wonderful mealtime wines? Wines especially made to go with food? Well, they do. Petri California Burgundy and Petri California Sauterne. If you want a rich, hearty red wine, a wine that's great with any meat or meat dish, you just try a Petri Burgundy. And if you want a wine that's perfect with chicken or fish, try a delicate golden-colored Petri Sauterne. Petri Burgundy if you want a red wine, Petri Sauterne if you want white. But always a Petri wine if you want a good wine. Now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. It is in the early hours of a winter's morning in 1887. The famous pair, while investigating the mysteries of a scientific laboratory in the East End of London, have been trapped in an airtight metal cabinet, their only companion being the dead body of a woman scientist. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes and his old friend Dr. Watson are listening intently as footsteps approach what appears to be their metal coffin.
There's someone outside. They're sliding back the metal panel.
Good evening, gentlemen.
That voice, it's Dr. Paradis' assistant. Let us out of here.
Or should I be more precise, Mr. Holmes, and say good morning?
Hello, Moriarty.
Moriarty, you scoundrel. I can just get my hands on him.
Dr. Watson, I wish you could get over your dislike for me. For my own part, I'm genuinely sorry that my trap had to catch you, too. I've often felt unhappy that you're not on my side. Such slavish admiration of you given your friend Sherlock Holmes must be highly gratifying.
There's never mind about all that. What do you think you're up to?
It's obvious, my dear Watson. The whole scheme was a plan to lure me out of my safe hiding by presenting an intriguing problem, and one that victimized the wife of my old friend. You knew it would get back to my ears, didn't you, Moriarty?
Yes, exactly.
But why did you murder this Paradis woman?
That's equally obvious, my dear Watson. It served her purpose in presenting a most convincing scientific front. As soon as the trap was baited, she was a liability. She might tell tales, and so she was killed. Like so many other of your accomplices, my dear Professor.
Precisely. Now, my dear fellows, I'm afraid that I must close this panel and say goodbye. Quite sorry to have to kill you, but you're becoming dreadfully in my way.
And how do you plan to kill us, Moriarty?
By doing nothing more than closing this panel. Oh, I could be frightfully dramatic and release deadly gases into the chamber, or poisonous snakes, or something equally colorful. But quite frankly, it seems so much simpler just to shut you in. Your oxygen supply won't last very long, you know. And for your benefit, Dr. Watson, I may tell you that Paradol, whatever its other shortcomings as a metal, is bulletproof. Goodbye, you meddling fool!
Well, there seems nothing for us to do but look around and ascertain our chances of escape.
Holmes, I don't like this. We're in a very nasty situation.
My dear Watson, sometimes you're a master of understatement. Aha, just as I thought.
What have you found, Holmes?
Sliding panel, just behind the dead woman. It leads us to a passageway. A passageway that has been bricked up only within the last few hours. But long enough, I'm afraid, to make it impossible. No, there's no escape here. Hold the lantern a little higher, will you, Walter?
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, what are we going to do now?
I was just estimating the cubic capacity of this chamber. The air supply should last comfortably for at least another 8 hours. I recommend a brief sleep to refresh us and also to conserve our oxygen supply.
Sleep? Who could sleep at a time like this?
I can and you can, old chap, if you discipline yourself.
Well, I'll try, Holmes, but I know perfectly well I shan't close my eyes.
Wake up, Watson, wake up.
Yes, Mary dear. It's you. Oh, we're still in this infernal trap.
I'm afraid so, old chap.
What time is it?
Just after 7 in the morning.
How long did you estimate our oxygen supply would last?
Probably about another hour.
Well, it's just possible that some worker will come to the laboratory early and let us out.
I shouldn't count too much on that if I were you.
I suppose not. I say, Holmes, I'm famished.
Yes, I thought you would be, my dear chap, so I saved you this half of a bar of chocolate. I ate my own share just before you awakened.
Oh, thanks, my dear fellow. Did you sleep too, Holmes?
No, I didn't, Watson. I employed my time in conducting a minute examination of this chamber. I was trying to find some possible way of getting out.
And you failed, eh?
I'm afraid so.
Holmes, this looks like the end, doesn't it? Well, if it is my time to die, I'm glad that we're together again. Although I blame myself entirely for letting you into the trap.
Come now, my dear fellow. Don't take it as badly as that.
But you admitted you're defeated and that there's no possible way out of this destiny.
I meant that there's no way out from the inside. So my plan worked.
Good gracious me, what on earth?
The star, there you are.
Mary! Mary, you dear little thing, you must have been frightened to death.
Hello, Donald. Poor dear, you must have spent a miserable night.
Well. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson have been getting themselves in trouble again, eh?
Sir, this is no time for your heavy-handed badinage. There's the body of a murdered woman inside that chamber. She was killed by Professor Moriarty.
Professor Moriarty?
It's too bad you didn't get my message sooner.
Your message?
Oh, bless my soul, Holmes, I wish you'd tell me how you got your message to Scotland Yard.
Well, ever since these recent attacks on my life, I've had my delightful band of ragamuffins, the Baker Street Irregulars, watching my house in fixed watches, 2 at a time. I gave the boys instructions to follow me whenever I went out. And if ever I did not reappear within 3 hours, they were to report to our friend Lestrade at Scotland Yard.
Holmes, you're amazing. You think of everything.
Just a minute, gentlemen, just a minute. I didn't get no message from any of your Baker Street irregulars.
Oh, you didn't?
No, sir. Though I did find a couple of the boys tied up when we came in here just now.
If you didn't get a message from them, how did you come here so opportunely?
That's an easy one. Because Mrs. Watson here came and fetched me.
You did, Mary? But how on earth?
Go on, Mom. Tell him.
Well, it's really very simple. When John came back from seeing you yesterday, Mr. Holmes, he was over-elaborately casual in his references to the Peridot chamber. So, of course, I knew at once the two of you were going to investigate the matter. I also caught him oiling his revolver after dinner. I didn't know that you slipped out last night, John. But as soon as I woke up this morning, I realized what had happened. So I went straight to Scotland Yard for Inspector Lestrade and brought him here with me.
Why, Mary, you clever little thing. Isn't she a clever darling, Holmes?
Mrs. Watson, this has been a salutary experience. Will you allow me to congratulate you on your deductive ability?
Well, that's very nice of you, Mr. Holmes, but I really don't deserve any compliments, if you don't mind my saying so. It was elementary, my dear Mr. Holmes. Elementary.
This is Bob Campbell saying good night for the Petrie family. This program comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petrie Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to tell you that a time like right now is the perfect time for a glass of Petrie California port. After you've had a good dinner, boy, Petrie port is a real topper. That rich, deep red Petrie port is really an extraordinary wine. Even its color's different. And as for its flavor, well, it'll take a better man than me to describe that. Petrie port is a hearty wine, sure. And every other quality that you look for in a good port, you'll find in Petrie port, and then some. Try Petrie port by itself, or serve it with fruit, with nuts, or with cake. But share it with your friends, will you? Because you can serve it proudly. After all, it is a Petrie wine, and that name Petrie is the proudest name in the history of American wines. now let's visit our old friend and host, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor.
Settle yourself down and get your pipe going.
Thanks. Doctor, last week you told us that tonight's story took place in the Casbah at Algiers.
Yes, the Casbah. I remember it as the place of countless streets winding up and down, past colorful cafes where 100 tongues were spoken. And often a street would end in shadowy darkness, which a man would be foolhardy to enter alone. Yes, Mr. Bartell, that was the Casbah that Sherlock Holmes and I knew in that winter of '99.
Well, how did you happen to be out there, Doctor?
Do you mind if I tell you the story from the start, Mr. Bartell? It really began on a wintry night in Baker Street at the conclusion of the strange murder in Montrevor Castle. A charming young girl sat on the sofa of our lodgings in Baker Street and talked to us.
But, Mr. Holmes, you can't say you'll have nothing more to do with the
My dear Miss
Montrevors.
Stretfield, I found the true murderer of the Dowager Countess, and he committed suicide. Surely the case is ended.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, you found the real murderer. But now I want you to find the unfortunate young man who fled England 5 years ago when he was suspected of a crime.
This is a new development, Miss Stretfield. Please tell us about it.
It's Douglas Milton that I'm talking about.
Oh, yes. He was the heir to the title, wasn't he?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. He was a sensitive, artistic boy, and when he knew that he was under suspicion, he ran away.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, everyone regarded his flight as an admission of guilt. That is, until you found the real culprit, Mr. Holmes.
I imagine, Miss Stretfield, that your interest in the missing boy is not entirely, shall we say, altruistic?
I'm in love with him, Dr. Watson. We were engaged to be married when he ran away. Mr. Holmes, you've got to find him. He must know that his name has been cleared and that he's inherited the title.
Miss Stretfield, have you any direct news, any letter from your fiancé since he left 5 years ago?
None.
Any clues as to his hiding place?
Only this. It's a painting I received anonymously a year after he had left.
Oh.
It was sent from a forwarding address in London. Here it is, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you.
Small oil painting. Very good one, too, sir.
Yes. He has a splendid sense of composition, and his use of color is unusually brilliant. You recognize this painting as the work of your fiancé, Miss Stretfield?
I'm certain of it.
Yes. Wonderful use of color. Observe the delicate shadings of that sunset and the brilliant green of the oasis. This scene is extraordinarily reminiscent of the desert in North Africa.
Yes, that's what made me say I was certain he'd gone abroad, Mr. Holmes.
But why should he go to North Africa?
A good place, Watson, for an Englishman who imagines himself to be escaping justice. Remember, the Foreign Legion is stationed there.
You think he might have joined the Legion, Mr. Holmes?
It would seem logical. No questions are asked of those who join it, and its colorful obscurity might easily appeal to a young fellow in trouble. Hello.
What is it, Holmes?
Quite a few grains of sand in between the canvas and the frame here. Miss Stretfield, do you mind if I pry the canvas loose?
Do anything you like, Mr. Holmes, if it gives you any clue to Douglas's whereabouts.
Give me your penknife, will you, Watson?
Yeah?
Thanks, old chap. Wait a minute. Here we are.
Can you see anything?
Uh-huh. Look. The word sheriff. An elafroon. Stamped here. Sheriff is probably the framer's name, and elafroon is a town some 50 miles from Algiers. That settles it. Miss Stretfield, I accept your case. Watson and I will go to Africa and try to find your fiancé, Douglas Milton.
Monsieur Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. I have heard of you so often, but I never thought I should see you here at the headquarters of the Foreign Legion. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Well, Colonel Brisson, I'm trying to trace an Englishman who has been missing during the past 4 years. I have reason to believe that he might have joined the Legion.
Yeah, I shall look in my records. Let me see. 4 years ago would be 1895. If Sherlock Holmes is tracking him, then I suppose he was in trouble in his own country. If he was in trouble, he might easily have come to us. We ask no questions. 97, 96, 95. In that year, 3 young Englishmen joined us. One of them died of dysentery 2 years ago in Cedar Raji. One of them deserted 18 months ago, and we have been unable to trace him. The third is my adjutant who brought you into my office just now.
And he is, I would say, about 3 inches shorter than Douglas Milton. And men do not shrink in the Foreign Legion, eh, Colonel?
They do not, Monsieur Holmes.
And the fellow who deserted must be our man.
Unless it's the one who died of dysentery. Colonel de Brisson, how would you advise us to set about trying to find a deserter?
Monsieur Holmes, there's only one place in Algeria where a man can hide from the Foreign Legion and remain hidden.
Oh, and what's that place?
The Casbah in Algiers.
Then that's our destination, Watson.
Be very careful, please, gentlemen. The Casbah is a place where the law is exiled. The police have no jurisdiction there. The only rule is that of strength, violence, and trickery.
We shall be very cautious, I assure you. Goodbye, Colonel de Brisson, and thank you for your help.
Well, I must say that I think Colonel de Brisson rather exaggerated the dangers of the Casbah. I suppose you're going to tell me this cafe is the headquarters for a dope smuggling ring or white slaving or something.
Its ramifications are even more extensive than those you've mentioned.
You're joking, Holmes.
I assure you I'm not, old fellow.
What?
My old friend Duhamel is chief of police in Algiers. When I told him our mission, he advised me to come here. A 500-franc note, and the proprietor can obtain any and all information regarding the underworld. For as little as 200 francs, he can arrange a murder. So that gives you some idea of the relative values in the Casbah.
Good Lord, then you've already spoken to the proprietor?
Oh, yes, a charming, scoundrelly fellow by the name of Rafi. I gave him 500 francs and asked him to set his underworld grapevine in motion to see whether an Englishman living and hiding here in the Casbah could be found.
And I thought we'd come here for a quiet meal.
Here comes Rafi now. Let's hope he has news for us. Here we are, Rafi. Come and sit down, won't you?
Rafi works fast, does he not, Mr. Holmes? Your friend is...
My friend knows that you're working with me. What have you found out?
A drink first. The tongue of Rafi is parched. Would you have me die of thirst before I give you my news? Vermouth cassis.
Mrs. Rafi?
You have news for me, then?
But yes.
Good, what is it?
First, you will pay me more money, no?
But I gave you 500 francs. You said that you'd do the job for that.
Can I help it if some tongues are more costly to make wag than others? It took the 500 to get the wag. Am I to have nothing for my own trouble?
Votre vermouth cassis, Mrs. Rafi?
Ah, good. The gentleman will pay for it.
There you are.
Merci, Missy.
I will drink to your health, gentlemen, both of you. You will pay me more money, no?
If my friend's already given you 500, you should stick to your bargain, my good fellow.
My information is a bargain at 750 francs. It would be a bargain at 1,000, but Rafi will let you have it for 750 because he likes you.
I see.
You will give it to me, no?
And if I refuse?
Then you get no information, and perhaps I spread news in the Casbah that makes it uncomfortable for you gentlemen to be there.
Great Scott, this is blackmail.
I get the money, no?
You're a scoundrel, Rafi.
Of course I am a scoundrel.
Here's your money. And information?
There is an Englishman hiding here in the Casbah. I do not know his name, but he is tall and fair-haired. I cannot tell you where he lives, but if you go to the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs, you will find a girl who sings there. A girl who sings like a nightingale. Her name is Aisha, and she can lead you to your Englishman.
A girl named Aisha. The Cafe of 1,000 Sighs.
That is right. I would suggest that you go there in disguise. Two well-dressed Englishmen might find themselves in trouble. For a small fee, say 200 francs, I will escort you there myself.
Thank you, yes. I think we can manage by ourselves, Rafi.
Oh, if your business is concluded quickly and time weighs heavy on your hands, Rafi can take you to some places of rare interest. Dancing girls that wither one's eyeballs with their beauty. For 500 francs, gentlemen...
Thank you, Rafi, thank you. I have a feeling the time will not weigh heavily on our hands. Good night.
You work too hard, gentlemen. You should learn how to play. Good night.
On my soul, I think that fellow's the biggest blackguard I ever met.
I quite agree, old chap, but he is amusing.
By the way, Holmes, don't you think that when this case is finished, we might have a time on our hands?
Oh, Watson, you're incorrigible. But I think... Watson.
What is it?
The man sitting over in the corner by himself.
Joe, yes, his face seems familiar. We've seen him before somewhere.
Of course we have. His name is Oliver Leeming. We met him at the inquest on the Montrella case.
So we did. Now, what on earth do you suppose he's doing here in the Casbah?
Not on a holiday, I'm sure. Mr. Oliver Leeming, if you recall, is a cousin of Douglas Milton's, the man we're searching for. If Milton were ever declared legally dead, Mr. Leeming over there would inherit the title.
It looks to me as if we're not the only people in the Casbah who are searching for the missing heir.
That's true, old fellow. Come on, let's go and talk to the gentleman. Mr. Oliver Leeming, how very odd to meet you here.
Well, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, won't you sit down?
Thank you.
World's a small place, isn't it? Or has somebody said that before? I wondered if you'd spot me over here in the corner.
Oh, you saw us then?
Of course. You seem to be in such deep conversation with that scoundrel Rafi. I didn't like to disturb you.
Very considerate of you, I'm sure. Why are you here, Mr. Leeming?
Oh, I'm making a business trip. This is my day off.
As I recall it, you're in the publishing business.
Correct. What a memory you have.
It seems peculiar that you should be on a business trip here. Are you planning on opening a publishing house in Algiers, or are you searching the Casbah for new authors?
Why not? I'm a great believer in encouraging new talent.
Mr. Leeming, why don't you admit that you're here for the express purpose of trying to find your cousin, Douglas Milton?
Mr. Holmes, you've discovered my secret. The great Sherlock Holmes and his watchdog have their eagle eyes on me. They know that I succeed to the title if Douglas Milton dies.
Yes, Mr. Leeming, we know that fact.
And you have fathomed my plan to find Douglas before me and kill him so that I may inherit the title. How lucky I am to meet you in the Casbah, where you cannot arrest me. Well, it's a race against time, gentlemen, but I have a head start, as you will soon find out. Goodbye, and the best of luck to you.
Extraordinary fellow. He's joking, of course.
I believe not, Watson. I think he labors under the whimsical belief that the best method of discounting the truth is to state it as boldly, so that it will not be believed.
Great Scott, then we must work fast.
Yes, old chap, we must. I'm sure that we're entrants in a race against death. We must get back to the hotel and into our disguises as quickly as possible. After that, we shall visit a young lady named Aisha in the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs. And I'm certain, Watson, that it will be the first time two men have ever entered the Casbah for the express purpose of preventing a murder.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just about a second, which gives me time to remind you that if you like the flavor of big, plump, juicy Muscat grapes, you'll love the flavor of Petri California Muscatel. What a wine. Petri Muscatel is the perfect after-dinner wine. It looks good, smells better than it looks, and when it comes to the taste department, well, you never tasted anything like it. For a really good wine, remember first Petri, then Muscatel. Petri Muscatel. Well, Doctor, I can hardly wait to hear what happened next. You and Sherlock Holmes went back to the hotel, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. Holmes quickly adopted the disguise of an Arab guide, while I assumed the role of a tourist. And we started off on our search. Outside the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs, we met with a rude shock. Good Lord. It's the fellow we met in the cafe.
Yes, Oliver Leeming, with a knife between his shoulders.
He's dead, Holmes. Shouldn't we get into touch with the police?
What can they do? Remember, there is no law in the Casbah. In any case, this man is beyond our help. Our job is to protect the living. Come on, old fellow. Let's go to the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs and find this girl, Aisha. The girl, Rafi says, sings like a nightingale.
Comme un oiseau qui chante, je l'appelle ma petite bourgeoise. Ma ton kiki, ma ton kiki, ma ton kinoise. Il y en a d'autres qui me font le doux yeux, mais c'est elle que j'aime le mieux.
So that's the girl, Aisha. She's very beautiful.
You'll forget our role of tourist and guide, old chap.
Master, would wish to meet this Aisha?
Very much indeed.
I will see if it can be arranged, Master.
Wait here for me, Watson. I'll see what I can do.
Right you are, Holmes. Be careful now.
Mademoiselle Aisha?
What you want, greasy one?
There is an Englishman at the table over there. He wishes to talk to Aisha.
Which one is he?
The man who sits at the table in the corner. He is very rich, Aisha, and he admires you a great deal. He told me to give you this 500-franc note.
So? Very well. You may bring him to my rooms. The door is at top of stairway, to the right.
Good, Aisha. I fetch him.
I shall be waiting.
Aisha will see you, master. Follow me, please.
Oh, very well. I hope you know that you're going to handle this, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. In this case, I think honesty will be the best policy.
Well, I'm not so sure. This place is a thieves' kitchen if ever I saw one. You better be careful.
First door to the right at the top of the stairs. This is it.
Come in. Oh, come and sit over here, Mr. Englishman. Greasy one, you may leave us.
Mademoiselle, I may as well tell you at once that I am not an Arab guide. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
What do you want with me? Why you trick your way in here?
Don't be frightened, mademoiselle. I can explain our mission in a very few words. My friend and I have come in search of an Englishman by the name of Douglas Milton. We have good news for him.
What make you think I might know of him?
A gentleman by the name of Rafi suggested that you might.
What is your good news for this Englishman?
That he has been cleared of suspicion of murder, and that he is the rightful Earl of Montrevor.
That means when he knows this, he will leave the Casbah and return to his country?
Naturally, madame.
I do not know this man. I have never heard of him. Here is your 500 francs. Goodbye.
Not so fast, Aisha, mon petit chou. I've been listening from behind these curtains. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Douglas Milton.
Douglas Milton, we found you at last.
It gives me infinite pleasure to have succeeded in my mission. How do you do, sir?
This is very exciting. Yes, I think the occasion calls for a drink. What will it be, gentlemen?
Well, I think a glass of port would be very nice, sir.
Yes, it would be the most appropriate for toasting the new Earl of Montrevor.
Splendid, splendid. Aisha, bring glasses and a bottle of port and some creme de menthe for me.
You are not going to England. I will never let you leave me.
Oh, stop being so melodramatic, Aisha. Please bring 2 bottles and some glasses.
Very well. I am sorry.
Mr. Holmes, I can't tell you how I appreciate your trouble in coming all this way to find me, but, well, I must tell you at once, there's one problem that makes it difficult for me to leave this country. You see, I deserted from the Foreign Legion.
Yes, we know that, my boy. In fact, that's how we first got onto your trail.
I shouldn't let that fact worry you, Mr. Milton. I'm certain the British consul in Algiers can arrange to have any charges dropped against a peer of the realm.
Oh, well, I never thought of that.
Here are the bottles.
You must excuse the glasses, gentlemen. Tumblers are hardly correct, I suppose, but, well, they won't spoil the flavor, I'm sure. 2 glasses of port and creme de menthe for me. Only 3 glasses, Aisha? Bring a glass for yourself.
I do not wish to drink.
And I insist that you do. Bring a glass, Aisha.
Why should I drink if you are leaving?
Mr. Milton, do you know Oliver Leeming?
Of course, he's my cousin. Yes, he came here half an hour ago and threatened me.
Did you also know that he's lying dead in the street? Murdered?
Well, yes, I did. If we went in the Casbah, I wouldn't tell you this, but Aisha stabbed him. She followed him when he left here. He killed him and then slipped back just in time to sing a song a few moments ago. Oh, you needn't look so shocked, Dr. Watson. Life is cheap in the Casbah, and Aisha is a girl of violent passions. Come on, let's drink.
A toast to the new Earl of Montrevor.
Oh, excuse me, sir. You took the wrong glass. You were drinking my port.
Oh, silly mistake. I can't bear port. Very un-English of me, I'm afraid, but, well, after all these years, I don't feel particularly English. In fact, I'll probably find it very hard to adjust myself to the old life when I go back. Or perhaps I should say, if I go back.
Since you feel that way about it, Mr. Milton, why go? You can claim the title and the revenues of the estate without leaving Algeria. You could stay here and live on the income.
I didn't realize that would be possible. You sure I could do that?
Oh, yes, I'm quite certain of it. But if you doubt my word, I suggest we all adjourn to the British consulate in Algiers. They can put you straight on the matter.
That's a good idea. Let's go over there at once.
Now I've been listening to you, my friend. You're planning to leave me. Once you go from the Casbah, I shall never see you again.
Put down that knife, Aisha.
I will not let you go. You belong to me.
If you try to leave me now, I will kill you.
Put down that knife, Aisha. You've done enough damage for one night.
Why you?
Put it down, you fool. Put it down.
Let me go. Let me go.
She twisted the knife on herself as she fell.
Holmes, help me turn her over. She's dead, Mr. Milton.
Poor Aisha.
It's a bloody path that leads to the Montrevor title, sir. I suggest that we see that this poor girl's body is taken care of. Then go to the British consulate without any further delay. Now that we're at the consulate, Mr. Milton, I suggest that you swear on oath that you are Douglas Milton, heir to the Montrevor estate. This gentleman is a commissioner of oaths. Then we can go in and see the consul.
Very well.
Now, raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I hereby solemnly swear that I am Douglas Milton, the missing heir to the Montrevor estate.
I hereby swear that I am Douglas Milton, missing heir to the Montrevor estate.
Thank you, sir. And now, if you'll sign the statement here, these gentlemen can witness it.
There you are.
Thank you, sir. And now, if you gentlemen will sign.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, gentlemen. The document is now legal.
Splendid. Now let's go over and see the consul.
Not yet, my friend. Watson, this man is not Douglas Milton.
What the devil are you talking about?
There is no law in the Casbah, sir, so you cannot be punished for the 2 murders you committed there. But now that your avarice has tempted you here to Algiers, where you've been foolish enough to sign a false statement, I think we can at least settle you very nicely for desertion, false impersonation, forgery, and perjury.
Holmes, what do you mean?
The story should be obvious, old fellow. Oliver Leeming did track down the deserter. Recognition was uncertain after so many years, but at least it gave this gentleman the idea of impersonating the real Douglas Milton, a friend of his.
You have a lively imagination, Mr. Holmes.
The real Douglas Milton died of dysentery 2 years ago in Sidi El Raj. As soon as the idea of impersonating Milton was born, Leeming had to die.
Your theories are very interesting, but you haven't a shred of proof. I say that I'm Douglas Milton. How are you going to prove otherwise?
Very simply, my dear sir. Douglas Milton was a painter. A painter who excelled in the use of vivid colors. You, sir, suffer from the quite common malady of red-green color blindness. Less than an hour ago, you mistook a glass of port, which is red, for a glass of creme de menthe, which is green. I knew at once that you were an imposter.
You're cleverer than I thought you were, Holmes. Goodbye. Here, come back.
No, Watson. Don't go after him.
But we can't let him escape, Holmes.
Don't worry, old chap. He won't escape. I sent a message to Colonel de Brisson. If you go to the window, I think you'll find that the consulate is being watched. The Legion has a long memory for desertion. I don't think he'll get very far.
They got him, Holmes. Shot him as he was trying to run away.
A just death for him. He lived a life of violence and treachery, Watson. It's only fitting that he should die in the same manner.
Doctor, that was a swell story, but you know something? I wish you hadn't disillusioned me about the Casbah.
Disillusioned you? What do you mean?
Well, before I heard your story, whenever somebody mentioned the Casbah, I'd always visualize a very glamorous, romantic sort of place full of beautiful women. Every one of them a ringer for Hedy Lamarr.
No.
Yep. And I could just see myself, handsome, dashing, going up to one of those beautiful girls and whispering in my fine French accent, "Darling, you are sensational. You are lovely, gorgeous. Tell me, have you ever tried Petri wine? It's wonderful." Well, you must admit, Doctor, that is the truth. It is wonderful wine. It certainly ought to be.
Incorrigible.
After all, winemaking has been the business of the Petri family ever since way back in the 1800s. For generations, the Petri family has handed down from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And don't forget, because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, the letters P-E-T-R-I on a bottle of wine are the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. So no matter what type wine you prefer, for any occasion, Remember, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Doctor, now I suppose you're ready to tell us about next week's story?
Yes, and as soon as I have, I want you to meet a friend of mine.
A friend?
Yes, but first, Mr. Bartell, next week I'm going to tell you an adventure in which for once Holmes came off second best. An exciting story of high society and romance. I call it A Scandal in Bohemia.
Boy, that sounds swell. And now what about your friend?
Well, he's waiting at the microphone in San Francisco. He's Dr. Langley Porter, and he wants to tell us about something very important. Dr. Langley Porter.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Radio listeners, tonight in Italy there are thousands, many thousands, dying of cold and hunger. Babies, children, expectant mothers, old folks, dying for want of clothes, want of food. This organization, American Relief for Italy, appeals to you to search your homes for anything that can be made useful for starving, freezing men, women, children. Clothing, layettes for babies, diapers, shoes, food, surgical supplies, but above all, clothes, clean clothes, fit to wear. Take them to the nearest fire station. That your gifts will reach the Italians who need them, you may be sure. Americans of this organization will distribute the packages in Italy through the Italian Red Cross, the Catholic Relief Organization, the League of Italian Women, the Confederation of Italian Labor, and the Italian government. In California, rationing has gone. Christmas comes. There, in Italy, death is on the prowl. Radio listeners, lives can be saved. It's up to you.
Thank you, Dr. Langley Porter. I know that our friends listening in will do all that they can to help the organization American Relief for Italy.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Crooked Man. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Ratbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. This is the Mutual Broadcast.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's Shadow Adventure starts in just a moment. And as usual, it is packed with hair-raising thrills. But none can compare with the thrill and relief that comes from being saved by a Silvertown stop in wet weather driving emergencies. What you need between your car and rain-drenched pavements are the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown tires with the Lifesaver tread. This truly amazing tread actually dries wet roads, protects you against that hazard zone of motoring where a slippery film of water on the road may make complete control of your car almost impossible. That's because the never-ending spiral bars of the Lifesaver tread act like a battery of windshield wipers. They sweep the water right and left, force it out through deep drainage grooves, make a dry track for the rubber to grip. For safety's sake, make your next tires Goodrich Safety Silvertown. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Old People.
Argentine, Flight D8 calling. Argentine, Flight D8 calling.
Go ahead, D8.
Position approximately 80 miles southeast headwaters of the Amazon. Flying 9,000 feet. Visibility good. Airspeed 210. Next report at 4:30. Next report at 4:30, that is all.
Calling Argentine, Flight D8. Calling Argentine, Flight D8. What's the matter, D8? Can you hear us? Can you hear us, D8? Your 4:30 report, half an hour overdue, D8. Can you hear us, D8? Calling Argentine, Flight D8.
Second airliner disappears in South America. Second airliner disappears in South America.
Now, gentlemen, if you please. In spite of the disappearance of two planes, D7 and D8, as superintendent of this airline, I insist that every effort must be made to establish air contact with South America at once. Consequently, I am sending one more plane to the Argentine in the hope that it will succeed where the D7 and the D8 failed.
Lamont, are you still craning over those maps? What are you doing, brushing up on your geography?
In a sense, yes, Margot.
And what country interests you now?
Not a country, Margot, a continent. South America.
Oh, those Argentine planes that disappeared. You're thinking of them.
Exactly. There's something very unusual about their disappearance.
What do you think happened to them?
It isn't probable that three planes, manned by the finest pilots in the world and flying over a well-marked course, should disappear unless they were made to disappear.
Made to disappear?
Exactly. I'm convinced something other than natural causes made them disappear.
But what?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's possible they received some message over their radios that took them off their course. Caused their disappearance.
But how will you find out for sure?
By following the course of the three planes that disappeared.
You mean go to South America?
Exactly. I'm going to persuade the airlines to send through one more plane for the particular convenience of the shadow.
So you're planning to go down the Amazon River?
Yes, I'm going to pay a call on Superintendent McWade of the airlines and persuade him to send one more plane through to the Argentine. I, as the shadow, will be its sole passenger.
Oh, no, you're wrong, Lamont.
Wrong?
Yes, you and I will be its sole passengers.
Look here, Superintendent McWade. Let me fly a plane down to the Argentine and try to find those planes that disappeared.
I'm sorry, Jack. We canceled all South American flights.
Yeah, but Terry Kane, the pilot on the D9, he was my best friend. I've got to have a crack at finding him.
No, Jack. We're not going to risk any more planes disappearing. 3 are enough.
Why don't you let him have a try at it, Superintendent?
Well, who are you?
I am the Shadow.
The Shadow? But where are you?
As my name implies, Mr. McWade, I'm in the shadows. Right here in this room.
Well, I don't understand.
It's really quite simple. I've merely cast a cloud over your perceptions so that you're unable to see me.
Say, I remember. You're that fellow that no one ever sees.
I'm flattered that you know of me, pilot.
Yes, but what do you want here?
I've come to help you find those missing planes.
How?
Superintendent McWade, I want you to permit the plane that was to have taken off for the Argentine tonight to leave on schedule.
Well, that's out of the question. We've officially discontinued our South American service.
Then restore the service unofficially for tonight.
Why not, Superintendent? Maybe this Shadow knows something. I'll take a chance on flying him down.
I appreciate your cooperation, pilot. Mr. McWade, I guarantee I'll clear up the mystery of the missing planes within 48 hours. If you will do as I say, have a plane ready to take off tonight at the scheduled hour. A woman will board it.
A woman?
Yes.
Well, who is she?
I cannot tell you that. You must make no attempt to discover her identity.
All right, but how will we know her?
She'll be wearing a long coat with a collar turned up around her face. She'll go right to the plane and board it.
You're coming along, too.
Most certainly, pilot. I shall be hiding in the rear of the plane. The baggage compartment, probably. I want your promise that you will make no attempt to try and find out who I am.
All right. I promise. But what's the idea?
Just that I am the shadow. And the shadow can only be heard, but never seen.
Margot, keep your collar up. The pilot can't see you.
It's turned up, Lamont.
Just passed over the headwaters of the Amazon. Whatever's going to happen should happen soon. Tell the pilot to watch his course carefully from now on.
All right, Lamont.
Tell him to hold onto the radio beam, to be sure to report any variation in that beam to me at once. I'm expecting an invitation to our fate, and when it comes, we're going to accept it.
Look, Imperatore. He makes a young American old like us.
Imperatore, he is a great man.
Where could he cry like a baby? Imperatore hates all young people.
No, don't you fiend. Get away.
No good screaming. Nobody can hear you down here by the Amazon now. No American ever come by the South American jungle lest I, Anton Freeman, make him come here. Like I make you come here in your aeroplane.
Call off these, whatever they are. Call them off.
I am clever, huh? I build radio station. I send you radio beam signals. I take you off your course. I bring you here to my laboratory cave so you are lost in the world.
Let me up! Let me up!
Fine pigs! Hold them to the table. Hold them down.
Let me go.
Now,
Go.
I do my experiment.
What are you going to do?
I make you very old.
You what?
Yeah, maybe 90 years. Maybe 100 year old. Then you'll be older than Anton Freeman.
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. Always around me are young people. They laugh at me because I am old. So now, I make you old.
No.
Older than me. Then I look at you. And I say to myself, Anton, you are a very young man. Fierce man older than you.
No.
Come. It is time for the experiment.
Get away from me. Get away.
I make you very old. Twisted old man. Yeah. I make you very old man.
What are you going to do to me? What is that serum you're giving me?
It is the serum to make you very old.
Oh, my body. Oh, what's happening to it?
It is becoming twisted and bent, like an old tree that lives too long.
Oh, my voice. What's happening to my voice?
It is old, like rusty shutters that go creak, creak in the wind.
I can't breathe. I'm suffocating.
No, you are old man. It is hard for old men to breathe. Yeah, you are very old. Now I, Anton Freeman, am young man, and you are old, very old.
Imperatore!
Hey, what is it, old pig?
On the radio, we heard another airplane is coming.
More people come fly over me, huh?
Yeah.
That is good. I need more young American for experiment. Come. I go send out the radio beam to bring the American here. I trick them come here. They think they listen to radio beam from the Argentine. But they listen to the radio beam I, Anton Freeman, send out to bring them here. Come. We get more American down from sky for my experiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, while you're waiting for the climax to the Shadow's exciting story, let me ask you one or two very important questions. Are your tires safe? Have you ever experienced that sickening feeling that comes when a car skids out of control? Do you realize the havoc that one blowout can play with life, limb, and pocketbook?
The Shadow knows. It may take just one skid, just one blowout to end your driving days for good. Yes, riding on flimsy, unsafe tires is a mighty big gamble. You may win, but suppose you lose. Don't gamble.
Have your car equipped with those amazing new Goodrich Silver Towns, because this new kind of tire has what it takes to keep you and your family off the accident list. Inside, it has the famous golden ply blowout protection that has already saved thousands of motorists' lives. Outside, every new Silvertown has the sensational lifesaver tread that gives you the greatest skid protection, the quickest, safest wet road stops you've ever had in all your driving days. Yes, the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown is really two great tires in one, but it costs you nothing extra, not a penny. Why guess about the condition of your tires? For safety's sake, ride on Goodrich Safety Silvertown.
We're 110 miles southeast of the Amazon headwaters now, Shadow.
Then our mysterious friend should be sending us a radio message soon.
Say, something's happening to the radio beam.
A radio beam?
Yeah, it's become stronger all of a sudden.
So, that's how our unknown friend sends us our invitation. By radio beam. All right, pilot. We accept his invitation. Follow the beam signal he's sending.
Yes, Shadow.
Better start down now.
Okay. Hope I can find a dime to land on.
Look, down there.
I thought so. The 3 planes that disappeared.
Say, my hat's off to you, Shadow. You sure picked the spot.
Plenty of room to land, isn't there, pilot?
Well, not as much as I'd like. Here we go.
Nice landing, pilot.
Oh, thank you, lady. Holy smokes. Look out that window.
Look at them. Dozens of tottering old men and women.
Hey, that one there, I know that face. That's the face of Terry Kane, an old buddy of mine.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'd know his face anywhere, only what's happened to him? He was 6'4", and now he's little. His features are all shrunken up. Why, Terry couldn't have been more than 30, but now look at him. Why, he's old as Methuselah.
All these men and women, all of them must have been transformed into bent, broken old wretches by some monster.
They're breaking into the plane.
Say, I'm going to try to take off.
No. Got to find out what's behind all this. Open the door. Let's go out and face them.
Say, it's all right for you to talk, Shadow. You hanging back in the shadows where no one can find you.
My power to throw a cloud over the senses and remain unseen will save you from the same fate. Repel these other people. Go ahead. Open the door. I'll be with you.
Hey, quit pulling us, you mangy old geezers.
Pretty lady. Nice lady. Me take her.
Hey, that's Terry. Hey, Terry, don't you remember me? Terry!
Young American. Imperator make you old. Older than me. Than me. Terry have pretty lady.
Terry, you remember me. Terry!
Young American, you pig. Come, we show American how much we hate young men.
Hey, Terry, call these guys off. Get off of me, you warts. Shadow, call them off, will you? They're swarming all over me. Get them off, I tell you.
Get away, all of you. Get away. Get away.
Oh, your voice is frightening. They don't understand where it's coming
Get
from.
away, all of you. Get away.
Say, it's a good thing you scared them off, Shadow. They were biting and pecking at me like a bunch of toothless mosquitoes.
Fiendish little animals. Their bodies and brains and souls have all been shrunk out of them.
Fine pigs!
Who's that?
That must be the gentleman known as Imperatore.
I say, he's only a half pint himself.
A dwarf.
No, he's just an undersized man. Must be around 50.
Fine pigs! I tell you, bring the American to me. Now I must get them myself. My American friends. You come see me, Anton Freeman.
Now look here, you.
Keep quiet. First, I talk with pretty lady here. It's long time since I seen such fine white skin. Very long time.
Oh, don't touch me.
You are like other American ladies, huh? You do not like me because I am not young, huh? Because maybe you like this big pilot, huh? Because he is young, huh? All right, I make him old. Older than me with mein serum. You see then what great man Anton Freeman is. Yeah, very great man. Maybe then you would like me more than him. Come, swines, pigs! Bring the Americans to the laboratory. Throw the American on the table.
No, you devils can't do this to me. Let me up.
Look at the useless struggles.
Let me up.
The young American. Even a young American can do nothing against all the bent-over old men.
Where's your great friend, the Shadow, now, lady? I thought he was going to make everything all right.
Like Gulliver in the land of the Lilliputians, eh, Dr. Freeman?
Hey, who says that?
I know the Shadow wouldn't fail us, pilot.
Our friend the pilot is like Gulliver in the land of Lilliput, eh? Small old men swarming over him and fastening him down.
Well, who are you? Why, I cannot see you.
Because I am hiding in the shadows, Dr. Freeman. You see, I hate youth and its taunts. I am afraid of growing old, too, Dr. Freeman.
Ah, you are old and bent, too, huh?
Yes, so I learned to live in the shadows, away from human eyes, to conceal my age. Ah, but what I would give for a serum like yours, to avenge myself for the scorn of robust young people, by making them older than I am.
Ah, you know about my serum,
Yes, and I know how you can shrink the bodies of these people you make old, as primitive people used to shrink the heads and bodies of corpses. You're a brilliant scientist, Dr. Freeman.
Yeah, all by myself I found the serum, here in the jungle, away from where there are young people. Ah, but they find me here, too, those young ones.
With the aeroplanes?
Yeah, they come flying over me here.
So you installed a radio transmitter and sent out radio signals, tricking the planes into flying here. Getting lost, so they'd have to make forced landings.
Yeah, that is right. And when they landed, I captured the people inside of them and made them into old, bent creatures like you see here.
Can they ever be restored to what they were?
Never.
Aren't you afraid they might turn on you, these hideous wretches?
Oh, no. You see that switch on the wall? I only have to unlock it with this key and I wear on my belt. I turn the switch on. I escape, and in a minute, I have ton of dynamite destroys the old people.
Brilliant, Doctor. Brilliant.
Yeah. I show you now with the pilot how brilliant I am.
Hey, get away from me.
Dr. Freeman, so brilliant a scientist as yourself must have other medical wonders he's discovered.
Ah, yeah. Still another serum I have.
Another serum? To do what, Doctor?
A serum to make little men big.
To make little men big?
Yeah.
What effect would your serum have on these old people, Dr. Freeman?
It would make them stupid monsters, because they have no brains, now even.
Dr. Freeman, have you ever thought of using that serum on yourself?
On myself?
You could make yourself tall and big, taller than any young man.
Taller than a young man?
Dr. Freeman, think. Supposing you were to take the serum yourself, making yourself tall and strong.
Yeah.
And then, supposing you transformed all your old creatures into monsters. Why, with your brains and their strength, you could conquer the world.
Yeah, you are right.
Think. The tall and handsome Dr. Freeman.
Yeah.
Able to conquer the world.
Yeah.
Think of it. Come. Try it.
Yeah, but can I give the serum to myself?
A great surgeon like yourself can accomplish any miracle, Dr. Freeman, even to giving yourself an injection of the serum.
Ah, you are right. It is right in this bottle
Good.
here.
There's a mirror on the wall. Stand before it and give yourself the injection.
Yeah, but...
Think. Master of the world, Dr. Freeman.
Yeah.
Certainly that's worth any effort. A little pain.
Oh, yeah, you are right. I will do it.
How do you start?
I show you. I fill this glass tube with the serum. Oh, no, I cannot do this.
Come. There's no time to hesitate. The whole destiny of the world is in your hands. Master of the universe.
Yeah, I will do it.
Now what?
I inject the serum. I am, you see, I am growing, you see.
Mother McCree, the guy's growing like a balloon blowing up. Look at him.
You see, man in the shadows, I am growing.
Yes, I see, Anton Freeman. Your body is growing, but your mind, is it growing too?
Yeah, the inside, my head, it feel like it get big, like great big rubber ball inside vacuum.
Yes, Dr. Freeman, a good description. A great rubber ball inside a vacuum. You forgot that your serum to enlarge the body would enlarge every organ of your body, even your brain.
Yeah, I will even be greater genius.
No. Your genius will shrink and disappear. You can enlarge the brain, Dr. Freeman, but you can't enlarge the matter that makes for intelligence. The larger your brain gets, the smaller your ratio of intelligence. You're becoming a stupid, heartless, brainless monster, like your wretched creations.
No, I will show you I...
Margot, quickly. You and the pilot get to the plane, get ready for the takeoff.
What about you, Lamont?
I'll join you as soon as this monster's destroyed himself. Hurry. Well, Dr. Freeman, your serum works, doesn't it? You're tall now, 7 feet, maybe more. But you're stupid.
I will kill you, man in the shadows.
I doubt that. You're too stupid to defend yourself now, even against your old people.
You forget. The dynamite. I will turn the switch. Blow them on you to pieces. That is it. I will blow them up, and you, first, I unlock the switch.
Get away from that switch, Freeman.
The man in the shadows, he is afraid, Dr. Freeman, he's not afraid. Dynamite cannot hurt great, big Dr. Freeman. See, already more than 7 feet I am. Now, I turn the switch.
Take your hand off that switch.
Make me take it off. You think you can make giant Dr. Friedman do anything?
Very well, I will make you take your hand off it. Take off your hand from that switch.
There you are. Now I feel you.
Let go. Let go of me.
Dr. Freeman, find where you are.
Let go of my arm.
You come to take my hand off the switch. That show me where you are. Now the great Dr. Freeman, he even can kill someone he cannot see.
Let go of me.
Now, I turn the switch that set off the dynamite. There, Shadow. In exactly 2 minutes, all people, they all explode.
You'll die too if that dynamite goes off.
No, the great Dr. Freeman, he lives even against dynamite. Shadow, lie to Dr. Freeman. You are big man, young too, I feel how big you are, but not so big as me. I can crush you like a paper box.
Lamont, what's he doing to you?
He's located me by touching me.
Oh.
Now he's crushing me in his arms. I can't hold up to him much longer.
Pretty lady. Terry like pretty lady.
Terry.
Margot, get to the plane and leave at once. That dynamite will be going off soon.
Terry, you like me?
Terry like pretty lady very much.
I like you too if you'll do something for me.
Yeah, I'd do anything for pretty lady.
Then you and your friends let the American alone and attack the Imperatore.
Oh, Imperatore, too great.
No, he's just a big stupid man now. Look at him. He's making himself large so he can destroy.
No.
Don't try to save me, Margaret. Don't. Save yourself before that dynamite.
Then get rid of the Imperatore, Terry. Get rid of Anton Freeman.
And then you like Terry?
Yes, very much.
All right, we do it. We will attack Dr. Freeman. And look, no more is Imperatore, old man. He's a big man now, so he can hurt us. Come, we show Imperatore. He can't hurt us. Come. Come, we show Imperatore how much we hate him. Come on.
Hey, Chris, you fight me. You stop fighting me. You fight me. Stop fighting me.
Margot, I'm here with you.
Oh, thank goodness, Lamont.
You made those wretches attack Freeman. He had to let me go.
Hurry, let's go to the plane. The pilot's out there now.
Just another minute or two with his arms strangling me, and I'd been finished. I'm afraid I rather overestimated my strength against the strength of a monster. His arms were like bands of steel.
The pilot's ready to take off.
Into the plane, quickly.
Are you in, Shadow?
Yes, I'm with you. All right, pilot, take off.
But what about the old people?
More merciful that they perish, Margot. It's better that the poor wretches be removed as a scourge from the earth.
Okay, here we go. None too soon, either.
Just in time. Freeman and his fantastic empire are ended by his own devices, destroyed by the creatures of his own fiendish creation. Creatures he had devised to satisfy his own egotistical hatred. Well, the South American Air Service life once again.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular program on the West Coast. Remember, let every traffic signal remind you. With new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. The Cistern.
There was murder on Ronnie Hartfield's mind long before he discovered the cistern in Round Valley. But the discovery, more than anything else, made him decide to do it. The groundwork had been laid, of course. He was a partner with old Hank Murphy in the gold-bearing ledge Hank had discovered on the shoulder of Sharp's Peak. $1 million in rich ore. And Ronnie owned 10% of it. That wasn't bad for a young metallurgist fresh out of college. But Ronnie wasn't the kind to think of his own 10%. No, his mind was on the other 90, and the inheritance clause in the partnership agreement. There had to be other things, of course, like the casual conversation he had one afternoon with Sheriff Dawson as they sat on the porch of the sheriff's office, looking across the lake.
But that ain't what makes the law enforcement out here so much tougher than in the city. What's the first job in a murder case, for example? Find the body.
Body?
Yeah. Look at that lake. Look at that, Ronnie.
What?
The sun on that water.
If I could move that lake to the coast, I could sell it for $1 million.
Come around sometime during a rainstorm, and I'll close the deal for 10 cents.
Why?
Well, she ain't a natural lake, you know. But we've had to move this shack twice now when the water was right up the floor level. She ain't always as pretty as she looks now, blue and calm and shiny.
I don't know. I think it's worth it.
Yeah, you'll be a mountaineer yet, Ronnie. What was I saying a while back?
You were talking about law enforcement.
Oh, yeah. It was this business of bodies. You can say all you want to about city police, but let me tell you, they ain't in it with a county sheriff when it comes to a murder case.
No?
You see, before you do anything else, you gotta find the body. Gotta prove the guy's dead.
Yeah.
That's one thing in the city, but it's something else in a place like this.
Oh, what do you mean?
Or down in Arizona, for instance, where a man's got 20,000 square miles of country to hide the body in.
I see.
Funny thing, though, how bodies have a way of turning up. That guy in Arizona I was telling you about.
Yeah?
8 years it took us, knowing all the time he done it.
You found it, huh?
Yeah. The wind uncovered it in a dry gulch 10 miles from town. Dry air has a way of preserving things.
You could identify it?
Sure, we hung him.
But if it hadn't been for that wind...
Well, it would have been something else. Sometimes it don't pay to go looking for it. If you just lean back and relax, it'll work itself out. Sometime.
Well, Ronnie, it's odd that the sheriff should have hit upon the subject of bodies. And it's a good thing he couldn't read your mind, because everything he said made you think of the cistern in Round Valley, with the bare traces of a ruined cabin more than 100 years old nearby. You'd been exhausted the day you found it, after following a 4-point buck down the length of the ridge above and losing him there in the willows. Then, as you fought your way through the brush, your foot suddenly rang hollowly on the cover of the cistern. And there it was, deep and dark, completely lost in the tangled mass of trees. No desert wind there, was there, Ronnie? Once you dropped Hank into the cistern, he'd be there, for keeps.
Ronnie.
Huh? Oh, sorry, Hank.
You know what, Hank? I think Ronnie's in love.
Well, what's the matter?
I've just been talking to you for 5 minutes, that's all.
Oh, I was thinking, I guess.
Just like you, Hank. Comes into my store to buy groceries and goes to sleep by the stove.
He's thinking about that hole in the ground.
What?
What's the matter? Marge knows all about it, mine.
Oh, yeah.
You picked yourself a pretty good partner, Ronnie, if that ledge is as good as Hank says it is.
Even Stephen. I got myself a good metallurgist, too. What with a stamping mill to be built and all, this ain't no pick and shovel project, you know.
Gonna take money.
Oh, don't worry about that. We got that all settled, ain't we, Ronnie? Soon as Mr. Coulter sees the plans Ronnie made up.
Who's Mr. Coulter?
Oh, fella down the city, old friend of mine. I'm going down below to see him next week.
Alone?
Yeah. Ronnie thinks he better stay around and look after things.
Aha.
What's the matter?
Don't know about Hank alone in the city with all them saloons.
Oh, go on, Marge.
Well, last time Hank went down for a weekend, nobody saw a hide and a hair of him for 6 months. If we didn't know him better, we would have thought he was dead. Oh, my. Better keep a close tab on him, Ronnie.
You're right. I'd better.
You're pretty close to the brink, aren't you, Ronnie? The cistern was in your mind then, too. And it keeps returning more and more frequently until it excludes almost everything else. Particularly at night, when there's no sound but the crickets outside. And you can lie awake and think of the ledge. $1 million or more in gold ore, almost on the surface. 1/10 of it yours, according to the agreement. Unless, of course, something should happen to Hank. It would be all yours then, wouldn't it, Ronnie? $1 million. And that kind of thinking always leads to the cistern in the willow thicket at Round Valley. There's no possible way they could ever discover it, is there? Finally, on the night before Hank is scheduled to leave, you make up your mind.
Hank?
Yes?
I just ran onto something.
What?
I want you to come with me.
Well, what are you talking about?
I've been up to Round Valley all day.
Well, what were you doing up in that godforsaken place?
I got a new outcrop, Hank. I'm sure of it.
What? In Round Valley? Why, there's no
But
gold.
there is. You've got to see it before you go down to the city.
Whoa, wait a minute. This ain't a joke, is
I tell you, there's gold up there. I'm serious. Look, it'll only take us about 2 hours.
Tonight? Why, it's dark already.
Listen, will you believe me? This can't wait.
Okay, Ronnie, let's go. Hold the light up, Ronnie. I can't see where I'm going.
It's not much farther.
Why didn't we come up the other ridge? I don't see no sense in cutting across this infernal willow thicket. Wait up, will you?
Over this way.
Where are you?
Can't you see the light?
No! Went out or something. Ouch! Oh, these darn trees. I can't see a thing, Ronnie. Oh, doggone it. Where's the light, Ronnie? I can't keep my feet in this brush. Ronnie, where are you? Ronnie! Ronnie!
Here I am, Hank.
Oh, you... You scared me.
Here's the light, Hank.
Huh? Thanks. Oh!
Now, the cistern.
With the prologue of tonight's story, The Cistern, Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. There's an old Hindu fable about the blind men and the elephant. Being unable to see an elephant, these blind men decided to feel one to determine what an elephant is like. Well, the first blind man, happening to grasp the elephant's ear, promptly exclaimed, "Why, an elephant is like a large leaf." But the second blind man, wrapping his arms around one of the elephant's huge legs, protested, "Oh, no, an elephant is like a tree trunk." And the third man, feeling the elephant's tail, shouted, "You're both wrong. An elephant is like a rope." Well, all three were right, but only partly right. And I'm always reminded of this story when I hear a motorist say, "Signal gasoline is outstanding for quicker starting." Or another say, "Signal is tops for faster pickup." Or a third say, "New Signal has higher anti-knock." Now, all three are right, but only partly right. For in New Signal, you get all three advantages: quicker starting, faster pickup, and higher anti-knock. But in addition, there's a bonus of extra mileage. For because of the amazing power in Signal's new super fuel that helps you get this greater efficiency, this extra performance from your motor, you actually go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Ronnie. It took a combination of things to put the murder of Hank Murphy in your mind. The ledge on Sharp's Peak and $1 million in raw gold. The sheriff with his idle discussion on the importance of finding the corpus delicti. Marge's contribution about your partner's habit of disappearing for months at a stretch. But most of all, it was the cistern in the willows of Round Valley. The hiding place 1,000 men could hunt for without ever coming close. That was the most important thing, wasn't it, Ronnie? And it's the thing that makes you feel absolutely secure now, on the morning after you killed him, as you walk into Marge's general store.
Morning, Ronnie.
Hello, Marge. Now, wait a minute. If you're going to ask me how I am, the answer is awful.
What's the matter?
Coffee, no coffee. Forgot to pick it up last night.
Yeah, I missed you.
Missed me?
Mostly Hank. He's picked up his groceries on Tuesdays and Fridays for as long as I've been here. Well, what'll it be, a pound?
Yeah, that'll do. Fine.
Funny thing about Hank, he's an old galoot in lots of ways, but part of him is regular as clockwork.
His drinking arm, for one thing.
Yeah, and getting his grub for another. Last night, when he didn't show up, I says to myself, there's something wrong somewhere. You say you ain't had breakfast yet?
No.
Hank's probably cussing you out for fair, waiting for his coffee at this hour. Drunk or sober, he gets his breakfast at 7 o'clock.
What do you mean?
Ain't he waiting up in the cabin?
No, he's gone.
Huh?
Yeah, he left for town this morning.
Why, he wouldn't do that.
Huh? What?
Go off like that without... Tell me, what time did he leave?
I don't know. When I woke up, he was gone.
Well, that's a funny one. He swore on a stack of Bibles he'd take a package down to my niece in Sacramento.
He had a few drinks. Probably forgot.
Well, where'd he get the liquor?
Why, I suppose he had it in the house.
He didn't have a drop in the house. He told me yesterday when he came in here and tried to buy some. We were out, too. Far as I know, there wasn't a drop in town, and none come until Monday.
Oh.
Say, how'd he get out of town?
The 6 o'clock bus, I guess.
You know, I can't help feeling there's something fishy somewhere.
Huh? Why?
Well, there wasn't no 6 o'clock bus this morning. It's still at Kramer's bar with a broken axle. Say.
What?
You don't suppose old Hank sprouted himself a pair of wings, do you?
I wouldn't put it past him.
You can't beat that old varmint. I told you keeping a tab on him was no sin. It's funny, though, ain't it?
What?
About that package for my niece. Hank never done a thing like that, long as I can remember. Forgetting that away. You know, that's not like Hank at all.
Well, Ronnie, you're not whistling now as you cross the street to the bank. You keep telling yourself that Marge is an old busybody, that the rest of the town will chuckle over Hank's unceremonious departure. There's a forced self-assurance about you as you walk up to Mr. Jenkins at the teller's window.
Hello, Mr. Jenkins.
Hi, Ronnie. What can I do for you this morning?
How about $20?
Okay.
All right. There you are.
10, 15, and 5 is 20. Say, what about Hank?
Huh?
Ain't he supposed to leave today?
Oh, he left this morning.
Hmm?
Yeah.
That's funny.
What's the matter?
What do you use for money?
Why, he had the money.
No, he didn't. He came in here yesterday afternoon after 3 and told me he didn't have a dime. Wanted me to open up so he could draw $200 for the trip.
Well, what do you know about that?
He didn't pick it up either.
Pick it up?
I got it for him just before closing and left it at the express office. Now, ain't that something? He couldn't have gone down without money.
Maybe that's why he borrowed $100 from me.
Huh?
That's why I came in this morning. He took all I had.
Now, wait a minute, Ronnie. Are you kidding me?
No, why?
Hank never borrowed a dime in his life. It's kind of a legend with him.
Oh, I suppose since I'm his partner...
Not Hank.
Well, he didn't have much choice leaving this morning.
I told him the money'd be waiting at the express office. Ain't that one for the book? Never heard tell of Hank borrowing. Just not like him, that's all.
You're beginning to thank your lucky stars for the cistern, aren't you, Ronnie? During the next few days, the town's curiosity about Hank doesn't die down. It changes first into wonderment, then into genuine worry. There's a feeling in the air that something is wrong. It hangs over the town like a cloud. And as the days go by, you begin to notice the conversation suddenly hushed as you approach, the penetrating, curious glances, the feeling of terrible doubt. Then, just a week after Hank's disappearance, you come home to the cabin to find the sheriff waiting for you.
Oh?
Hello, Ronnie.
Oh, hello, Sheriff. What do you want?
Just dropped by to say hello. Getting a mite worried about Hank.
Yeah, so am I.
Are you?
What do you mean?
Nothing. Curious, ain't it, how a man can get out of town without transportation or money?
He had money.
Maybe. And maybe he could have got liquored up without liquor, too.
I don't know where he got that.
Kind of jumpy, ain't you?
Well, I'm getting sick of this talk, all this insinuation behind my back.
Nobody's insinuating, Ronnie. We're just a mite worried, that's all.
I tell you, he's probably in San Francisco right now.
That's just it, he ain't. Just picked up this wire from the telegraph office. Take a look.
Huh? Been expecting Murphy for a week. Where is he? Colder. Whoa. He's probably in some bar down there.
No.
What do you mean? He used to disappear for months at a time.
You just don't know Hank. If there's money mixed up in it anywhere, there ain't a soberer man in the county.
You're crazy. Hank was a drunk, and you know it.
Was?
I mean, he is.
Ain't it funny that you and I were talking about murder cases just the other day?
Now, listen here, I have...
Better see who it is.
Hank Murphy live here?
Yeah?
They told me down at the hotel that the sheriff was up.
What do you want?
Send him in, Ronnie.
Come on in.
You the sheriff?
Yeah, what is it?
I just happened to say something down at the hotel tonight, and they told me you might be interested. I was driving through here the other morning on my way to Sacramento.
What morning?
Friday.
Okay.
I picked up a guy on the road about 6 o'clock.
What did he look like? Did he have on
Just a minute, Ronnie. Tell us what he looked like, son.
Oh, I'd say about 55. Kind of bald up here with gray hair and a mustache. I think he was kind of drunk. Said the bus wasn't running.
Do you have a suitcase?
Yeah. And I think he was wearing a black suit.
I see. 6 o'clock last Friday morning, huh?
Yeah, I took him down the road a ways. Let him off at the Sacramento highway.
Satisfied, Sheriff?
Might be. Like I was telling you, Ronnie, sometimes it don't pay to get all worked up over these things. They have a way of solving themselves. Sometimes. Well, I better be getting home. Looks like we're in for a storm.
You have a lot of time to think during the next few days, haven't you, Ronnie? With the storm pounding around your ears, forcing you to keep close to the cabin. The nervous feeling inside is almost gone now, thanks to that boy who just happened to pick up an old hitchhiker at the right moment. That was a lucky break, wasn't it? Most of the townspeople are satisfied now that Hank is off somewhere on another spree. And you finally feel it's time to call again on Mr. Jenkins at the bank.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Jenkins, I'm beginning to wonder about Hank. It's been more than a week now.
Yeah, it is funny. Him hitchhiking out of town that way. Listen to that. Bet we've had 10 inches of rain in this storm. Lake level's up 12 feet. Wouldn't surprise me if the sheriff had to move his office again. And now, let's see, you wanted to look over the agreement between you and Hank.
Yes, you see, there's a lot to be done before winter sets in. We ought to settle that business with Mr. Calder, get our materials up to the site.
And you're wondering if you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Looks as if Hank's in the driver's seat. As long as he's alive, anyway. Of course, in case of his death, you'll take over.
I didn't mean that. All I meant was we're losing a lot of time.
Sure. I know you didn't mean that. Well, guess you gotta wait till Hank shows up, Ronnie. And put this away now. Getting kind of tired of looking at it. Sheriff was just in an hour ago asking the same question.
What?
Yeah. He wanted to know about the 10% and the 90% and who got what when, who died.
He got no right to stick his nose in my business.
Funny about the sheriff. Seems to think this is his business now. Maybe you better go see him.
That's a good idea.
Well, Ronnie, kind of wet for you to be running around, ain't it?
That doesn't seem to bother you, does it, Sheriff?
That lake's beginning to bother me, I'll tell you. Look at her down there, 20 feet away.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, sit down on the porch here and tell me what's eating you.
Let's go inside.
Nothing doing. I want to keep an eye on that lake. Now, what's the matter?
When are you going to admit you're wrong?
About Hank?
Yes.
Well, I'll likely admit I'm wrong on the day that Hank walks up to this porch like he used to and says, "Howdy, Sheriff. Have a cigar." Trouble is, that ain't never going to happen. So I reckon I ain't never going to admit I'm wrong. That answer your question?
He left town. Didn't that kid satisfy you?
No. Could have been someone else.
Who?
Don't know. Too bad no one had a picture of Hank.
Don't you see what you're doing with your stupid guessing? They all think I killed him. Well, what?
They're right, ain't they?
They're wrong, I tell you. He was gone when I
Now,
woke...
wait a minute, Ronnie. Hank was nothing more than a hunk of clockwork. He never went off his schedule. You just didn't know him well enough. That's why I know you killed him, Ronnie. I know why, and I think I know how. But just like I told you, when it comes to finding a body, a county sheriff has a job on his hands. And, of course, we can't do nothing till we find the body.
I tell you, you've got no right to talk.
Take it easy, son.
Now, wait a minute. If you're trying to bluff me, it won't work.
I ain't bluffing, Ronnie. You see, all the time you and Hank were supposed to be inside your house having a few drinks before he took off, the house was empty, wasn't it? Because you happened to be off somewheres killing him at the time. I happen to know, because I dropped by at 10 o'clock to deliver Marge's package. Don't worry, though. I can't do nothing until I find the body, and like I told you, that takes time.
Oh, no.
8 years, that time in Arizona, but we got him the day after that windstorm. County sheriffs just got to have patience, you know. Matter, Ronnie?
Nothing.
You're white as a sheet. What you looking at?
It's nothing, I tell you.
You sick?
It's all right. Oh, it's all wrong. Something's haywire somewhere.
What are you staring at?
Good Lord.
Why, it's...
Do you see it, too?
In the water. The edge of the lake. It's Hank's body.
No, it's not. It can't be.
Come on, let's take a look.
No, I can't.
I said come on. Well, Ronnie?
It is Hank.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, with reconversion occupying the spotlight today, here are some facts I think you'll be interested in. You know, of course, the vital role that independent businessmen played in the building of America. And you know that today more and more men are expressing a desire to get into business for themselves. But did you know that my sponsor, Signal Oil Company, has for over 14 years sold its products only through independent businessmen, substantial, responsible men, who are so earnest about their business of serving the motoring public that they're willing to invest their own money in it. Naturally, Signal dealers are carefully chosen for their ability and integrity, which explains why the average dealer has been with Signal Oil Company over 7 years. So you see, there's a good reason why you find more conscientious, experienced men operating Signal stations, and why Signal dealers, with an incentive to build their own business, naturally give your car more thorough service that does help it go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
It's too much, isn't it, Ronnie? Too much after the tension of the past week to look down at Hank's body floating at the edge of the lake right under the rail of the sheriff's porch. Everything breaks loose at once. You're jabbering like an idiot, telling the sheriff it's impossible.
Oh, don't lie to me. You found him, didn't you? You found him and brought him here. It was a plot, wasn't it?
Wait a minute, Ronnie.
Well, why did you have to drag it out? You knew it all the time. You just wanted to talk to me.
Shut up.
Listen, I don't have...
Shut up. That's better. Now, what in thunder are you talking about?
Somebody brought him here. I put him in the cistern.
Cistern?
In Round Valley in the Willows.
Cistern in Round Valley? There ain't no such thing.
Yes, there is, in the willow thicket that runs along the bottom.
Wait a minute. Did it have a square wooden cover on it?
Yeah.
Huh.
What's that mean?
Looks like you sent Hank back to us special delivery, Ronnie.
What?
It was dry, of course, until this rainstorm. It was dry when you put him in it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You see, it ain't a cistern, Ronnie. It's an underground water flume.
What?
A water flume. Carries the water underground from the upper lake to this one. When she overflowed up above, the water just picked up Hank and delivered him right to my door. Like I said, Ronnie, sometimes it just don't pay a county sheriff to get all excited and go running over the hills. It pays to just lean back and wait. Sometimes.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
We ought to do this more often, Slate.
You like window shopping, huh?
Well, it's not only that. It's the walking on a bright, sunshiny day. Smiling at people, and having them smile at you. Things like that.
I hate it.
Senor, go ahead. Take a $10 bill. Take 2.
Huh?
I'll take 1.
Hey, what is this? What's the idea of standing on a street corner and giving away money, Carlo?
You know my name? Let me take close look at you. Senor Shannon. Here, take some $10 bills, Senor Shannon.
Is it all right if I stand in line again?
Cut it out, sailor. I know this guy, old Carlo. He's got a fishing boat down at the...
No more. For 30 years, but no more. All Carlo have now is $50,000.
Those fish will do it to you every time.
Boat sold for cash money. Business sold for cash money. Plus other cash money Carlo have saved from selling the friendly fish is $50,000. Have some, Senor Shannon.
Put it away.
But why should I not give away money, Senor?
Well, you tell me.
I will be dead pretty soon, so what good is the money?
You've got a long time of living, Carlo.
No, my brother will kill me. You will see. Take some money,
Slate, let's take him home.
Sure. Come on, Carlo. No one's going to kill you.
Oh, my brother.
No, don't worry about it. I'll see that nothing happens to you.
A promise?
Sure. Sure it's a promise. Come on. We'll take you home.
Set before me a banquet, senorita. Everything on the menu. I am rich, and I am going to die soon. Therefore, I wish to eat good before I die.
You have many days to live, viejo old man. I will bring you the blue plate, huh?
Bring many, many blue plates for everybody in the restaurant. Oh, yeah, listen, everyone. The blue plates are on me.
Sit down. Sit down, estúpido. You bring shame. You make a spectacle.
I won. Brother, my blood. Brother who wishes to kill me.
You are insane. You should be in a cage.
Leave the viejo alone. He does no hurt to nobody.
Go, senorita. He will not kill me here. He has not the courage with so many eyes on him.
In a day you are changed, Carlo. You talk now with the mouth of a man who has no fear of death.
Because I have a friend. Friend who will not permit you to commit death upon me.
With $50,000, you have bought such a friend.
Not bought. His friendship was given. His late Shannon take my hand, promised.
Shannon? I have heard the name. I have heard for money he will steal from a hungry dog.
You lie. You are sick with evil, brother mine. He is my friend. For nothing he
Shannon will not keep you from death, hermano Carlo. Brother Carlo. Nothing. No one will keep it from you. Because it is in my hand to offer it to you. At a place, at a moment of my choosing.
Because I will give you none of my money? Because you are evil?
I will take it from you, Carlo. All of it. Before you have given it away to street beggars. From your dead hands I will take it. Adios, hermano. Eat heartily.
Shannon's place welcomes you, senor.
And I welcome Shannon's place. Where is this Shannon of Shannon's place?
Oh, you're bashful. You don't like to sign a register in front of a lady. Sure. Slade, come here.
Oh, what do you want, sailor? I'm busy. Oh. Shannon's place welcomes you, senor. The Hotel Nifty, rooms 3...
You are Shannon of this nifty Shannon's place?
Real nifty, huh?
I have come here to ask you not to help my brother Carlo.
Now, wait a minute. Who did you say you were?
Juan Ruiz. Brother of the crazy one who gives away money on street corners. Brother of Carlo. Please, he will do no harm. Do not ask of the police to put him away in an asylum.
He says you want to kill him.
For this delusion, I am sending him to a doctor. So he will be cured. So he will know that I have for him only the brother-to-brother love. The doctor will vouch this, what I tell you. The doctor for the head. The Dr. Tracy Jones.
Tracy Jones. That's a nice, normal name for a psychiatrist. Was that you having a thought, Slate?
Very funny. Slate Shannon speaking.
He tried it again, senor. My brother tried to kill me.
He did, Carlo? When?
This instant he shot at me, but he missed.
Oh, that's fine. I'm glad he didn't hit you.
You promised. Do something.
I'll be right down, Carlo. That was your brother, Senor Ruiz.
What did he want?
Said you tried to shoot him just now.
It is ridiculous, senor. I am here in your very nifty hotel.
What are you going to do about Carlo, Slate?
I don't know. Let's go see how he almost got killed.
A gentle knock does it, Mac.
You want to try again, Slate?
Look, if you two got the time to play, you got nothing important to do here. Point yourself north, playmates.
Who are you?
Landlord. Croft, the landlord. What do you want?
We want to see Carlo Ruiz.
Oh, grabbers, huh? That's why you want to see Carlo. You're grabbers, part-time panhandlers.
And you're his watchdog, huh? I'll give you a reading, landlord. Carlo called me a little while ago, said his brother tried to kill him. His brother was standing under my nose when Carlo told me that.
He was, huh? That's where Brother Juan was. Well, what do you know about that?
Now that we gave you the password, we can talk to Carlo?
Sure, but he ain't here. Go find a street corner with a crowd. They'll be kissing his hand. then making the local sign behind his back.
You mean no one tried to kill him? He was making it up?
Who said anything like that? Someone tried to kill him, all right. Come on, I'll prove it to you. Right down the hall here. Yeah. Now take a look. Whoever it was stood in the alley, shot through the window at him. And you can see the bullet hole in the glass.
Hey, what's this sticking out from under the bed?
Carlos' suitcase, where he keeps all his dough. Now don't put a finger to it. Don't even smell it.
You won't mind a friendly look, huh, Croft? Sure you won't mind? Yeah. Trust you, don't he, landlord?
I told you to...
Easy, kid. You're among friends. Sailor, come here.
What'd you find, Slate?
Look. If someone shot at Carlo from the alley the way he said, the shattered glass would be inside the room, wouldn't it?
Let me think about it a minute,
Sure
huh?
it would. But the glass is out there in the alley. That means no one shot at him from there. The shot came from inside. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, like I thought. Gun under the mattress. Fired not too long ago.
You're wonderful, Slate. You find guns, sniff them, and you're wonderful.
Carlo staged the whole thing just to convince us he's... Go find him, Sailor. Go find him before someone puts him away.
And you're going to stay here for a friendly game of rummy with Croft, the landlord.
I would if I didn't feel so sick, Sailor. A sick fellow like me needs a doctor. You go find Carlo while I go get my head examined.
The way you keep looking at me and adding me up, I wouldn't diagnose as neurotic. Not in the least.
How would you diagnose it, Dr. Jones?
Oh, part surprise because I'm a woman doctor. Part delight because I'm a woman. Mr. Shannon, when were you first aware that you were in need of a psychiatrist?
Well, there was the time... then after that, years later, there was the time Carlo Ruiz tried to prove to me his brother was going to kill him.
Oh, he told you that?
But doesn't he tell everybody?
2 weeks ago, his brother sent him to me. Because of that aberration. He's been coming to my office every day. I have a professional interest in Carlo. What's yours, Mr. Shannon?
He's an old friend. I want to help him if I can.
Mm-hmm. He does have a lot of money, doesn't he? And he gives it away.
Ever have trouble with violent patients, Doctor? I only ask because I can feel it coming on.
You would be a provocative one. Don't be angry. I find greed universal. I have it myself. Now, how about you, for instance? I could be greedy. Shame on me.
Yes, you think you could hold the blush long enough to show me your records on Carlo?
You'll have to listen to it. I record the things my clients tell me on tape. Like a radio program, you know?
I'm crazy for soap operas. Let's hear it, shall we?
Now, normally they're confidential. However, with you being Carlo's friend and wanting to help him, let's see. Oh, here it is. Carlo Ruiz case history. Just play it on that machine in back of you, Mr. Shannon. Carlo will enchant you.
He always has.
Why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me, Juan? My brother, why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me, Juan?
You can turn it off now. That's all he says in his dreams, over and over and over. I'll cure him of it. Another week with me, and he'll be cured of everything.
Sure he will. Cured of hate, cured of 50 grand. You're a doc after a man's own heart, aren't you, Doc?
And for you, senor, a $10 bill. See, little boy, you may have one too. For your mama and your papa. Take it. And you, senorita.
I've been looking for you, Carlo.
Take money.
Carlo, listen to me.
I have not much time, senorita. I must take...
Come on, let's get out of here. Carlo, nothing's going to happen to you. No one's trying to kill you.
I have said it. My brother, the evil brother of mine. I was in my room and he shot at me.
No, he didn't.
He saw, he shot. Senor, here, take money. It is for you. And you, senor. Take.
Carlo, what's the matter with you? What is it?
The pain, senorita. In the back, the pain.
A knife. Somebody help.
Did I not say it? Did I not say he would kill me, my brother? He killed me.
Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren McCall, and the second act of our story.
A fisherman stood on Havana Street, hand out money, his savings deplete. To lady say, Laura, $10 bill. To Mr. Slate he say, brother will kill. Mr. Slate he go to lady doctor, who say, fisherman sick, I make him sick no more. But lady doctor, she get no chance to heal, because fisherman die from blade of steel.
Slate.
What do you want?
Stop looking like that.
You don't like how I look? Tear yourself away from me. Run, don't walk.
You couldn't have stopped Carlo's dying. Why whip yourself with it?
Lady Sailor speaks true, Mr. Slate. Death comes to a man in many ways, as he has wished it, as he has dreamed it, as he has sweated in terror over it, as he...
That more of your Haitian hillbilly philosophy, King?
It is only that you cannot blame yourself for the death of a man who...
A man who what? A man who gave away his hard-earned dough? Wanted to make people happy? Who asked me to save him from dying?
I know how you feel, Slate. What do you think it did to me when Carlo...
You were right there, standing next to him. You sure you didn't see who gave it to him?
Sure, I'm sure. I told you. He turned away from me for a minute to hand someone more money.
It wasn't his brother?
It wasn't his brother.
You told the cops? You told LaSalle?
I told the cops. I told LaSalle.
Let's go talk with him some more, Sailor. Maybe you left out something I can fill in.
Come in, quickly. I am glad you have waited at least this long to come here, Senor Kennedy.
I said I'd handle it, didn't I?
See, already the papers have been screaming of my brother's death. Sad.
What's the sad business? You hire me to stick a knife in your brother. Fresh off the boat, am I when you come dancing up to me? Now it's sad. Character talk.
And now, of course, you wish payment.
Uh-huh.
Here, this envelope.
Make it 2 more envelopes just like it.
Por favor?
On account of I've been roaming the barrio. Word come up that little brother of yours left a satchel of dough. So it ups the payment.
Did you not get the suitcase, what was under his bed?
Crawled through the window like you said. No suitcase. You got it, huh?
The suitcase. The money. What have you done with it?
Again, the character talk, huh? Okay, character.
See, a character. Because I feel this way, Senor Dead Man. Your dying means nothing. Nor that of my brother. Of the money? Sleep peacefully, Senor. I will get it.
So you told the police all you knew. What did it get you, Slade?
Well, you saw what it got me. A hearty handshake, a slap on the back for citizenship, 2 passes to the policeman's ball, and an official clucking of the tongue because I wasn't included in Carlo's will.
You're lucky. All I got was a fanfare from a rookie's police whistle when I turned my back.
Go back and get his name, Sailor. Who knows? You might overpark in a 10-minute zone someday. Go on.
You don't want me to do that, Slade. When he blew his whistle, he trilled. And you know what that means.
I'll go anywhere you like. Just leave me alone.
That's how you want it?
That's how I want it. I need time to think. I think good when I walk by myself. You walk close to me and things get mixed up.
Wait till you see how mixed up it gets without me. Bye, sucker.
I'm delighted you got rid of her, Mr. Shannon.
Huh?
I said I was delighted you got rid of your aunt. It'll give us more time together.
She's not my aunt, Doctor. She's...
Isn't she, though? But you prefer to travel light, is that it?
Sometimes. Man never knows when he'll need his hands free to...
Of course he doesn't. But first he must bring his doctor a gift. In a suitcase. In Carlo's suitcase. And leave off the pink ribbon.
Oh. Carlo's money belongs to you? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Doctor?
He promised it to me. You must give it to me. And I'll thank you. In a gentle way.
Golly day. No doctor ever talked to me like that before. No doctor... Hey.
What's the matter?
That guy walking down the street all dressed up in fancy clothes, new clothes.
Well, what about him?
He interests me. When I saw him before, he was a dream in a dirty T-shirt. So long, Doc. Happy head bumps.
Foolish man. So close to death and you think you can run away from it. Foolish man.
Can I help you?
Where is Senor Shannon?
On the sidewalks of Havana. At the present moment, he is not with us. He is...
I must see him. I must see him. Find him for me, quickly, immediately. Bring him to me.
Does Senor Ruiz want something, King?
He wants me to produce Mr. Spade.
Do you have the suitcase? Did he bring it here?
What suitcase is he talking about, Lady Sailor?
It's mine. I'm his only living relative. The money belongs to me.
If you say so.
And you have it. You or your Mr. Shannon. I want it. You have stolen it. It belongs to me.
All that money. All your brother's money. Gone, huh?
Would a suitable reward for its return interest you, senorita?
Sure. How much?
I know women such as you, senorita. Greedy. But for this money, my poor brother is dead. And of you too.
Are you threatening us, Ruiz?
Not a threat, senorita. Merely a morsel for your consideration. Death is for so long a time, senorita.
You get off your rocker?
Yeah, rock on this. Get up, Croft. Your new suit will get dirty. How come a poor landlord like you blossoms forth with new clothes right after his prize tenant gets murdered?
Carlo gave me $100 before he got killed. 10 crisp sawbucks. Makes 100. So I bought clothes.
Gave it to you, huh? Or did you slip that knife into him and suddenly get wealthy with $50,000?
You know something? None of that what you said I could do. It's a weakness with me how I'm in love with good people like Carlo.
All right. Carlo have any callers?
Sure. You and that dame.
Who else?
His brother.
His brother?
His doctor.
His what?
His doctor. A perfumed girl doctor.
Called on him, huh? Like how often?
Like practically every day. A beautiful lady doctor. Was a thing a man could look forward to. Where you going? I ain't finished with my confession yet.
Oh, Slade Shannon. What a delightful surprise. No, it isn't either. I see you brought your aunt.
Slade, this is a doctor? It is. Your slip-showing, Doctor.
Well, let's all go inside and join the National Geographic, shall we?
You won't mind that I'm a bit disheveled, will you? My last patient thought he was a housefly. Tried to light on the chandelier.
Hand me that magazine, Slade. Thanks. You just lost your patient, Doctor.
That's it, girls. Have fun, but don't fight. I'm going to look around.
Don't go in there.
You leave him alone. He can go any place he wants.
Get out of my way. I told you can't go in there.
Pretty living room. Planning a trip, Doctor?
No.
That's good. Because this suitcase, it's kind of shabby for a career girl like you.
Leave it alone.
And the initials CR, what do they stand for? Tracy Jones in code? All this money. Hey, sailor.
Breathing down your neck, Neff.
Carlo's money. He could have made so many friends with it.
He gave it to me because I was going to cure him.
They cure it with murder now?
That must be a patient, Shannon. May I answer it?
Sure. We'll wait in your office. Come on, sailor. Get rid of him, Tracy. We got lots to talk about.
I will. I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry about anything. Let us go inside.
I can't very well argue with a gun, can I? What do you want, Ruiz?
My brother's money.
I don't have it.
No one has it. Is that not strange? Give it to me or you die as Carlo died.
It's in there in my office.
Good. Very good.
Why do you want to kill me, Juan? My brother, why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill
Carlo! He's not dead. But I had him killed.
Why do you
I had him killed. I'll kill him again. Kill him.
Watch it, sailor.
I'm killed.
Not anymore, Buster. Not anymore.
It was a trick.
A trick.
Yeah, sure was.
Nice going, Slade. How do you like my nephew, Doc?
Now listen to me. That money, I'll explain how I got it. I went back and I took it and I was going to turn it in.
The cops will listen. Get your smelling salts, Doctor. You're going to need them.
Did you have a good time, Slade?
Well, if you've been to a policeman's ball like we have, you've been to a policeman's ball like we have. More than that. Well, have you ever danced with a policewoman, sailor?
You ought to be proud, Slade. That was Senora Sergeant Babe Alvarez you danced with. She's got 6 notches in her gun.
7. She had a hard day today before the ball.
Aren't you proud of me, too?
Well, just because they made you honorary captain of Precinct 12?
Yes. And you're walking on my beat now. Pull over to the curb. That's right. Now come here. How'd you like that ticket? 2 in one night. My.
Get out the book, officer. There's going to be a crime wave tonight.
And so, our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest Bold Venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
You're twice as sure with 2 great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. Now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. The darkness of night covers the drabness of New York's East Side waterfront as the headlights of an automobile search their way between rows of dingy warehouses. Finally, they slow and come to a stop.
177, 179. According to Pagon's letters, Chief, this should be the warehouse.
Oh, Pagon's letter. Ken, just because that crook writes to you from somewhere in Panama...
Porto Colombre.
Well, wherever it is, I don't see why we had to come down here.
Chief, nobody I know can blunder into trouble the way Pagon can. He asked me to check up on the shipment of a small parcel for him, and he seemed pretty worried about it, so it may be worth a look. It'll take a minute. Come on.
Oh, the only thing ever worried Pagon is the size of a payoff. And what's he doing in Porto Colombre?
That's what I'm going to find out. Let's see now.
Well, there's somebody, Ken, working on that packing crate. Hi there. You in charge here? Hey, can't you hear me? I asked if you were in...
Look out, Chief. Well.
Ken, what in blazes was the idea of that?
You've got me, Chief. Let's look at that crate he was working on. See the address stenciled on it?
Yes, Senor Pagon Zellschmidt, Porto Colombre, Panama. Care of the Dalla Costa Import Company. And it's marked farm machinery.
Yeah. That's no farm machinery. That's TNT demolition charges. And there are 2 more crates just like this one.
Holy smoke. Now, what does Pagon want with that stuff? Ken.
Chief, United States troops are being withdrawn from Panama. We're giving up the air bases we need for defense of the canal. And Porto Colombre is only 20 miles from the Cazal zone.
20 miles from...
Yeah. Yes. Chief, I think I'd better go farming in Panama.
Oficina del señor Acosta.
Gracias. For usted.
Gracias, señor. Muchas gracias. Vaya con Dios.
Por nada. Adios.
Buenos días, señor.
Well.
Oh, you are Americano, señor.
Yeah, that's right, Miss Dalla Costa.
Oh, no, señor. I'm Maria Shalaya. Senor Dalla Costa is a good friend, so I sometimes help him with his office work. I'm really a professional, you see, a dancer.
I see, yeah. My name's Ken Thurston, senorita.
The way you say that, senor, should I know the name?
Maybe. I'm expecting a shipment of farm machinery from the United States.
Farm machinery? I do not recall.
Maybe you have it invoiced in the name of my my partner, Senor Zellschmidt.
No, senor, we're not handling any such shipment.
Oh, sure you are. Or it just slipped your mind. If you'll check your records.
No, but I'm positive, you see, we do not have any business with the United States.
Huh? I'd swear that invoice on your desk has a New York address on it. Suppose we look at it.
Do not bother, senor.
Huh? Oh. Interesting little gadget you have there, Maria. 32 caliber, isn't it?
See. At this short range, quite deadly. Baltasare!
Si, senorita. Was there something you wished?
Baltasare, this gentleman is most curious about farm machinery from New York. Perhaps you had better show him his curiosity is unwarranted.
Si, senorita. I would be happy to. Like this.
Huh. Oh, what the... Yeah, hello.
Hello? I wish to inquire what's new with my package shipment from New York. This is Senor Zellschmidt calling.
Pagon.
Yes, that's right. Pagan Zellschmidt, Hey. Is that you, Mr. Thurston?
That's right, Pagon.
Well, imagine that. I called the Dalla Costa Company in Porto Colombre and get you in New York. Must be crossed wires, huh?
Listen, you idiot. You got the Dalla Costa Company and you got me. And you've got a lot of explaining to do.
I have?
Yeah. About those packages you're expecting.
Oh, those. Well, I'm pretty busy right now. I have financial type executive, you understand. Maybe we could arrange an appointment, say, next week sometimes.
Pagon?
Okay. It'll cost me money, but what's that? I'll meet you at El Diablo.
El Diablo? Yeah, does it have a dancer by the name of...
Oh, sure. It's a nightclub-type cafe on the waterfront.
I'll be there in half an hour. And you'd better be there, too.
A most regrettable appointment, Senor Thurston. Most regrettable.
Hello. Where'd you come from?
I have been here for quite a while, Senor. Ever since Senorita Chalai and Baldassare left. I am Capitan Pasco of the police, at your service.
Yeah. What was that crack about a regrettable appointment, Fosco?
El Diablo can be a dangerous place for strangers, particularly for a man called Thurston.
Huh? How come you know my name?
While you were unconscious, I took the precaution to check your identification. And I've reached the conclusion that we might possibly be here on the same mission.
That'd be cozy. What's your mission, Fosco?
Seeking El Tigre.
Oh, the tiger. Who's that?
The leader of a large organization of bandidos, senor. They operate in this territory. Very vicious, very dangerous.
Too bad. But why should I be interested in your local thugs?
For a very good reason, senor. El Tigre has been spreading anti-government propaganda among our people. A familiar pattern, is it not, senor?
So that's it. You figure this El Tigre wouldn't mind setting up his own little dictatorship around here?
It would not be the first time a bandit leader has tried that trick. And the United States does have a slight interest in certain properties some 20 miles from here. It might prove unfortunate if the surrounding territory were unfriendly.
Yeah, only it takes arms, ammunition to pull off a stunt like that. Any idea where the tiger's getting him?
The steamer Santa Margarita is due to dock within 2 hours. I have reason to believe that she carries farm machinery, tractors, from the United States. Does that mean anything to you, senor?
Suppose I give you my answer at the docks, when the Santa Margarita comes in.
Excellent, senor. But what will you be doing meanwhile?
Keeping a regrettable appointment, Fosco, at Cafe El Diablo.
I am sorry, senor, but Senor Zellschmidt has not come into El Diablo as yet. If you would care to have a table and wait for him...
Yeah, maybe I will.
What is it, senor? Is there something wrong?
No, not at all. I just noticed your dancer.
See. Talented is she not, senor?
Yeah, very. Never mind that table.
Oh, then the senor is not going to wait?
I'll wait, all right. In the dressing room of your dancer, Maria Shalaya. Hello, Maria. So this is where you work when you're not helping Dalla Costa?
Now that you have found me here, Senor Thurston, what do you wish?
I just wanted to congratulate you on your act.
Gracias. I do not dance too badly, I think.
Maybe that wasn't the act he was talking about, baby.
Well, didn't know you had company, Maria.
Sure she has, Thurston. Me and this.
Eduardo, not the gun. You promised me.
It's no go, baby. You don't get anywhere just trying to scare the man called X.
Yeah. You found that out a couple of years ago, didn't you, Lewis?
There was a bum rap you hung on me in New York, Thurston.
Oh, sure. You were only running a draft evasion racket, counterfeiting war-saving bonds, just kid stuff. How'd you break out and get down here, Lewis?
I can wait. It's not at Lewis anymore. It's Dalla Costa.
The big import man. You wouldn't have another alias, too, would you?
Like what, for instance?
Like El Tigre.
El Tigre?
Shouldn't have said that, Thurston. That was a mistake. Looks like I'll have to break my promise to Maria about the gun after all.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Ken Thurston is in Puerto Colombre, Panama, on the trail of explosives being shipped down there, disguised as farm machinery. Explosives he suspects are going to be used by a bandit chief named El Tigre, who has plans for setting up a little dictatorship within 20 miles of the Panama Canal. Now in the dressing room of the beautiful Maria Chelyai, Ken faces the gun held by Dalla Costa, the former New York hoodlum.
You're not getting any answers here, Thurston. Maybe you don't scare off, but there's one way that won't miss.
No, Eduardo, you can't shoot. You give me that gun.
Let go, Maria, before I blast you,
Not
too.
today, Dalla Costa. Oh. Well, that's better. Thanks for the help, Maria, but how come?
I'm not a particularly good person, Senor Thurston. I thought you were trying to take Eduardo back to the United States, so I tried to scare you away. But one thing I will not do is betray my country. And if he is truly El Tigre...
I didn't say that, Maria. But whoever El Tigre is, he's got to be stopped.
Then let me help you. I will work to find him and the explosives. Then perhaps he will not be suspicious of me any longer.
Yeah, perhaps. Let me know how you come out.
But you are leaving Dayacosta here.
Why not? I can't prove anything on him.
Then what are you going to do?
One way of making a tiger harmless is by pulling his teeth and claws. Captain Fosco will help me do that when the Santa Margarita docks.
But you are too late, Senor Thurston. She docked this morning. Her cargo is already ashore.
You sure of that?
Positive. We've already cleared certain items through customs.
Let me have that phone, Maria.
Here it is.
Thanks. Police headquarters, fast. Enseguida.
What is it? Ken, what are you going to do?
Get some answers from Captain Fosco. Hello. Hello. Capitan Fosco, please. Fosco, yes, that's right. Huh. Oh, I see.
Is something wrong? Is he not there?
Apparently never has been, Maria. There's no Captain Fosco with the Porto Colombre police.
Tell you, senor, no one by that name has been in the customs office today. Of course, yes, I am certain. He what? He's coming in the door now? One moment, please. Pardon me, would you be Senor Thurston?
That's right, why?
Oh, there's a phone call for you here, sir.
Huh?
If you would care to take it.
Sure, thanks. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. You know what? I can't meet you at El Diablo. I was detained by important business, you understand?
Those packages that arrived on the Santa Margarita?
Yes, no. I'll contact you later. Goodbye, Mr. Thurston.
Pego. Was Senor Zelsbert in here earlier?
Si, senor. Paying duty on some imports.
You checked them, of course.
Check them, senor? Farm machinery from the United States? With the duty paid?
Uh-huh. You wouldn't happen to know what he did with the stuff?
But I do, senor. It was transferred to a fishing boat that was sailing for Dos Flores.
Dos Flores?
Si, a small island off the coast. There is nothing on it but jungle and the ruins of an old Spanish mission.
Sounds like an ideal place to start a farm.
You are right. What would Senor Zellschmidt want with the farm machinery there?
That's a very good question. Hello, Capitan Fosco.
My dear amigo, Senor Thurston. I did not expect you at the dock so soon. I am surprised.
Yeah, so was I. When I called the Porto Colombre police.
I see. The fact remains we are both concerned with El Tigre, and I believe I am correct in saying that we are both interested in the island of Dos Flores.
Does that bush you're beating around have any point, Fosco?
Senor, I have a speedboat waiting. We could reach Dos Flores well ahead of that fishing boat, if you would care to trust me.
Okay. Let's go to Dos Flores.
This has been a pleasant journey, has it not, Senor Thurston? Not even the sight of another boat to spoil our enjoyment of the serene and peaceful sea.
I'm more interested in what lies up ahead, Fosco, on Dos Flores.
Then we shall land, Senor, and find out. This stretch of jungle beach should do nicely. So, now we will go up to the old mission.
Hold it, Fosco.
Senor, someone is approaching. Our landing has been detected. You have a gun.
Yeah, watch it.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Welcome to Dos Flores.
Pagon Zellschmidt.
Mr. Thurston, when in Panama, why not do as Romans do? Why don't you call me by my right name?
I can think of a lot of good ones right now. What's the one you have in mind?
What a question. El Tigre, of course. What else? What a dope.
How could I ever have been such an idiot?
It wasn't too tough for you, Pagan.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. But when they promised me such big money to come here and work for them, how could I resist? And all I did was order those packages for them.
All you did was let them use you as a front to get arms and explosives brought in here. So El Tigre could try to set up his own pretty little dictatorship next to the Panama Canal.
How does it happen you called yourself El Tigre, Senor John Smith?
This Baldassare told me to when he flew over here. It was a password or something.
Could have been a password of the firing squad.
Huh?
Well.
Mr. X.
Still walking around with a gun in your hand, Dalla Costa?
That's right. So you got things figured, huh, Thurston?
Sure. El Tigre gets arms and explosives through your fake importing company. Then they're stashed away out here to be handed for the revolution. Simple.
Right boy, Thurston. You got things figured out pretty good.
Well, you're not getting away with it.
Sure. Be a brave hero. Walk right into my gun, Thurston. Okay. You're close enough now.
He's going to shoot.
Oh, Mr. Thurston is dead. He's shot dead. I can't look.
Oh, shut up, you idiot.
Huh? Hey, it's that Della Costa that's got it.
Ken, are you all right?
Yeah, Maria, nice shooting.
I told you I would work with you, Ken. I follow you in my own boat. Thank the Dios I got here in time.
Senorita Chelaya, what a debt we owe you. You have rid us of El Tigre.
Thank you, senor. But you must be Captain Fosco, eh? Ken, have you learned?
Yeah. He's an agent for Panamanian intelligence, Maria.
Si, senorita. Well, shall we return to the speedboat? I have a radio aboard. I shall tell headquarters to send planes to round up El Tigre's men, and that El Tigre is dead.
Correction, Fosco. Tell them we're bringing El Tigre in with us.
Huh? But this Della Costa is dead.
Maria isn't dead.
What is this? A bad joke?
You said you followed us out here in your boat, Maria. But the sea was empty to the horizon when Fosco and I came out here.
Of course, senor. She must have been on the island all the time.
This is ridiculous. Can I save your life and you accuse me of this?
You weren't trying to save my life. You were trying to save your
So
own.
what? You
knew the game was up, so you tried to throw the blame on Dalla Costa. Make us think he was El Tigre instead of another stooge. Let's have that gun, Maria. Drop it. Drop it. No, that's better. You can relax now.
They've killed you before.
So, Senor X, the tiger's claws are really drawn now. It is over. The most dangerous beast in the jungle is tamed.
Yes. You know, there's a more dangerous animal than the tiger loose these days, Fosco. The human animal. Men and women infected with that old lust for power. And they're the most dangerous animals of all. Because they feed on their own kind. That's the breed we've got to destroy. All of them.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Listen, America's production depends on steel. Jobs depend on it. And steel depends on scrap metal. Help increase the production of the things you need. Help to keep employment high. Collect scrap iron and steel around home. Sell it into your local drive or call your local scrap dealer. Right away. Next week we have a story I really think you'll like. Its title is Guns on the Niger, and that gives only an inkling of what it's about. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt, so join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back and get a good grip on your nerves, if you can. Where are we going? Why, today we're going to accompany Mr. Harvey Benson through a fateful 24 hours of his life in a story I call No One on the Line. Our visit with Harvey Benson begins on a Wednesday evening in summer. Harvey, a self-made businessman, is smoking a cigar and reading the paper, while his wife, Linda, reads a book. It's really quite a picture of peaceful domesticity.
Well, that's that. Nothing much in the paper tonight, dear.
It's too bad your poker game tonight fell through, darling. I know how you look forward to Wednesday evening.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Good book you're reading?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's very exciting. It's a new murder mystery everybody's talking about.
I would have guessed it was rather dull from the way you've been looking at the same page for 10 minutes now.
Oh, was I? I must have been wool gathering.
Well, I guess I'll go... Oh, the phone. I'll get it, Linda.
No, sit still, Harvey. You're tired. I'll answer.
No, I insist, my dear. Hello. 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 That's funny. No one on the line.
Well, how strange. Maybe the phone's out of order.
No, I heard the click as someone hung up when I answered. Oh, but it's not worth wondering about. It's getting late. What do you say we turn in?
And now we join Harvey again at breakfast the following morning. It's getting late, but Harvey lingers over his coffee as if he had the whole day ahead of him.
Good coffee, this. Pour me some more, will you, darling?
Of course, Harvey. But, shouldn't you be leaving for your office, dear?
Oh, there's plenty of time.
But it's almost 9:30.
You seem very anxious to get me to the office, Linda. You're not trying to get rid of me by any chance.
Oh, well, of course not. But you said you had an important appointment this morning, and I just thought...
but the fellow will wait. My good coffee, this.
Harvey. Is there anything wrong?
Anything wrong?
Yes. You seemed a little odd the last day or two, and this morning...
And what's the matter with me this morning?
Oh, I don't know that anything is, but you do seem a little strange.
Strange? In what way, Linda, my dear?
Oh, I'm sorry if I've said anything to annoy you, but... Oh, I'll answer it.
Still, Linda, I'll answer it.
But, Harvey, it's probably...
I said I'll answer it. Maybe a call I've been expecting.
All right, Harvey.
Hello? 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 Strange, there's no one on the line. Same thing that happened last night.
Well, how peculiar. Oh, but that phone must be out of order.
Yes, I suppose so. Yet I could swear I heard someone hang up when I answered.
Oh, you must have been mistaken, darling.
I suppose so. You better give the company a ring, Linda.
Yes, I will, Harvey, right away.
Good. And now I do have to be going. See you tonight, darling.
So now we accompany Harvey Benson to his office. Because we're spending one complete day with him, remember? His office is large and luxurious, reflecting the success Harvey Benson has achieved in the world by hard work and constant vigilance. Once arrived there, Harvey plunges into his work. Until shortly before noon, the sound of the inter-office phone arouses him.
Excuse me, Mr. Benson.
Oh, yes, Miss Johnson?
Mr. Mungo is here to see you. Shall I send him in?
No, ask him to wait. I'd like to see you for a moment first, Miss Johnson.
Certainly, Mr. Benson. I'll be right in. Yes, Mr. Benson?
Sit down, please, Miss Johnson.
Yes, sir. I brought my book.
You won't need it. I just want to chat with you for a moment.
I don't understand, Mr. Benson.
I just want to talk to you, that's all. I don't believe you and I have ever talked before as person to person, have we?
No, sir, we haven't.
And you've been with me 7 years, isn't it?
7 years next month.
7 years, and we've never talked as equals. But then, I've never needed advice before. You've noticed that I never ask advice, I suppose.
Well, yes, I have, Mr. Benson.
Make your own decision and act upon it, is my motto. And yet, now I'm going to ask your advice as a woman, not as a secretary.
Well, I'll try to be helpful if I can.
Good. Now then, picture for yourself a woman who has always been very practical and, well, let's say rather cold. Suddenly this woman becomes dreamy and absent-minded. She stands for minutes at the window, looking at nothing. You speak to her. She doesn't hear you. What would you deduce from that?
Why, I'd say she was in love.
Excellent. Now, suppose this woman is married. Suppose on several occasions when her husband is in the room... You're following me, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Suppose on these occasions the phone rings and this married woman answers. And each time she tells the party calling he has a wrong number. What then?
Why, I suppose that could happen.
But now, Miss Johnson, suppose on several occasions the husband answers and the party at the other end hangs up without speaking.
Why, it sounds like someone trying to call the wife without her husband knowing about it.
Exactly. I felt sure I couldn't be wrong. But it's helpful to have your opinion and back me up. Thank you very much, Miss Johnson.
Why not at all, Mr. Benson.
And now, please send in Mr. Mungo.
Yes, sir, right away.
Mr. Benson will see you now.
Okay, sister. Good morning, Mr. Benson.
Come in, Mungo, and close the door.
Sure, Mr. Benson.
Sit down.
Yeah, sure.
You have the information for me?
Everything's right here in my report.
Good, let's have it.
I checked thoroughly on the 4 names you suggested.
And which one was she meeting?
I only witnessed one meeting, Mr. Benson. The other time she gave me the slip.
Then you don't know your business.
Well, what she did was go to Duke and Baker's department store, take a dress into one of the fitting rooms, and then leave by another door. I couldn't very well follow her there.
You should have managed it somehow. Never mind that. What did you learn?
I'll give you the general report first before mentioning names.
All right, do so, but don't dawdle about it.
Yes, Mr. Benson. As you'll see, I've called the 4 individuals you suggested parties A, B, C, and D.
Yes.
Now, party B, Mrs. Benson knew before her marriage, but I found no evidence they have ever communicated since.
Yes, go on.
Parties C and D she also knew before she became Mrs. Benson, and from time to time she's seen both of them since. But those meetings appear to have been accidental.
Maybe so. Get on with it.
But party A, the architect one, I traced him back to Atlanta. That's his hometown.
Yeah? She comes from Atlanta, too.
Yes, they went to high school together, were sweet on each other for a year or 2. He used to keep her picture in his room.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah. And since he reached New York 3 months ago, he's phoned her 4 or 5 times, according to the switchboard operator at his apartment house.
Yes, of course. I remember how excited she was when they met at the Jennings dance 2 months ago.
And 3 days ago, get this, when Mrs. Benson was downtown shopping, she dropped into Rass for lunch, and she ran into him there.
No doubt it was a planned meeting.
It was very cleverly done. Then they sat for 2 hours talking, and... well, that meeting was no accident.
No, of course it wasn't. Donald Arkwright. Yes, I was sure of it.
Yes, sir. But if you want me to keep on following him...
No. It's time for more decisive steps.
I don't understand.
You're not supposed to. But if you knew me better, you'd know that the moment my mind is made up, I act.
I see, Mr. Benson.
And I propose to act now. So send me your bill and forget the whole affair.
Very good, Mr. Benson. I'll forget the whole affair. I'm very good at that. Good day, Mr. Benson.
Goodbye.
Hello, Donald Arkwright speaking.
Oh, hello, Arkwright. This is Harvey Benson. You remember me, Linda's husband?
Yes, of course, Mr. Benson. How are you?
Fine, thanks. I'm calling because I need an architect.
Oh, and you wanted me
Yes,
to...
I'm going to put up a summer place out on Long Island, and I wanted you to draw the plan.
Well, that's great, Mr. Benson. Now, what kind of site have you?
I'll do better than tell you. I'll show it to you. That is, if you're free to drive out with me this morning.
Well, now, I do have an appointment.
Cancel it. This will be well worth your while, I assure you.
Well, all right, I will, Mr. Benson.
Good. Then I'll pick you up in my car. Say about 45 minutes.
All right, that'll be fine. I'll be looking for you.
Good. I'll see you shortly then. We'll have lunch on the way. Miss Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Benson?
I'm leaving for the day. Cancel any appointments I may have.
Now Harvey Benson leaves his office, and we follow him to the garage where he keeps his cars.
Well, Joe, you have my car ready?
I got it right here, Mr. Benson. But look, don't you want to take the new coupe?
No, I said I wanted the sedan.
Yeah, sure, but since that little accident Mrs. Benson had, the sedan ain't in too good a shape.
It'll do for today.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is it ain't safe.
I'm not worried. You put in plenty of gas?
Yep. 5 gallons, Mr. Benson. But look now, don't take no chances with them brakes. They don't hold worth a cent.
I'm aware of that.
And that right-hand door, it sticks something terrible.
What of it? What do you care?
Oh, I just thought
Well,
I'd
don't.
Golly, he's certainly in a hurry. With them brakes the way they are, he'll kill somebody if he ain't careful.
At 87th Street, Harvey Benson picks up his passenger, Donald Arkwright. And several hours later, they are far out in a lonely section of Long Island.
Just a quarter of a mile more, Arkwright. Up ahead on top of those cliffs. That's where my lots are.
I surely appreciate your asking me to prepare the plans, Mr. Benson.
Linda suggested you for the job. Said you were a first-rate architect.
Well, that's swell of her. I wasn't even sure she'd remember me.
Oh, she remembers you very well. I could see how happy she was to meet you at the Jennings party.
Yeah, I was tickled that she recognized me. After all, it's 6 years since we last met.
Well, why shouldn't she recognize you? After all, you were sweethearts, weren't you?
Well, I suppose you could have called us that. We did have some good times together. Riding, hiking, and dancing.
Well, it's plain she still thinks a lot of you. Now, there's the site. Right up ahead.
Oh, yes. Smack on the edge of the cliff, huh? Well, you'll have a nice view all the way across the sound.
80 feet sheer to the water. Not another house in miles. Look, you can see all the way down to the rocks from the bend in the road here.
Well, those waves sure are kicking up a fuss. A man wouldn't last long down there.
No? No, not long.
But you don't have to worry. I'll build you a house that'll never slide over the edge.
I'm sure you'll never give me any cause to worry. Well, here we are. Have to pull the car a bit off the road, though, to park.
Oh, pretty steep here.
Yes.
I'll have to put in a retaining wall. Terrace the ground, I guess.
There. I got her off the road. We'll leave her here, where we'll have room to turn around when we're ready to start back.
Sure hope you have good brakes. I'd hate to slide over onto those rocks down there.
I'd hate to myself. Oh, want to get out and block the wheels for me?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, door won't open. Seems to be stuck.
That's right, that door does open hard. Never mind, I'll get out on this side and block them.
Well, say, aren't you forgetting to set the brakes?
Not necessary.
But this slope is steep here.
I know what I'm doing.
But look, the car's moving already. It's starting to roll forward.
Yes, it is, isn't it? And it'll keep on rolling.
Mr. Benson? I can't stop your car. The brakes won't hold. Mr. Benson, it's gone over the cliff. It's gone over the cliff!
Harvey stands there, watching the car roll toward the edge, while his passenger struggles frantically to get out. It only has 10 feet to go, 5 feet, and then on the very edge, the wheels twist against a rock, and the car stops. Harvey runs down the slope and reaches the spot just as Donald Arkwright manages at last to scramble out.
Mr. Benson, you did that on purpose.
Yes, Arkwright, I did.
You tried to kill me.
Exactly, I tried to kill you.
But why? You must be crazy.
No, Arkwright, only myself. If you knew me better, you'd know that no one tries to take anything away from me without suffering for it.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. What's mine is mine. And everything that's mine, I keep.
You are crazy. I can see it.
Get away from me. Take your hands off of me. No, Arkwright, you haven't a chance.
Yes. Let me go, I say.
You'll do nothing. In this world, a man has to be strong and ruthless to stay on top. And I'm both.
No, you're pushing me toward the edge. Let me go.
You're going over, do you hear? You're going over.
No!
For a moment, Harvey stands, glaring down at the white-capped waters that have received his victim. Then he turns to the car. A quick twist of the steering wheel, a push, and the car is gone. Then Harvey turns away, back to the road. He walks a mile, 2 miles, 3, until he gets a lift from a driver who takes him to the nearest state police barracks, where State Police Sergeant Thomas hears his story.
Mr. Benson, you say you got out of the car to block the wheels, and the car started rolling forward?
Yes, Sergeant. Arkwright tried to open the door, but it stuck. The car was at the edge by the time he got it open. He jumped, but he was too late.
I see. All right, I have the details straight.
It was horrible, Sergeant. He was my friend. There was nothing I could do to help. Nothing.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Benson. You were quite alone at the time? No witnesses?
No, we were miles from the nearest house. Why do you ask?
Well, because there's a Boy Scout camp about a mile from there, Mr. Benson. I thought some of the boys might have been within sight.
Oh, no. There wasn't anyone in sight.
I see. Well, I guess that's all, Mr. Benson. It's just about dark now, so we probably won't recover the body before tomorrow. I'll notify you the minute we do, so you can identify your friend.
And so, late in the evening, Harvey returns home to find Linda waiting for him anxiously.
Is that you, Harvey?
Yes, my dear, it is.
Well, I waited in as long as I could, and then I went ahead and ate. Shall I fix you something now?
No, thank you. I've eaten. Let's sit down, Linda. I'd like to talk to you.
Why, of course, Harvey.
Did you have the phone fixed?
The phone? Oh, no, I called the company, but they said there was nothing wrong with it.
I see. Well, they were quite right. I discovered that the trouble was from another source.
I don't think I understand you, Harvey.
Linda, my dear, do you consider me a fool?
Well, of course not.
Don't you suppose that I've known what was going on for some days now?
Just what do you mean, Harvey?
When a woman suddenly takes to mooning around the house, staring out the window, not answering when she's spoken to, the signs are unmistakable.
Are you speaking about me, Harvey?
And when that same woman gets several phone calls while her husband is in the room and each time tells the caller, "I'm afraid you have the wrong number. There's no one here by that name." It would be a very stupid husband indeed who failed to notice.
Yes, I suppose it would.
But the crowning touch was those calls when there was no one on the line. One several days ago, one last night, and now one this morning.
But, Harvey...
I answer and there's no one on the line. But who's there when you answer? That's what I want to know, Linda. Well, what have you to say?
There isn't much I can say, Harvey.
Oh, then you admit it. Those calls were from someone I wasn't supposed to know about. Someone you're in love with.
Yes. Someone I'm in love with. Someone I've been trying to bring myself to tell you about.
Someone you've been meeting at Tawdry Rendezvous.
Nothing of the kind. We've met, yes. But they've been perfectly innocent meetings, lunch, and a walk in the park. Nothing worse than that.
You're a fool to expect me to believe that.
Yes, I suppose I am. And yet it's the truth.
Well, it doesn't matter. But may I inquire what your plans are?
I want a divorce, Harvey.
So that you can marry this unknown who telephones you and then hangs up when I answer.
Yes. And I'm sorry that ever happened. It was my fault. I suggested it. You see, I was afraid of you, Harvey.
Afraid? Of me? Of your loving husband?
I was. But I'm not anymore. I only want to be free of you. Free to marry the man I really love.
Very interesting, my dear, but slightly impractical. Do you really think I'd let anyone take you away from me?
I'm afraid you have no choice.
Well, you're wrong. It's you who have no choice. You're penniless, Linda. You have no family, no money, no training. You have only me.
What are you trying to say?
I'm just leading up to a story I have to tell you, Linda. A very tragic story which occurred only this afternoon.
And so Harvey tells Linda the story of the afternoon's events. Well, not the true story, of course, but she guesses the truth as he speaks and recoils in horror when he is finished.
Oh, you've killed him. You deliberately murdered him.
Nonsense. It was a tragic accident. The police have already exonerated
You
me.
killed him? Oh, no. No, I don't believe you. You're just trying to torture me.
You know me better than that. You know that what I have, I keep at any cost.
Then you did kill him. You're a murderer.
Don't be hysterical, my dear. I shall be forced to discipline you.
I'm going to the police. I'm going to tell them the truth.
Linda, come back here.
No, you can't stop
Linda,
me.
come back.
Come back, I say.
Linda is gone before Harvey can get to the door. Harvey pauses, irresolute. Then he shrugs, turns back, sits down, lights a cigar.
Good cigar. I must remember to order another box.
And so, Linda, you've rushed off to the police. In your heart of hearts, you hope that I'm lying. Your first move will be to rush to a telephone. You'll put a nickel and dial with trembling fingers. You'll hear the phone at the other end ring. And with beating heart, you'll wait, hoping against hope that Donald Arkwright will answer. But he won't. And then you'll know I've told the truth. Then, will you come back first, or will you go on to the police? I rather think you'll go to the police, for you are excited just now. And you'll return with a detective or two. I shall have to explain to them, tell them of your hysterical spells. Then you and I will be left alone. And in a day or two, I think we'll leave on a little trip. Yes, up to my hunting lodge, where we can be alone there. And we'll get to know each other well again. Very well. And in the future... the bell. So you're back already, Linda. I guessed wrong.
Just a moment, my dear. I'm coming.
Harvey crosses to the door, opens it, and recoils in surprise.
Good evening, Mr. Benson.
Well, if it isn't Sergeant Thomas. And I see my wife is with you.
Yes, we met in the lobby. She came back up with me. I'd like to come in.
Why, of course.
After you, Mrs. Benson. These other men will wait out here.
Thank you, Sergeant.
And now do sit down, Linda. And you too, Sergeant. Oh, cigar.
No, thanks. We might as well waste no time, Mr. Benson. We've recovered your friend's body.
Already? But surely you didn't come here to tell me that.
They know you killed him, Harvey. They know.
Please, Linda. You must forgive my wife, Sergeant. She's overwrought. I suppose she's been babbling some nonsense or other to you?
She told me a story. I don't think it's nonsense.
Of course it is. She's hysterical.
But there were witnesses, Harvey. There were witnesses.
What? That's absurd. There was no one within miles.
Except a camp of Boy Scouts. 4 of them with a scoutmaster were lying in the grass half a mile away when you drove up. They were watching for birds with field glasses.
You're lying.
And with natural curiosity, they turned their glasses on you. They saw your struggle on the cliff.
No, you're lying.
They went to another police barrack to report, or I'd have been here sooner. Here are copies of the affidavits they signed.
Affidavits?
Yeah. Look 'em over.
Affidavits. 5 of them. Yes, they seem to be in order. So there were witnesses.
I dare say their evidence is unshakable.
You haven't a chance, Benson. Well, those men outside are city detectives. Are you going to come quietly?
Yes. Why not? What else is there to do?
You're caught, Harvey, and I'm glad.
Yes, I'm caught. But precious little good that'll do you, Linda, because he's
Dead, do you hear? Donald Arkwright is dead.
Donald Arkwright?
Yes. You wonder how I knew it was he, don't you? Well, I hired a private detective.
Oh.
And he discovered that Arkwright had been phoning you, that you'd been slipping away to meet him. He managed to follow you to one of those innocent luncheons.
That luncheon? But that meeting was an accident.
A very clever accident, but not clever enough to save Arkwright, because he's dead, do you hear? And no matter what happens to me, I've beaten you.
You're insane. You always have been with your lust for power, and I never guessed it till now.
Fine words. But they won't change the fact that your beloved is dead and that I've taken him from you.
You killed Donald Arkwright because you thought I was in love with him. You've killed the wrong man.
No, I didn't. It was Arkwright. I know it.
Oh, no. Don Arkwright was just an old friend. The man I love is someone you've never met, whose name I see now you don't even know.
I don't believe you.
You've committed murder and you've been caught, and all for nothing.
No.
And that knowledge is worse to you than any punishment the law can inflict.
You're lying. It was Arkwright who phoned and hung up when I answered. I tell you it was. It couldn't have been anybody else. No. No.
Better answer it, Mrs. Benson.
No, I'll answer it. Hello? Hello? Hello!
This is the mysterious traveler again. Well, that was rather a hectic 24 hours for Harvey Benson, wasn't it? He shouldn't have been quite so sure of himself. It never pays. Those phone calls now. If you get any calls and find there's no one on the line, don't be quite as hasty as he was. You might get into a bad jam. I know someone else who didn't wait to make sure of his facts, and he... Oh, you're getting off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Ted Osborne, Mary Jane Higby, Jack Manning, and James Van Dyke. Original music was played by Doc Whipple. The Mysterious Traveler is written and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week over most of these mutual stations to a tale titled
Death Whispers Softly.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by the Mutual Network from our New York studios. Russ Dunbar speaking. What could have been in the little black box that led intelligence men, Nazi agents, and Mike Waring, the Falcon, on a chase of mystery and intrigue over 2 continents? You'll learn the answer when you hear Death Comes in Boxes, this Tuesday night's mystery on The Adventures of the Falcon. Tune in Tuesday for
the Falcon. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre, presented by Camel Cigarettes.
But, Countess, are you sure you want to put all your winnings on a single card?
Absolutely sure, my dear Duke.
Well, I don't know how it is in Russia, but here in Paris, it is very seldom that anyone wins on 3 cards in succession.
The game of faro is the same in Russia as anywhere else. But I wish to put the whole amount, 400,000 francs, on my next card.
As you wish, madame. I will deal.
Won.
No.
Look, I have won. Hey, Duke, you were wrong.
Yes. I was. Wrong.
Heavens. What's the matter?
Each week at this time, Camel Cigarettes bring you Peter Lorre in the excitement of the great stories of the strange and unusual, of dark and compelling masterpieces culled from the 4 corners of world literature. Tonight, The Queen of Spades by Alexander Pushkin.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre. Brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. Yes, just leave it to your T-zone to judge. Your T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, is your true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich, full flavor doesn't get highest rating with your taste, and if Camel's cool mildness isn't more than welcome to your throat. See if you don't find, like millions of other smokers, that Camels suit your T-zone to a T.
The story I'm about to tell you may not believe, but I assure you it actually happened. Now, the whole thing started one night when a group of young officers were having a game of cards at the rooms of Narumov of the Horse Guard. There were 5 of us there, including a lieutenant in the engineers named Hermann. He was the son of a German who had become a naturalized Russian. And he was an ambitious young man of strong passions and imagination, which he held in check by an even stronger will. Thus, though a born gambler at heart, Hermann never touched a card, for he considered his financial position did not allow it. Oh, I remember that night. At about 4 a.m, we all sat down to supper.
Oh, I'm not hungry.
How did you make out, Surin?
I lost.
You always lose, Surin. You must be very strong-minded to be so consistent.
If
you think he is strong-minded, how about yourself, Hermann? Me? Why me?
Now, you've never held a card in your hand or made a bet. And yet you sit here until 4 o'clock in the morning watching us play.
Well, Tomsky, you see, gambling interests me. It interests me very much. In fact, I'm a gambler at heart, but I'm not in a financial position to sacrifice the necessary in a hope for winning the superfluous. In other words, I cannot afford it.
That doesn't explain anything. We none of us can afford it.
Oh, Hermann's easy enough to understand. He's of German descent. Therefore, he's thrifty.
Right.
Now, it's my grandmother, the Countess Fedotovna, who baffles me. You know, she won't gamble either.
Oh, lots of grandmothers don't gamble. St. Petersburg is full of them.
Ah, yes, but they don't know the secret my grandmother knows.
Huh? Secret? What kind of secret does she know?
Something we'd all of us give a lot to possess. Yeah. A combination of 3 cards that can't fail to win at the faro table.
Oh, there's no such thing.
What are you trying to tell us?
Oh, let's go home. It's
Wait,
late.
Tomsky, I'd like to know more about the secret.
What do you care, Herman? You don't gamble.
Still, I'd like to hear about it.
All right. Many years ago, when my grandmother was a lot younger, she went to Paris. Oh, she must have been quite a sensation. The Muscovite Venus, they called her. Anyway, she gambled at faro with the Duke of Orleans. Lost a great deal of money. Much more than she could pay.
Yeah, who does?
Come on, keep quiet, will you?
Well, there was at that time a Count Saint-Germain in Paris. A mysterious figure that no one knew much about. Well, be that as it may, he revealed to my grandmother the secret of the 3 winning cards.
And did she win?
That night, she played again with the Duke d'Orléans.
Yeah?
Played the 3 cards, one after the other, doubling her bet each time. And all 3 won, and she recovered everything she had lost 10 times over.
Oh, a little hard on the Duke, don't you think?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he dropped dead, I believe. It was a long time ago.
Come on, Tomsky. Go on with the story.
Now, that's all there is. My grandmother never touched a card again.
You mean she knows how to pick 3 winning cards in succession, and you haven't succeeded in getting the secret out of her?
That's the devil of it. She had 4 sons, one of whom was my father, and yet she would never reveal the secret to any of them. Though it wouldn't have been a bad thing for them.
No, for you either, huh? I've had enough. I'm going home. Well, I'll go along with you. All right, come along.
Tomsky, tell me, this grandmother of yours, Countess Fedotovna, does she live in St. Petersburg?
Yes, with a ward of hers named Lizavieta. Poor girl, she is supposed to be my grandmother's companion, but slave would be a better word for it.
Your grandmother's a widow?
Yes. Oh, now, don't get your hopes up, Herman. She's a bit too old for you. She's 86 if she's a day.
Still, I should like to meet her.
No, there's not much chance of it, I'm afraid. She doesn't go about much anymore.
But I still should like to meet her, yes. I should like to meet her very much.
Well, Lizavieta?
Hello, Paul.
Don't tell me my grandmother is here.
No, but she is going to the embassy ball tomorrow. Tonight, I came alone.
Oh, while the cat's at home, the mouse will play, What's this I've been hearing about you?
About me?
All very romantic, I understand.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come, Lizavieta. You can't tell me that you don't know about the mysterious officer who's been standing outside the house for the last 2 weeks? About the notes he hands you when you get into the carriage with my grandmother? About the letters he sends by the milliner's girl?
Who told you?
Great friend of your officer. A lieutenant in the engineers named Herman.
Herman. Oh, yes, I think I've heard of him. Is he nice?
Oh, I like him very much. But he's a very determined young man and means to get what he wants. Personally, I wouldn't trust him. He has the profile of Napoleon and the soul of Mephistopheles.
Oh, good evening, Tomsky. Good evening.
Speak of the devil. Hello there, Herman. Lizavieta, may I present Lieutenant Herman?
Mademoiselle?
The man we were just talking about. Herman, this is Lizavieta Ivanovna. It's my grandmother's ward.
How do you do, Mademoiselle Lizavieta?
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Would you like to dance?
Yes, I would like to.
Good. See you later, Tomsky. Oh, this is paradise, Lizavieta. Holding you in my arms, feeling your heart beat against mine.
No, you mustn't say things like that. People will hear you. They'll talk.
I don't care.
They're talking already. Why did you make up that story about your imaginary friend to tell Thompson?
Because I didn't want him to know it was I, and I had to talk about you to somebody.
I hope the Comtesse doesn't hear about it.
Devil with her. It's not the Countess I'm in love with. It's you. Oh, Lizavieta, this is so wonderful. It makes up for all those nights I stood outside your house and...
Look, they're in the door. The Comtesse's coachman come to fetch me. I must go home.
When am I going to see you again?
I don't know.
Oh, but this is horrible. My heart is burning with things I want to tell you, but I can never see you alone. There must be some way.
There is a way.
Yes, how?
Take this.
Oh.
This is the key to the Comtesse's house.
Oh, Elizabeth.
Tomorrow night, we're going to the embassy ball. We'll be home at 2. If you let yourself into the house at about 11:30, all the servants will be asleep.
Yes, I will.
Go directly to the library. It's at the right end of the corridor at the top of the stairs. Wait for me there.
Right end of the corridor. Oh, you sweet Elizabeth. I adore you. Where's the Countess' room?
At the other end of the corridor. Why do you ask me that?
I don't want to get into the wrong room by mistake.
But now I must go.
Till tomorrow night at 2 o'clock. Au revoir, chérie. Mademoiselle, good night.
Good night, my child.
Comtesse, are you sure there's nothing you want me to do for you?
No, nothing, thank you, Lizaveta. I think I will just put my jewels away and sit quietly a while by myself. Good night.
Good night.
I am so tired. So very tired. I am too old to go.
Don't be alarmed, madame.
Who are you?
Please don't be alarmed, Countess. I have no intention of harming you, but please.
How did you get in my bedroom?
I have been waiting behind that curtain, waiting just for a chance to ask you a favor.
A favor?
Yes.
Of me?
Yes, a favor of you, madame. You can ensure the happiness of my life. It'll cost you nothing.
I don't know who you are, but you're mad.
No, I'm not. I happen to know that you can name 3 winning cards in order. And...
Oh, that was a joke.
No, it was not a joke. Oh, I can see it by your expression, madame. Madame, I want you to tell me those 3 winning cards. I do.
No.
But whom are you keeping that secret for, huh? Your grandsons, they are rich enough without it. Besides, they don't know the value of money, but I do. Your cards will not be thrown away.
No. It is accursed. It brings death.
I'll chance that. Of what use is it to you? Or is it connected with some terrible sin or some bargain with the devil, huh? I'm ready to take your sins upon my soul, only please reveal the secret to me.
No.
Please.
What
You won't catch. I'll make you answer.
No.
You have my happiness in your hands.
No.
I'll take you there.
No,
you won't speak, huh? I'll make you... She wouldn't tell me.
Are you all right? I heard voices. Comtesse, is everything... You...
Yes, it is I.
But I don't understand. Where's the Comtesse?
There she is.
Comtesse, what's the...
It's no use. She's dead.
Dead?
Yes, dead. She's taking with her the one thing I wanted in the world. Without which I don't want to face life.
You killed her.
Yes, but you're not going to say anything to her. No one knows I was in the house except you. You can't tell because you gave me the key.
But you killed her.
Yes, I killed her. She deserved to die. But now I'll never know her secret. Never. No one will ever know her secret. Unless she comes back to tell it to somebody.
In a few moments, Mr. Peter Lorre will bring us the climax of tonight's Mystery in the Air, when camels present Act 2 of The Queen of Spades.
Experience is the best teacher.
Remember the wartime cigarette shortage? Who doesn't? One thing about it, though, smokers who went through it really learned a lot about cigarettes.
They had first-hand experience with many different brands.
How true. Goodness, we certainly smoked whatever brands we could get in those days. I smoke so many different brands, I'm practically a walking encyclopedia about cigarettes. Well, I'm a Camel smoker now. And believe me, I know Camel's the cigarette for me, because I've compared so many brands.
Yes, smoking whatever brands they could get during the wartime cigarette shortage made people everywhere experts on judging the differences in cigarette quality. That experience convinced a host of smokers that they preferred the rich, full flavor and cool mildness of Camel. Result?
More people are smoking Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel yourself.
So the Countess is dead, and now the funeral is in progress. What a stupendous funeral. The huge church is banked with flowers, all the way from the doors to the catafalque where the coffin rests. And such a distinguished group of mourners. It almost seems as if all Imperial Russia is there.
Topsy. Sad occasion, eh? Yes. Well, I suppose the old girl had to go sooner or later. Oh, there were times when I doubted she ever would.
What'd she die of?
Well, heart attack, they said. What?
Oh, I've heard rumors. You know how those things are. Something about bruises on her throat.
Oh, no. No, nothing to it, no. The doctor said she could have inflicted those herself when she had trouble breathing.
Hello, Tomsky. My condolences.
Oh, thank you for coming, Herman. That's very nice of you. You never met my grandmother, did you?
No, I didn't, but that's no reason I shouldn't show my respect. After all, you're my friend.
I beg your pardon, but would you gentlemen care to view the remains before the services commence?
I suppose I should, anyway.
Oh, yes, by all means.
I'll come, too, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Thank you.
Come along. Doesn't she look peaceful? Poor old girl, I was fond of her.
Wait, did you see that?
What? See what?
Look, one of her eyelids moved.
What?
I tell you.
Come on, be quiet.
But I saw it. Her eyelids moved as if she winked at me. As if she winked.
Splendid.
A fine example of an army officer fainting at a funeral.
No, maybe he's sick. Come on, help me carry him out of here.
I know. I shall never get to sleep. My conscience won't let me. Oh, why did I do it? Why did I go to that cursed funeral? Just because my conscience said you are the murderer of that old woman. I wanted to implore her pardon, but she winked at me. I could swear it, she did. Who's there? Who?
You do not recognize me. You have a short memory.
Countess,
I have come back from the beyond against my wishes. I have been ordered to grant your request.
Grant my request?
Yes. 3, 7, and ace will win for you, if played in succession.
3, 7, and an ace.
But only on these conditions.
Anything at all.
You do not play more than one card in 24 hours. And that you never play cards again during the rest of your life.
All right. I promise. 3, 7, and an ace. 3, 7, and an ace. Oh, I must remember it. 3, 7, ace. 3, 7, ace. Come in.
Oh, there you are, Herman. Are you all right?
All right. Yes, all right. Yes, I'm all right.
That's good. We were worried about you. We hadn't seen you since you collapsed at my grandmother's funeral.
That was terrible, Lieutenant, and an officer shouldn't faint. I hope you'll forgive me for what happened yesterday.
Oh, that's all right. Could have happened to anyone. But it wasn't yesterday, you know. It was the day before.
Day before? Oh, I don't remember that.
You must have been pretty sick to lose a whole day like that. What got into you?
Chomsky, will you do me a favor?
If I can, what is it?
I've heard a lot about a certain Chekalinsky and the gambling that goes on at his house every night.
Oh, yes. Chekalinsky has practically spent his whole life at the card table.
That's what I heard.
Oh, he's amassed millions at it, but what...
I should like to go there.
Oh, you want to watch them play faro at Chekalinsky?
No, I want to play.
You want to play?
Yes.
What's happened to you, Herman? I thought you couldn't afford to gamble.
Yes, but now I can. You see, I have a little legacy left from my father. And
Congratulations.
I feel I'm in luck. When can you take me?
Anytime.
Tonight?
Yes, if you feel up to it.
Good, that's very good. We'll go to Chekalinsky's tonight, huh? Chomsky, honestly, I've never seen such a magnificent establishment. Never in my life have I seen such a place.
Well, it's all paid for by fellows like you who felt they were in luck. Look, there's Chekalinsky at the faro table.
Where? Oh.
Come on over. I'll introduce you. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Good evening, Chomsky.
Chekalinsky, I want you to meet a friend of mine, Lieutenant Herman. Herman, this is the famous Chekalinsky.
Good evening.
Enchanté.
Herman seems to feel particularly fortunate tonight. Do you suppose he could sit in and take a card?
A friend of yours? But of course.
Good luck, Herman.
Thanks.
Will you be kind enough to select your card, please?
Thank you. This is my card.
And how much would you like to bet, Lieutenant?
I would like to bet 47,000 rubles.
Forgive me, Lieutenant, but we only play for cash.
It's quite all right. I have it. Money's right here.
Are you crazy, Herman?
You're playing pretty high, Lieutenant. Nobody here has ever staked anything like that on one card before.
Well, do you accept it or don't you?
I accept it.
Then if you'll be kind enough to deal.
As you wish. 9, 3.
Herman has won. Look, his card is a 3.
Well, congratulations, Lieutenant. Do you want me to settle with you now?
If you please.
Here you are. 47,000 rubles.
No.
Would you like to try again?
No. Not tonight, but tomorrow night I'll be back to try another card.
Well, Lieutenant, what do you want to wager tonight?
Same stake as last night, plus my winnings, 94,000 rubles.
Just as you say. You have picked your card. I will deal. Knave. 7.
Look, Herman's won again. The card is a
There you are. 94,000 rubles.
Thank you, sir. I shall see you again tomorrow night.
Here tonight.
I don't believe he'll show up. He'd be a fool to go.
Here he comes now, with Tomsky. Now, he can't win 3 times in a row. It is impossible.
Gentlemen, quiet, please. Well, Lieutenant Herman, how much do you wish to bet tonight?
Same stake, plus my winnings. Here it is. 180,000 rubles.
On one card?
Yes.
Herman, don't you think that...
Please be quiet, Tomsky. I know what I'm doing.
Gentlemen, please. Will you choose your card, Lieutenant?
I have it. Will you please deal?
Queen. Ace.
I win again. Ace wins. Here it is.
Huh? If you'd been holding an ace, you would have won. But you haven't an ace. You have a queen, and it loses.
What do you mean?
You weren't holding an ace, my dear fellow. You have the Queen of Spades.
Queen?
Look
Queen
at it yourself.
Queen of Spades? What? It isn't possible. I have... Yes, it is. Yes, it is the Queen of Spades, huh? Now I see it, but... Look, it isn't the Queen of Spades. It's the Countess. Look, see the resemblance? Yes, oh. She's tricked me. She's deliberately tricked me.
What are you talking about?
Your grandmother, the Countess. She told me 3, 7, and 8.
She told you?
Yes,
Well, you never met her.
I did meet her. I waited for her one night in her bedroom, and I pleaded with her. But she refused to tell me. She refused to tell me her secret. And then I took her by the throat.
And you killed her.
Huh?
You took her by the throat and strangled her.
I killed her, yes, but she didn't tell me that. But then one night she came back. She came back from the grave, and she told me 3 cards. It was 7. But she lied. She lied to me. Oh, that dirty woman. She's gotten her revenge. I've lost all the money I had in the world, but I don't care anymore. But I'll show her. Let go!
You murdered the Countess. You're hanged for that.
Let them hang me. Let them hang me. I'll get even with her. Beyond the grave, I'll get even with her.
He's gone mad.
I'll be glad when they hang me. I'll be glad when they hang me.
But they didn't hang him. He's spending the rest of his life in room 17 of the Obukhov Hospital. He never answers any question, but constantly mutters the same things.
3, 7, ace.
And free Camels to Servicemen's Hospital from coast to coast. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, American Lake, Washington, U.S. Army and Navy General Hospital, Hot Springs, Arkansas, U.S. Naval Hospital, Brooklyn, New York, U.S. Marine Hospital, Detroit, Michigan, and Veterans Hospital, Perry Point, Maryland.
There are many doctors among America's millions of camel smokers. In fact,
according to a nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
this survey was made by 3 leading independent research organizations who questioned 113,597 doctors living in every state of the Union. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor? The brand named most was Camel.
Next week, Mystery in the Air, starring Mr. Peter Lorre, brings you one of the greatest American classics of all time, The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe, with a special musical score composed and conducted by Paul Barron.
Mr. Pipe Smoker, do you get the greatest possible enjoyment from your pipe? Do you pack it full of mellow, mild Prince Albert? Prince Albert, you know, is a rich, full-flavored tobacco, specially made for smoking pleasure. Specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Crimp cut to burn slow, smoke cool. No wonder more pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco. See if Prince Albert doesn't give you a better smoke. Be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night for a rollicking half hour of folk tunes and humor with your favorite stars, Red Foley, Minnie Pearl, Rod Brassfield, and the rest of the Opry gang. And as Red's special guest, Judy Martin. Yes, folks, Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night over NBC.
Listen again next week at this same time when the makers of Camel cigarettes present Mr. Peter Lorre in Mystery in the Air. The artists supporting Mr. Lorre tonight were Henry Morgan, Lorene Tuttle, Peggy Weber, Ben Wright, Louis Van Ruten, Stanley Waxman, Jack Edwards Jr., and Rolf Sedan. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel.
This is NBC,
the National Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Ellery Queen. For all you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, a rebroadcast of radio's thrilling mystery drama, The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Now, here's Ernest Chappell to introduce the guests and the show.
Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unraveled. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are Miss Marjorie Lawrence, Metropolitan Opera star, and Mr. Beverly Kelly of the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey combined shows. And now, Ellery Queen, master detective and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight we tell you the strange mystery of the ghost in the mountaintop cave. I call it The Adventure of Dead Man's Cavern.
Hello? But Mr. Queen doesn't know anyone in Canoka, New York, operator.
Canoka, New York. Give me that phone, Nicky.
Why the excitement, Mr. Queen?
Hello, operator. Ellery Queen. Put her on, please.
Put her on.
Hello, Grace?
Ellery, how's the mastermind?
It's grand to hear your voice, darling.
Darling?
What are you doing at your Adirondack Lodge, Grace?
Stretching my soul. How'd you like to join me this weekend?
It's a date. How about my gang, Dad, Veely, and my secretary?
Well, really?
Sure, I'll have a lodge full anyway. Wait a minute, dear. I'll look up the train schedule.
You bet, darling. I'll hold on.
Ellery Queen, if you think I'm going to kick my heels around an Adirondack love nest while you and some shameless woman...
Grace? Oh, why, Nicky, she's Dr. Grace Grayson. Probably the most famous living woman physicist. An old friend.
Oh? How old?
About 50, Nicky.
Oh.
Ellery?
Yes?
There's a 9:45 out of Grand Central Saturday morning. I'll pick you and your folks up at Canoka Station. Well, it ought to be fun.
Grace, I don't like that laugh. What have you got up your sleeve?
Oh, Fiend. The fact is you can help catch a murderer this weekend.
I thought so. Who is he?
A gentleman known as the Strangler.
A strangler? That sounds grim. How many people has he killed?
29 at last report. Well, see you Saturday.
Strangler. I could strangle you, Grace. Stringing me along about catching a murderer who's been dead over 100 years. Why didn't you tell me he's the ghost of a local legend?
Well, I wanted to excite your curiosity, Ellery. Refill Inspector Queen.
Don't mind if I do, Dr. Grayson.
I'm getting plastered on this mountain air. So you got a ghost up here, huh, Doc?
Lives in a cave near this lodge, you said?
Yes, called Dead Man's Cavern.
Your three other guests seem mighty interested in that haunted cave, Grace.
Mr. and Mrs. Gabriel and Ernest Withers? Well, I suppose I ought to warn you. Hector Gabriel and Ernest Withers are supernaturalists, spend their lives running down ghosts. Here they come. Going to join us on the porch, gentlemen?
Oh, Gabriel, you're a gullible idiot. The way you were taken in by that ectoplasm trick in Seattle.
Well, you would have been fooled, too, Withers.
Oh, really? Remember how I exposed that crowd of fake mediums in Nashville, Gabriel? But you were ready to tell the whole world. You annoy me.
Sit down, boys. Now, that's the way it's been with those two for 20 years, Ellery. Friendly enemies.
Mr. Gabriel, I'm told you have the largest, most valuable library of psychic works in the world.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Queen. Eh, Withers?
Lucky dog. You've got books I'd give my right arm for.
Dr. Grayson tells us you two gentlemen are up here to investigate that haunted cave, Mr. Withers.
That's right, Inspector.
We're going to conduct a scientific experiment.
Now, see here, Hector Gabriel. I'll let you and Withers turn my lodge into a psychic laboratory, but don't drag the respectable name of science into it.
Are there actually psychic manifestations, Grace?
Oh, Lord, some lug in 1840 began strangling people in that cave, and ever since then, they've...
What's that?
Sounds like a wolf or something.
Listen. Why, that's the moan, Gabriel, the ghost sound.
Now someone's screaming. That's no ghost.
Sounds like my wife. Told her Miss Porter to go walk in the woods, and
Here they come, running. Wife, Mrs. Gabriel.
Hold it, dearest.
Oh, Mr.
Oh, there.
Nicky, what happened? We were walking in the woods, Inspector, when
That ghastly moaning started from the direction of that cave. Mrs. Gabriel got frightened. Hector, please. Don't you and Mr. Withers go near that cave. It's haunted.
Why, Huldah, that's what Withers and I came here for.
Yes, Mrs. Gabriel, if those moans were made by a ghost, it's our duty to psychic science.
Now, see here. Those sounds are a natural phenomenon. Nothing ghostly about them.
Then what made that noise, Dr. Grayson?
My dear child, the cavern probably has a peculiar rock structure which causes it to catch the wind at the top of the mountain and then expel it with a moaning sonic effect.
There it is again.
Sure sounds funny, Ellery. What do you think?
I think, Dad, we'd better have a look at Dead Man's Cavern. Grace, must we go through these woods to get to the cave?
Yes, Ellery. No way of going around it. Sheer cliff on either side.
I wonder why the moan stopped with us.
Exasperating, Gabriel.
Hold it, everybody. Someone coming. Sounds like a big, heavy man.
Wasn't the strangler supposed to be big and heavy?
Oh, nonsense, Sergeant. It must be Hank Pete. Oh, I was right. Hi, Hank.
Howdy, Professor. You hear them moans from Dead Man's Cavern, too?
Yes, we're going to the cavern now. Hank, these are friends of mine.
How do you do? How do you do? All right, Billy, get moving.
Strangler's getting pretty restless lately.
Huh? Say, Daniel Boone, you don't believe in this ghost bunk, too.
Man gets to believe in a lot of things, mister. Living alone up here in the hills.
Just what is the story of this strangler, Mr. Gabriel?
Well, some mountaineer, Mr. Queen, over...
let me tell him, Gabriel. He lured wayfarers into the cave, you see, and strangled them for their money.
Nice fella.
What did he do with his victims' bodies?
There's a natural opening in the rear wall of the cave, like a window.
It overlooks the lake, Inspector, the same lake that's behind my lodge.
The strangler threw his victims out of that cave window into the lake 50 feet below.
And ever since, them folks he strangled keep a-moaning like you all heard.
Oh, of all the succotash, Hank, the brute was finally caught and hanged.
It's the ghost of the strangler. Murdered one of his victims all over again. Well, here we are.
Right at the top of my mountain.
Oh, there's a clearing here between where the woods stop and the entrance to the cave.
Hey, ain't that a wooden door covering the entrance to the cave?
Yes, Sergeant.
Let's cross the clearing.
Go ahead, Willie.
How come a door, Grace?
Hank Pete knows more about it than I do.
Some city fella a few years back put the door in, charged admission to see the haunted cave.
Was his name P.T. Barnum?
One night he was in here alone, and the moan started. He lit out like a buck deer, and he ain't been seen since.
Good stout door. Let's go in.
I think I'll stick right here by the entrance.
Sergeant, you'd never make a physicist.
Or a psychic research worker either. Interesting cavern, eh, Mr. Queen?
Yes, Mr. Gabriel, from what I can see of it in this gloom.
Solid rock. Door, walls, roof.
The roof is really the inside of the very crest of the mountain, Inspector.
And there's the window in the rear wall. Yes, this opening looks right out over the lake. Sheer drop of 50 feet.
What kind of experiment are you gentlemen intending to conduct here, Mr. Withers?
Well, Gabriel and I plan to spend an entire 24 hours in this cave, Inspector Queen, from 6 tomorrow morning until 6 a.m. the following day.
We'll take food, water, blankets, oil lamps, and a sound recording apparatus. We want to be in here when the moaning begins.
Very scientific, you see.
Go ahead, jeer, you female Philistine.
Billy, Dutch wine coming in.
Well, I got lonesome out there. Say, supposing you meet up with this ghost, don't you gents think you better pack a rod just in case?
If what's making them sounds could be shot, he'd be a dead ghost long ago.
We're taking every precaution against the possibility that the moans are caused by a human agency. We picked tomorrow for our vigil because the weather forecast for tonight is heavy rain, and the rain will soak down the loose earth of the clearing in front of the cave.
Yes, get it so soft that anyone approaching the cave will have to leave footprints in the mud. Well, let's go back, eh?
Yes, but you gentlemen will leave footprints when you cross the muddy clearing tomorrow morning.
We'll cross it barefoot to identify our own prints.
Appears to me like you two fellas aim to tinker with trouble.
My dear Pete, ghosts don't scare us. Gabriel, you have that new lock we brought out?
Yes, Withers. There. And the key remains in my pocket. Well, that's all until tomorrow morning at 6. If you want to see us off, you'll have to be up early.
We'll be up early, Mr. Gabriel.
Gosh, I'm sleepy, Ellery. Mrs. Gabriel and I had to double up last night, and she moaned all night long. Are the others following us?
All except Hector Gabriel. I wonder where Gabriel is. He bunked with me last night, but when I woke up this morning, he was already gone.
He must be waiting for us at the cave. Oh, look, Ellery. Is that the old woodsman Dr. Grayson mentioned last night?
Hank Peets? Oh, yes. Morning, Hank.
Queen.
Up early to see Mr. Gabriel and Mr. Withers start there watching the cave?
Mr. Queen, I just been over to the clearing at the edge of the woods. Somebody's in that cave.
What?
Cave door's open.
What's that, Hank? Cave door open?
Why, it can't be. Gabriel and I put a new lock on it yesterday, and he has the only key.
Come see for yourselves.
It must be your husband, Mrs. Gabriel.
Well, I don't understand it, Sergeant. But weren't Mr. Gabriel and Mr. Withers to go into the cave together?
Yes, we were.
Keep your shade on, Mr. Withers.
Take a look.
The prints of a small man's bare feet.
And they go perfectly straight across the mud of the clearing to the cave door.
Just one set of prints. Ingoing.
Why, he's tricked me. His word of honor we'd go in together. His word of honor.
I'm sure Hector wouldn't do anything dishonorable, Mr. Withers.
Well, these are his footprints, aren't they? There couldn't be anyone else's here. They're so small. Cheat.
Mr. Withers, you're a dreadful man.
Oh, it's probably a joke. Hector Gabriel!
Mr. Gabriel!
Hey, Mr. Gabriel!
Hector! Why don't you answer?
Something's wrong.
Dad, I'm crossing this clearing alone. Now, the two are to keep out of the way of Gabriel's footprints. If you have to follow me, detour too.
Right, son.
Dad, Billy.
Coming, Ellery. Come on, Billy.
I'm coming.
Something wrong, son?
What is it, Maestro?
Look. Gabriel. On the cave floor.
With all his supplies around him.
Dead. Dead about an hour, I'd say. Since 5 a.m.
Face contorted by a horrible fear.
And no wonder. Look at his neck. He's been strangled.
Well, son, I don't get it. Even these marks of strangulation are queer.
You mean the upward-pointing thumb impressions at the back of Gabriel's neck?
Yes. Why weren't the thumbprints in his windpipe?
Who was that?
It's Grace Grayson, Sergeant.
You and Hank Peets didn't mess up Gabriel's footprints in crossing the clearing, did you?
No, Ellery. We detoured, too. Poor Gabriel. I can't believe it yet. Hank, look at him.
Well, the ghost of the strangler, I told you.
Will you stop jabbering about ghosts, Daniel Boone?
You're scared. Get out of here.
Stop it, Hank. What are we going to do? Poor Holder's in a state of collapse. Nicky's trying frantically to calm her down, and that man with us hasn't uttered a word since this happened. Who did it?
Come outside. I want to show you something.
What is it, son?
The only way Gabriel's murderer could have got into the cave was the way Gabriel got in, by crossing this muddy clearing.
Well?
Well, where are the killer's footprints?
You didn't see no prints in this mud when we got here this morning, except the ones of Gabriel's bare feet, did you?
I see. Obviously, the strangler entered the cave some other way.
How, Grace? The only other opening into the cave is that natural window in the rear wall, which overlooks the lake. And that opening is 50 feet above the lake at the top of a sheer cliff.
The roof of the cave. Let a rope down.
We've been up there. It's covered with smooth mud.
And no human foot ever stepped on it.
And at the sides of the cave, it's sheer precipice, too. Oh, well, of course. The killer came here during the rain, which wiped out his prints. Lay in wait for Gabriel, who came when the rain had stopped.
What happened to the prints the killer made leaving?
That's not the important point, Dad. The killer couldn't have got into the cave before Gabriel, Grace. The door was locked with a new lock, and only Gabriel had the key, which is still on his person.
Then the killer used a grappling iron at the end of a strong line.
You mean throw a line up from the lake, Grace?
Yes. Someone stood in a boat on the lake below and threw up a grappling iron which corked the window.
Guess again, Dr. Grayson. An iron would have left scratch marks on the sill of the rocky opening.
And there ain't no scratch mark.
Then how do you explain it?
You're wasting your time. Ghosts don't need grappling irons. And they don't leave footprints.
Yes, Grace. Remarkable as it seems, it looks as if Hank Peets is right. From the setup, Hector Gabriel could only have been strangled by a ghost.
I don't know what I'm going to do. Huldah, stop. You've been crying a whole day and night.
But they took Hector away, Nicky. Why don't they let me go? I don't want to stay here.
What's the inspector up to? Keeps telephoning.
What's going on, Ellery?
I don't know, Grace. I'm still grappling with the problem of the strangler ghost.
Why,
the moans from the cave again.
Oh, don't be silly, Nicky. It's the wind.
The wind, is it? It's the ghost. The ghost who strangled Hector. They can't keep us all here to be murdered. I'm going.
Where are you going, Mrs. Gabriel?
Oh, Dad.
Billy, shut that door and set your back against it.
Right, Inspector. Ghosts, huh?
Miss Gabriel, did I hear you say you were going somewhere?
Yes, Inspector. Home. And you can't stop me.
Miss Gabriel, I've done a lot of investigating by phone in the past 24 hours. One of the things I've discovered is that your husband was a rich man.
Hector, I suppose so, but...
What is it, Dad?
I've had Gabriel's will checked, Ellery. He leaves nearly his entire estate, worth $2 million, to his wife, Huldah.
You mean you think I killed Hector?
Your husband was almost 20 years older than you, Mrs. Gabriel.
Oh.
Yes, quite possible.
Why, you're crazy. Next thing we know, you'll be accusing me of strangling Gabriel.
Exactly what I had in mind, Mr. Withers.
Wait, what do you mean, Inspector?
You and Gabriel were at each other's throats for over 20 years, Withers. Enemies.
Why, we were friendly enemies.
Also, he owned something you wanted bad, Mr. Withers.
Gabriel's library. The most valuable collection of books on psychic phenomena in the world.
Right, son. One of the things I found out in the past 24 hours is that Gabriel willed his psychic library to Ernest Withers.
But that's so absurd, Inspector, to kill a man for possession of some books.
You think so, Dr. Grayson? Maybe you'll agree that your motive was stronger.
My motive? To kill Hector Gabriel?
Dad, Grace involved with Gabriel.
She was his first wife.
Gabriel's first wife? Did you know that, Ellery?
No, I didn't, Nicky. Grace.
Surely you're joking, Inspector.
Depends on your sense of humor, Dr. Grayson. Fact is, Hector Gabriel ditched you to marry Huldah.
And you know what they say about a woman scorned.
So you think I killed Hector out of revenge for having thrown me over? I can see your point, Inspector. Only I didn't.
It's not any one of us. It was the ghost, I tell you. The ghost.
Ah, that ghost story is a lot of camouflage.
Yes. One of you three strangled Gabriel in that cave. Only question is, which one?
Now, who would that be?
Billy, see what it is.
Right,
Inspector. No, please don't open it.
Oh, it's just old Hank, the woodsman.
What do you want, Pete?
Thought you'd want to know.
We'd want to know what, Hank?
Right at the edge of the woods where you enter the trail from here, just a couple of yards from the lodge, there's a lot of loose stones. Them stones were slippery from the rain.
Well?
Alongside them slippery stones is a couple small juniper bushes. They've been smashed flat. I figures how this fella Gabriel slipped on them stones on his way to the cave yesterday morning and fell under them junipers.
Hey, that's a help, that is.
It certainly is, Sergeant. In fact, it clears up the mystery.
What do you mean, son?
I mean, Dad, that now I know the identity of the ghost of Dead Man's Cavern. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery of Dead Man's Cavern. Have you an answer to it? Well, suppose you compare solutions with our guest armchair detectives. Nicky, will you please introduce our guest?
Well, Ellery, our first guest tonight is Miss Marjorie Lawrence, famous metropolitan soprano. Stricken with infantile paralysis a couple of years ago, Miss Lawrence has fought against this dread affliction courageously and successfully, as evidenced by her recent triumph in the role of Isolde at the Met. Our second guest tonight is Mr. Beverly Kelly of the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Combined Shows, or, as all America calls it, the Circus, now playing at Madison Square Garden. Mr. Kelly has described the big top to millions over the radio and is well-known author of books and stories on circus life. All right, Elliot?
Thanks, Nicky. Miss Lawrence, who strangled Gabriel?
Well, I don't think anyone strangled him. I think that he slipped and fell on those stones under the juniper bushes.
Yes?
I think the moaning sounds came from natural means somehow. The wind through the rocks or something.
Yes?
So that's what I would say.
Well, thank you, Miss Lawrence. And now, Mr. Kelly, who do you think strangled Gabriel?
Well, Ellery, if those footprints outside the cave weren't so small, I think we could blame it on Gargantua. But I think I'm going to put my money on Gabriel's first wife and say that he fell from grace.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Well, how about it, gang? Think you've got the answer? The guests have had their say, and Ellery Queen will tell you the solution in just a few moments. So, to give you a little time to talk it over and make your guesses, here's music by Frank Duval and his orchestra. Soliloquy.
Now, first, let's lay the ghost. No ghost killed Hector Gabriel. The strangler's hands were human hands. They left human fingerprints deep in the flesh of Gabriel's neck and throat.
Well, sure. That's right. Then those moans we heard must have been made by the wind through the cave, like Dr. Grayson said.
Right, Sergeant. Now, since the strangler had human hands, he also had human feet. And human feet leave prints in mud.
But, Ellery, the only footprints in the mud were Gabriel's. One set, ingoing.
I know. Gabriel choked in the woods and then staggered across the clearing alone to the cave to die.
Nicky, you yourself pointed out that the trail left by Gabriel's feet across the mud was perfectly straight. Men dying of strangulation don't walk in a straight line. No. When Gabriel crossed that clearing, unlocked the door, and entered the cave, he was perfectly well. So the murder was committed in the cave. And for the murderer to have choked Gabriel in the cave, he had to get there. Problem. How did the killer cross that muddy clearing without leaving footprints? And the more you think about it, the more obvious the answer gets.
What do you mean?
He crossed it on Gabriel's back.
Gabriel carried him. But, Ellery...
I know, Dad. Other theories are possible, but my theory can be backed up. What was the exact position of the strangler's thumbs on Gabriel's neck?
The thumb marks pointed upwards on the back of Gabriel's neck.
Which is possible only if at the time he committed his crime, the strangler was behind Gabriel. Strong confirmation that the strangler rode across that mud on Gabriel's back. And when Gabriel entered the cave, the person he was carrying began to choke him before even getting down.
Oh, but Maestro, how did the killer make Gabriel carry him?
Important question, Sergeant. Grown men don't play piggyback at 5 o'clock of an Adirondack morning. One person carrying another suggests that the person being carried had to be carried.
An injury?
Yes, Dad. Hank Pete just told us he'd found a place in the trail where someone had slipped on loose, wet stones and fallen into some juniper bushes. Hank opined it was Gabriel, because he thought Gabriel was alone. But since we know Gabriel carried someone, isn't it evident that it wasn't Gabriel who slipped and fell, but his companion?
The killer faked a tumble, pretended to twist his ankle or something, said he couldn't walk. And Gabriel lugged him all the way through the woods to the cave.
Exactly. And why? Deliberately to leave only one set of footprints in that mud, Gabriel's, to make us believe that the murder had been the work of a convenient strangler ghost of the haunted cave.
All right. You've accounted for how the strangler got into the cave without leaving prints.
Yeah, but how'd he get out, Maestro, without leaving him after Gabriel was dead?
In the only way possible, through that natural window in the cave wall.
What?
Yes, for while no one could have got into the cave through the opening in the cave wall, someone could have got out simply by diving out into the lake below.
But who did all this, son?
Dad, where did Hank say he found the crushed bushes?
At the edge of the woods as you went to the trail leaving Dr. Grayson's lodge.
Yes. In fact, Hank said it was only a few yards from the lodge. But observe, the killer pretends to injure himself a few yards from the lodge, yet Gabriel carries him all the way through the woods to the cave. Why? Why didn't Gabriel carry him back the few yards to the house? Wouldn't he have done that if, say, his companion had been his wife or Dr. Grayson, or, in fact, anyone except one person?
One person?
There can be only one reason why Gabriel carried his companion all the way to the cave. And that was because he and the killer were bound for the cave. Because he and the killer were supposed to share the cave for the next 24 hours.
Well, I'll be...
Yes. Gabriel's companion, the man who got his victim up an hour earlier than planned on some trumped-up excuse, who wanted to kill Gabriel because he hated him for over 20 years, and because Gabriel had willed him his unique and valuable psychic library, that man could only have been Ernest Withers.
And there you have the solution to the mystery. How did you GI detectives do? Did you have the right answer? Well, we have a few minutes remaining, so here's more music by Frank Duval and his orchestra. Dancing in the Dark. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, unknown to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime is now transcribed for radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Help! Help! Come on. No.
Hey, what's going on here?
This is my car here. No. Stop it.
Hey, cut it out.
Stop it.
What's the idea? Now let that man alone.
Look, you keep out of this, buddy, or I'll... Well, it ain't the Saint.
It's euphonic, but slightly ungrammatical, Mac. Now, what's the disturbance?
They drew up alongside of my car. Him and the other fella. They said, get out. We're taking your car.
Why, Mac wouldn't do a thing like that, now would you, Mac?
Nah, of course not. The old man's nuts.
What Mac would do if he coveted his neighbor's jalopy is slug him with a piece of lead pipe and drive off.
Yeah, so good night. I get business.
Now, wait, Mac. You could satisfy my curiosity a little. Why should you want to steal this gentleman's old automobile when you've got nicer, newer ones to choose from?
Yes, ask him, mister. Ask him.
Yeah, ask me, Saint. Go ahead. And I'm going to satisfy a little curiosity of my own.
I didn't think you had any, Mac. What shape does it take?
I always wondered how you'd look dead. Good night, all.
Good night, Mac. Be seeing you?
You let him go?
Yes, he convinced me that I should for now. There's nothing like a 32 in the pocket of a known thug for winning an argument. Did you say there was another fellow with him?
Yes. Run off when he heard you coming. It was the same fella tried to buy my car yesterday.
Someone tried to buy this car?
Oh, sure. This fella tried to buy it. And there was a woman made an offer, too.
Did you mean you actually refused?
I ain't selling until I find out why they want to buy it so bad.
This fellow who tried to buy the car, do you know his name?
No, he looked like a gentleman until...
Until you found him consorting with felonious intent with our just-departed friend, eh? Tell me, was he well-dressed, an annoying little mustache placed just over the sneer he wears for a mouth?
Well, yes. Say, how did you...
That's easy. Our friend Mac does piecework for him. Fancy Dan Turner is his current alias. But I see you don't keep up with such things.
You're going to tell the police?
Later, perhaps, when there's something to tell them. Right now, I've got a great thirst that needs quenching. A thirst for knowledge.
Huh?
Yeah, what's your name and where do you live?
Collins. 302 East 8th Street.
Mm-hmm. Now, put your car in cold storage, old-timer, and take care of yourself. Something tells me this is Rat's night out. Hello, Smitty. Back making book, I see.
You got the wrong joint, Saint. Take a look around. I run a pool room. You interested in a horse?
No, a man.
Well, like I said, Saint, you got the wrong joint.
His name's Mac. He hangs out here. Now, where is he? In the back room?
I'm the three monkeys, Saint. Deaf, dumb, and blind. The only Mac I know is a truck.
Oh, then if you don't mind, I'd like to look in your back room and see if he's parked there.
I mind.
But you won't even know, Smitty. You're deaf, dumb, and blind.
Oh, have a heart, Saint. I ain't got no back room. And besides, last time you dropped in my place, a lot of my customers started patronizing elsewhere.
Including you, Smitty, remember?
I've only been back from the gray place a week, and I ain't forgetting it. Oh, come on, Saint. Be a good guy. Beat it, huh?
No, Smitty. Let him stay a while.
Hello, Mac.
I was hoping you were smart enough to go home and get some sleep.
How could I sleep with you out roaming the streets, Mac? You know how I worry.
Yeah, too much. What does he want, Smitty?
You.
Why, Saint?
I want to talk with Fancy Dan Turner.
What about?
Now, let's not be coy, Mac. It doesn't become you. I want to ask Turner why he's trying to steal a jalopy from an old man.
Well, what do you know? I got a surprise for you, Saint. I'll take it to him.
The boys say you're looking for me, Saint. The boys are right.
So you found me. So?
I understand you're interested in a certain old car.
So what?
Probably the Smiling Irishman is, too.
A broken-down 1929 sedan seems a little slow for a fast man like you, Fancy Dan.
Well, maybe I like to go slow enough to read the billboards when I drive. What's it to you, Saint?
It depends on what it is to you, Turner. What's on the fire?
You are. There's a handle with care sign on this deal, and I don't want just anybody cutting in. You're a fouler-upper.
You've been stepping high and fancy-free too long, Turner. You're beginning to irritate me.
The feeling's likewise, Saint. Only I got more than fingers in my fist and you haven't.
That's a nice gun you're so bravely wearing, Turner. It must be a pretty big pot to change a small-time con artist like you into a fire-breathing gunman. Big potatoes, huh?
Yeah, plenty big, Saint. So big I wouldn't hesitate to shoot at the slightest move. Am I clear?
You couldn't be clearer if you were a day ordered by the Chamber of Commerce.
Good. Now, it ain't a palace, Saint. It's just the back room of a pool parlor, but please stay and be my guest.
Oh, very well. For a little while, anyway. Where are the boys?
Out.
They're wasting their time. Collins won't sell his old wreck. Some old men are stubborn. And Collins seems like a hard man to intimidate.
Well, that all depends on who's doing the intimidating, Saint. Now, Mac's a chowderhead and Smitty's even worse, but put the two boys together and you'll get a job of work done.
Dan, I've adopted old man Collins as a friend.
Ah, how big are you?
Yes. You know how I feel about people who push other people around, Turner? Especially when the guy getting the shoving is a friend.
You know, if I had a glass of beer, I'd cry into it. Sit back and relax, Saint. The boys will be back with what they want after soon enough, and maybe then I'll let you go home.
You mean they're coming back with a car?
Well, maybe not the whole car. Sit back and relax. Hey, relax. Hey, what are you doing?
Sitting back with my chair to the wall, Turner. You want me to relax, don't you?
Yeah, Hey, let go of that cue stick.
As my old grandmother used to say, Turner, there's nothing as relaxing as a game of pool. Particularly with a hoodlum's head as the cue ball. Collins, open up.
You wouldn't be from the police now, would you?
No, I'm no more a policeman than you are, old man Collins.
Come in and be welcome, then.
Where's Collins?
The old man? He's here.
Where?
Behind the sofa. But if you have a mind to look at him, make it a quick look.
Dead?
Very.
How?
Every way. Beaten, stabbed, and tortured. Maybe even shot, for all I know.
Yes, and for all I know, maybe you've got a gun with an empty chamber, for all I know.
Bless me, no. Me business doesn't allow it.
Just what sort of business are you in, Irish?
The name's O'Brien.
Ah.
When a job is pulled and the police go after the boys who pull it, I make an end run and go after the swag. Or at least part of it.
Oh, I see. What's the swag here? Collins' wallet?
Not unless there's 400 grand in it.
400? Oh, no, I'm afraid you'll find the old man a few cents short. Who killed him?
Not I.
How do I know?
You don't.
You're right. What brought you here?
Why, I'm here about the old car, of course.
You want to buy it?
Certainly, don't you? Say, maybe you're not being cute. Maybe you really don't know about the...
About what?
Well, now, I'm greatly relieved. When I first saw you come through that door, I said to myself, O'Brien, here comes some more competition. But I see you're not. I'm relieved, laddie. Greatly relieved.
Turner is competition enough, eh?
Yes, but Turner and his ugly ducklings are nothing compared to...
Who?
In time. I got here just a minute before you, laddie. The old man was dead when I arrived. Beyond that, I know nothing.
Get down. Oh, O'Brien!
Competition. Getting worse. All the time.
Look, I'll call the doctor.
No. Thanks, laddie. Lay off this frolic. He'll get you next. You're gonna die, mister. You're gonna...
O'Brien, the old man's car, what... Well, I guess I'll have to try another angle. This one's pretty dead.
awaken Mr. Ritchie as you requested, Mr. Templar. He'll be right down.
Oh, thank you.
I hope the fire isn't too serious,
Well,
sir.
it's serious enough to awaken Mr. Ritchie.
Oh, here he is now, sir.
Well, which plant is the fire in? Who's responsible? How big is the damage?
Oh, the fire isn't in any plant, Mr. Ritchie.
What's that, then? Then where?
It's inside of me. I'm burning up, and I need your help.
How dare you sneak your way in here 3 o'clock in the morning by telling me there's a fire? Look here, who are you?
Simon Templar.
Oh, yes, the saint. I've heard of you. If you have business with me, Mr. Templar, I'd suggest you phone my secretary for an appointment. Meanwhile, there's no subject on earth can keep me from going back to bed.
Not even the subject of $400,000, Mr. Ritchie?
What do you know about it?
Nothing other than that it was stolen from you, Mr. Ritchie.
That happened 7 years ago. The criminal, John Quayle, was caught, tried, and convicted. Now, if you'll pardon me...
Quayle worked for you, I believe.
He was my head accountant.
And the money was never found?
No. Quayle drew 20 years in the penitentiary. He never revealed where the money was hidden. Until the day he died.
Died?
Yes. 2 weeks ago in prison. And now, Mr. Templar, if you don't mind, I need my rest.
I won't detain you much longer, Mr. Ritchie. Just 1 or 2 more questions.
Well?
Did Quayle have a wife?
Yes, he did.
If he knew he were dying in prison, it's quite possible he made an attempt to get word to her, to tell her where the money was hidden.
He may have made the attempt, but he couldn't possibly have succeeded. He was too closely watched.
Oh.
After all, $400,000 is a lot of money. A lot of money.
Yes, you could almost buy a second-hand car with it.
If I hadn't been fully covered by insurance, my firm would have gone under in the face of a loss that large. And now, Mr. Templar, if I might ask a question.
Certainly.
Why this sudden urgency, this 3 o'clock in the morning business?
An old man was tortured to death. Then a fellow named O'Brien, who came calling on the old man, was shot to death.
But
before he was killed, O'Brien told me he was tracking down $400,000 that had been stolen.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and some checking back over how many people have ever had that amount stolen from them.
Led you to me.
Yes.
I wonder what I've led you to, Mr. Templar.
I wonder, Mr. Ritchie. I wonder.
Yes? What is it?
Mrs. Quayle?
What do you want?
Several things, Mrs. Quayle.
Like what?
A murderer.
You've got the wrong apartment, mister.
An old automobile.
No sale. Anything else?
Maybe you'll buy this, Mrs. Quayle. Collins was murdered a little while ago.
Collins? Oh, the old man. Why?
Someone wanted his car. Someone who evidently couldn't wait any longer for the newer models.
So?
So I saw Collins' car in your garage, Mrs. Quayle.
Maybe you better come in after all, mister. But come in careful.
Careful enough?
Keep those hands high. Sure. I don't like you, mister. You're nailing together a frame and you're trying to put my picture into it. Collins sold me that car.
When?
Tonight. I could have bought a Cadillac for cheaper, mister, but I wasn't in any position to haggle.
Yes, I know.
What do you know? That's what I want to find out.
I know that Collins' car is worth about $20, but it's something else it's worth in the neighborhood of $400,000. And you know that's an awfully nice neighborhood.
Nice and exclusive. Chiselers aren't invited to move in.
I've been gathering that impression all evening. Well, what have we here?
You name it.
An acetylene torch, welder's mask, a few chisels, a hammer, steel wire. Either you've gone to work for Henry Kaiser or the hand that customarily rocks the cradle is going in for rocking a safe.
I had to go into a hardware store to make a phone call, and I just couldn't leave without buying a few things.
How fortunate you didn't make your call in an establishment that sells steamrollers. I see you have a set of license plates.
You see too much.
From Collins Jalopy, aren't they? These license plates. So that's how Quayle smuggled out his message.
You're getting awfully close to a bullet in your head, mister. Give me those plates.
Shh, there's someone at the door.
Stay where you are. I'll see who it is.
Better not take the license plates with you.
Yes? Oh!
Mrs. Quayle!
Oh!
Mrs.
The devil. He got the plates.
Yes, he got them.
Don't let him. Oh, catch him there.
Where? Where?
Where Johnny worked. Shaft. Top. Before 6. Before...
Mrs. Quayle. Collins, O'Brien, and now I have 3 reasons for wanting to meet a certain party.
Taxi! Hey, taxi!
They don't stop sometimes when it's so early in the morning, Saint, because they're on the way back to the garage.
Well, what brings you out so early, Mac? Looking for a drunk to roll?
Just looking for you, Saint, just looking for you. See here what I got in my hand?
Oh, there goes that coy streak in you again, Mac. All right, so it's a gun. Well, what does it want me to do? Come, go, turned handsprings, quote Shelley, play the bassoon? You have to speak for it, Mac.
Very funny. Look out, it shouldn't speak for itself, Saint. I and the gun warn you should get in that there car.
Yeah, you have a most persuasive way of offering a fellow a lift, Mac.
Yeah, a lift. Right now, it's a lift. Later on, it may grow into a ride. Come on.
Where are we going, Mac?
Back to our little gray home in the rear of the pool room, Saint. Fancy Dan Turner wants he should thank you for showing him a new trick.
Oh, it really isn't necessary.
He feels like it is, Saint. He feels like it is. He's got a couple of tricks he wants to show you.
Sounds like fun.
Oh, on into the car, Jim. Turner's waiting. He's got very little patience.
Nice to have you back with us, Saint. I missed you.
From the looks of that bandage on your skull, Turner, I'll bet you wished I'd missed you.
Not now, I don't, Saint. It's a nice feeling having you here, knowing that I owe you something. I pay my debts, Saint. I pay off.
Yes, I know. O'Brien was paid off. So was Mrs. Quayle. Paid off with lead checks.
They're dead?
Oh, now save that innocent expression for the jury, Turner. You'll need everything you've got.
Well, when were they killed, Saint?
Okay, I'll stooge for you. They were killed an hour or two after I so abruptly left you before.
Oh, well, I'll have to find another pigeon, Saint. My alibi's fat.
How fat, Turner?
City Hospital. Having Remember the Saint embroidered where a cue stick hit me. And Smitty and Mac were there, too, to see me through it. Hospitals have records, Saint. We're clean. We're clean.
Huh. Then you've got a competitor you don't know about, Turner.
Yeah, looks that way. For a job that was supposed to be as simple as this one, I got too many competitors. I wonder how come.
Who fingered the job for you, Turner? Who told you Quayle got word out to his wife about where the money was?
I got nothing for you, Saint.
Smitty, wasn't it? Smitty just finished a stretch up the creek. My guess is he ran into Quayle, maybe shared a cell with him.
No. It was in the jail hospital they met. Smitty worked there. Quayle was dying off his nut. Smitty made him talk.
Yeah. And Smitty, not being mentally suited for solo work, spilled the pitch to you, Turner, for a price, of course, for money on the line.
Yeah, 10 G's to buy in on a $400,000 job. But what are you driving at? What are you picking Smitty's bones for?
I was just wondering, Turner, how much O'Brien paid Smitty for his slice of this exclusive information, and how much your other competitors shelled out. The one who happily goes around killing people.
What do you mean?
If you ask me, Turner, your pal Smitty is the sort of rat that even rats on rats. He sold Quayle's secret 3 times that we know of.
Hey, thanks for handicapping it for me, Saint.
If you're really grateful, Turner, you can return the favor by telling me, what time is it?
It's 5:15 in the morning, Saint, but you ain't going nowhere.
I have a date to keep before 6, Turner, with your competitor.
Yeah, Saint, that's what you think.
Maybe not, Turner. What do you say we play a little pool while we're waiting for the boys?
Get away from that pool table. I ain't playing any games with you, Saint.
Well, maybe pool was the wrong game. How about a game of pitch and catch?
What?
Yeah, I pitch like this. Oh! And you catch it like that. Hate to leave you all by yourself there in the side pocket, but like I said, I have a date to keep. Well, Mr. Ritchie, get enough sleep despite my interruption?
I wasn't really asleep when you called on me, Mr. Templar.
I know, Mr. Ritchie. Your hair was a little too carefully combed for a man who's been suddenly awakened and told he's having a fire.
You're very clever, Mr. Templar.
But not clever enough to catch you before you committed 3 murders. So you're Smitty's silent partner, huh? See what low company's gotten you into, Ritchie?
Yes, I see. $400,000 buried in the siding of this elevator shaft. And with the help of this acetylene torch, it'll be all mine. A very ingenious fellow, Quayle. And to think the money never left this building.
The place where Johnny worked. Yes, he was ingenious. It was very smart of him to use his prison job making automobile license plates as a means of smuggling out the information to his wife. How did he do it, Richie?
Very simple, Templar. There's an extra piece of thin metal in this particular plate, forming a sort of pocket. And inside the pocket, a note on cigarette paper telling poor Mrs. Quayle how to get the money. Of course, once he managed to tell her the number of the license plate, well, the rest was easy, wasn't it?
Yes. All poor Mrs. Quayle had to do was ask the Motor Vehicle Bureau to whom the plate was assigned. Mr. Collins, in this instance.
Poor old fellow. Mr. Templar, would you mind joining me here in the shaft, please? Yes, right on top of the elevator. I'd like to keep an eye on you while I finish burning out this metal partition. You see, I've only until 6 o'clock when this elevator is switched on downstairs.
Oh, well,
Come, in the shaft, please.
Well, really,
I have a gun, Mr. Templar.
Oh, well, that makes it official, then.
There we are. Careful, Mr. Templar. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Anything accidental, that is.
You know, it's funny. I've known you such a short time, and I have exactly the same sentiments towards you. I've never been astride the top of an elevator before, Richie. And we're right near the top of the shaft.
Yes. I don't mean to worry you, Templar, but when this elevator power turns on in a few minutes, it will rise to the top before it descends.
How's your treasure hunt coming, Richie?
Almost finished. One last strip of metal to cut away, and the partition will come off. Then we'll decide your fate, Mr. Templar. Your future. Here goes. A last blow. It's there. It's there. I see it. $400,000 in currency, Templar. Think of it.
You think of it, Richie, and also think of how much blood was spilled on it.
Preaching, Templar? You? I never thought. What's that?
The elevator, Richie. Maybe it came to work a little early today.
My money. My money.
Come on, Richie. Come on, get off.
No, there's still some money left here. I want it. I want it all. All.
Come on. We've got to get off. Jump, Richie, jump.
No, my money. I must save the money.
Richie, you fool.
All right, I got it.
Yes, Richie. You saved your money, and you saved the state some money, too. I'm sure you didn't plan on saving the cost of your execution.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
These immortal words of Ovid, translated from the Latin, express quite well indeed the justice of our Mr. Ritchie's fate. Nor is there any juster law than that the contrivers of death should perish by their own contrivances. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. Our cast included Laureen Tuttle, Barney Phillips, Tony Barrett, Fred Howard, and Dan O'Herlihy. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint is a James L. Safier production and was transcribed and directed by Thomas A. McAvity. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits, investigating a gigantic six-wheeled atomic digging machine on the planet Mercury. As they walk across the deeply cracked ground in 300-degree heat, the huge machine starts moving toward them with increasing speed.
They're trying to run us down with the machine, Commander.
Get to the ship, Happy.
It's hard to run in these bulky suits. Maybe we can dodge the driller.
Don't try it. The driller's big, but it can turn like a cat.
It's gaining on us.
Don't look back. Run.
Hey!
Quick, Hap, on your feet.
My foot's caught the crevice.
Give me your hand.
No, you sir. I can't get loose. I'm caught. Commander, get away, please, while you can. The driller's almost on top of us.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The City of the Sun. Hey, gang, listen to this poor old rocket ship here at the Lunar Fleet Base. You know what the trouble is? That rocket's trying to run on ordinary fuel. Now, here's that same rocket ship loaded with super fuel. Now, that's what I call a real blast-off. And boys and girls, to get a bright and snappy start, you need super fuel, too, especially in the morning. So start your day with a breakfast that supercharges you. A nourishing breakfast with a checkerboard super cereal, like Rice Chex. Triple crisp Rice Chex. Triple crisp because it's toasted 3 times. And oh boy, is Rice Chex delicious. Makes breakfast sparkle, that's how good it is. Rice Chex. Golden shredded rice biscuits in that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. So remember, gang, to start off bright and snappy in the morning, eat a nourishing breakfast with a checkerboard super cereal and get supercharged. Today, try your spoon out on Rice Chex. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are on the planet Mercury, organizing Space Patrol units into a search for Professor Mallison, whose spaceship vanished on the dark side of the planet. But now, a second emergency on another part of Mercury sends Buzz and Happy racing to the hot side of the tiny planet, to Solaria, the city of the sun.
Who's behind the sabotage, sir?
I don't know, Happy. That's what we've got to find out. But I've got a pretty good idea what the motive is.
What's that, sir?
Solaria has suddenly become very important because of the mineral deposits that have been found about 60 miles south of the city.
South? That means it's hotter than the Solaria area. Well, how do they work it?
With robot-controlled mining equipment operated from Solaria. And with spacesuits, a few technicians can work in 2-hour shifts on the mining site itself.
Oh, and whoever sabotaged the power plant doesn't want those mining operations to continue.
And probably cuts into their own source of revenue.
I suppose this is more important, but I sure would have liked to locate Professor Mallison first.
We've got the search units well organized, Happy. They'll comb the entire dark side of Mercury with infrared viewscope scanners.
Well, do you think the professor could still be alive, sir?
He's been missing over 4 days. That would be a long time to hold out in sub-zero temperature on the dark side of the planet.
Well, how about the spaceophone signal picked up yesterday, though? That was from Mallison, wasn't it?
It was his code, all right. But it was an automatic signal. It could have been sent from one of the small rockets Mallison had aboard his ship. When released, it automatically sends back information on cosmic radiation, temperature, and Mercury's own magnetic field.
Oh, that's what Mallison was studying?
Yes. Even if we locate the rocket, it wouldn't mean it's anywhere near Mallison's ship. A commercial spaceship picked the signal up briefly, just for a few seconds. All they got was Mallison's identification code and the temperature. 122 degrees below zero.
Yeah, which could mean that Mallison released the rocket several days ago and it landed on the dark side of the planet.
Right.
Commander, what's that? It looks like steam shooting out of the ground down there. Looks like a geyser.
Geyser on the hot side of Mercury? Happy, check our exact position. I don't like the looks of this.
Yes, sir.
I'll call Solaria Space Control. Corey and Terra 5 to Space Control Solaria. Corey and Terra 5 to Space Control Solaria.
Space Control Solaria to Commander Corey, Lieutenant Orris here.
Lieutenant, I'm flying low northeast of Solaria. My cadet and I have sighted something that looks like steam shooting out of the ground.
Steam, Commander?
Yes, I'll give you our position. Check it against the location of water conduits leading to the city.
Yes, sir.
Happy, got the data?
Yes, sir. We're 10 degrees, 27 minutes, 48 seconds south by 112 degrees, 51 minutes, 08 seconds east.
Got that, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir. I'll check it against the chart.
Commander, do you suppose it is a broken conduit?
I don't know what else it could be, Happy. Possibly a quake broke the pipe.
Commander, it looks like a broken conduit, all right. Solaria's main water supply line runs right through that point from melting and pumping station number 3 on the cold side of Mercury.
Better check with Solaria Water Control. See if they've noticed a drop in pressure.
Yes, sir. Thanks for telling us. If that's a bad break, we'll be in a tough spot here.
Is there a seismograph in Solaria?
I believe there is, sir.
I suggest you check the city engineering office. Have them contact other cities on the planet and see if there's been a quake in this area.
Yes, Commander.
We'll circle this vicinity to see if any further trouble develops. Report back when you get the information. Corey out.
From the looks of that ground down there, sir, they must have a lot of quakes in this region.
You mean those deep cracks? Well, those were formed millions of years ago, Happy, when Mercury first began to dry out under the terrific heat.
Yeah, but with one side of the planet covered with ice and the other side with blistering heat, well, wouldn't there be a lot of quakes?
Well, as far as I know, there hasn't been a serious one reported in recent years. We'll keep circling till we hear from Solaria.
Can't we take it easy, Burdock? This is pretty rough ground.
Well, these atomic drillers weren't made for comfort, Grove. And I want to get plenty of distance between us and that broken water conduit.
We're going 70 with this thing. If we hit one of those cracks at the speed, we'll tip over.
Just quit worrying. We're riding on 6 wheels. And each of them are 20 feet in diameter. And every wheel has its own power drive. I think we're in more danger of being spotted by a space patrol ship than we are of upsetting this monster.
What do we do with the driller when we get to our spaceship?
We just leave it. It's pretty well camouflaged to blend in with this cracked yellow ground here. We can find it again if we need it.
You aren't planning to drill any more holes in the Solaria water supply, are you?
No, not right away. But this job will cause plenty of trouble.
You think they'll be able to repair it?
Probably. But with things like this happening, trouble with power and water, the rival companies are going to think twice about using Solaria as a base of operations.
Hey, Burdock, watch it! It nearly tipped us over.
Oh, just relax, Joe. We're almost to the ship.
Well, sir, it looks like the conduit broke in just that one place.
That's lucky, but even at that, it'll take several hours to get many equipment out here to repair it.
Space Control Solaria calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5.
Corey here. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
A maintenance crew is getting ready to leave Solaria now, Commander. They know the location.
Oh, good. We'll head for Solaria. What about the seismograph reports?
No quakes have been detected anywhere on Mercury, sir. The chief engineer doesn't understand how that conduit could have broken.
How's your water supply?
Pressure has dropped to less than a quarter of normal, sir. We're already on a strict water rationing. Nearly all industries have been ordered to shut down for 24 hours.
Will it take that long to repair the damage?
At least. Commander, Colonel Henderson thought you might be interested in a report on Professor Mallison.
Well, yes, I am. Have they found him?
No, sir. But another automatic signal was picked up by a cargo ship, apparently from a grounded instrument rocket. It isn't much help.
What do you mean?
It's sending inaccurate information. The cargo ship pilot got a rough fix before the signal stopped. It's on the hot side of Mercury, but the temperature data was 122 degrees below zero.
Same as the other report. The sending mechanism must have been damaged when the rocket landed.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Lieutenant. I'll contact you when we reach Solaria. Corey out. All right, Happy. Get on vector for Solaria.
Yes, sir.
Hey, wait a minute. Look down there on the ground.
What is it, Commander?
See those gouges? A sort of crisscross pattern.
Yeah, 2 rows of them.
They're tracks.
What would make tracks that far apart?
Some heavy earth-moving machinery, probably.
Oh, from when the conduit was laid.
I don't think so. Focus the viewscope toward the steam spout. Yeah, see? The tracks end right near the place where the break is.
Say, that's right.
Follow those tracks in the other direction, Happy.
Hey, they lead away from Solaria.
That makes them interesting. Any surface equipment out here would be more likely to come from Solaria than anywhere else. We're going to find out where those tracks lead.
Just a few minutes more, Grove. Our ship's on the other side of the Jagged Butte.
I'll sure be glad to get out of this driller.
You're mighty peculiar, aren't you? You don't like spaceships either.
Who says I don't?
Well, didn't you get space sick the other day?
Well...
Or was it because I shut down the lab ship?
You shouldn't have done that, Burdock. He wasn't bothering us. He was on some scientific mission.
Well, it's just too bad. He came snooping around just as we blasted off from our hideout.
We didn't have a chance.
Don't be so squeamy. By acting quickly, we probably kept the Space Patrol from spotting us near the power relay station, and... What's the matter?
The review scope. It's a ship.
Yeah. It's flying low, right toward us.
Think they see us?
I don't know.
Hey, why'd you stop the driller?
Because if we're moving, they might spot us. But with the sides and top of the driller camouflaged, they might not notice.
They went right over.
It's a Space Patrol ship. They must have spotted the break in the waterline.
Yeah, but why were they going so slow?
How do I know? We'll just sit tight and see what they're up to.
Happy, look down there. The tracks stop.
It's hard to tell. The ground must be packed almost as hard as concrete in some places.
I'll circle back. Use the viewscope scanner.
Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Hey, there is something down there. A hump of something. A small hill, maybe.
Now look closer. Did you ever see a hill on wheels?
Yeah, I can see it now. It's a big piece of machinery, and it's camouflaged.
Happy, get our spacesuits out of the locker. I'm setting the ship down.
Yes, sir.
Check the refrigeration units in the suits carefully. We're going to be walking around in oven temperature down there.
They must have seen us. Why would they land their ship clear out here?
Just take it easy, Grove. We're safe in the driller. Nobody could get in unless we open the door.
Somebody's getting out of the ship. 2 men.
Hey, that's Stera 5. Come into Corey's ship.
If we don't open up, Corey will go back to his ship and report us. They'll send a crew out here with cutting torches.
If Corey gets back to the ship.
How can we stop him?
We'll stop him all right. You just wait and see.
Wow, now that we're on the ground, that machine looks enormous.
It's an atomic driller, Happy. The camouflage covers the drill part, but it's built to cover the toughest kind of terrain and drill through solid rock.
Yeah, then that's what happened to the water conduit. Drilling into the main would be simple for that machine.
It looks that way. Have your gun ready, Happy. Whoever's in there probably won't be too eager to answer questions.
Hey, Commander, it's moving.
They're making a getaway. Get back to the ship, Happy.
Yes, sir. Commander, it's coming toward us.
Run, Happy. They're trying to run us down.
It's hard to run in these bulky spacesuits. Maybe we can dodge the driller.
Don't try it unless you have to. That driller's big, but it can turn like a cat.
The ground's so full of cracks and ditches. Commander, it's gaining on us.
Don't look back. Run.
Hey!
Hap, on your feet, quick.
My foot's caught in the crevice.
Give me your hand.
Run for it, Commander. They can't get both of us. You've got to get away.
No, give me your hand, Hap.
No, you, sir. I'm caught. Commander, look out. The driller's right on top of us. You've got to leave me.
We'll be back with Space Patrol in just a moment.
Shh. Space Patroller Dick Tufeld, gang. I've got a secret for you. Wait till I close the door. Okay? Now, here's a secret Buzz Corey wants you to know about. The secret of how Space Patrollers get a rip-roaring start in the morning. Now, here's what they do. They eat a breakfast that supercharges them. A good breakfast with one of the 3 checkerboard super cereals. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, and Instant Ralston. Chex, they're the super cereals with that modern bite-sized design. The cereals with a swell new taste you'll like right off the reel. And to warm up your motor, there's Instant Ralston, the hot super cereal. Has a heart-of-the-wheat flavor that you'll really warm up to. So now you know how Space Patrollers get that rip-roaring morning start. Get a flying start yourself every morning, gang. Sit down to a nourishing breakfast with a checkerboard super cereal and get supercharged. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, good hot Ralston, the super cereals. Flying low above the hot side of the planet Mercury, Buzz and Happy have sighted a gigantic atomic drilling machine. The driller is driven by Burdick and Grulf, who have bored a hole in the water conduit leading to Solaria, a city in the sun-baked Mercury desert. Buzz and Happy don spacesuits to investigate a cleverly camouflaged drilling machine. Suddenly, the driller started up, rolling across the cracked and fissured earth on its 6 giant wheels. Happy caught his foot in a large crack in the ground. And now, as Buzz tries to pull Happy free, the enormous driller roars down upon them.
It's no use, sir. It's still right after us. It's going to crush us.
Fall flat. Dive into that crevice quickly.
Yes, sir.
Happy, are you all right?
I guess so, sir. I'm half buried in the dirt.
Don't move yet. Stay down in the crevice until the driller's out of sight. We don't want them coming back to finish the job.
I sure thought we were goners when that big thing thundered over us.
We were lucky to find a crevice deep enough.
They're still going, I guess.
Yeah. Fortunately, they didn't stop to wreck our ship. That means they're sure they crushed us under the wheels.
The driller's completely out of sight now, sir.
All right, into the ship, Happy. We won't take time to get out of these suits till after we blast off and start our search for that drilling machine.
Well, here we are.
Here's your spacesuit, Burdock. Get into it. Let's get to the ship.
I see you're all ready.
Yeah, all but the facepiece.
You know, sometimes I get the impression you don't enjoy riding in a driller.
Let the funny stuff. Let's get out of here. How do we know Corey didn't send a space phone message before he got out of his ship?
You're right, Grove. But before we leave, I'm going to set a magnesium bomb and leave it in here.
What for?
I'll make sure that this drill is useless to anybody else. And it'll leave this camp in such a mess that the Space Patrol can't find any fingerprints.
All right. All right, but let's get at it.
There's something up ahead, sir. Looks like smoke.
You're right, Happy. It's the drilling machine that's on fire.
It's not moving. Hey, do you suppose whoever was in it got out?
Well, let's hope so. Wait a minute. By the color of the smoke, that must be magnesium. It must have been deliberately started to wreck the control mechanism.
But where's the driver?
Take a look at that scorched area on the ground a few yards from the driller.
A blast-off scar.
Uh-huh. Our driller operator had a spaceship hidden here. Turn on the viewscope, Happy. Maybe you can pick up a trace of him. Now contact Space Control Solaria. Commander Corey aboard Terra 5 calling Space Control Solaria. Commander Corey calling Space Control Solaria.
This is Space Control Solaria, Commander. Lieutenant Orr speaking.
Lieutenant, relay this bulletin to all Mercury Space Patrol units.
Yes, sir.
A spaceship of unknown type just blasted off from the vicinity of the broken water conduit. Interrogate all spaceborne private craft. Ground all suspicious ships and hold the occupants.
I'll relay that message, Commander. Can you give any sort of description of the ship?
No, we merely saw the blast-off scar. Looked like it was from a small space cruiser. That water main break was deliberately sabotaged. An atomic driller did the job.
Atomic driller?
Yes. We found it abandoned near the break. Tell Colonel Henderson I want investigators sent out to examine it. They'll need firefighting equipment.
Yes, sir.
Make an immediate check of all known atomic drilling machines on Mercury. Where they are and who has them.
Yes, Commander.
How's the water situation in Solaria?
It's even more serious than we thought, sir. We're setting up cargo ships to bring some in from other cities. Commander, a Venus-bound passenger ship reported seeing a wrecked lab ship south of Solaria. The pilot thought it might be Professor Mallison's ship.
South of Solaria? How far south?
15 DU, sir.
That's the hottest part of the planet. Even if the ship wasn't badly damaged by the crash, it looks bad for Mallison.
The same passenger ship also picked up Mallison's automatic code, sir. And another temperature report. 122 degrees below zero.
Below zero? That seems impossible. Have you sent any units to investigate?
Not yet, sir. Colonel Henderson...
Yes, I know. You've got problems of your own, Lieutenant. Give me the location of that crashed ship. I'll investigate it myself.
And 87 degrees, 16 minutes, 43 seconds west.
Good, I suppose that's the ship you shot down?
Shut up, Ilvis. I got their frequencies, both of them.
Got it, Lieutenant. One more thing, Commander. The passenger ship pilot isn't sure, but he thought he saw something moving near the crashed ship. It doesn't seem likely. No, it doesn't. But I'll get there as quickly as I can. Corey out.
Corey alive?
Yeah, it was somebody else we ran over with the driller. Cut it off.
If that is the first ship you shot down, then there's someone still alive.
There couldn't be. That was 4 days ago. And even in the best space suit made, nobody could live 4 days in that heat.
What are we going to do?
We're going to make sure. Maybe we can get there before Corey does. And if not, we'll cut Corey's investigation short.
Murdoch, maybe we didn't kill those men with the driller. Maybe it was Corey and somebody else, and they escaped somehow.
Well, if he did, he wouldn't escape this time. You marked down those coordinates, didn't you?
Yeah, they're right here.
All right. I'll take the controls. You get on the view scope. We don't want to get close to another ship, especially Corey's.
We're nearly to the location, sir.
Drop her down a few thousand feet, Hap.
Yes, sir. Hey, this part of Mercury looks even worse than where we were before. Rougher terrain.
Yes, and it's even hotter. Close to 500 degrees. Now, listen. Get that down, Hap.
Yes, sir. MLS 28.
Mercury Lab Ship 28. That's Mallison's identification code.
Temperature minus 122 degrees. Hey, it cut out.
Minus 122 degrees. I got a fix in that signal, Happy. It's almost directly below us. Look.
It's a cracked-up ship, all right. A lab job, too.
Get your spacesuit on, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Whatever we do, we've got to do it fast.
Hey, Commander, down there by that cliff. It's a man in a spacesuit.
That's incredible. He's waving to us. Stand by for repeller ray.
That's the lab ship, all right. Even in the viewscope, you can see it's pretty badly smashed up.
Yeah, but we're too late. Corey's ship is landing right near it.
What do we do?
He'll probably go in to find what's left of Mellison. When he does, we'll swoop down and blast the wreckage, and then shoot up Terra 5.
Better not get so low, Burdock. They may see us.
There's not much they can do about it. Anyway, I'm keeping between them and the sun. Nobody's going to look up at the sun, especially here on Mercury.
Wait a minute. They're running right past the ship. Where are they going?
Oh, maybe. Seeing something close to the cliff.
Burdock, it's a man. And he's alive.
After 4 days in the blast furnace down there, it's impossible.
See for yourself.
Must be Mellison. We've got to make sure that none of them get out of here. Get your spacesuits on, Grove.
We aren't going to land.
Not unless we have to. But I'm going to make sure that all 3 of them are finished before we leave here.
Check your suit spacer phone, Happy.
It's working okay, sir. And so's the temperature control.
And we'll need it. All right, open the outer hatch.
Allison's acting pretty strange, sir. He just stands over there and motions to us instead of coming toward us.
It's hardly a normal way to greet rescuers. Let's see if the spacesuit transmitter's working. Professor Mallison, this is Commander Corey. Can you read me?
He's just waving more excited than ever.
Professor, if you hear me, hold both hands over your head.
He's doing it.
Apparently he can hear us, but his transmitter's out.
I thought I heard something in the earphones just for a second, and another voice.
Professor, is there some reason why you want us to come over there? If there is, hold your hands straight out at your sides.
Yeah, that's what he wants us to do.
We better do as he asks. But how did he manage to survive in this heat?
Commander, it's a cave.
Yeah, I see.
Commander, can you hear me now?
Yes, Professor.
My spaceophone wasn't working, so I couldn't answer you. Commander, you've got to look at this.
It's a happy surprise to find you alive, Professor. That spacesuit must be remarkably resistant to heat.
It isn't the suit that's responsible. Just look in here, where the beam from my atomolight is shining.
It just looks like an ordinary cave.
Further back, look at the walls.
You mean that shiny blue-black mineral?
Commander, that's ice.
Ice?
In this part of Mercury?
Right. Thousands of tons of it, perhaps millions.
That's how you manage to stay alive. It's cool in the cave.
Yes, with 570 degrees outside. Inside, it's a constant 122 below zero.
And your automatic rocket transmitter was right.
Commander, do you realize what this underground ice means to Mercury? To the people of Solaria in particular?
You mentioned millions of tons.
A conservative estimate. Think how easily it could be melted and piped to Solaria. Only a matter of a few miles in comparison with the present haul of more than 1,000.
It certainly is a timely discovery. Dozens of conduits can be built from here to Solaria at a fraction of the cost of the one line that was broken.
A spaceship. Yeah, it must be a space patrol craft.
Let's get to our ship, Professor. Believe me, this news will be welcome in Solaria.
Well, what I don't understand is how all this ice could be underground in the hot part of Mercury.
The rock above insulates it. This is not a new phenomenon by any means. Why, on the planet Earth more than 1,000 years ago, Indians in the Arizona desert used to get ice from a natural cavern such as this.
Hey, wait a minute. It's not a space patrol ship. It's a private cruiser.
You're right, sir. It's taxiing around on repeller ray.
I've seen that ship before. Why, it's the one that shot my lab ship down.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Hey, what's a crazy fool doing? He's backing the ship right toward the cave.
Better get out of here or he'll run over us.
He's got something worse than that in mind. He's seen us and doesn't want us to get out.
Well, maybe he's just backing up to get room to blast off between here and the opposite wall of the canyon.
Not in your life. Quickly, get out of the cave. He's going to put his stern in here and turn on his rocket blast. It's lucky we saw him in time to get out of the cave. Now get behind this rock. Maybe he won't see us from the ship.
Hey, you're right, Commander. He's pushing the tail of his ship back in the cave with blasts from his forward rocket.
He really intends to see that we don't get away from here. Now keep close to the rock. I think we'll be safe here.
Hey, he's keeping his forward rockets on to hold the ship in the cave.
Something tells me he's going to regret this.
Wow, the ship's wrecked.
He shot right across the canyon into the opposite wall.
His hand must have slipped off the controls.
No, Happy. The heat from his rocket exhaust turned the ice into steam, and it popped the ship out of the cave like a cork.
We'd better get over there, Commander. They may be badly hurt.
If they haven't got spacesuits on, they haven't a chance.
Commander, I see somebody getting out. Yeah, there are two of them.
And they do have spacesuits on.
Let's get them. By their attitude, I don't think we'll have any trouble.
No, sir. You know, during the last few minutes, sir, I've really realized what a wonderful thing water is.
That's so?
Yes, sir. In the form of ice, it saved Professor Mallison's life. And when those two fellows turned it into steam, it simply cooked their goose.
An exciting preview of next week's new Space Patrol adventure after this important question. Have you sent for your Space Patrol spaceophone yet? You better hurry! Yes, sir, this sensational offer is soon going to end. And you don't want to be left without one of these thrilling new spaceophone sets, do you? No, sirree. So, hurry! More fun. You can talk back and forth on the spaceophone to someone a straight 50 feet away. Just like talking on the telephone. Complete with two spaceophones, 50 feet of communication cord, and secret briefing sheet. Now remember, these are official spaceophones, made especially for you on Earth. Real beauties, too. Gleaming blue and yellow plastic. Look exactly like the spaceophones Buzz Corey and the gang use. So don't wait a single day. Hurry! Yes, sir, you have to hurry, because this offer soon comes to an end. To get the complete Space Patrol Spaceophone set, do this. Buy a box of Instant Ralston. Then, with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and an Instant Ralston box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in continental U.S. and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now for a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol story. Buzz and Happy have just entered a spaceship in Neptune City spaceport in search of a traitor against the United Planets. They pause in the open hatch a moment.
He may be up forward, tampering with the controls.
Wrong guess, gentlemen.
Commander, look out!
Here we are, Cadet. I've got a ray gun.
Yeah, well, I've got it.
I warned you.
Carter, put down that gun.
Don't try to get to your feet, Commander.
What are you doing in this ship?
Preparing it for its last voyage. There's an explosive hidden aboard. Time to go off 2 hours after blastoff. And you, my friend, will be aboard.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Queen of Space.
Boys and girls, this is your commander. Do you know how life-giving oxygen is carried to the cells of the body? By the bloodstream. So when a person loses a great deal of blood in an accident or in sickness, there's not enough blood left to do that job. Result? The person dies. So, will you help me save lives by joining the Space Patrol Blood Boosters? It's fun, it's patriotic. So join the Space Patrol Blood Boosters today.
Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Ken Mayer and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Squad cars. The story you're about to hear is true. Details are supplied from the official case files by the South African police. Only names and places have been changed to protect innocent people involved.
Johannesburg, outside the Magistrates Court, July the 21st, 3:20 p.m. Squad car man, Warrant Officer Ruas, is standing on the steps watching the people leaving the building. At length, he sees the face he's looking for.
Joe?
Hi?
Joe? Hello, Joe. How goes it?
Oh, it's you. What have I done now?
No, I'm not here to pick you up.
Well, what did?
I told my wife about you. She made me parcel some clothes up and bring them to you.
Well, now there's a thing. You know, all my long life I never had anything for nothing till now.
There's a blanket in there, too. It'll help keep you warm a bit.
Well, why are you doing this for me?
Because we have a little more than you, and even after we've given these things to you, we'll still have enough.
Well, I've never known such kindness. Why?
I just told you.
Yeah, well, there's got to be some other reason. You think I was hard done by?
I never believed you stole from that store. I thought the store detective was making a mistake. The manager was determined to lay charges against you.
No, I don't blame you.
I know you didn't. But I felt bad all the same.
No, it wasn't your fault at all. I never thought for a moment it was. I'm not one to bear grudges.
Anyway, we decided to keep an eye on you and watch your progress. I'm glad you got off.
A good magistrate, eh? He knew I never stole them things. When a man gets to my age, he becomes forgetful sometimes. And when that big man stopped me at the store entrance, I was very surprised. He says, will you please accompany me to the manager's office? Well, what for, says I. You stolen that shirt and vest, he says. Not I says. Anyway, you're coming with me, he says, and that was it. Next thing I knew, you and that other policeman turned up, drove me to Parkview police station. I forgot, man, I had money.
You don't have to convince me, Joe. I know how it was. It was the manager's and the store detective's word against yours.
All my life, I never laid a finger on nothing that didn't belong to me. Well, I'm poor, I don't mind admitting that, but I'm clean and I keep my hands to myself.
Never mind, Joe. It's all over now. But my wife said that with all this cold weather about, you'd be needing something to put under your jacket besides newspaper. So she parcels these things up for you.
Well, I've never known such kindness. I thank you for it.
Look after yourself, Joe.
You will. Thanks very much. And tell your wife the old man sends his thanks to her, too.
August the 23rd, 8:43 p.m. Warrant Officer Ruas and his partner Sergeant Tudu have stopped their squad car at the scene of an accident on the corner of Bock and Claim Streets. They're in the process of trying to extricate the injured from the smashed vehicles concerned when Warrant Officer Ruas feels a tug on his sleeve.
What's happening here? Anybody down for the ambulance? Hi.
Who's that?
Oh, it's me, Joe Lights.
Hello, Joe.
How goes it?
But not so good. These people are badly hurt.
Listen, man. You showed me great kindness,
Yes.
I haven't forgotten. And I'm going to do you a good turn. I heard them planning a murder.
All right, Joe.
They're going to murder the old man and his wife. I heard them talk.
Joe, I'd like to talk to you some other time, but not right now.
Listen.
Look. I tell you what.
What?
Meet us here this time tomorrow night. We'll be able to talk then.
All right,
okay?
on this corner. 8:45
And it will be better if you haven't had so much of a party.
Yeah, okay. I'll see you tomorrow. You've got plenty on your plate, just now. Excuse me, please.
I think he's getting a bit funny, you know. It happens sometimes when people get old. Did you call an ambulance?
Yes, they should be here very soon.
Right, give me a hand with the steering wheel. We'll pull together. Right, you ready?
Yes.
August the 24th, 8:40 p.m. Having dealt with the disturbance in Plain Street, Warrant Officer Ruas and Sergeant Tudu are cruising towards their rendezvous with Joe Lates on the corner of Bock and Claim Streets.
Listen, what would Joe know about a murder?
I don't know. Seems odd to me.
Oh, there he is.
Where?
Over there, on the left.
Oh, well, he remembered. Pull up, Paul.
Okay.
Is that your warrant, officer?
Yes, it's me, Joe. How are you tonight?
Oh, better than I was last night. Better than this morning. Yeah, I was carrying a real bubble. My head and stomach was getting their own back for what I did to them last night. Yeah, that was a bad smash here last night, eh?
Yes, it was. The woman died in hospital.
They drive too fast these days. It's the youngsters. They see no danger.
I'm afraid you're right. I'm sorry I couldn't talk to you last night.
No, that's all right. I could see you was busy.
You said something about a murder.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
You said you heard somebody planning one.
That's right.
You're not setting us off on a wild goose chase, are you?
No, I wouldn't do a thing like that. I'm just wanting to repay a kindness. And when I heard of this thing, I thought, here's something for me old friend, Warrant Officer Ruas. Well, it was lucky I bumped into you. I was in two minds whether I should phone you or not.
So tell us. Yeah. Get in the car.
Yeah.
Out of the cold.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's much better.
So, tell me.
Well, other night it was bitterly cold, man. Now, during the day, I'd taken up with a man I met in Joubert Park. And he said to me they was having a bit of a party later that night. Well, he said he'd take me along. Now, it was in the boiler room of a place called Canaway Mansions in Confronting. Oh, nice and warm there it was. A lot of these sherry gang people sleep there.
Yes, we know about it. Go on.
Well, anyway, we had this party, see, and it's too late to be going home. So what happens? This friend of mine suggests that I bed down for the night. Well, it seemed a sensible thing to do, so I did. Now, I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but I heard these two men talking.
Hobos?
No, they was youngsters. Early 20s, I'd say. what do you call these lads with the long hair?
Hippies.
No, they're okay. The others.
DuckTales.
Yeah, that's it.
Go on.
Well, anyway, they're thinking everybody's asleep, see? But I'm listening. Now, I make like I'm breathing heavy, so I can hear them talking.
Yes.
And the one is telling the other about this plot. Now, I suppose you'd call it that, out Bryanston way. There's an old man and his wife, they live there, see, alone. Now, what was their names again? Wilkins, that's it. Now, apparently, they got a bit of money, and that's what these two chaps said anyway, see.
Yes.
But they're keeping on the place.
So these two are set on getting at it, huh?
That's right, yeah.
Now, where is this place?
Well, I'm not quite sure. Somewhere out north.
You said Bryanston.
Yeah, I know I did, but I'm thinking now. Was it Bryanston? And what's that other place out there?
Ferndale.
No, it wasn't.
Craighall?
Yeah, that's right, Craighall. Now, apparently, there's a plot or something by the river.
Shouldn't be too hard to find.
No, it shouldn't. Go on, Joe.
Yeah, well, these two skellums are going to kill the old people, see, for their money.
When?
Oh, they talked about Saturday night. That'll be next Saturday, I suppose.
Our night shift, too.
Are you sure about this, Joe?
Oh, I'm positive.
And how are they going to do it? Did they say?
Oh, no, they didn't go so far as to say that.
You're not having us on, are you?
Having you on? What, after what you did for me? Why would I do a thing like that?
Well, Paul's just checking, Joe. We don't want to go rushing out there on a wild goose chase.
Oh, no, you won't. It's definite. 10 o'clock at night, they said.
Yes, I think we'll have to arrange a little reception committee for them. What do you say, Paul?
I think so. Should be fairly interesting.
Saturday, September the 4th, 8:55 p.m. Warrant Officer Ruas and Sergeant Tadu, accompanied by a native constable, 1000 Sitori, having ascertained the whereabouts of the few acres of ground owned by Mr. Wilkins, are dropped by a police car outside the gate.
Well, Paul, it's certainly out of the way.
Yes, very isolated.
You see anybody about?
Oh, there's a light at that window, though.
Come on, let's go and see.
Hey, what are you going to tell the old man?
I don't know. We don't want to alarm them.
Hey, what's that?
An Alsatian.
I don't know why they're worrying. With a dog like this to protect them, they could only be safe.
You think so, huh? Watch. Here, boy, come. Shh. Come, boy, come. That's a good boy. Come on. Come. You see? He barks to begin with, but we can quickly make friends with him. Now, watch this. 1000?
Sir?
Come here. Make to pat the dog.
Oh.
Go on.
Hey, you will bite me, sir?
How can he bite you, man? There's a wire fence between you.
Your dog.
That's enough. That's enough, 1000. Shh. There we are. This chap will be useless against tonight's visitors. He likes Europeans.
I see.
You stay here, 1000, till we get the dog locked up.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Paul. Come on, boy. Come on. Come, boy. Come on, boy. Come.
It beats me how an old couple can live in such an isolated place. I don't know, I'd be scared stiff.
You forget, Paul, that people haven't seen what you've seen.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll do the talking.
There's somebody coming.
Who's there?
Police, Mr. Wilkins.
What do you want?
Open up, please. We want to talk to you. Good evening.
Good evening. What's the trouble?
I wonder if you can help us.
Eh?
We need your help.
What for?
We want to set a trap. We'd like to do it in your kitchen.
Well, what's going on then? Is it chicken thieves?
Something like that.
Yes, of course. Come in.
If you'll just hold your dog until the police boy comes in, we won't have any casualties.
Oh, what? Oh, yes. Here, Caesar, come here. Now you can let the boy in.
1,000! Sir, you can come in now.
It's, not often we have excitement in these parts.
Well, I think you'll find there'll be enough excitement later to last you a lifetime.
Wilkins Small Holding, Craig Hall, 9:15 p.m. The three policemen are in the kitchen of the house talking to the old man.
Where's your wife, Mr. Wilkins?
Well, we were just going to bed. She's through there.
Sorry to keep you up.
No, that's all right. Now, what do you want to do?
We'd like to get settled in the kitchen to wait for your visitors.
Oh, you know they're coming then, eh?
Yes, we've been tipped off. A police informer.
Well, just make yourself at home.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins.
What do you want us to do?
You can go to bed. We won't be needing you. We just want to sit in the kitchen here.
Well, you're not going to be very comfortable. I'll get you some chairs.
Well, that's very kind of you. Don't put yourself to any trouble.
No, it's no trouble. There's nothing to sit on here. Lena.
What is it?
We've got visitors. Come and see. She'll be wondering what on earth it is. The only people who come here are my son and his wife. They sometimes drop in at the weekend.
Goodness gracious, what's all this?
It's the police.
Oh, yes, I can see that, but what do they want with us?
Nothing to be alarmed about, Mrs. Wilkins. I'm Warrant Officer Russ. This is Sergeant Tradew.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Is it our boy you're after?
No.
I was going to say he's a good boy. Never gives us any trouble.
He's too old.
So if it's not the boy, what do you want?
It's chicken thieves.
Oh, I didn't know we had any round here.
Apparently, yes, we have.
What will they get up to next?
Nothing to be alarmed about, Mrs. Wilkins.
But what's it got to do with us?
Well, it's just that your house is conveniently situated. They come down this way. We've heard they're coming tonight. We want to be on hand to meet them.
Oh, I see. What time are they coming?
Our information says 10 o'clock.
Oh, have you had something to eat?
Yes, thank you. We had supper before we came on duty.
Would you like some tea or coffee?
No,
I'm
thank
just getting
you.
them some chairs.
Yeah, Mr. Wilkins. Let me take that.
Oh, thank you.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to bed. I don't want to be in your way. If you want anything, you must just ask.
All right, Mrs. Wilkins. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night to you.
Now, here you are. Now you've got 3 chairs.
Sergeant.
All right, sir.
Well, they're not much an old man like me can do, so I'll be off to bed, too.
Don't be alarmed if you hear anything unusual.
No, that won't worry me. I'm getting deaf, you see. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Wilkins. Now then, 1,000.
Sir?
Can you see the dog?
Just a minute, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. He's our early warning system. He's sure to bark when they arrive.
If they arrive. Joe Lades is an old boozer, you know. Perhaps he heard something, but he's got it all wrong.
We'll soon see. What time is it?
25 to 10.
Now listen. This is what we'll do. 1,000.
Yes, sir.
Put your chair behind the kitchen door. I think that's the way they'll come in.
Yes.
Even though the old folks keep it locked and bolted, it doesn't look very secure to me. A couple of good shoves, it'll be in. So you put your chair behind the door. Go on. That's right. You sit down. That's it. When they come, when they've opened the door, I want you to close it quietly. And then get down on the floor and use your body to stop them opening it again. You understand?
Yes, sir. Like a doormat, sir.
Yes, that's it. Now, that'll keep you out of trouble. That's all I want you to do. Close the door quietly, lie down across the bottom of the door so they can't open it again. That'll keep them in.
Yes, sir.
You'll also be out of the line of fire.
And us? What do we do?
Well, we'll take our chairs. Come on. And we'll park them in the pantry.
Is this headquarters?
That's it. Center of operations. Sit, Paul.
It's now 20 to 10.
And let's hope they pitch up on time. You settled there, 1,000?
Yes, sir.
And for goodness sake, when they come, you keep your head.
Yes, sir.
You don't panic. You do exactly as I told you.
Yes, sir.
Smoke.
Yes, thanks.
I wonder what they'll have with them.
In the way of weapons, you mean? We won't know till they get here.
No.
Nervous?
Aren't you?
Yeah.
Nice old couple, aren't they? You know, what's the son doing letting them live off the beaten track like this?
I don't suppose it ever occurred to him that they could ever be in danger.
Yeah. Wait till we tell him.
I only hope we're not wasting our time.
10 p.m. 0 hour. With strained ears, the three policemen sit and listen. They hear nothing. And so they wait. 10:35 p.m. Sergeant Tadou shuffles to relieve a stiffness in his knee.
Listen.
Do you think it's him?
It's about time. How long overdue? Sit tight, Townsend. This sounds like it.
Yes, sir.
I wish there was a window in the building. There goes our early warning system.
He didn't worry them at all.
Just the way I said. Shh.
Two of them.
Sounds like it.
Hey, they're right outside the door.
Thank heavens they didn't go around to the front.
What are they doing?
Shh. Look at the light from the torch through the fan light on the ceiling.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Hold tight. This is it. That door won't hold long.
One more and they'll be in.
What was that?
The door. What do you want to go and do that for?
I didn't. I thought it was you.
Wait a minute. Somebody here. Shine the torch. See? Hit him.
No!
Hit him again.
What are you doing here, eh? I'll kill you!
10:39 p.m. In the excitement, Constable Thousand Sitoli forgot to close the door quietly behind the two intruders. The discovery of Sitoli and the subsequent beating all happens very quickly. The two policemen in the pantry run through to the kitchen.
Shine your torch, Paul.
There.
Stand. This is the police.
It's the cops.
Get him. We've killed your boy. We'll kill you too like this.
My shoulder!
It's coming to be your head.
Paul! The torch!
I dropped.
Shoot! Shoot, poor man! Make a flash! Give us some light! That's it! See them?
Oh, let's get out of here.
Where's the door?
Nice shooting, Paul.
Hey, the other's by the door. Watch!
Yes, I see him.
He's down!
Hello. Right. Let me put the light on. Good gracious me, what's all this?
Nothing to be alarmed about, Mr. Wilkins.
I thought I heard people clapping their hands around.
There's been some shooting.
I say, they are in a mess, aren't they?
Hey, the constable's been hit.
Where?
In the stomach.
Let me see. He's not dead.
No, sir. I am not dead.
It must have been a ricochet off the wall. Let's get him to hospital.
We'll take him in my car. I'll go and put on some clothes.
Do you want me to go with Mr. Wilkins?
You better.
What did they hit you with?
This.
Wow. An iron-shot pick handle. Where did they get you?
My left shoulder. I think it's broken. Hit me across my right forearm, too. Could barely hold my gun. You?
Not a scratch.
My husband says you've made a mess in my kitchen.
Yes, I'm afraid we have, Mrs. Wilkins.
Oh, so you got them, eh?
Yes.
Skellums. Would you like a cup of tea?
Don't worry, Mrs. Wilkins.
Well, if you change your mind, just put the kettle on and help yourself. I'm going back to bed.
Amazing, eh? She didn't even bat an eyelid.
She didn't know they came here to kill her and the old man.
Yeah, there's no reason they should ever know. They'd never feel safe here again.
Right, I'm all ready. Now we can put the boy in the back. I'll just go and get the car out.
One of these monkeys is still alive. See?
Yes. His eyelids are fluttering.
Can't see any wound on him.
My back.
No, don't touch it, Paul. Can you move at all?
No, I can't feel my legs.
He's paralyzed. Must have got him in the spine.
No hard feelings. You mustn't feel badly about it. You see, I would have killed you.
The Bantu constable, Thousand Sitori, had been hit in the stomach by a bullet fragment. It had travelled round his ribs and lodged in his back, just beneath the skin. It required a relatively minor operation to remove it. The Bantu constable made a rapid and complete recovery. One of the two would-be murderers had died immediately. The bullet that struck him travelled the length of his thorax, went up through his neck, and came to rest in his brain. The other man, paralyzed from the neck down, eventually died in hospital some months later. Mr. Wilkins and his wife Rena never knew that they had been potential murder victims.
They prowl the empty streets at night, waiting. In fast cars, on foot, living with crime and violence. These men are on duty 24 hours out of every 24. They face dangers at every turn, expecting nothing less. They protect the people of South Africa. These are the men of Squad Cars.
Listen again next Friday evening to another dramatic story in our authentic South African police series, Squad Cars. Squad Cars is directed by Colin Fish and produced by David Goodman.
will stay where you are. You will not move. We have some preparations to make, and
Then something very odd happened. Half of Dr. Marlowe came alive. His right side first. His right eye lighting up, while his left eye stayed dead. His right hand twitching, while his left hand remained stiff. Half of him came alive. Only half.
Theater 5 presents Terror from Beyond.
John Parker! Are you getting this, John? You've got to get it! I don't have much time! He'll be coming back in a few minutes. Try to get it, John. Try and remember.
Huh? What's that? Did someone...
Remember. Try and remember.
So you will not remember. Do you understand? When we are gone, it will be gone, as if it had never happened, and you will not remember.
But you've got to remember, John. You've got to. The whole future of mankind, of life on Earth, depends on it. You've got to.
I sat up in bed, listening. The surf was pounding at the foot of the cliff, but that was all. Had I really heard something, or just imagined it? I didn't know. All I knew was I was in a cold sweat. But that wasn't surprising after what had happened, the deaths and... Deaths? But they'd been accidents. Maybe if I went back over it from the beginning...
That's right, John. Start back at the beginning. Then maybe you'll remember. And you've got to. You've got to.
When was the beginning? When I arrived at the base, I suppose. Went to the administration building for that first briefing session with Dr. Marlowe and Roy.
Oh, it's good to see you again, John.
It's good to see you, Doctor.
Great to have you aboard, John. Did you mind our doing this, pulling strings to have you assigned up here for a while?
Are you kidding? You said it was something interesting.
We think it is. As interesting and important as any space work that's being done anywhere today.
I know. We'll be putting a man on the moon in a few years, but if we're to go on from there, one of the things we should know is what we're likely to find. In other words, whether there's intelligent life anywhere in the solar system. That's why I hated leaving the old project.
You haven't. This is still part of the old project. Remember what our problem was on Vango?
Of course. A radio telescope can pick up any message from out there that might be beamed at us, but it's sometimes very difficult to tell precisely where it's coming from.
Exactly. Well, we're using a technique here that'll take care of that. A light beam, rather than radio waves.
You mean a laser?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we discussed that. We've already hit the moon with a beam no bigger than a pencil, but suppose you do establish a contact, how do you get your feedback, your response?
Well, we believe we've solved that problem, theoretically at least. But we needed an electronics specialist to work on it with us. That's why we requested you.
When do we start?
Right away. By the way, you're sharing a cottage with Roy. Now, why don't you go on down there with him? Drop your luggage, we'll get to work.
The work. I remember that. Weeks of it. Finally, the big night. The night of our first test. It was clear and cool. The ocean still, not thundering, but whispering at the base of the cliffs as if it were waiting. All the stars sharp and clear like signposts on the road to the infinite. Dr. Marlowe at the computer, Roy and I at the center console.
T-2.
Check. By the way, Doctor, I meant to ask you before, what made you pick Deimos as our first target?
Well, it was a few weeks after you left the project. We got a message from there.
No.
Well, there was some question about it, John. First, as to whether it really was a coherent message, and second, as to whether it was from Deimos.
The British got a fix on it, too. And it was on the hydrogen wavelength, the one we always said anyone out there would use.
That's true. And even though we never got another one, I thought it was worth exploring further.
Of course. But that's fantastic.
Yes, it's an exciting prospect. But it's also a rather frightening one.
Why do you say that?
We're reaching out, John. We're getting close to the secret of matter, the origin of life, the mystery of the universe. Sometimes I become a little afraid. Afraid that we may stumble onto something that's too much, too big for us.
T-minus 10 seconds.
Check. Power on. Give me a reading, John.
Vector 9, 18.2 and steady.
Time.
How long to contact?
3 minutes, 28 seconds.
We sat there tensely, watching our instruments and the clock. Then,
There it is, the feedback. We've done it.
The trick now will be to maintain contact. Wait a minute. What's that?
It sounds like a pattern. Listen. Even numbers.
Now odd numbers. Great Scott, do you think we've got something?
Follow it. Follow it. Start with an even series.
We started following the pattern, and we got nothing. We kept at it all night and most of the next day. Still nothing. Wait. The next night, it's starting to come back to me now. I remember. It was the sound of the generators that woke me. It was about 2 a.m. I padded out along the duct boards to the control building. The lights were on. I went in. And there was Dr. Marlowe. He was sitting at the control panel, and he was strange. His eyes were open, but he didn't seem to see me. Dr. Marlowe? Dr. Marlowe, what is it? What are you doing? Dr. Marlowe! Then something very odd happened. Half of him came alive. His right side first. His right eye lighting up while his left eye stayed dead. His right hand twitched while his left one remained stiff. And then?
What? Oh, hello, John.
Is anything the matter, Doctor?
No. Why should anything? Hey, what am I doing here?
Doctor, have you ever walked in your sleep before?
Not that I know of. Of course, I haven't been sleeping too well lately. Rather disturbing dreams, but... John, did you change this beam frequency?
No, Doctor. You must have done it in your sleep. Shall I switch it back?
No. Cut the power, but leave it. I'd like to look at it again in the morning. Do some thinking about it.
Somehow, neither of us mentioned it the next day. We just went on with our work, collecting data, trying for another contact, if it had been a contact. And that night, yes, it was that night that we discovered what it meant. The generators woke me again. I looked at my watch. It was almost 3 o'clock, and for some reason, I was terrified. The door of Roy's room was open. As I went by, I saw that his bed was empty. Then I was walking along the duct boards to the control building. The lights were on again. I looked in through the window, and Dr. Marlowe was at the panel as he'd been the night before, with that same dead look on his face. And Roy was standing in front of him, talking to him. I could hear him through the window.
Dr. Marlowe! Dr. Marlowe, what is it? Is anything wrong? He's asleep. Walking in his sleep. Better get John.
He started toward the door. Then, apparently deciding he'd better not leave the generators on, he turned and went toward the master switch. And as he did, Dr. Marlowe moved. His face still dead, expressionless. He got up, took a heavy wrench, and followed Roy. Then, just as Roy put out a hand to throw the switch, he hit him. I saw Roy's body crumple to the floor. I stood there frozen, unable to move. Dr. Marlowe looked down at him for a moment with no sign of emotion on his face. Then, like a zombie, he went over to the workbench again, picked up an odd assortment of tools, and returned to Roy's body. He bent over him, looking at him as if he were a laboratory specimen. And as I realized what he was going to do, my paralysis left me. I shouted and started for the door, but just before I reached it, I tripped, hit my head, and that was the last I knew. I'm not sure how long I was out, but when I came to, I was lying in front of the door and a dark shape was bending over me.
John, what happened?
Keep away from me. Don't touch me. I saw what you did in there.
And where? When?
Just now in the control room to Roy.
What do you mean? I just came up here from my cottage. I had a bad dream, came out to get some air, and I found you lying here.
But I tell you, I saw you and...
And what?
I must have imagined it, dreamed it, because I thought I saw you kill him. We looked everywhere, but there was no sign of Roy. Then we hurried back to the control building and searched it again.
He's not here either, John.
No. Must be in my mind. Of course, if it had really happened, there'd be something, if not his body, at least his blood.
Where, John? Where would it be?
Right here in front of the master switch. But there's nothing.
No. Except that the floor is wet. Looks as if it's been scrubbed.
Hey, you're right.
John, did you change the beam frequency this way?
No, Doctor. You must have done it just the way you did last night.
Last night? You mean something happened last night, too?
You don't remember?
No. Tell me what you thought you saw happen tonight, whether you believe it or not.
Well, you were sitting at the control panel with your eyes open, but as if you were asleep.
Yes?
The generators were on, and the beam frequency was set the way it is now. Roy was speaking to you, but you didn't answer him. Then when he started to cut the power, you picked up a wrench and hit him.
I hit Roy?
But that's not the worst of it. After that, you picked up some tools and bent over him as if he were a laboratory animal. Telling you about it now, I know the whole thing's mad. It's impossible.
I wonder.
You mean it could have happened some way? Without your knowing it?
In the old project, and in this one. We've been listening for messages from out of space, trying to determine whether intelligent life exists anywhere in our galaxy. John, if it did exist, what form would it take?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily look like us with 2 arms and legs.
Exactly. And suppose it existed in a totally different form. In the form of electrical energy.
Electrical energy?
Why not? Isn't that the way the brain functions? Giving off electromagnetic waves? And what do we know about Deimos? Suppose living beings existed there in the form of complex electrical charges, and a channel were suddenly opened between it and the Earth.
Our laser beam? You mean they could travel down and take hold of someone,
I'm speculating, John. Of course, even if it's true, we don't know if these entities are malevolent, dangerous, or not.
When they made you kill Roy?
Because he was going to shut off the transmitter, cut off contact with their base. As for the rest, well, they'd be very interested in the human body, particularly the brain. They'd want to examine it, study it.
Do you realize what you're saying, suggesting, Doctor? Intelligences from outer space, another world, the taking over of a man's body by forces that we...
Yes, John, I know what I'm saying. And while I'm only hypothesizing, I don't really believe it's possible. Do you own a gun?
Yes. So happens I do.
Well, start carrying it. And if you notice me doing anything strange, don't hesitate. Shoot. And shoot to kill.
I didn't go back to sleep that night. And I was convinced that I would never sleep again. Because it would be then that it would be easiest for them to... No, I can't think about it. I won't, even now. I felt a little better in the morning. I went over to have another talk with Dr. Marlowe. But he wasn't at his cottage. He wasn't anywhere on the base. And no one seemed to know where he was. Then I called Colonel Gately at headquarters. No one there knew anything about Dr. Marlowe or Roy. But by that time, something had happened to me. It had all become blurred, like an old nightmare that you know was frightening, but whose details you can't remember. About a week later, the colonel called me and asked me to meet him at the police station in the town nearby.
You knew Swanson pretty well, didn't you, Parker?
Yes, of course.
Some fishermen found a body in their nets this morning. We'd like you to look at it.
Oh? All right.
Brace yourself. Here.
Good Lord. I can't be certain, but I'm fairly sure it's Roy. How did he die?
We'll have to wait for the coroner's report, but my guess is that he fell off the cliff.
And Dr. Marlowe?
Nothing new on him yet, but if they were together... His body may turn up soon, too.
He was a better prophet than he knew, because Dr. Marlowe came back that very night. I'd taken something to make me sleep. It was the only way I could sleep, but the sound of the generators woke me. I took my gun, went to the control building. The lights were on. I opened the door, and there was Dr. Marlowe. He was standing near the console, his face thin and drawn, and his eyes blank. And when he spoke, his voice was hardly human, as if someone was speaking through him.
It is unfortunate that you awakened, Parker. And even more unfortunate that you came in here.
What do you mean, Doctor? Where have you been, and why are you talking so strangely?
We have been looking over your planet, studying it and its life. Particularly, you so-called humans. We have found it very interesting. And now, we are ready to go.
Go? Go where? Wait. You said we. Dr. Marlowe, have they...
You will stay where you are. You will not move. We have some preparations to make. And then...
Her voice, that horrible voice, broke off. And Dr. Marlowe swayed as if he were about to fall. I grabbed him, held on to him. And then his eyes changed, came alive. And when he spoke again, it was with his own voice.
John, for heaven's sake, help me. What? They got me. They took me that night. Took me all over the country, looking, examining, studying. They picked my brain, John. And now they're going to take me with them.
Take you?
Back to where they come from. Not my body. They're not interested in that. But the essential me. And in heaven's name, shoot, John. Shoot me!
And now, we are ready. Look here. At his eyes. Look closely. Yes, like that. As your friend told you, we are taking him with us. But you will not remember what has happened. You will remember nothing. Do you understand? Because someday, we may come back.
I stood there, frozen, holding Marlowe. Suddenly, he broke my grip, pushed me away. Walking stiffly and mechanically, he went to the door, opened it, and went out along the duckboards to the edge of the cliff. Then, without hesitating, he stepped over the edge and disappeared.
Now do you remember, John? It's all true. They exist. And they've got me here. Not only that, but they may return to Earth again for others. And... John, they're coming back now. They're coming. Do something.
When I woke up about a half hour ago, I found this all written out on the pad I keep next to my bed. I remember some of what I'd written. But other parts, like Roy's murder and Dr. Marlowe's death, I don't recall at all. Either I'm mad, completely mad, or... No, I can't think about that. In any case, if I showed this to anyone, the world would think I was mad. There's only one thing to do. Tear it up. Every last page of it. Every last page of it. Every last page of it.
Theater 5 has presented Terror from Beyond, written by Robert Newman and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Robert Dryden, Ralph Camargo, and Gilbert Mack. Audio engineers Marty Folia and Bill Sandreuter. Sound technicians Ed Blaney and M.C. Brock. Original music composed by Alexander Vlastatsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. This is Fred Foy speaking.
incredible, unbelievable.
Yes, truth is often incredible, but you must believe. Listen to the weird circle.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale. The murders in the Rue Morgue.
Gentlemen, please, may I have your attention?
Very well.
I didn't ask you to come to my humble apartment tonight to endeavor to stun you with my superior knowledge of crime and criminals. I've asked you here only to prove to you that the murders in the Rue Morgue present no great insoluble mystery.
Monsieur Dupin, if you think the case is so obvious, tell me, who is the murderer?
He will be here shortly, Monsieur le Prefect of Police.
Here?
Who is it? The murderer here? In this place? Gentlemen, I give you my word as a man of honor that he will be here in my apartment at precisely 10 o'clock this evening.
How can you be so sure?
I have asked him to come. It is exactly 9 o'clock now, gentlemen. And in the hour remaining to us before we meet the murderer, I shall explain to you as simply as I can how I managed to arrive at my conclusion.
Yes, do, Monsieur Dupin. I'm always interested in guesswork.
Guesswork, my dear fellow? This is not guesswork.
No?
Now, gentlemen, let us retrace the case. The story begins, if I'm not mistaken, with Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter Camille on the afternoon of December 16th, 1841.
Well, of course, you're correct so far anyway, Dupin.
I bow, Monsieur le Prefect. Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter Camille entered the Bank of France at precisely 2:45 in the afternoon to transact important business.
Ah, Madame L'Espanaye, I've been waiting for you.
So good of you, Monsieur Le Bon. Have you met my daughter, Camille?
I don't think I've had the pleasure. How do you do, mademoiselle?
How do you do, Monsieur Le Bon?
Are you quite sure, Madame L'Espanaye, that you wish to withdraw all this money at this time?
Quite positive.
But 4,000 francs is a great deal to keep about one's household, Madame.
I'm quite aware of the danger involved, Monsieur Le Bon. But if the bank keeps this withdrawal quiet, nobody else need know that I have a sum of money in the house.
Well, things do get about, Madame. There's no use inviting unnecessary danger.
The danger is my problem, Monsieur Le Bon. I think we'd better let the matter drop at that.
Have you any protection against possible thievery at home, Madame?
No, Monsieur, but Mama and I have protection enough. We bolt and lock our doors. It's absolutely impossible for anybody to enter the house unless he should break the door down.
But does any male protector live in the house?
My husband died many years ago.
Madame misunderstands me. I'm only asking these questions for your own good. Two unprotected women living alone in a large house can invite trouble.
That is our problem.
If Madame insists.
And I do insist.
Very well, Madame. I have the money here. I myself will see you both home to ensure safe delivery. But let me warn you now. The minute you arrive in your home on the Rue Morgue, the Bank of France resigns all future responsibility.
We understand, Monsieur Le Bon. We understand perfectly.
Interesting that
So, gentlemen, the first step in this little tragedy was completed. Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter insisted on taking the money home from the bank. Monsieur Le Bon drove them in his carriage to their house, the large, bleak house, number 12, Rue Morgue. When they arrived there, Monsieur Le Bon looked about for the gendarme who was in charge of that particular block.
Whoa! May I help you out, Mademoiselle Camille?
Oh, thank you, Monsieur Le Bon.
Madame?
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that the gendarme on the corner? The gendarme usually on this block?
Not having had any reason to talk to the gendarme, Monsieur Le Bon, I wouldn't know.
Yes, I think it is, Monsieur.
Gendarme! Gendarme!
All this fuss over a little money. Really, you'd think we were incapable of taking care of ourselves.
Well, I think Monsieur Le Bon is very thoughtful, Maman.
Gendarme!
Coming, monsieur, coming.
Do you live on the first floor, Madame L'Espanaye?
On the 4th floor, in the back of the house. I own this house, and I've shut up all the other rooms.
You mean this entire house is unoccupied
You
except for...
called me, monsieur.
Yes, I did. I want you to keep a special watch on this house for the next week or so. Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter will have a considerable amount of money in the house.
I will watch the house like a watchdog.
You would be better off if you did it like a man. Then you'd use your head instead of your feet.
Monsieur!
What is your name, gendarme?
Gendarme Isidore Musée.
Very well. Gendarme Isidore Musée. I leave these ladies in your care.
You needn't worry about a thing, mademoiselle. And madame.
I'm sure we won't. That is, as long as you don't spread the news around the neighborhood that we've got 4,000 francs hidden here in the house.
Who, me, madame? I am the law, and your secret is safe with me.
Come along, Maman. I'm getting hungry.
Yes, dear.
Thank you so much for all you've done, Monsieur Le Bon.
It is nothing, mademoiselle, nothing at all. Just a courtesy extended by the Bank of France.
I'll keep good watch, be assured of that. I'll keep very good watch.
Gentlemen, let us proceed to the next event. Gendarme Isidore Musée kept a very good watch on number 12 Rue Morgue. At 11 o'clock the evening of the tragedy, he strolled into the shop 2 doors away from number 12 to buy a pouch of tobacco and to chat with his very good friend Pierre Moreau, a tiny man known as the neighborhood gossip.
Good evening, friend Isidore. Good evening.
Evening.
I've been waiting for you. Yes, I've been waiting for you. You usually drop in at 9 o'clock. And I said to myself, as I sat here waiting for you, I said, where's my good friend Isidore?
It's been a busy evening this evening.
That's what I said to myself. If Isidore doesn't drop in to buy his usual box of tobacco, he's busy. There must be big news abroad, but then how could there be big news abroad on this block? That's what I said.
You were wrong, Pierre. Very wrong.
Wrong, eh? There is big news. Thievery?
No.
Murder?
No.
Well, then, I give up.
It's a secret.
Secret? What could be a secret? Somebody got married. That's no secret. Somebody died. That's no secret either. A child is ill, a contagious disease, an epidemic, or Paris will be infected?
No.
Well, I can't guess.
If you promise not to tell a soul...
No, not a soul.
Well, Madame L'Espanaye
yes?
and her daughter Camille have withdrawn 4,000 francs from the bank today and have it hidden in the house somewhere.
No.
And I must stand on guard.
Naturally.
But don't tell a soul.
No, not a soul. On my honor, not a single soul, Isidore. My word of honor. I swear it now.
And so, by midnight, gentlemen, the entire neighborhood in the Rue Morgue was buzzing.
4,000 francs in the L'Espanaye household. I hear it was 10,000.
2 women all alone. Imagine it, 20,000 francs.
I wonder where...
And all that jewelry must be a veritable fortune hidden away.
Do you know that they say she's got money hidden in every corner of the house?
Imagine almost 1 million francs in that house. I always knew there was something strange about those 2 women living all alone in a house like that. And in the rear, 4th floor.
Yes, sitting in the bedroom of the 4th floor rear. But while the neighborhood was busy gossiping and chattering, Mademoiselle Camille and her mother were completely unaware of the commotion they had caused. It was almost 3 a.m. Camille had just finished undressing, and her mother was sitting in front of the mirror, brushing her hair, so that they didn't notice the window opening in back of them.
I'm so tired, Mama.
Poor Camille. It's been a very busy day.
You know, I thought that Monsieur Le Bon was very nice.
He seems fairly affable.
Oh, Mama, fairly affable. I thought he was perfectly charming. So concerned over us.
No man ever gets that concerned over me. Must have been you, darling. All men see...
Mama, look in the mirror.
Stay calm, Camille. Don't
Mama,
move.
he's got a razor in his hand.
Don't move, Camille.
Mama, quick. Let's hide. He's coming closer.
Where, Camille? Where shall we go?
Into the closet, Mama. Quickly, Mama, into the closet.
Close the door.
Mama, he'll break the door down. He'll break the door down, Mama.
Watch out. He's breaking it down.
awful.
Quite right, gentlemen. Simply ghastly. We fully realize that this is a horrible atrocity, but we must remain factual. While all this was going on the 4th floor of number 12 Rue Morgue, the gendarme Isidore Musée, the little tobacconist Pierre Moreau, Monsieur Le Bon, who, strangely enough, was in the neighborhood at that very moment, and a passerby, a sailor, all 4 were attracted by the screams of the 2 women and immediately tried to break into number 12 Rue Morgue.
Now stand back, everybody, while I break the door down. Stand back. This is the gendarme's job.
Break it down, Isidore. Break it down.
Up. Follow me, everybody. Up these stairs to the 4th floor.
Stand right behind you, Isidore. Right behind you.
On the next flight. Keep going. Wait a minute. Wait. Listen to that. He's speaking Italian.
No, it's Russian, Isidore.
No, Italian, Pierre.
I think it's Polish.
How would you know Polish, Monsieur Le Bon? Have you ever heard Polish spoken?
No, but...
Listen again.
I think it's Dutch he's speaking.
Dutch, Polish, Italian, Russian. And none of you know what you're talking about.
He stopped speaking, hasn't he?
Yes, probably escaped. Yes, probably. I wonder. Try the door.
Can you open it, Isidore?
No, it's locked.
I think we're too late. I'm sure of it, sailor. I warned you about the gendarme.
Well, let's break the door down. 1, 2, 3. Look.
What? Oh, the entire room is wrecked. Just exactly as if a maniac had torn up the place. The bed's torn apart.
Yes. I've sailed the 7 seas, but I've never seen a place looked like this in my entire life.
Monsieur Le Bon, where are Mademoiselle Camille and her mother?
I don't know. They're not in here.
Look. Where?
There in the fireplace. Oh. It's Mademoiselle Camille.
Dead.
Yes. Dead. Poor girl. Here, help me, somebody. Help me lift her up. Look out this window.
Huh?
The old woman is lying in the courtyard below.
The sailor's right. Absolutely right. She's lying in the courtyard below, dead as a dead fish. Oh, probably twice as dead.
Somebody is guilty of this. Somebody. And as a member of the Paris police, I mean to find out who that guilty person is.
Yes, gentlemen. Isidore Musée, gendarme, swore up and down that he would find the murderer. Well, at 4 o'clock that morning, I was awakened from a sound sleep and called to number 12 Rue Morgue to examine the evidence. Monsieur le Gendarme Musée was running around the room destroying the evidence, or at least what little evidence there was, as fast as he unearthed it. The 3 gentlemen who had been there with him were still waiting round out of a combined feeling of horror and curiosity. The sailor, whose name escaped me, was sitting on what was left of a bed, staring blankly around the room. Monsieur Pierre Moreau, the tobacconist, was watching Isidore Musée, the gendarme, play detective. He played it badly. And Monsieur Le Bon was the picture of dejection. I entered the room and gazed about while Isidore supplied me with all the facts in the case, at least from his point of view.
And that is exactly what happened, Monsieur Dupin.
Very interesting, Monsieur Isidore Musée. And now, gentlemen, I wish to ask just a few questions.
No, go ahead.
Now, all of you seem to think you heard the voice of the murderer.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, we did definitely.
No doubt about it.
And you, Monsieur Isidore Musée, you are positive that the murderer is an Italian?
Positive, Monsieur Dupin. Absolutely positive. I could tell by his intonation.
Do you speak Italian?
Oh, no. Definitely not.
Have you ever heard Italian spoken?
No, monsieur, never. But I imagine...
Yes? You imagine what?
Oh, I imagine it would sound like that.
I see. And you, Monsieur Le Bon, you said it was Polish.
Definitely Polish, without a doubt.
I judge you have lived in Poland a long time, yes?
No, but I heard Polish spoken once.
Once? Yes. That makes you an excellent judge of the Polish language. How about you, Monsieur Pierre Moreau?
What language did you say it was?
Russian, I thought, but that's only a guess, since I admit, and I admit it very freely, I'm not a man to hedge. I've never heard a word of Russian in my life.
I thought so. And how about you, sailor?
I thought it was Dutch. I don't speak the Dutch language, but I've heard a considerable amount of Dutch spoken when I was in Holland 8 years ago.
8 years ago.
I don't mean to make a suggestion, Monsieur Dupin, but Monsieur Lebon was the only man beside myself who knew about the money being kept in this house.
What are you insinuating, Monsieur Musée?
Insinuating? I'm an officer of the law, and I think it was very peculiar that you should just happen to be in this neighborhood at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Don't you live in this neighborhood, Monsieur Lebon?
No, but I've good reason to be here.
Oh, so? Suppose you tell us.
Well, I was worried about Mademoiselle Camille. I was rather attracted to the young lady. And, well, I had a feeling that there would be trouble over the money. Well, I was in the corner cafe having some tea until about 10 minutes before the murder occurred.
And then you strolled by the house on your way home, correct?
Quite correct.
My tobacco store is open all night.
All tobacco stores are open all night, Monsieur Pierre Moreau.
I was just walking by. I didn't steal the money.
But naturally, nobody stole the money. It's in the safe behind this wall.
Huh? Are you positive, Monsieur Dupin?
Perfectly obvious that the money hasn't been touched. These murders were far too cruel to be instigated by man's greedy desire for financial reward. Here, let me open the safe and show you. I happen to know an interesting combination that will open any safe. I should have been a thief. So, there. That ought to open it.
Oh, it did.
Naturally. Now look. There's the 4,000 francs, safe and snug as a 4,000 franc group of notes should be.
Well, perhaps Monsieur Lebon was interrupted in the midst of his thievery. Perhaps he didn't have time to finish.
Well, nonsense. Monsieur Lebon was with you when you walked up the stairs.
Well, an accomplice, perhaps.
No, Monsieur Isidore Musée. Let me show you something. Look at the fingerprints on this girl's neck. Very strong, heavy prints. And very large, too.
Why, yes. The murderer must have been a giant. His hand must have been twice as large as mine, and I have a large hand as hands.
Yes. The murderer was a giant. A giant with extraordinary strength. Gentlemen, I think now I have sufficient clues. Look at this window.
It's just a window.
Yes, just a window with a cord on it. A broken piece of cord. Clue number 1. Clue number 2. Look at the dead girl's hand.
Huh? What? She has some hair clutched in her hand.
Quite correct. And with this cord and this hair, I can find the murderer. Gentlemen, go home. Go home, get a good night's sleep, and I'll hand the murderer over to the prefect of police very soon.
Monsieur Dupin, don't forget to mention that I helped you. I'm due for promotion soon.
Very strong. I don't care, man.
And so, messieurs, that is the story. And you have the facts. A piece of cord and some hair. The condition of the room, the strength of the murderer, the passion of the deed, the lack of motivation should all suggest to you the very same thing it suggested to me.
Monsieur Dupin, you are talking in circles.
Circles? So? You mean to say you still don't know who the murderer is?
No, of course I don't know. And frankly, Monsieur Dupin, I don't think you know either.
Oh, really, gentlemen. Really, gentlemen, you amaze me. Here, Monsieur le Prefect. Examine this piece of cord, if you will. What do you make out of it?
A piece of cord, yes. Well, let me see. Well, it's a piece of... Well, nothing except that, it's been torn.
Yes, it's been torn. Now,
yes.
Try to tear it yourself.
Well, well, I couldn't. It's a very, very strong cord.
Ah. Notice anything else?
Yes, now that I look at it, it's got a very unusual knot in it. But what does an unusual knot prove?
You will see what I mean presently. It's the first stroke of 10 o'clock. Any minute now, gentlemen, the murderer will enter this room. May I please ask you to extinguish all the candles in the room, all except one.
Why, Monsieur Dupin will all be murdered.
Which would be no great tragedy, but I wouldn't worry if I were you.
Well, as you say, Monsieur Dupin. Extinguish the candles, gentlemen.
Yes. Now we are in semi-darkness. That is fine. Listen, gentlemen. The downstairs door to my pension has opened and closed. The murderer is now downstairs. He is walking up the stairs. Now listen. Yes, listen.
For the love of heaven.
Quiet, quiet. He is coming closer. Gentlemen, are you ready to grab him when he enters?
Yes, Monsieur Dupin.
That is good. Good. He is standing outside my door now, Monsieur le Prefect. Ready, gentlemen?
Yes.
Come in. Grab him.
Let me go! Let me go! Let me go!
So it is you, sailor. Help the sailor to sit down.
It was a trap, huh?
Yeah, but this sailor doesn't look strong enough to commit these murders.
Let me go! Let me go! Let me go, I say!
Please don't struggle. You see, sailor, Monsieur le Prefect cannot arrest you for the murder because, although you are responsible for the crimes, you are not guilty.
I'm not guilty. I'm not. I couldn't help it.
Of course you couldn't. Gentlemen, it must be obvious to you now that no man murdered these two women. The only creature able to do it would be a Bornese orangutan.
Orangutan? What?
I matched these hairs I found in the dead woman's hand, and of course they belong to just such a creature.
An orangutan.
Yes, Monsieur Dupin is right.
But tell me, how is this sailor involved?
I owned the animal. Dupin put an ad in the paper saying my orangutan was captured. Oh, that's why I'm here, to claim it.
But didn't you realize that Monsieur Dupin knew that the murder was an orangutan?
No, I didn't think anyone could solve the murders. But I did know that whoever put the ad in the paper knew that I was the owner of the animal and that he was keeping what he thought was a perfectly innocent animal.
You see, I addressed my ad personally to this sailor. This piece of cord told me a sailor owned it. There was a sailor's knot in the cord, and the knot was peculiar to those tied on Maltese vessels. Therefore, when I put the ad in the paper, I asked the sailor from the Maltese vessel, I checked on the name of the vessel from the sailing data in the paper, to come and get the beast.
Well, naturally, I came to pick him up.
Ah, now I see.
One question I must ask, sailor. How did the orangutan get hold of a razor, and how did he manage to escape?
I had the animal locked in my quarters. I captured him in Malta and brought him to this country to sell to the zoo. They're very smart, you know. Well, last night when I entered my room, he was trying to shave with my razor. When I tried to chain him up, he escaped. He ran out into the streets, saw the light in number 12, Rue Morgue, climbed up the lightning rod to the ladies' apartments. Well, you know the rest.
Indeed we do. Well, gentlemen, if you have any other problems you wish settled, call on me. Just call on Monsieur Auguste Dupin. Incidentally, if you'd like to see the orangutan, you'll find it safely locked up in the zoo.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the immortal tale, Murders in the Rue Morgue. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren McCall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Oh, joy, oh, joy.
That's all you've been doing all afternoon, sailor. Cut it out, will you? Stop sniffing.
What else is there to do on the Isle of Pines but sniff? Like the camphor balls dear Aunt Emma used to keep in her hope chest. Hey, you know what happened once to Aunt Emma? She was sitting in a rocking chair love seat with her boyfriend, and just as
All right, sailor, sniff.
This waiting gets you, huh? Wondering what Rhoda's doing now. Still carrying a little torch for the girl.
Oh, stop eating your heart out, baby. Rhoda's a girl I once knew. Rhoda's a girl who was once beautiful.
Oh, she's still beautiful.
You think so, huh?
Watching her on our boat this morning, I thought so. In a pale sort of way.
She looks like she's dying. The way her eyes burn, the whiteness of her skin, the slow way she moves. And another thing, you heard her yourself. When she hired the Bold Venture to bring her here to the Isle of Pines, she said it was her last fling. What did she mean?
I don't know. Maybe she... Wait a minute.
Look at her, sailor. Rhoda. When I knew her, she would dance up to meet you. She looks like she hardly has the strength to walk.
Gosh. Hi, Rhoda. Did you have a good day?
Yes. Yes, only all of a sudden I don't know. I can hardly walk. You'd better help me onto the boat, Slate.
Sure, I'll carry you. There, that does it.
Oh.
Come on, sailor. Let's get back to Havana.
Aye, aye, sir.
Rhoda.
Yes.
Here, lie down here. You said today on the Isle of Pines it was your last fling. What did you mean?
Mean? Mean? I'm going to die, Slate. Didn't you know? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die.
Doctor has a patient. He'll be out. Why, it's Slate Shannon. And with Rhoda.
And with me, Mrs. Gonzalez.
So I see a happy threesome. How charming. It's been a long time, Slate, since you've come to Rhoda's mother to ask permission to be with Rhoda. I've missed you.
Rhoda's sick, Mrs. Gonzalez. Real sick.
You'd better get her to a hospital, Mrs. Gonzalez. Right away.
I'll take care of her. Just leave her alone with me. She's had these spells before. I know just what to do. Oh, Rhoda, my poor darling.
Let's go, Slate.
Yeah. We'll come back to see how Rhoda's making out of it.
Oh, you're always more than welcome, Slate. She'll come out of it. And thank you for bringing my child back to me. You tried to get away from me, didn't you, Rhoda? And it didn't work. Your old flame was so concerned for you. He brought you right back to your dear mother.
I just want to lie down somewhere where I'll never see your face, never hear your voice. Killer! Killer!
You're dying, daughter mine, dying just as your father died. The paleness, the wasting away, the sudden ugly tempers.
And when I die, you'll go dancing, won't you, Mother?
Now, think about it. And Rhoda, you talked to Slate and that girl. What did you talk about? About me? About you, your father? You shouldn't have, Rhoda. You want them to join your dying? I'll think about that, too. so glad you two came back this morning to see Rhoda. She's out here on the patio. Rhoda. Rhoda, dear. Slate and Miss Duval are here.
You're looking well this morning, Rhoda.
Hold it a minute, sailor. She's asleep.
What makes her look like that, Mrs. Gonzalez?
Have you taken her to a doctor?
Oh, she won't let us.
I know it's not a lot of my business, but a long time ago, when your first husband was living, Rhoda's father, Dr. Burke, I remember when Dr. Burke looked the same way when he died.
You know what my daughter says of me, don't you? She says I killed her father. She reviles me for marrying again. She screams at me that I'm a murderess.
You are, Mother.
Rhoda.
Did you think I was sleeping? I was. My father's name awakened me. I was dreaming of him. She did kill him, Slate. I give you my word, the way she's killing me.
Why don't you two just leave?
Would you mind if I talk to your...
My new husband? He's a dentist, too, you know, like my first one was.
That's just dandy for the dental profession. Well, I want to talk to him.
Oh, if it makes you happy. Dr. Gonzalez is in his office.
Where's his office?
That room over there is Rhoda's bedroom.
My father's bedroom.
Yes, Dr. Burke's old bedroom. Rhoda took it when he died. The office is right next to it.
Sailor, keep your eye on Rhoda. I'll see you later.
If I were not so disturbed with private tragedies, Senor Shannon, perhaps I could speak with you and pay the proper attention. On the other hand, if you wish to discuss your bicuspids...
Let's leave my bicuspids out of it, Doctor. You said you had your personal tragedies. Like what, for instance?
The theft of the tooth gold from me 2 days ago. Many carats. For a dentist, this has tragedy.
That makes me cry, too. What about Rhoda?
Even now, there is inside, in my office, a detective sticking his nose into my drills, my instrument cabinet, swiveling up and down in my beautiful chair. In such a way, he must look for clues, he says. I think I better go put my eye on him. He might...
Let the man have another swivel. You talk to me about Rhoda.
Rhoda? See, pobrecita. The poor one, she's dying.
Why?
You watch a lovely girl, a girl who is not of you, her stepfather, but of her mother and the first husband. You watch her, and you know she dies. Who can explain this why?
When I knew Rhoda before, she was spilling over with life. It was hard for a man to keep up. She was so...
I have finished in your office, Senor Doctor. I give it back to you.
You will find the thief. You will bring back to me my gold. My patients are walking with plastic in their molars.
Tell them to chew gently till I find your... Aha, Senor Shannon. Do we not know each other?
Yeah, Marco. Last time we met, you were making chalk marks on my tires.
But now I'm a detective, and I search for dentist gold. I come up in the world, huh?
Please, reminiscing is pretty, but my gold...
Patience, Senor Doctor, patience. Senor Shannon, may I whisper a word with you, please?
Sure. I have been whispered at all day.
Out here in the hallway, Senor.
You want to frisk me for gold, Marco?
On the contrary, Senor. I give you gold. Wisdom.
You're going to tell me to get out of here, too.
On the button, Senor. Because you look like a picture of health. Stay that way. Especially keep away from Mildred.
Mildred? You know Mrs. Gonzalez that well, huh?
To me, she is Mildred. I give you gold, amigo. You did not open your ear to it. It is your life. It is your death. Adios.
Hurry up, will you?
When I walk on the beach at night, I don't like to hurry. Slade?
Yeah, what?
Just because you used to know Rhoda. Just because
every time I go to help her, I get slapped in the mouth with a threat. What do you want me to do? Stick my head in the sand, make out like nothing's happening?
Just plant your feet in the sand, Slade. That's right. Stay there. I want to talk to you.
About what?
About nothing. Girl likes to talk about nothing sometimes. She likes to take advantage. She finds herself in a situation like this. Moon and beach and dunes. And a man she sort of likes.
You want to know something, kid? Right at the moment, I can do without... Sailor, hit the deck. You all right?
Beating sand is all right. I'm all right.
Now just stay where you are. Don't move. Now just lie there, sailor.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to stand up. I'm going to see if I'm as attractive as I was to gunfire.
You're not attractive, huh?
Whoever shot at us thinks he got us. Here, give me a hand. I'll help you up.
Did you see who it was?
In my mind. In my mind, I got a pretty good look at him.
What makes you think it was Marco, Slate?
He gave me a nugget of wisdom once. A guy like Marco has to prove his point. Come on, the guy at headquarters at apartment 12. He said...
This is apartment 12. See? It's a 1 and a 2, side by side. That makes it...
Oh, shut up, comedian. Don't you hear that? Come on.
I didn't do it.
Rhoda, what are you doing?
I swear I didn't do it. I wasn't in the room. I didn't kill him.
Marco.
What is it, Slate?
He's dead. Bullet tore his throat open. Something in his hand. A clump of gold. Well, that's a way to die, huh, sailor? A bullet in your throat and a fistful of gold.
Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren McCall, and the second act of our story.
You will permit me this cool glass of mineral water. The hot breath of both of you has been fanning my face so long that...
Keep your ears open while you sip, LaSalle. Yeah. So it'll get through to your brain that Rhoda couldn't have killed Marco.
Then why have I incarcerated her? Why have I had her costume in prison denims? You say to me that Senorita Rhoda could not kill, but you yourselves find her standing over my freshly murdered detective. With such a bird in my hand, why should I go beating up bushes, eh?
Well, maybe you ought to do that, LaSalle. The way I hear it, your Detective Marco was quite a boy for hiding behind hedges. Behind sand dunes, too.
You are saying that Marco was unsavory?
Marco was found dead with his gun in his holster, wasn't he?
As all good policemen should die, with holsters on.
Any bullets missing out of that gun?
Si. As a matter of fact, si. 3 bullets missing. However, that Marco was one for target practice.
I'm glad he didn't practice more often. He missed me.
As usual, Senor Shannon, you will have to translate her for me.
She means the next time you go sand crabbing near Point of Verde, look for 3 empty shells. They're from Marco's gun. He shot at us.
Oh.
Now, to answer your question, yeah, Marco was unsavory.
Not only that, he was distasteful. When he was a cop on traffic detail, did you ever have him leer at you from the seat of his 3-wheeler?
Anyhow, you better get his killer, LaSalle, or your force might come down with an epidemic of that stuff.
I have his murderer, the girl Rhoda. She can give me no reason for being with Marco.
I'll find a reason. Don't forget Rhoda's dying. She's being killed.
She has wet my shoulder with tears of this story also, Senor Shannon. How her mother attempts to kill her. How her mother killed her father, the dentist, Dr. Burke. How she...
Maybe her mother did. We've seen her. Talked to her.
And on this, you base such violent accusation? You should blush. No, Senorita Duval. The painless dentist, Dr. Burke, died of leukemia. Our medical examiner established it so, because we also were curious of the manner of his death.
And that leaves Rhoda.
With her future plan for her in my prison. Why do you disturb... Ah, Senora Gonzalez. Please to come in.
Oh, thank you. Senor LaSalle, I've come to...
You know Shannon and the Senorita Duval. They wish also to convince me that your daughter did not kill.
I know them, and I'm grateful to them. Senor LaSalle, my lawyer's gotten me a writ ordering you to release Rhoda into my custody. She should be at home for her last
Permit me
days.
to observe this writ. Gracias. It is in order. The girl will be released to you. But I caution, Senora, do not let her slip from your motherly fingers.
They wait on the Isle of Pines for a girl so young whose beauty declines. The girl who sighed for very last fling before death to her his song does sing. And everywhere this girl she goes, death follow close like bell on her toes. Her father first, then detective man, after shooting bullets from dunes of sand.
You through, King?
My wish was to...
And my wish is for you to leave it alone, clear?
Big-time operator. You got hold of a low-price grief and you can't let it go, huh? You have to stick around and be shot at. One of these days, you're not going to recover from it.
Well, there must be other places in Havana you could spoil, sailor. Why don't you go spoil one?
So Rhoda's dying. Let's concede the point. And her father's dead. And Marco's dead. Let's bunch them all together and make a bouquet out of them, Slate. You want a wake? Let's have a big one while we're at it.
I never busted you one before. Now seems a good time.
Do it. Maybe it'll bring you to. Maybe it'll make you remember the kind of man you really are.
I wouldn't know about that. You tell me.
The kind of man who can take gold out of a dead man's hand and not tell the police about it. The kind of man who tears a girl apart. Go on, bust me one, Slate. I deserve it.
Come here. Closer.
You going to hit me?
I want to whisper to you why I kept the gold. So I can trade it back to Dentist Gonzalez for a few answers. You want to come along?
Let me compliment you, senorita. Where did you find my gold?
You're not going to believe this, Senor Dentist, but it was wrapped inside a dead man's hand.
What are you saying?
Pay attention when Sailor talks to you. A dead man had it, a man named Marco. What's happening around here that a man named Marco takes a few shots at me and dies for it?
Oh, you are making of this business of petty theft something that it is not. You are...
And you pay attention to Slate, too. He said Marco, and you didn't do a thing.
I did a thing. I raised an eyebrow. However slightly, I raised it, senorita.
Uh-huh. And one more thing, my dentist friend. If Mildred were my wife...
you are confusing the trend of the conversation. What has my wife to do with it?
Maybe you ought to ask her. I'd take a little time out from scrubbing dentures and ask her how well she knew Marco. Wouldn't you do that, Slate?
Yeah, I would. I'd cross my arms over my chest and jut out my jaw and say, Mildred, what's going on? What is it with you and Marco? You see, Sailor, look. Man's eyebrows just did it again.
Excuse me.
I think you gave the man something to worry about, Slate.
It took a man's murder to convince you, didn't it?
To convince me to do what?
That I was right all the time, that I had a reason to be bothered about Rhoda. That there's something wrong in this house, something evil, something... Come on, Sailor. Yeah, he's dead, all right. What happened?
Dead. Rhoda, look at him. He's dead.
Everything dies that you touch.
Rhoda, my daughter, an evil.
Rhoda, cut it out. There. That's better. Now, tell me what happened.
I was in my room I heard the shot. I came here.
I wouldn't believe her. My daughter's mad. Maybe she killed him.
She didn't kill him. Look, powder burns, the attitude of his body, the gun in his hand.
She killed him.
You!
You killed him, Mother. When am I going to die?
Suicide.
You think so, LaSalle?
On this, I would bet my bottom peso. Dr. Gonzalez killed himself because he could not stand the inkling that you bothered him with. The thought of his wife and another man.
Like you said, Slate just inklinged him, LaSalle. He just suggested that Mildred and Marco were seeing each other. Since when does a man put a bullet in his brain for something as flimsy as that? Since when?
You do not understand Cuban gentlemen, senorita. If someone told me that my senora was making flutters with a caballero of the opposite sex, I would...
Now, let's leave your personal life out of this, LaSalle. You still think Dr. Gonzalez was a suicide, huh?
Officially so. I have so stamped it on the file.
Well, get out your eraser, LaSalle. That file's going to be changed to murder.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning, Slate. What are we hanging around the Gonzalez home for?
It goes like this. Go on the premise that Mildred's first husband, Dr. Burke, was murdered.
I'll go on any premise you want me to, Slate.
Okay. Dr. Burke murdered because Mildred wanted him out of the way so she could marry Gonzalez.
So she married him, so?
Then there's Marco.
Also murdered.
Also murdered. You know why?
Blackmail, huh? Marco was collecting.
The theory says Marco was bleeding Mildred because he knew she killed Rhoda's father.
Oh, and Marco thought we were getting too close and shot at us.
Yeah, and I'll tell you some more. I figure after a while, Mildred ran out of money.
That can be worrisome. It's happened to us.
She tried to pay Marco with gold, a couple of $100 worth she lifted from dentist Gonzalez. Marco sneered at it. Mildred killed him. Gonzalez suspected. She killed him, too. A promise, huh?
Then what was Rhoda doing with Marco?
Marco was seeing her mother. Rhoda wanted to find out why. She found him dead.
And got blamed for the murder. Why doesn't Rhoda let it go at that?
Because maybe one day somebody will believe Rhoda that Mildred killed Dr. Burke.
I hate to break the news to you, Slate, but it's a lousy theory. Dr. Burke died of leukemia. LaSalle told us. LaSalle said it.
Sarah, look, the light just went on in Gonzalez's office. Come on. Here, this French window. Can you see through the curtains?
Mildred's in there.
Yeah. Now, look what she's doing.
She must be off her rocker, Slate. What is she doing with that X-ray machine? X-raying the walls?
That, sailor, is a lesson on how to poison somebody without leaving a trace of how it was done. Continuous X-raying will cause leukemia.
What?
Yeah. You're watching a murder being committed.
I still don't get it.
X-rays, they'll go through 8 feet of concrete. Rhoda's sleeping on the other side of that wall in the same room her father slept. Watch out for the flying glass, sailor.
Oh, what's the meaning of this breaking it?
One side, honey. I said get away from that machine.
Have you gone crazy?
Yeah. There. It looks better lying on the floor like that.
Oh, that machine cost thousands.
That machine was killing Rhoda.
Oh, you're both crazy. You don't know what you're saying.
Some premise, huh, sailor? Dr. Burke died of leukemia, all right, and this is what did it to him. And this is what's doing it to Rhoda.
How come you killed Gonzalez with a gun, dear? Were you in a rapid mood?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
5 will get you 8 that you can't.
Rhoda, tell them. Tell them.
Tell them what? What they already know? That you murdered my father and my stepfather and Marco and me? Tell them that?
Rhoda.
Sailor, call LaSalle. And go home. I'll meet you there.
Joy, oh joy, oh joy.
You're doing it again, sailor.
What'd you bring me back to the Isle of Pines for? You know there's nothing else to do here but sniff.
I'm not sniffing.
Well, then you're not having any fun.
We come to one of the most beautiful islands in the Caribbean. And you say fun is sniffing pine needles? Oh, sailor, you need therapy.
Did you bring some?
Yeah. Come here. Like that?
More therapy, please.
All right.
More therapy, Doctor. I'll be a raving idiot in no time at all.
And so, our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Escape. Escape tonight to occupied France and the underground. The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations presents Escape, a new series of programs of which this, the second, is Operation Fleur-de-Lis, written and directed by William N. Robeson. Today, the 14th of July, the people of a free France celebrate the anniversary of their escape from the tyranny of the kings of Versailles. 158 years ago today, the people of Paris stormed the Bastille and let loose the French Revolution. The torch of liberty set afire that day never burned more fiercely than during the years when France was occupied by the Nazis. We escape tonight to occupied France, from which 3 years ago there was no escape.
You can call me Duke, but don't use my right name. I might want to go back to France someday. And there are a lot of people in the world that wouldn't understand that what I did was justified in a war. No, I don't have any regrets. Moral ones, that is. It isn't what I did to Renee that keeps me awake at nights. It's just the memory of her. There isn't much about her in my official report on Operation Fleur-de-Lis. But then it isn't customary to include descriptions of slim, sunburned legs and wide, deep brown eyes in a military document. And anyway, she was only an incident in the operation, even if she became somewhat more important to me. Operation Fleur-de-Lis began like all the others in the grubby, undistinguished house in London, which was the headquarters of the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, otherwise known in various parts of the world as screwballs, cutthroats, spies, cloak and dagger boys, and American underground agents.
Gentlemen, Operation Fleur-de-Lis is planned to assist the advance of our forces once they've secured a beachhead in Normandy.
Is that where we're going in, Major?
That is one of the possibilities, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
You will jump over Grand Mont in northern France, here on the map. You have to set up roadblocks on these 3 state highways. Here, here, and here.
There is an underground contact near Grand Mont, sir?
Yes, Alcine Dutton. He's leader of the local Maquis. He's expecting him. In addition, you have to block these railroad lines entering and leaving Grand Mont. These operations are to coincide with the advance of our ground forces.
If they land in Normandy.
If they land in Normandy. You will enplane tonight at 2100 hours and will drop over your objective at, I should think, approximately 2230. Any questions?
No, I don't think so, sir.
Well, yes, sir, I have a question.
Yes, Lieutenant?
How many of us are going on this mission?
Just the 2 of you.
Just the 2 of us. And all we had to do was organize an underground army, disrupt the supply lines of a half a dozen Nazi divisions, and give support to the entire Allied invasion. Just the 2 of us. But that's the way the OSS worked. And nobody ordered Hill and me into it. We'd volunteered. I don't know why. Maybe for moments like this one, when you get a B-24 assigned to you as a personal taxi, and there's lots of room to sprawl around aft in Bombay.
How do you feel?
Fine.
Scared?
Of course I'm scared, aren't you?
Me? No, this is a walk. You forget how tough it was when we were at paratroop school at Benning.
Yeah, that was real rugged.
If the wind wasn't right, you might land in the Chattahoochee and get all wet.
And there was always the chance that you'd sprain your ankle coming down too hard.
And the sun was so bright on some of those daylight jumps.
Whereas we got none of those things to worry about here. A nice pitch-black night over France. No sun to blind us. No Chattahoochee River to fall into.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yes, Sergeant.
Skipper wants to talk to you on the intercom.
Thanks.
Here, use my cans.
Thank you. Duke here.
Lieutenant, I'm over your objective.
Any signal from the ground?
Yes, the one arranged. 4 dots, 2 dashes. Green.
Very well.
You and Lieutenant Hill move into the Bombay catwalk. I'll open Bombay doors in 30 seconds.
Roger.
Good luck.
Thanks. Sergeant, stand by to dump those supplies as soon as we're clear.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Ed. This, as someone has said, is it.
So soon? Just as I was settling down to a good book.
Bombay doors are opening, sir.
Okay, Sergeant. All right, Ed, let's check your harness.
It's a frightful mess. I just can't seem to do a thing with it.
I know, but this is the last party you'll have to wear it on. Okay. How am I?
Well, don't look now, but your chute's showing.
Tuck it in. Let's get out on that catwalk.
Wow, what a refreshing breeze.
And all of France at our feet.
You see the signal?
That's what I'm looking for. There it is. Over to the left. You got it?
Got it.
Let's go! You kid. Sure you kid. It helps. But for those 10 seconds while you fall free, nothing helps. You hang on to the ripcord and you count off the seconds and you try not to count too fast. Your hand on that ripcord is the only certain thing in the world as you tumble head over teacups with a wind tearing sound from your ears. And there's only one thought. Always the same thought, whether it's your first or your 50th jump. Will the chute open? It does. Yanking at your armpits, knocking the breath out of you, slowing you down, and you swing there like a rag doll trying to get your bearings. First, you make out the horizon. That's where the black becomes darker black, where the stars stop. And you wonder about Ed, but you can't risk calling out. And now that you're located where the stars aren't, you look for the signal light, and there it is, slightly to the left. So you tug at your shroud lines, spilling a little air to guide you toward it. And it's coming toward you awfully fast. And you hope this particular French patriot has picked out a field free of trees and church steeples. And then you try to remember all the things they taught you about hitting the ground and rolling with the wind and collapsing your chute. Because it's always like this. You always feel like you've never hit the silk before. And then you're down, and you roll just right, and you collapse your chute, and it's second nature to you after all. And then you hear footsteps running towards you. And you remember another important instruction. You whip out your automatic, and you hope your French is good enough to get you by. Qui va? Who is it?
Alcine here.
Fleur.
Delete.
Okay, Alcine, come on.
At last you've arrived, Lieutenant.
So it seems.
You have no idea how long we've wished for this moment.
Hold it. That's my partner. Come on. Hey, Ed. Ed.
Over here, Duke.
You okay?
My empennage is slightly damaged, otherwise okay.
This is Alcine, our contact. Alcine, Lieutenant Hill.
Hello, Alcine.
Lieutenant, it is a great pleasure to make your acquaintance. And on behalf of my countrymen...
Yeah, well, let's get these chutes buried and blow this place. Where's your transportation, Alcine?
We haven't any.
What?
Where's the safe house?
You might be able to stay at my aunt's. I don't think she'd talk.
You don't think, aren't you sure?
Oh, yes, I'm supremely confident that
Where are the Germans?
They're everywhere. And that is why I'm so glad you're here. Now we can fight again. With your help, we will kill many Boche.
Oh, wait a minute. How many are there in your Maquis?
Myself and 2 others.
Just 3 of you?
Oh, my aching back.
But now that the Americans are here, we can do anything.
Oh, why don't they get these things straight in London? How could we block roads with a 3-man Maquis?
3 men and an aunt who perhaps will not talk.
Well, let's get cracking.
Duke, you're not going through with this mad venture, are you?
What would you suggest?
Well, as for me, I'm all for taking the next plane back to London.
Another piece of bread, Lieutenant.
No, thank you, ma'am.
This bone chicken is delicious. How do you call it?
K-ration.
Supreme. We've had nothing like it since the Boche came.
Yeah, well, you get used to it.
And cigarettes, Tante Marie. Cigarettes made of real tobacco. You Americans have everything.
Madame, Alcine, you are kind, you are hospitable, but the comforts of K-ration will not block roads. We need men. We must form a Maquis.
But we have a Maquis.
Look, Alcine, there are 3 of you and 2 of us. Sure, we've got guns and we've got ammunition and supply chutes somewhere out in that field where we landed. We've got arms for 50 men. But if we had those men, we still couldn't go to war against the German division.
And you said yourself there's at least a division garrisoned in Grammont.
What must we do?
First, we must organize a Maquis. We need men. Can you get them?
I can go into the village and talk to my friends.
Should have done that a long time ago.
Faustine, that would be most unwise.
Why?
Didn't you know? Alcine is a patriot. He's a deserter from the Vichy army, so he's wanted by the Gestapo.
Oh, great. And there's a Gestapo headquarters in Grammont, of course.
Of course. Alcine is not one to run from danger.
Quite the contrary.
I can get René to help.
Who's René?
Alcine's sweetheart, a lovely girl from Paris. Poor thing, she had to come down to the country because her house was bombed out.
Let's leave her out of this.
But, Lieutenant, she would be most happy to help.
Alcine, you got a lot to learn about guerrilla warfare. You might as well study your first lesson right now. It's short and to the point. No dames. Well, the next day, we collected the supplies, which had been dropped with us, and we set up a camp deep in the woods. Hill and I were loaded with French money, so we were able to buy food from the friendly farmers. Maybe it was the food as much as patriotism that brought us recruits. Anyway, after a week, we had nearly 30 men. Our marquee wasn't big enough for the job we had to do, but it was growing in the right direction. And then one night, as I was winding up a report to London...
Oh? What do they say?
What do they ever say? Message acknowledged. Carry on.
Well, what about new batteries for the radio? What about extra ammunition for the Buck Rogers guns? When are they going to get another drop to us?
Why don't you ask them?
Yeah, I know.
They do the best they can, I guess. After all, we're not the only Boy Scouts in this jamboree.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Duke.
Yeah?
There goes Alcine again, off toward the road.
What the... Hey, Alcine!
Yes?
Come here a minute.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Where are you going?
I was just taking a stroll.
You on night guard?
Not tonight.
You weren't on night guard last night, were you?
No, Lieutenant.
Or the night before?
No, sir.
But you weren't in camp all night, were you?
No, sir.
What's the matter? Don't you like the camp? Rather sleep at your aunt's? Is it too rugged out here for you?
No, sir.
Then where were you?
In the village.
You know the orders. No one is to go into the village.
Yes, Lieutenant, but I only go in at night.
That makes no difference.
But it does. You see, Lieutenant, I'm so in love.
Oh, great.
The girl from Paris?
Yes. You should see her, Lieutenant. She's the most beautiful, the most charming,
Don't you know you're endangering the whole marquee by disobeying my orders?
Oh, no, sir. There's no danger with Renee. She hates the bush. Why, she wants to join us.
You've told her about us?
Oh, yes, sir.
Are you out of your mind? How do you know she's all right?
I just know that's all. She's the most wonderful person in the world. She's a real patriot.
I told you, rule number 1 is no dames.
Yes, but Renee is different.
Yeah. Well, you better marry her before you bring her around here, or you'll have to share her with the rest of these wolves.
Lieutenant, do I understand you?
Forget it, Elsie. It's just an American figure of speech.
May I tell Renee she can join us?
Well, not quite yet. Later, maybe.
Yes, Lieutenant. Is that all?
Yeah, that's all.
If you got to take it, Alcine, take it easy.
I do not understand.
Just another American idiom, Elsie. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Hey, Duke. You going to let him get away with that?
Well, what are we going to do?
Slap him into the guardhouse for 30 days.
Only this isn't the American Army. We haven't any guardhouse.
Yeah, it stinks from a security standpoint.
I know. If we try to keep these boys from sneaking off home every now and then, we're not going to have any marquee.
These French. An immoral race.
I don't know about that. Remember Phoenix City, Alabama?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
There wasn't anything we could do. If we'd ordered Alcine to stay in camp, he'd have sneaked off anyway. He had that dreamy, faraway look that's baffled parents, teachers, and first lieutenants since the beginning of time. I didn't worry too much about it because our marquee was growing, and Ed Hill and I were breaking our backs pushing those French kids through an ersatz basic in 3 weeks. Headquarters in London didn't tell us much, but we did know from the BBC that the boys had landed at Omaha Beach, and it wouldn't be long before they'd be needing our roadblocks. And then one morning, about D+4, I think it was, I was out in the woods running a squad through concealment drill. No. Hit the dirt. Don't wait or you're dead. When you see the signal, hit the dirt right now.
Pardon me, Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, I'll see. Where have you been all night as though I didn't know?
Lieutenant, I've got to talk to you.
Okay, I'll be through here in a half hour or so.
I've got to talk to you now.
Huh? All right, Elsie. Okay, boys, take 5. Come along, Elsie. What's on your mind?
Lieutenant, my family's been killed.
Oh, no.
Yes, by the Gestapo. They set fire to the house. My mother, my father, my 2 sisters. They ran out. The Gestapo shot them.
You sure of this?
Yes, I heard it this morning from a neighbor who saw it happen.
You poor kid.
When can we attack, Lieutenant? When can we stop this endless training and fight the Boche? Now I want only to kill and kill and kill until I pay them back for my father, my mother, my 2 sisters.
Yeah, I know. You'll get your chance, Alcine, but not yet. We gotta wait. We're not ready yet.
I'm ready. Before I wanted to fight the Boche for my country. Now I want to kill him again and again. For them.
I know, but you gotta be patient.
It should happen to me now. Only last night Renee said she'd marry me. Come to live here with me in the camp. I was so happy. And this morning I learned this news.
When did you hear from your mother last?
Not for a month since we began to work, but I've written her every week.
You have? Who mailed the letters?
Renee mailed them for me. She's so kind and thoughtful. She offered to mail letters home for the other boys, too.
That was nice of her. Did they take advantage of her offer?
A couple of them.
Who?
Paul and Jean. I told them about it, and they wrote their families.
And Renee mailed the letters, huh?
Yes, she's a wonderful person, Lieutenant. You're going to love her.
Yeah, I think I am.
She's all I've got in the world now.
2 and 2 make 4 in occupied France, just the same as anywhere else. And sometimes it's just as hard to prove. But one thing was sure. Now I wanted to meet Renee in the worst way. But I had to postpone the pleasure because early that afternoon one of the outposts broke into camp out of breath.
Lieutenant.
Yeah? Yes, Paul.
The Boche. They're coming down the road through the forest.
How many?
I did not stop to count them. Several truckloads, to be sure.
Pass the word to Lieutenant Hill. Ask him to bring his detail into camp on the double.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Alcine.
Yes, sir?
Take 2 men and go down by the road and see what they're up to.
Yes, sir.
Just reconnoiter. Don't fire at them.
But this is my chance for revenge.
Listen to me. Don't fire at them. That's a command.
Yes, sir.
They may not be after us at all. Now get going.
Immediately, Lieutenant.
What's the order of the day, Duke? Plant scram?
Yeah, looks like it. All your men here?
Present and accounted for.
All right, boys, now gather around, will you, and get this. There's a convoy of Germans coming down the forest road. Now, wait a minute. We're not going to fight them. You know what our job is. Roadblocks. We got tanks, artillery, and airplanes that'll be along soon to do the killing.
But we have...
Now, look, our security's been pretty good. And those Krauts may be on a routine patrol. The chances are they don't even know we're here.
They do now. Listen.
Yeah. Well, that does it. All right. Your men got your weapons?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, you know the procedure. Get lost. Before you leave the forest, bury your weapons, ammunition, and equipment. Rendezvous at the home of Alcine's aunt at 2200 hours tonight. Good luck. Come on, Ed. Let's scram.
Well, he who doesn't fight and runs away lives to fight another day.
Or something like that.
Who tipped them off?
I'm not sure, but I got a pretty good idea.
Who's down there at the road?
Alcine. He's fighting a private war, the poor jerk. The basic rule of 3 in guerrilla warfare is surprise, kill, vanish. However, when you're surprised, the only rule is vanish. And we did. There were about 50 Germans and a half a dozen dogs to track our scent. They spent the day thrashing through the woods, firing into the underbrush, and finding nothing. It was a classic withdrawal, and Hill and I were proud of our little army, with the exception of Alcine, its self-appointed hero. When we arrived at his aunt's house that night for the rendezvous, a half a dozen of the boys were already there.
Who is it?
Fleur.
Julie. Ah, Lieutenant, come in.
Good evening, madame.
Alcine is already here. I'm so proud of him.
Ah, Lieutenant, I was just telling Tante Marie and the boys it was magnificent. I got 2 of them. I killed 2 Boche.
Your orders were not to shoot.
But, Lieutenant, what would you?
What happened to the other boys who were with you?
Jean was wounded and captured. Antoine became frightened and ran away.
That blows the Marquis. They'll get the full particulars from Jean.
They haven't got him already.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant, but...
Quiet. Answer it, madame.
Who is it?
Look.
Julie.
Open it.
Good evening, madame.
Come in, boys.
Run in any trouble, boys?
As you see, we are here.
Yeah.
But not for long. Lieutenant,
yes,
Raoul
Paul.
and I wish to withdraw from the Marquis.
Quit? Why?
The risk is too great.
You afraid?
For myself, no. But after what happened to John.
He was wounded and captured. We all take that risk.
Yes, but last night the Gestapo got Jean's family. Like they did Alcine's. Stood them up in front of their house and shot them. Who knows what'll be next? My mother, Raoul's sister, Alcine's aunt. I wish to withdraw.
So do I.
Right, now, wait a minute. I don't blame you for being worried about your families. But whose families do you think the British and American armies up in Normandy are fighting to liberate? Their own? No, yours. Now, this thing isn't as bad as it looks. There's been a leak in our security. Somebody's been putting the finger on us, so we lay low until the leak's plugged.
But the Germans are everywhere. Spies, perhaps, too, are everywhere.
I think I know who's responsible for these murders. I'll make a deal with you. Give me a couple of days to work it out. We'll issue you boys some money, and all you've got to do is to get lost until Saturday night, and then meet me back here. If I haven't patched up our security by then, you can all quit the Marquis and become collaborators.
Oh, it is not that, Lieutenant.
No one wishes to collaborate.
But one must think of one's family.
Okay. Ed.
Yeah, Duke.
Give the boys 1,000 francs apiece.
Right. Come and get it, boy. Come on.
Alcine.
Yes, my lieutenant?
I'm going to have a little time on my hands for the next couple of days. Do you think you could arrange to introduce me to your girlfriend?
Oh, but of course, Lieutenant.
Maybe, if she's okay, like you say, we can let her sign up, huh?
I am desolated with happiness, Lieutenant.
One thing. None of that lieutenant business around her until I make sure she's all right.
Very well.
You think my French is good enough to pass as a native?
But of course, Lieutenant.
All right, then. Pass me off as a friend of yours. Let's see, I'll need a name. Let's call me Jacques Dufresne.
Jacques Dufresne. Good, I will make the arrangements immediately.
I thought you'd like an excuse to get into town tonight. The next afternoon, Alcine brought the girl out to the woods near his aunt's house. I stood behind a tree to watch and make sure they weren't being followed. She was all right. Tall, long, sunburned legs, her hair caught in a blue ribbon like a little girl's. I let them walk by, and then I stepped from behind my tree.
Oh, there you are, Jacques.
Hello, Alcine.
René, this is my good friend Jacques Dufresne. He's from Paris, too. Jacques, this is René de Cibourg.
Glad to meet you, mademoiselle.
And I'm honored to meet you, monsieur. Where do you live in Paris?
Near the Porte du Lilas. But my home is no longer there. It was bombed out.
Alas, so was mine.
My family remain with friends, but I've come out into the country to fight with the resistance.
Jacques has much influence with the commander of our Marquis.
Oh, I hope you will be able to persuade him to let me join you, monsieur.
I shall do what I can.
It would be a privilege and an honor to work with a patriot like you.
See, Jacques, I told you René was all right.
You didn't tell me the half of it. Mademoiselle, you understand that we must be cautious. There are questions I must ask of a confidential nature.
Why don't we meet again? Alone.
Why not?
Say, tonight? I have a little car.
But...
We might take a drive.
Fine.
But, René, you promised me that...
I can see you some other time, ma chère. Remember, France comes first.
We just drove that night. She was wearing a white ribbon in her hair and a loose white dress and no stockings. We just drove around in her little Citroën with the top down and the wind blowing her hair like a girl in a magazine ad. Then we came back about midnight and parked by the bridge. And I felt like I was back in high school in Illinois.
Look at those stars, Jacques.
Yeah.
So many of them. So close you can almost reach out and touch them.
Yeah.
I had them all once, Jacques. I reached out and gathered them all in my arms once.
Yeah?
I want you to know all about me, Jacques.
I want to.
Don't think it's wrong of me. But I've been in love.
There's nothing wrong in being in love.
He was a soldier.
Most everybody is these days.
A German soldier.
Oh.
Don't you think that love is bigger than war or hate or anything?
Yeah, I guess so.
He's dead now.
That's good. I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm not sorry he's dead.
Jacques, I'm so confused. I want to understand things. I want to be intelligent about things. But everything gets so mixed up. Like now.
Like now?
Yes. Jacques, I've never been so happy as I am tonight.
Not even with the German?
Not even with him. Why does it have to end? Why do those blessed stars have to go out one by one to make way for another day of war? Why can't we stop time? You and I. And gather all the stars together. Just for us.
I don't know, baby. It's never been done before. But we can try. Yeah.
Tomorrow night?
Same time, same place. Forever, if you say the word.
Forever?
Sure, why not? Who knows how long forever is in this crazy world? Why not have it together? Why not get married?
Why not, my most beloved?
See you tomorrow night.
I'll only be half alive until then. Sherry, if you want to write to your family in Paris, give me the letter tomorrow night, and I'll mail it for you.
No. All right, drop that rock and grab a sock. Rise and shine, lover boy. I brought you a cup of chocolate. Figured you want breakfast in bed this morning.
Oh, thanks.
How'd you make out last night?
Okay.
Details. Let's have the details.
Nothing much to report. We drove, and then we parked for a while and talked.
Did she give anything away?
No information. She's a funny kid. Her dialogue's as corny as a bobby soxer. She knows she's pretty, so she wants to be admired for her mind. But I'm sure she's our Matahari.
How come?
She offered to mail a letter to my family.
That's consistent.
I asked her to marry me.
What?
She didn't believe me, but she pretended like she did. Oh, I don't know why she's doing what she's doing. Thrills, maybe.
French juvenile delinquent, huh?
Maybe. Tonight's the night.
The night you get married?
No, the night we get her. The boys are meeting us here at midnight, you know.
What's the plan?
Well, I'll take another ride with her. And about midnight, we'll be back and parked by the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
You be there out of sight. Mm-hmm. I'll have some brandy along, and I'll slug her drink with a capture pill. When she's passed out, I'll give you the come-on, and you join me. Here, baby, have another drink, huh?
I shouldn't, Jack. Brandy always makes me sleepy.
Well, what of it? This is a celebration of our engagement.
Oh, kiss me, Jack. Again and again.
Sure.
Jack, the stars are nearer. Nearer than they've ever been.
Nearer than you think, baby.
I love you, Jack. I do love you. Kiss me again. Do it again. And again.
Renee. Baby. Are you asleep? You collaborationist pig, can you hear me? Okay, Ed.
Is she out?
Like a red light in an air raid. Here's her purse. Start through it while I untangle myself, will you?
Now, take a look at this.
What is it?
A letter from Gestapo headquarters confirming receipt of 3 addresses.
Let me see that. Well, that one's Alcine's family, and that one's Jean's.
And here's a Gestapo identification card.
Flash your light over there. Look at her.
What a dish.
Look at that kisser. And she's responsible for the death of 6 people whose only crime was being born French. She'd have wrecked our marquee, snafu'd our mission, and turned me over to the Gestapo with her lipstick still on my collar. That gorgeous hunk of double cross. Well, we got the proof. Let's get on with it.
Okay. I guess you'd rather I...
No, this is my job.
Gee, she's gorgeous.
Yeah. So long, honey. Thanks.
She ain't so gorgeous now.
Release that handbrake. Got it. Come on, shove. Not yet. Keep that steering wheel straight. The river's deepest right at the center of the bridge. Yeah. Now, hard right on the wheel. You know something, Ed?
Huh?
I think she finally did gather that armful of stars. Sure, the operation was successful. When the time came, our roadblocks tied up 3 German divisions while Patton rolled on to the east. But I still lie awake at night thinking I should have married that dame. Yeah, the operation was successful, but the patient died.
Operation Fleur-de-Lis was written, directed, and produced by William N. Robeson with Jack Webb as Duke, Elliot Lewis as Hill, Peggy Weber as Renee, and Harry Bartell as Alcine. Operation Fleur-de-Lis was based on an incident from the files of the OSS, recorded in Sub Rosa by Stuart Alsop and Thomas Braden. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Pure. Escape is presented by CBS and its affiliated stations each week at this time. Next week, we invite you to escape with F. Scott Fitzgerald in his unforgettable story, The Diamond as Big as the Ritz. And so, good night, until next week, when again it will be time to escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Steele, reporting on Adventure. Maybe you call it Kalimantan. Maybe just plain Borneo. But to me, it spells just one name. Rajrani. She was beautiful. The kind of beauty that makes you think of the misty moonlight of the tropics. I call this transcribed yarn Vampire. Futomero was just a fishing village on the south coast of Borneo until a guy named Muhammad Ali opened up a place there. After that, purity and innocence died natural deaths. But you could buy provisions at Muhammad Ali's. You could buy anything from American soft drinks to Chinese narcotics. In Futomero, if you want to go anywhere at all, you have to go to Muhammad Ali's, unless you go swimming with sharks and octopus in the bay. Or you want to take a stroll through the jungle and be eaten alive by assorted spiders and ants. Me, I wanted a cold drink in human company. So, I went to Muhammad Ali's. I picked up a beer and carried it to the only vacant chair in the place, and found myself looking at a human mountain seated across the table from me. I figured the guy for a trader of some kind, of indifferent nationality.
A pleasure, my friend, to offer you a cigarette.
Thanks.
Permit me to extend a light?
Thanks again.
American, of course.
Basically.
I was once in your country, San Francisco. Delightful city.
It was the last time I saw it.
Are you familiar with Borneo?
Not too well.
But this is not your first time here.
Oh, no.
No, you seem at home. My name is Vraken, Jan Vraken.
I'm John Steele.
What do you think of this place?
It'll do for what it is.
Well, I find it revolting, Mr. Steele. I seldom come down here. I have a charming little bungalow just up the river.
Oh?
English colonial. Wide, sweeping veranda all the way around it, surrounded by beautifully kept lawns and rose gardens. An oasis of refinement in a barbaric country.
Well, I'd like to see it before I leave here.
Well, do me the great honor of being my guest, and tonight we can enjoy supper with champagne.
Well, why not?
And shall we leave this dreadful place? Those girls make me sick.
Jan Vraken owned a Jeep that had seen its best days, but it was just right for the short journey along a jungle path that ran along the banks of the river.
If only you were staying a little longer, Mr. Steele.
Why?
I would arrange to entertain you. A tiger hunt. Do you enjoy hunting?
On occasion.
Well, my favorite sport is wild boar. At least twice a year.
Anything wrong?
There she is, Mr. Steele.
Who is she?
Standing there among the trees, staring at us. Pretend you do not see her.
Well, who is she?
Rajrani.
That's her name?
Yes.
She's gorgeous.
She's wicked.
Well, is she taboo?
It is no laughing matter, Mr. Steele.
She thinks it is. You're really scared of her.
Yes, I'm terrified.
I don't get it.
Do not misunderstand. I was happy to meet you. Even under normal conditions, I would have invited you to my home. But But what? I was deathly afraid to come this way alone.
All right. Why?
I wanted company.
Because of that girl?
Girl.
Yeah?
She is not human.
Oh, no?
You laugh, Mr. Steele.
She looked very human to me.
She is a vampire.
Say that again?
Don't make fun of it, Mr. Steele.
Didn't you say she was a...
Vampire, yes.
Oh, I see.
No, I'm not mad, Mr. Steele. Everyone in this neighborhood knows what she is.
Mm-hmm. That's so?
She's a vampire of the most deadly sort.
Well, there were a few at Muhammad Ali's, only they didn't look as clean.
Mr. Steele, Rajrani has already killed 2 men this year.
You're really serious about this?
I fear I am her next victim.
Next victim?
She watches for me. I see her sometimes at night time, watching my house. Listen to her.
Jan Bracken was no madman. He was simply a badly scared man. We drove on. His bungalow was a big one. All he had said it was, and miles from anywhere. Modern furniture mixed with some fine rattan pieces and set off by delicate oriental decorations.
I have no servants, Mr. Steele.
Oh, you're doing fine. Can I help?
No, just be comfortable.
You do your own housework?
Of late I am forced to. I cannot find servants.
Too far off from town?
They'll not work for me.
No?
If it were not for the filth of the town, I would live there, but I cannot tolerate filth.
Not after this place.
And so I remain here, in my terror.
Oh, come on.
Yet, you know, Mr. Steele, I can understand something.
For instance?
I told you Rajrani has killed 2 men this year. In each case, they themselves went to her. She did not come to them.
Look.
Oh, but it's true, Mr. Steele. And I can understand.
Better finish your drink.
They had to go to her. They were fascinated by her.
That I can believe.
They resisted for a time, then succumbed. But I will not, Mr. Steele. Oh, yes, I confess she fascinates me. She's very seldom out of my mind.
She's quite a gal, chum. Let's face it.
She is very, very alluring. There's no better word. Alluring. The English language is rich, but it contains no better word for her.
Who were these 2 fellows she killed?
2 natives.
2 natives, whose heads were full of voodoo nonsense.
Do you know how a vampire kills?
I know how the vampire bat kills. Punctures a tiny hole in the skin.
And feeds on the blood of its victim.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And in that manner, the 2 natives died, Mr. Steele. Their throats punctured. Please, look through the window. Look through the window. There she is. She's out there.
She stood there, near one of the rose bushes, the moonlight shimmering around her. It was queer, but I felt a sort of cold shiver. Suddenly there was something about that girl's beauty. It gave me the creeps. When a guy has vampires on his mind, that's one thing. But when the vampire is a beautiful jungle gal, that's something else. This particular vampire was the original Sarong girl. Okay, so Borneo is a strange country with strange peoples living in it. So maybe this is the kind of experience that had to come from there. It happened along the Faman River. The scene was a gorgeous one. The moon looking like it was hanging on the top branches of a tall palm tree. The jungle. Just beyond the cultivated grounds of the gleaming white bungalow of a retired trader named Jan Bracken. I was Bracken's guest for the night, and we'd both seen Rajrani staring at the bungalow. I'm no judge of human vampires, but if Rajrani was one, there was a lot to be said for her species.
Out there somewhere, among the bushes or the trees, out there waiting. Waiting.
For what?
For one of us. For me to go out there.
Why don't you take the chance?
Are you joking, Mr. Steele?
Where'd she come from?
A village 100 miles upriver.
Oh?
She was driven away from her village.
Yeah? Here, drink this.
Thank you.
And she came down here.
Mr. Steele, she destroyed 3 men in her own village.
Oh, 3 of them, huh?
Of course, you don't believe any of this.
What do you know about her? Who is she?
Her grandfather was English.
But she's native.
Oh, yes.
I don't see any sign of her now.
No.
Does she speak any English?
English or Dutch, they all do.
Yeah?
English, most likely.
Have you ever spoken to her?
No.
Has anyone around here, I mean?
I don't know.
But where does she live?
Who knows? Somewhere close to where we first saw her tonight.
But where? Among the trees?
In a cave, perhaps.
What does she live on?
Did you ask?
We waited for Rajrani to show herself again, but she didn't. I had every intention of going out to her. Maybe because I had to convince myself she was as normal as I was. But the night passed without further incident. And next morning, Jan Vraken drove me back to town. Isn't this the place where we saw her last night?
Yes.
Will you stop?
Stop?
Yeah.
By all means. You see, during the day she is harmless. I can be brave.
Brave enough to take a walk over there?
A walk?
Yeah, we may see her.
Will I?
Or you can wait here.
No. I do not care to be left alone here.
Well, let's take a look around, huh?
Very well. There are several small caves just beyond these trees.
We can look into a few of them. She's across there.
Smiling at us.
Come on.
No.
And stay here.
Yes. Be careful, Mr. Steele. Be careful.
Hello?
Hello, Rajrani. They tell me that's your name.
Yes.
And you do speak English.
Oh, yes.
A lot of rocks around here. May I sit down? You have a sense of humor, eh?
You're a funny man. You talk like you think I'm child. I'm woman.
I'll buy that.
Buy it?
Figure of speech. Forget it.
Who are you?
I'm not on your mailing list. You wouldn't know me. My name is Steele. John Steele.
John. It was my grandfather's name.
Oh, that's so? Did he teach you English?
Some.
Why do you frighten my friend back there?
I make fun. I laugh when he's frightened.
He says everyone is frightened of you.
I know they're frightened. You are not frightened.
No. Do you want me to be?
No. You want food?
What do you have?
Fruit, many nuts.
Not now. That all you eat?
It is all I can get. I cannot hunt. I cannot kill animals.
Well, wouldn't you like to live in a house?
Oh, no.
Look, would you like me to bring you some food?
Yes.
Some cooked meat, bread, things of that sort. Would you like that?
Cooked meat?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You bring that to me.
I'll bring it to this place after sundown. Will you be here?
Oh, yes, I will be here. You bring it to me.
I'll bring you a mess of food, sure. And some milk. You like milk?
Yes. You bring, please.
See you tonight, then. Goodbye now.
I wait for you.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
So you will meet her tonight?
After sundown.
And you will take her food?
Yeah.
I resent this, Mr. Steele.
You what?
I resent it very strongly.
You shouldn't drink so much in the morning, fella.
What can she mean to you?
Oh, so that's it.
But you will do well not to go to her.
You're all mixed up, chum.
No, Mr. Steele, I am not mixed up. I am, and I confess this freely, fascinated by that girl. And I resent your audacity, your reckless courage.
Look, you take her the food. Go on my place.
You know I won't.
You can.
Thank you, no.
Well, suit yourself.
Why did you tell her that you'd go there tonight? Why not during the day?
Well, you say she's harmless during the day.
So you deliberately. What was it like, being so close to her? You took her hand once. What did it feel like? I felt my heart pounding, Mr. Steele. I wanted to rush over there, just to be as close to her.
After a while, I left Riken. I bought a lot of food, had it packed up, then went upstairs to my room. Later in the day, I went down again to eat a meal. Riken was still there, soaking up liquor. I stayed away from him. About 5 that afternoon, I was back in my room doing some writing. I didn't hear you knock, chum.
I did not knock, Mr. Steele.
Be careful with that gun.
I am drunk, Mr. Steele. Capable of anything. You look at me and you see the flabby hulk of a man that you despise. But you are wrong in one respect, Mr. Steele. I am possessed of considerable courage at this point. I am drunk with it, shall we say?
Yeah, let's say that.
The package on your bed. Is that food for Rajrani?
Yeah.
I will pay for it. I will take it with me.
Oh?
I am taking your place, Mr. Steele.
Not in that condition.
In this condition, as one gentleman to another, I am going in this condition.
You better sleep for an hour.
I can't get that girl out of my mind, Mr. Steele. No matter if she must destroy me, I must go to her. You see, I am drunk, and I am not afraid.
Find that gun.
You must not follow me, Mr. Steele.
Oh. Okay.
But you will, I can read it in your mind. You will try to take her away from me. I can't let you interfere with me, Steele. You would have followed me, Steele.
Jan Bracken was drunk when he fired at me. He couldn't miss. I was standing only 4 feet away, but his hand wavered. I felt a red-hot pain. The bullet clipped the side of my neck, just barely touched it, and I went on living. My reflexes are good. I didn't even think. I just dropped to the floor and stayed there. Sure, I was dazed, but I had sense enough not to be overly heroic. A second bullet might have finished me off. Bracken was satisfied. He picked up the food package I'd bought for Rajrani and ran out of my room.
Where is she? She must be around here somewhere. Rajrani! Answer me! It's Jan Bracken! I have come to you! You hear me? I am here, you hear me? Rajrani! You hear me? That was her. Where are you? Don't you hide from me. I know you're here. I have some food for you, right? Food! I bought you a lot of nice food, you hear me? Please don't make me wait. Must you torture me? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, why doesn't she show herself? What is the matter with her? Oh, you're so beautiful. Please do not go away. I want to touch you. You are so beautiful. I do not care what you are. Look, here's the food I brought you in this package. Take it. You still there, Rajrani? I do not see you. I am so sleepy. I must sleep for a little while. Just a little while. You're so beautiful. Oh, yes. A man could die for the kiss of a girl like you. Oh, no. Not my throat. Not my throat. Not my throat.
Rocket! I'm coming!
My phone! No! Get away from me! Get away!
Bracken!
Get away! Get away from me!
Bracken!
Steele! Hurry! Hurry!
Oh.
Steele, she was at my throat.
Don't be a fool.
Steele, there's blood. There's blood on my throat.
What?
I fell asleep, Steele. She came to me. The vampire. She came to me as I slept. I felt her kiss me. Then I felt... Ah!
Here, hold it. Now, let me look at your throat.
There's a puncture there, Steele. A puncture. I'd have died if I had not awakened. I woke up in time. I felt her there. I pushed her away. I heard her laugh at me. Steal! She must be destroyed!
Shut up.
There's two ways only, Steele, to destroy her. Kind. The silver bullet or the sharpened wooden stake.
Shut up, you idiot.
My throat. Oh, my throat. She was killing me. I would have died if I had not awakened when I did. You hear her?
Come on, stand up.
Yes, help me. I feel sick.
I ought to slug you for that bullet.
Oh, forgive me. I was drunk. I was not myself.
Come on. The path's over there. Now either go home and sleep or go back to town.
To town, of course. What are you going to do?
Never mind me. Go on. You get out of here. There were tiny marks on Brocken's throat. There were traces of blood. In a country like Borneo, that was all the proof necessary. It was one thing for a few natives upriver to accuse Rajrani of being a vampire. But if a European walked into town with the kind of evidence Brocken could show, Rajrani's goose was cooked. They'd hunt her down and make sure she was dead. And somehow I couldn't quite go along with the vampire theory. I don't know what I expected to accomplish, but after Brocken had left me, I lay down in the same place where he'd been lying. The grass was wet. The bugs started crawling over me. But I waited, quite sure that Rajrani was watching me. So that's it. Rajrani, come here.
Yes?
Look, you're in serious trouble. Do you know that?
Trouble?
Will you trust me?
Yes.
Give me your hand. Let's get away from here.
Yes.
There are some islands off the coast. I have a lot of friends on one of them. I'm going to take you there. You'll be safe there.
Safe?
You don't even know what it's all about, do you? Here now, we'll have to get down to the beach without being seen. If we're lucky, we may be able to borrow a boat. You see? Across there? Out to sea?
Yes.
That's strip of land. That's an island. We've got to get over there.
Many boats on sand. We take one?
Uh-huh. Problem is to find one with oars in it.
Boats with sail?
Good. I'll settle for that.
No.
Yeah. Catamaran. Even better. Come on. Help me push it into the water.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, now. Hurry. Climb aboard.
Stop them! Stop them!
Come on.
Come back, Steele! Bring that girl back here, you fool! You're going to find her! You get rid of her! Bring her back, Steele! Or we will open fire!
Keep well down. They may start shooting. I'll have the sail up in a jiffy and we'll be on our way.
You hear me, Steele? Bring that vampire back!
There was an offshore breeze. It filled the big sail of the catamaran, and we glided away from the beach towards the island. I saw Bracken and half a dozen town toughs running towards the beach. They fired a few shots. The catamaran was hit in several places, but she kept afloat. We reached the island in about an hour and a half, and I took Rajrani to a friend of mine, the resident missionary and his wife. I told them about Rajrani, and that was all there was to it. They took her in. Well, friends, you've just heard Vampire. The answer was simple. Superstition and a readiness to believe in any kind of voodoo. In each case, the men who had died had been drinking to fight their fear of the vampire. And once drunk, they had driven themselves to go where they thought Rajrani would be waiting. Maybe she always was, as when Brocken went to her. And once there, their senses left them. Sure, they were killed, but death was the result of self-hypnosis plus something else. Something did puncture their throats. Something punctured the skin of my throat as I lay where Brocken had been lying in the grass. A particularly vicious species of tick, and I brushed it off, but real fast. And so much for the vampire. Be around next week for a story I like to call Skid Row. Maybe you think it's Bleecker Street, New York City, east of 6th Avenue. or in San Francisco. At any rate, it's the longest street in the world. It's anywhere you go from Skipper Street in Antwerp to Wallamaroo, Sydney, Australia. From the Limehouse Causeway in London to Gore Street, Calcutta. It was back some years ago when I first ran into a guy named Sailor Jones. I'd seen him before that, and I saw him afterwards. But it was in 1948 in Calcutta where my association with him began, and his strange story unfolded. Heard with me on this transcribed John Steele adventure were Wendell Holmes and Inga Adams. I'm Don Douglas. So until next week, then, and Skid Row, remember, adventure is where you find it. But don't look for it. It may find you.
Remember to be with us next week for another episode in the series John Steele, Adventurer. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. More Frigidaires serve in more American homes than any other refrigerator. Now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. In the sleepy little village of Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, the huge bulk of a fat man looms outside the door of Jonathan Small's antique shop. A smile of satisfaction crosses the man's face as he opens the door and enters.
How do you do, sir?
Good day, sir. Good day, Mr. Small. Your shop is just as I remembered it. Exactly as it was some 6 years ago. Do you care for a chocolate, Mr. Small?
A chocolate? Why, no, thank you, sir.
Very well, as you wish. I have returned here, Mr. Small, to claim some property of mine.
Property of yours?
Exactly. You were paid well to keep it for me. A pair of silver candlesticks.
Silver candlesticks? But the only... Schneider.
Yes, my dear sir, Schneider. Now known as William Grant.
But it's not possible. You can't be.
Yes, time and science have altered my appearance considerably, yes. Well, the candlesticks, please.
But it's been 6 years. I never dreamed after all that time. I've just sold them.
Sold them?
Just this morning for $500.
$500? Are you stupid idiot? They're worth millions. To whom did you sell them? Quickly, man, to whom did you sell them?
I have the sales slip right here on my desk. I'll give you the information. Now, Mr. Schneider or Grant, just stand where you are.
Why are you pointing that gun at me, you fool?
I didn't know who you were 6 years ago, but I do now. And I know who to call about you, too. I have his number right here in my address book. Yes, here. I'll call him.
Have that gun?
No, I won't.
Reinhardt. So, let's see that sales slip. No name, no address. If you were still alive, I'd... The address book. So this is who he was going to call. The man... Why not? It would be ironic justice to make the call for him. Yes. And have the man I intend to kill find the candlesticks for me. Hello? I wish to place a long-distance call. To New York, please. Person to person. The name of the man I'm calling is Mr. Ken Thurston. You see, Mr. Thurston, I am a collector of early American silver.
Oh?
Yes. And when I learned that Jonathan Small had a pair of silver candlesticks made by Paul Revere for George Washington, I went to Valley Forge to buy them.
You call me from Small's antique shop, Mr. Grant?
Exactly, sir. As I told you, I found him dying from a bullet wound. However, he managed to tell me two things. One, that a man named Schneider has returned and is after the candlesticks.
Schneider? Or Ken? Yeah, Chief, yeah. Go on, Grant.
Yes. Well, secondly, that I should call you. And that he died. And there you have my story, sir.
You could have told me that over the phone, Grant. Why come all the way to New York?
Because I wish to help you find this Schneider, Mr. Thurston. I don't know who he is. I'm not interested. But I must have those candlesticks for my collection. It's an obsession with me, sir. I shall not rest until I have them.
I see. Well, I'm not sure this is any concern of the bureaus, Mr. Grant, but if we learn anything, we'll let you know.
Thank you, sir. Would either of you care for a chocolate?
No. Thank you.
Very well, gentlemen. I shall bid you good day.
What do you think, Chief?
Oh, nothing but a crackpot. Wealthy collector.
Oh, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Schneider.
Well, you think it's the same Schneider we were after?
I did trace him to Valley Forge, only he got out just ahead of me and skipped the country. I still remember the file description. Short, 130 pounds, blonde, blue eyes, very nearsighted.
Oh, say, that's not bad. That was over 6 years ago. A long time.
Yeah, not too long to wait for a few $1 million.
Well, what are you driving
Look, we suspected Schneider of being a Nazi agent, arranging hiding places here for loot stolen from occupied countries.
So what?
So this. A lot of that stuff's never been recovered. They'd make a pretty good reason for Schneider to sneak back here now.
Oh, sure, Ken. But what would George Washington's candlesticks have to do with it?
Suppose I let you know, Chief. From Valley Forge.
How do you do, sir?
Well.
I am sorry, but we have nothing for sale at the moment. The owner of the shop has just died.
Yes, I have heard. You a member of the family?
No, I'm Eva Masters, Mr. Small's assistant. I'm preparing to close up the place now, so if you pardon me, Mr.
My name's Ken Thurston. Just one question, Miss Masters. I'm interested in the silver candlesticks. I understood Mr. Small had a pair that were made by Paul Revere.
They were sold yesterday. I'm so sorry.
Oh, too bad. Do you have any idea who bought them?
No, Mr. Small made the sale himself. However, perhaps there's a record in the office. If you care to wait, I'll check and see.
Sure, Miss Masters. I'll wait. Oh, what's that? Well, Hagon Zellschmidt. Get out from under that counter. What the blazes... Here. Let me take that thing out of your mouth.
Police, fire, help, the girl.
What happened, Pago?
The girl, she did it. Me subconscious.
Eva Masters, wait a minute. Oh, she must have skipped out the back door. Let's have the story while I cut these ropes.
Story. She came in here asking for candlesticks. Was it my fault we didn't have any? But she conked me and ties me up here behind the counter.
There you are. So, Eva Masters wasn't Mr. Small's assistant.
Mr. Thurston, the late demented Mr. Small had only one assistant. Me.
You?
Sure. I was here in the Valley Forge trying to get in on a sucker. I mean, on a tourist trade. You understand?
What kind of gold bricks were you selling this time?
Mr. Thurston, they were hatchets. The original hatchets G. Washington used to cut down the cherry tree. Yeah. I had 24 on consignment from a hardware store in Philly. Only they didn't sell so good, so I took this job with Mr. Small.
So that's how you got my name and phone number. Pago, were you here when he sold those silver candlesticks yesterday?
Oh, sure. A Dr. Eckhart bought him.
Eckhart?
Yeah. He's a little skinny guy with glasses and an accent. What a sucker. 500 Mizumas for things to hold candles when you can buy electric bulbs for practically nothing.
You happen to know this Eckhart's address?
Why, it's, Hey, why are you so interested in this silver gimmick? Huh? Must be pretty valuable stuff, eh, Mr. Thurston?
They're worth a lot more than $500 to a customer I know.
They are? A lot more?
That's right.
Imagine that. Well, so long, Mr. Thurston. Drop around again sometimes when you're in the market for a hat.
Wait a minute, Pago. When do you want to go to buy those candlesticks back? You don't know the name of my customer.
Why shouldn't we be stuffy about this, Mr. Thurston? Let's make a deal.
Okay. What's Eckhart's address?
Room 304 at the hotel. Who's the customer?
The United States government. So long, Pagon.
Yeah?
Hello, Dr. Eckhart. Mind if I come in?
Well, since something important, I'm quite busy packing at the moment.
Yes, the clerk told me you were checking out, but I think you've got time to discuss those silver candlesticks there on the dresser. Do you mind if I look at them?
As you wish.
That is far enough, Mr. Thurston.
Well, little Eva. You had better luck looking for candlesticks here than you had in the antique shop?
Much better. And as you notice, I have found a gun also. But you have found nothing but trouble. Is that not so, Doctor?
Ja, Eva, meine Schöne. You are quite right. Eva, who is this man?
A very dangerous one. The man called X.
A man called...
Yeah, Doctor. And I am one who believes in removing all danger.
So you're coming to at last, my dear Thurston.
Grant, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you to regain consciousness, my dear sir. Would you care for a chocolate?
I'd much rather have you put that gun down.
Not just yet, Thurston. I have no wish to emulate the departed Dr. Eckhart.
Doctor... Well, he does look dead. But where's the girl? Little...
Yes, Dr. Eckhart has reached the end of his trail. Just as you and I have.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's simple, Thurston. I have found my silver candlesticks, and you have come face to face with Schneider.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Ken Thurston is in Valley Forge, searching for an ex-Nazi agent named Schneider and some millions of dollars of loot stolen from occupied countries and hidden here in the United States. Now in the hotel room, Ken faces a gun held by the fat man Grant, who claims to be a wealthy collector of early American silver.
Yes, Thurston. I have found my candlesticks, and you have come face to face with Schneider.
You're wrong on at least one of those counts, Grant. Take a closer look at those things on the dresser.
Closer look? Very well, sir. I shall.
Well?
Pewter. These candlesticks are pewter, shabby imitations, not the ones I was after at all.
Yeah, a little local color, courtesy of the hotel. When I first came in, I was fooled by them, too. So, what about that Schneider crack and the gun?
My apologies, Thurston. I came in after hearing the shots and took it for granted that the dead man, who called himself Eckhart, was Schneider.
Go on.
The gun was to defend myself, of course.
Oh, of course, of course. By the way, does this pocket hypodermic set belong to you? I found it beside Eckhart's body.
Why, yes, it's mine. Must have dropped out of my pocket while I was examining him. My thanks for returning it.
It contains insulin ampules, Grant. You a diabetic?
Unfortunately, I am, sir. I carry the insulin with me at all times. Well, Mr. Thurston, I'll leave you now. I came down here thinking I could help, but I can see I'm well over my depth. I'll stick to my collecting from now on.
That's a good idea, Grant, and don't worry. When I get the candlesticks, you'll hear from me.
Thank you, sir. And again, my apologies for trying to play detective. Good day, sir. I beg your pardon, Mr. Zellschmidt.
Huh? You know me?
All Valley Forge knows you, sir. Your ability at judging antiques is famous.
It is? Oh, sure, yeah. And speaking of antiques, would you possibly be interested in a hatchet? Good for chopping down cherry trees.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm more interested in candlesticks.
Those things again. Say, what's on this candlesticks anyhow that everybody...
Schmidt, I am willing to pay a substantial commission to the man who informs me the moment Thurston gets a lead on them.
You are? Well, I don't sell myself for peanuts, you understand?
Here's my card, sir. And here, a small retainer.
Oh, no, sir. You'll have to make it at least $10. Hey, a C-note. $100.
Precisely. May I depend on your, cooperation, Schmidt?
Believe me, Mr. Grant, my dearest friend, not only will I cooperate, I'll even help you find it.
So Eva Mastos lives on Walnut Street in Philadelphia, Chief.
That's right, Ken. The files show she was a nurse in a Nuremberg hospital. She got here by marrying a GI.
And what about Eckhart?
Your call didn't give me much time, Ken. There's one Eckhart with the same initials and description in Austria. Famous plastic surgeon. That's all I have.
That could be plenty.
I still don't see what all this has to do with Schneider and those candlesticks.
Chief, I'm still positive they're the key to the hidden Nazi loot. You just do what I said, and we'll wind this thing up tonight.
Hey, your train for Philadelphia is ready to pull out.
Now, thanks for the lift, Pagan. Meet me there later with the address I gave you. But be careful. I don't want that address getting into the wrong hands. You understand?
Oh, sure, Mr. Thurston. You can always depend on a Zelch.
That's what I'm banking on. See you later, Pagan.
So long, Mr. Thurston. Now, I wonder what he meant by that. Oh, well, bird in the bush, I always say.
Oh, Schmidt.
Hello, Mr. Grant. What are you doing down here?
I thought you might have some information as to Thurston's destination, so I followed you. Well?
Well, Mr. Grant, I could say no, but it's George Washington's birthday, so how could I tell a lie? I'd be happy to give you the information.
Good man.
For a slight consideration.
Just a minute, Eva.
May I ask why you have followed me to my apartment, Mr. Thurston?
Sure, I'd like to talk over a little theory with you.
So?
Yeah, it's about a man named Schneider who had a scheme to come back to this country to cash in on a few $1 million worth of loot he had stashed away here. It involved plastic surgery and fake papers. But it was worth the gamble.
Go on, Mr. Thurston.
He went to a Dr. Eckhart for the plastic job. Eckhart had a nurse assisting him by the name of Eva Mastos.
Very interesting. Go on, please.
Somehow Eckhart and Eva learned what Schneider was after. The silver candlesticks that held the key to the treasure.
You're right, Mr. Thurston. And I have them right here in this bag. But you must believe me. I don't want them for myself. It is for the people of my country for food and clothing and medicine. I must keep them.
That's up to the court to decide. You made a bad mistake when you tried to take things into your own hands, Eva.
But what else could I... Oh, I don't know. I'm so mixed up. It all looked so simple at first, but now...
Yeah. Well?
All right. Ken, all right. Let us go inside and examine them. Perhaps we will be able to find what is in them or on them that they...
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Dark in here. Ken, I will turn on the light.
Don't bother, Eva. I'll turn them on for you.
You?
Hello, Grant. That gun's becoming a permanent fixture.
It was nice of you to deliver the candlesticks to me this way, Thurston. I presume you've already guessed their little secret.
Could be microfilm hidden in their bases. Schneider left them in the antique shop 6 years ago because I was after him. They were too hot to carry along.
That is quite correct, my dear sir. That film contains a list of hiding places of $10 million worth of easily saleable jewels, paintings, rare objects of art. Now, Eva, my dear, please be kind enough to give me the candlesticks. Eva?
Better do as he says.
But Ken, this man, do you realize who he is?
Sure. He's Schneider.
You disappoint me, Thurston. I thought I had altered my entire appearance.
The plastic surgery was good. Yes, Schneider, but the chocolates gave you away.
The chocolates?
A diabetic wouldn't be always munching on candy unless there was a reason. You were trying to pile on weight. You were using the insulin to help you.
You're a clever man, Thurston. Unfortunately, however, not clever enough. The candlesticks, Eva.
All right. Here.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I shall bid you farewell, Thurston. And you, Eva. You see, the race is not always to the swift, but to the wisest.
Ken, he's going to shoot.
Quite right, my dear. Goodbye, my friends.
Get in, Chief.
All right, let's have that gun, Snyder.
Yes, this way.
Get him, Wilson. Thanks, Wilson. You all right, Ken?
Yeah, thanks, Chief. You timed it nicely.
Well, you figured it. We were around waiting when Schneider came in.
But I do not understand, Ken. How did you know he was coming here?
Oh, that was easy. I just told Pagon not to give him this address.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. I guess the chief and me cleaned up this mess for you, all right?
Ken, you know, I killed Dr. Eckhart.
Yeah, I know.
Will I have to?
Sorry, Eva. Maybe it was justified, maybe not. That's something else the courts will have to decide.
Yes.
Well, Ken, I guess that winds it.
Yep. You know, Chief, none of this would have happened if Schneider had followed the advice of the man those candlesticks were made for. George Washington knew that silver and gold weren't the only coin. And he wrote it in his copybook when he was a boy. He said, "Labor to keep alive in your breast that little spark of celestial fire, conscience." That's something for all of us to remember. All of us.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. May I remind you again that America needs scrap metal in order to produce steel. Steel to make things you want and have been waiting for. Steel to keep prosperity and employment at a high level. So this week, collect scrap metal around your home and turn it into your community scrap drive or to your local scrap dealer. Next week, with the dubious help of Pagon Zellschmidt, Mr. X tackles an international counterfeiter to whom murder is only a sideline. Pagon, of course, will be played as usual by Leon Belasco. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So, till next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Why, we're going to visit a man who could change the soul of a human being from one body into another, in a story I call They Who Sleep. My story begins late one foggy night in a dingy little room in the slum section of a great city. The occupant of the room, a small man, white-haired, his cheeks hollow from hunger, has just admitted a visitor whom he does not know and whom he is trying to send away. An expensively dressed young woman with a heavy veil hiding her face.
But, my child, it cannot be me to whom you wish to speak. You have made some mistake.
I haven't made any mistake. I've been hunting for you for days. I spent a good deal of money tracing you here.
But I do not understand. Why should you wish to find me, Alexander Thomas, a penniless old man
You did not always use the name Alexander Thomas. Once you called yourself Chadwin the Great, hypnotist beyond compare.
Chadwin the Great?
Yes.
I once used that name. But Chadwin the Great no longer exists. I am only Alexander Thomas now.
Listen to me, Chadwin. We've met before. 10 years ago, you gave a performance at the Bijou Theater.
There are so many Bijou theaters.
You asked for volunteers to be hypnotized. I came up on the stage. I and my sister Rose. You hypnotized her easily, but you could not hypnotize me.
There were so many, I cannot remember.
No, but you can remember this newspaper clipping.
That old story from the newspapers? Where did you get it?
It says that you, Chadwin the Great, once performed the experiment of exchanging two men's souls. By the use of secret drugs and your great powers of hypnotism, you transferred one man's soul into another man's body.
You cannot believe all the newspapers say.
But you did this before witnesses. And one of the two men died. You went to prison for 5 years for manslaughter.
Why do you come here to remind an old man of his tragedies? Go, please. Leave me alone.
No, Chadwin. For years I've kept this clipping, for years. Never knowing what impulse made me tear it out and save it. Until last week I found it again. And then I knew.
You speak not like a woman, but like a soul possessed by devils.
Perhaps I am. So you can transfer souls from one body to another?
No, I cannot.
How much would you charge to do it again?
Do not ask that of me. I am old. I have been in prison.
How much, Chadwin? Could you put my soul into another's body for $10,000?
$10,000?
Yes. Then you could live like a man again, not like a starving animal in this hovel.
Once before I tampered with the eternal laws. I paid the penalty. And so did one of those I experimented upon.
But which one, Chadwin?
The
which
weaker one. He died. The other, the strong soul in its new body, lived.
Then I am ready. When can you do it? Tomorrow night?
But, my child, why should you risk your life for that which cannot be, which was not meant to be?
Look, Chadwin, I shall raise my veil. Would you call me beautiful? Even pretty? No. I'm ugly.
You are not ugly. Your face is strong. But if it were not twisted by bitterness...
Enough of talking. How can you know what it means to a woman to be ugly? To lose the man you love to a woman you hate? Because you are plain, and she is so beautiful. Chadwin, will you do as I ask?
To help you change with one who is beautiful. To help you to be loved for just a little. My child, perhaps it is not such a great wickedness to do that.
Then you'll do it?
But it is only for a little while. You must understand that. For 10 days, no more. Then the laws which cannot be violated with impunity require that your soul must return to your body.
It's enough. It's all I want, Chadwin.
Very well. I have here a small bottle. Here. Take it. Guard it carefully. When the moment comes, she, the other, must drink it in water.
Yes. It will be easy.
She will drift off to sleep. Then you must come to me. But not here. It would not be safe.
Never mind. I know the place. The safest in the world.
Very well. The exchange will be made, and I will see that she, in your body, slumbers dreamlessly. After 10 days, she will wake and be herself again, with no memory whatever of what has happened. And now, Miss...
Vaughn. Helen Vaughn.
Now, Miss Vaughn, who is this beautiful one with whom you would change places?
The girl who just married the man I love. My sister, Rose Vaughn. Good morning, Bessie.
Good morning, Miss Helen.
Where's Miss Rose? She's gone downstairs yet?
Mrs. Tabor, you must learn to say now, Miss Helen.
Mrs. Tabor, then?
She's in her room, Miss Helen.
Is Mr. Tabor with her?
Yes, he is.
All right, Bessie, thank you.
Helen, is that you? We thought we heard your voice. Come on in. Leonard's just leaving for the office.
Good morning, Helen. How's the best sister-in-law I ever had?
Hello, Rose. Leonard?
Darling, what's the matter?
I know. Did you hear what time this young lady got in last night? It must have been quite a party.
Oh, Leonard, I hope you aren't keeping tabs on Helen.
No, but I did hear the clock strike 3 just as her door closed. Well, me for the office. First, a goodbye kiss. Oh, gosh. I sure picked myself a beautiful wife.
Oh, run along, you silly.
Bye, Helen. Got a sisterly kiss for me?
Leonard, don't put your arms around me, please.
Well, there's sisterly affection for you. You'd think she hated me.
Oh, run along, Leonard. They probably need you downtown to polish off a big deal.
Yeah, they probably do at that. Okay, I'm on my way. Bye, you two.
Bye, darling. Well, Helen, you are in a mood this morning.
I just think you two carry this lovey-dovey business to a ridiculous extreme.
Helen, it's as if... Well, as if you disliked seeing Leonard kiss me.
You don't have to be constantly kissing him in front of other people, do you?
Helen, oh, my dear, I didn't realize.
Didn't realize what?
Didn't realize it. Oh, Helen, darling, believe me, someday the man will come along who'll mean just as much to you as Leonard does to me. You'll find him. I'll help you find him. Listen, I'll give some parties and invite a lot of new...
Stop it, Rose. Let go of me. Don't go gushing over me, you idiot.
Helen, how can you be so cruel?
Oh, stop sniveling like that.
I'm sorry, Helen, but you're always so sharp when anybody tries to be nice to you.
And you're always so nice to everybody, so soft, so sweet. Oh, I'm sorry, Rose. I always forget how the least quarrel upsets you. Well, here. Drink this, Rose. There's a sedative in it. Something quite harmless. It'll soothe your nerves.
Oh, all right. Oh, nasty stuff.
Now lie down in your bed. That's it. Just a few moments now, and you'll be drifting off to slumberland, my beautiful sister.
Oh, it is quick, isn't it? Feels drowsy already.
You do? And you must give in to the feeling, you hear? Don't fight it.
I feel so queer. As though I were on a boat. A little boat.
Rose? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, Helen, I hear you. You seem such a long ways away. Such a long way.
Rose, you're to come to me when I call you. Do you hear?
Yeah.
You're to sleep for a while. Then when I call, no matter where I am, you're to come to me.
Yes, I'll come to you. I'll...
She's asleep. Chadwin's drug is working. The rain! Come! Well, let it rain. Yes, let the skies open and drench the earth. Let the rain fall like a curtain, like a cloak to hide the rebirth of Helen Vaughn.
Leaving her sister Rose in a slumber so deep it was almost death-like, Helen Vaughn hurried to her room. There she wrote a note addressed to Rose and Leonard, explaining that she had decided suddenly to go off by herself on a trip to Mexico, and that they would probably not hear from her for some time. Then she put on her hat and coat and slipped out. All day she waited in a hotel. Then when night came, she picked up Chadwin the Great in a rented car and drove him through the storm into a spot well outside the city, where she turned into an ancient cemetery.
There she brought the car to a stop before a low building of white marble over which ivy and moss had grown for many years. With a heavy key, she opened a massive padlock, and they entered, shutting the door behind them.
The air in this old mausoleum is dank odor of a charnel house.
But where else could the living lie asleep, peaceful and undisturbed, as safely as here among the sleeping dead?
No, I will not go through with it.
You already have your money. You cannot back out now.
Then in heaven's name, let us be finished quickly.
Quickly, yes. The storm should hide the car from the cemetery guards, but we must take no chances. Now, here's a flashlight I brought. I'll turn it on. Look there, Chadwin, at the tiers of compartments this tiny stone building holds. Each compartment with its iron door, each holding within it a coffin in which lies the dust of a Vaughan.
I see them, yes. 12 of them.
This one, here on the bottom, is empty. Meant someday to hold the body of Helen Vaughan. Tonight it shall receive her.
No, this is madness.
I'll open it. There. See that narrow, dark compartment? So small, so quiet, so restful, so safe from disturbance. In it for the next 10 days shall rest my body, holding the soul of my sister Rose.
No, there must be some other way.
None that is safe. While my body sleeps and I am absent from it, it must be where no one can find it. And here, no one ever will.
I do not like it.
Hold the light. I'll slide into it. It's quite roomy enough. The stone is chilly, but what matters that to one who is asleep? Go in.
Rose Vaughan, hear me. Enter the body that awaits you here. Enter quickly and wait.
So cold, I'm lying on the stone. So cold, dark. Helen.
There is nothing to fear. Sleep, my child.
Sleep. Yes, I sleep.
Quickly, Chadwin closed and latched the iron door of the compartment, slipped from the mausoleum, snapped the padlock on the huge door again, and was gone. At the same time, back in the big house in the city, the frantic Leonard paced the floor, waiting for some change in the condition of his wife Rose, who all day had been in a strange stupor from which nothing could arouse her.
There. Doesn't she look better?
Yes, I think she does.
She's waking up.
Rose, darling, don't be frightened.
Why, Leonard.
Yes, of course it's me. Who did you think it was going to be?
I don't know. I was startled. I guess I must have been dreaming.
Rose, what's happened to you? Why, your voice sounds just like Helen's.
Really, Leonard? That's odd. Perhaps I'm catching a cold.
No. Now you sound like yourself again. But for a moment, I'd have sworn it was Helen speaking. I guess I've been so worried I'm just imagining things.
Oh, Leonard, hold me close. Close, darling, close.
Always, Rose. Always.
Always. Yes, always. She'll never have you back. Never.
What are you saying, Rose?
I was just thinking of how much I love you. So much that I'll never let anything take you away from me. Never.
In the days that followed, Leonard found his beautiful wife, Rose, strangely changed.
You've been different somehow these last 10 days. In fact, ever since Helen went away so unexpectedly.
Have I, Leonard? How?
Well, you've been gayer, more headstrong, too. It's almost as if you'd acquired a whole new character.
Well, perhaps I have. And how do you like this new wife of yours?
Well, I do, and I...
Don't?
Oh, please, I don't mean it. It's just that... Well, I was so in love with the old Rose, it's a little hard to get used to the new. And all these bills that you're running up. Why, that's not like the Rose you used to be.
Oh, Leonard, I do hope you're not too mad at me because...
Well, what is it this time? Another fur coat?
Worse than that. We're going to give a party.
Another? Why, that's 3 in 10 days. Rose, I forbid it.
You can't, Leonard, because I've invited everybody already.
Rose, it's so unlike you. Why, you act more like Helen than like yourself these days.
Never mind, darling. You'll get used to the change in me. In time.
Ignoring her husband's displeasure, Rose, or should I say, Helen, went ahead with her plans for a party that night. And when early in the evening, a small gray-haired man presented himself at the door and asked for her, he sent word by Bessie that she would not see him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chadwin. Mrs. Tabor says she cannot see you. She says she does not know anyone named Chadwin.
But she does. 10 days ago I was here. I gave you an envelope for her. It had a key in it. Oh, surely you remember?
Yes, but just the same, she says she doesn't know you. Now, please go, or I'll have to call an officer.
Did you tell her what I said? This was the 10th day?
Yes, and she said she had no idea what you were talking about.
All right, I'm going. I must do what I can by myself.
And while the gay party went on, miles away in the old cemetery, Chadwin the Great worked frantically with a hammer and chisel to force the padlock on the door of the mausoleum in which, unknown to the world, a sleeping girl lay hidden.
Look, got to get it open. Won't let me into our house. Won't even talk to me. Won't let me warn her. She won't... What is that? Dog's coming this way.
There he is. Somebody trying to break into the barn mausoleum.
The guards. I must run for it.
Look out, he's getting away. Hey, you brave runner. Here goes somebody.
They missed me. Got to get back to town. I must warn her. She's got to know. Miss Vaughan, thank heaven this time you heeded my message.
I won't have you coming around to my house this way, do you hear? You must never come here again.
But you do not understand. The 10 days is up tonight. Now. Your time is over.
Are you trying to scare me, Chadwin? To get more money from me?
Money? No. I am just trying to tell you. It was understood 10 days only. More is not allowed.
You fool! Do you think I ever intended to give up Rose's body once I had it? In that narrow crypt in the tightly locked mausoleum, my body has long since died from lack of air. And Rose has died with it. But I remain alive.
So, that is what you planned. I should have guessed. But it is not so. Your body is not dead. It is in a sleep so deep that it scarcely breathes. Needs no food, no water. But sometime tonight the dog will wear off, and your sister Rose will claim her body again, while you, Helen Vaughan, will wake to find yourself locked within a burial crypt.
No, it's not true.
It is true. And you will not be asleep. You will be awake, needing air, and there will be no air.
You're just trying to frighten me.
Tonight I tried to open the tomb to save you. I was driven away by guards with dogs.
But what can I do?
Only if we can reach the tomb in time to open it can you be saved.
And we must go now. I'll get the key. And we must hurry. Hurry!
There's the mausoleum, Miss Vaughan. Pray heaven the guards are not waiting.
They won't be. We fooled them by leaving the car outside and walking up this back path. Now hurry, Jep.
What is it, Miss Vaughan?
I don't know. For a moment, I felt so dizzy. So weak.
It's Rose, trying to return to her body. We cannot waste an instant.
Pull me up. Something is pulling at me, tugging at me.
Helen, where are you?
She's speaking through her own lips.
No, not yet. Go back, you hear me, Rose? Go back.
Here's the mausoleum. The key. Give me the key.
Here it is, quickly. She's pushing at me so hard.
No.
Helen, help me. Everything is so dark. Where are you?
Go back. Go back, I say. Chadwin, have you got the lock out yet?
It won't unlock.
It must.
They put a new padlock on. Oh, dear heavens, they've changed the lock.
Helen.
No. It's getting dark. Dark.
It's hopeless. We cannot enter.
Helen, where are you? No. We can't both be in the same body. Go back.
Helen, I'm frightened.
Don't force me out.
Help me.
Go back where you were.
Help me.
Wait, Rose, wait.
Help me. Helen. No, don't. Rose, you mustn't. You mustn't.
The guards, they're coming back.
Where am I? What's happened to me?
Sleep, child. Sleep a little longer and wake without memories.
Please. Yes.
For her will, I can do nothing now. And the guards, they must not catch me. They must not catch me.
There he is. We got him this time. Holy cat. It's a girl.
It's Mrs. Tabor. Asleep on the steps of her own family mausoleum.
Say, we got to get her out of here. Help me lift her out.
Hey, wait. Did you hear something then? Like somebody calling a long ways off? Listen.
I can't breathe. Chadwin, help me. I'm not dead.
Did you hear anything?
Nah, I can't hear anything, just the wind. Come on, we got to phone Miss Tabor's husband. She may be sick. Come on now, no time to lose.
Rose, do you remember anything about a man named Chadwin?
Chadwin? No, I don't, Leonard.
Well, Bessie says he called several times last week to see you. The last time was the night of the party. You're sure you don't remember him?
No, Leonard. I'm sorry,
but...
It's
all right, darling. I just thought maybe you might have begun to remember some of the things that happened during those 10 days when you, well, weren't yourself.
It's so strange. As if my mind had been asleep the whole time. Is there something about Chadwin in the paper?
He committed suicide last night.
Oh.
His body was found near the old family mausoleum. He left a mysterious note saying he was paying for some transgression.
How strange.
I wondered if he could have given us any clue as to how you came to leave the party so suddenly that night and drive to the cemetery. Oh, but it's all over now and not worth worrying about.
I'd remember if I could, but when I try, I become suddenly frightened and feel as if I were locked in some dark, tiny space where I can't breathe.
All right now, darling, all right. Let's forget the whole thing. Now, let's see what came in the morning mail. Maybe there's a letter from Helen. You know, it's high time we were hearing from her. She's really not acting much like a sister, being gone so long without even writing or letting us know where she is.
This is the mysterious traveler again. I'm afraid Leonard and Rose are going to have to wait a long time for a letter from Helen. In fact, I'll be very much surprised if they ever get one. I suppose it'll never occur to them to look in the old mausoleum. In fact, since they both feel a distinct aversion to going near it, it may never be opened again. But I don't suppose that'll make much difference to Helen. Now, if you were wishing you could step into somebody else's shoes, maybe what happened to Helen will make you change your mind. You know, I knew a man once who... He stole somebody else's body, only to discover when it was too late that he... Oh, you're getting off here? Well, perhaps we'll meet again soon. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard Chapter 55 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's story, They Who Sleep, Philip Clark played Chadwin, Gertrude Warner played Helen, and Helen Clare played Rose. The Mysterious Traveler is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Henry Silverne, and the entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Listen next week to a tale titled
Escape Through Time.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual from the WOR studios in New York. This is Mutual.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
All right, I'm coming. Wait until I put my head on, can't you? You? Well, this is an unexpected displeasure.
I gotta talk to you, Saint, quick. Let me in.
All right, Blanco. But I'm surprised at you. 4 o'clock in the morning is no time for a man in your profession to pay social calls.
Like I say, I gotta talk, and you gotta listen.
I'm listening.
They got a job gonna be pulled tomorrow. Today, I mean. It's a big deal, Saint. Big deal.
Oh, I'm glad. I'd hate to think you'd retired from crime, Blanco. It would throw so many deserving policemen out of work.
It's a dirty deal. Filthy.
Sounds like something right up your alley.
Not this kind of thing, Saint. This is one line I draw. And it's a straight line, you hear?
Yes, I hear.
Before I know what the score is, before I know who they're going to use it on, I rig it. The best job of its kind I ever do. It's going to work. And he ain't going to leave a trace.
Yeah, I should never have had that spumoni right after a lobster dinner. Blanco, do you think if I get up and take some bicarb, you and the rest of this dream will go away?
Listen to me. I can't go to the cops. You're the only one. You gotta stop it, Saint. You gotta.
I gotta?
Yeah, you gotta. And you only got till noon.
Blanco, at the rate you're painting this picture, it's going to be at least noon before I know what it's all about.
It's about murder.
Oh, well, let's get down to personalities. Who is going to be murdered by whom? Why and how? Let's have the name of the potential victim as an appetizer, huh? We'll get down to the main course later.
That calls for a kind of complicated answer.
It was kind of a complicated question. But do your best. Neatness counts.
You remember Frankie Kane?
Of the Chicago Canes? Of course. Who could ever forget the inventor of the game of encase your friends in a barrel of cement and dump them in the river?
Yeah, you'll remember.
Yeah, I also remember that when the federal men were just about to catch up with him in Central America a few years ago, he was discourteous enough to die a natural death.
Yeah. Somebody died in Central America 3 years ago.
Not Frank Kane?
There are places where a buck here and a buck there can get any moniker you want on a death certificate. And Kane had plenty of bucks. Getting the corpse to planting that same moniker is easy.
So Frank Kane's still alive?
Yeah, he's alive. But that ain't all. He used to... Wait. You hear something?
What sort of something?
Someone move in the hall.
Pour yourself some brandy and try and get your nerves back into waltz time, eh, Blanco? Now, look, what about Frank Kane?
You sure you didn't hear something? Hey, the lights. Oh, turn off the...
Down, get down. Blanco.
So, don't worry about me. The girl... Don't let them kill her.
Who, Blanco? Who?
She on way to party. The car saint. The car. Don't let it. So.
It's good to see you again, Mr. Templar. And here I've been thinking you'd given up after I was drinking.
I just about have. And it's a pity because I like this bar of yours, Morgan. Why don't you make an honest saloon out of it and open up during legal hours?
My customers would never stand for it.
No?
My customers all learned to drink during Prohibition. In speakeasies. The way they look at it, a drink just doesn't have any kick in it if it's legal.
And this is the part of the lost generation that's still lost, eh?
Would you like a table?
Just some information.
Yes?
About a year ago, when I was one of your regular patrons, a lady used to frequent this place.
A lady in this place?
Her name was Violet, and so was the color of her hair. She used to sit at a table around the bend there and make tender speeches to a bottle of scotch. Do you remember Violet?
Indeed I do.
Where can I find her?
At a table around the bend there, making tender speeches to a bottle of scotch.
I should have known. There was a love that was fated to last. Thanks, Morgan.
You're welcome, Mr. Templar.
Hello, Violet.
Go away.
Oh, now that's no way to treat an old friend.
Oh, friend, you're no old friend. Don't have friends. Go away.
You mean you've forgotten me?
What's your name?
It's an old Scotch name, 8 years old.
Sit down, friend.
Thank you. Hey, waiter.
Yes, sir?
The usual for the lady doubled, huh?
Coming right up, sir.
Sit down again, friend.
Thanks.
No.
Look, speaking of friends, whatever became of Louis Blanco?
Blanco?
Mm-hmm.
You a friend of Blanco?
A former friend.
What do you want him for? You cop?
No. I have some money for him.
Money? You owe money? What for?
Well, he did a job for me.
Job? How about?
I'd like to pay him before he gets the wrong idea. Where does he hang out?
You don't know?
What?
What about the job he got, the garage?
What garage?
Central Garage, 55th Street.
Oh, yes, of course.
You lost, sir?
My old friend.
Violet, look, tell me something.
You know I like you.
Yeah, I like you, Violet. But tell me, why does a fellow like Blanco hang around a garage?
You don't know?
No.
You're no friend of Blanco. You're a cop. You're pumping me for him. Just have a drink.
Yeah, let's. How's Frank these days?
Frank?
If you know Blanco, you certainly must know Frank. Blanco used to work for him in the old days. Frank Kane, remember?
Why do you torture me like this? You know Frank's dead.
You sure?
Sure. I ought to know whether or not I'm a widow. Why do you think I drink like this? Why do you think...
Oh, look,
Go away! Go away!
Wake up. Hey, come on, wake up.
Oh, guess I fell asleep. Gets kind of lonesome here in this garage all night.
I'm sorry I woke you.
That's okay, mister.
You bringing a car in?
No.
Taking one out?
I just want to talk.
You woke me up just to talk to me?
Well, you said you were lonesome. What do you know about a man named Blanco?
Blanco. Customer?
I thought perhaps he worked here.
Nobody by that name here, mister.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. There's 4 of us working here. Me, Ed Williams, Pulaski, and that new guy, Stevens. We take turns working nights. Tonight was my turn.
The new man, Stevens, what does he look like?
Look, pal, why don't you give a guy a break?
Huh?
So we did time once. Is that any reason for you cops to come checking up on him every time you got nothing else to do?
What does he look like?
You don't get any help from me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I believe in helping the law, but not when it starts hounding a guy.
Well, I'll give it to you straight, friend. There was a murder committed tonight.
The chances are the guy you're asking about had nothing to do with it.
If Stevens and Blanco are the same man, he had a lot to do with it.
What, you think he killed somebody?
He's the corpse.
He's dead?
What did he look like?
About medium height, dark hair, dark eyes, sort of dark complexion.
He's dead. That's Blanco.
Gee. Well, who did it?
That's what you're going to help me find out.
Me?
Mm-hmm. What did Blanco do around here?
Same as we all do.
Sleep?
We're mechanics, mister. Last night was the guy's night on. It was supposed to be my turn, but he asked me to swap with him.
Last night, eh?
Yeah, so I swapped. It made no difference to me. He made out like it was important.
What did he work on while he was here last night?
How should I know?
Don't you keep records?
Well, sure.
Well, then that's how you should know.
All right, come on in the office.
All right. This is your record file, huh?
Yeah.
Yep, here's the report. Yesterday's date. Mechanic, Stevens, lube job, Andrews.
Oh, yeah, that's that Hudson Hornet out there. Belongs to a real classy chick.
Here's another report. Engine tune-up. Maddox.
Maddox. Oh, yeah, that's a foreign job. The chauffeur-driven bus over there, but, that's funny.
Oh, why?
Oh, I tuned the engine on that heap only 3 days ago, and I did a good job. Why should they want it done again?
Let's go take a look. Maybe we can find out.
Yeah. Yes?
Oh, my name is Templar. I'd like to see Miss Maddox, please.
Miss Maddox?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Virginia Maddox?
Yes, please.
Well, forgive me for being inquisitive, sir, but it isn't quite 8 o'clock yet. A little early for a social call. Are you acquainted with Miss Maddox?
We went to school together.
You did?
Who is it, Carson?
There's a gentleman calling on Miss Maddox.
What's that? Calling on Miss... You wish to see Miss Maddox?
Yes, but I didn't realize I'd create this much of a sensation. I must remember to include I'd like to see Miss Maddox in my repertoire of startling things to say.
Well, I'm Mrs. Anders. I'm in charge of this household. Do you know Miss Maddox?
The gentleman went to school with Miss Maddox.
He went to school with her?
That's what he said.
There's something about all this that reminds me of the time a friend of mine tried to negotiate a federal loan.
Oh, show the gentleman into the library, Carson. I'll go call Miss Maddox.
If you'll just be seated, Mr. Templar.
Oh, thanks.
No, I didn't catch his name, but it's someone who went to school with you.
I know. I'll bet it's Fatso. Why, you're not Fatso.
I suppose I should say thank you, but certainly you're not Miss Maddox.
Why, of course I am.
Now, don't tell me she's changed that much since your school days.
I'm afraid I'm the one who's changed. As a matter of fact, I feel myself changing slightly this very moment.
Oh, well, when you find the right Virginia Maddox, you can both have a laugh over this.
Yes, a good long laugh.
Yeah, I think the time to laugh is right now. And you can all join in. You see, this is the Virginia Maddox I'm looking for.
I beg your pardon?
There's a foreign car, an Assetto Fascini, at the central garage, registered to a Virginia Maddox at this address.
Why, of course, it's mine.
Yours?
Oh, it's mine, all right. Although, naturally, I don't drive it. You see, I'm only 8.
Well, if you lived in California, you'd have been driving it for years.
I'm afraid I don't understand what you're trying to say.
I'm not saying, Mrs. Anders. I'm asking. Did you ever hear of a man named Blanco?
Blanco? No. I don't believe I ever have.
I haven't. Have you, Carson?
No, Miss Virginia, I don't... Wait a minute. When I took the Asada down to the garage the other day, there's a new mechanic there. I think his name is Blanco.
Now, that's interesting.
You're a detective. That's what you are. A detective.
No, Virginia. Besides, if I were a detective, I'd know the answer to something Carson just said without having to ask.
And what does that mean?
Suppose you tell me.
What?
How you knew that the new mechanic's name was Blanco when even the men who worked with him thought it was Stevens.
Well, maybe it was another man. I mean...
I'll tell you what I mean, Carson. You're the first real link, the first hopeful sign that I'm heading in the right direction.
Look here, what is this all about?
Virginia, didn't I just hear your doll cry?
Oh, Mr. Templar, I haven't played with dolls since I was a child.
Oh, yes, of course. I should have known.
You don't have to make an excuse, Mr. Templar. I know you want me to leave the room. You want to talk grown-up talk.
Virginia, you're the most fascinating woman I've met in years. But there are a few questions I want Carson to answer. And...
Mister, whatever your name is, I'll give you just 3 seconds to put up your hands.
Very well, if you insist.
And now, sir, I should like to know what you mean by forcing your way into this house.
But, Uncle Roger, can't you see? He's a detective, just like in the comic book.
Exactly. Fire that gun, sir, and I'll bleed ink all over this handsome carpet.
He forced his way in on the pretense of seeing Virginia, Mr. Pierce. But it appears that it was really Carson he wanted to see.
You know this man, Carson?
No, Mr. Pierce. I never saw him before. His name is Templar.
Templar? Simon Templar?
And I'm certainly not fatso, am I, Virginia?
No.
Oh, so you're the saint. I'm very glad to meet you.
Then, may I put my hands down?
Of course. But what is the reason for this rather strange and unsaintly visit, Mr. Templar?
Virginia, why don't you go try on your party dress, huh? The one you're going to wear this afternoon?
Oh, I've already tried it. But how did you know I was going to Janice Fuller's party this afternoon?
We comic book detectives know everything. Is Carson going to drive you in the car?
Well, of course. The only way to get to Janice's house is by car. Unless you feel like walking all the way up the mountain.
Mountain? Yes, it would have to be a mountain, wouldn't it? Mountain road with a great many curves.
I'm still waiting for your explanation, Templar.
The child.
Leave the room, Virginia.
No, I want to
Virginia?
stay. Oh, very well. But you know I'll find out everything anyway. Carson will tell me. Won't you, Carson?
If I can, dear.
Goodbye, Mr. Templar.
Goodbye, Virginia. I've enjoyed meeting you.
Now, Mr. Templar, what did you want to see us about?
About murder, Mr. Pierce. One that was committed a few hours back and another one that I hope to prevent. It's scheduled to take place in a few hours from now.
What?
Mr. Templar, please explain.
A few hours ago, I was paid a call by a hoodlum named Blanco. This led to a brief but informative conversation with a lady barfly named Violet, which in turn led to an interesting half hour with a limousine named Isata Frashini. And so, here I am.
I'm afraid I don't...
I'm afraid I don't understand either. All that's clear to me as of now is that there's been a murder, and there's a good chance there's going to be another one.
Murder? Who was murdered, Mr. Templar?
The aforementioned hoodlum, Blanco. But shed no tears. He'll be missed only by the manufacturers of small arms ammunition who, I'm afraid, are going to notice a rather remarkable drop in their sales.
What?
It's the car that I'm here about, Mr. Pierce. The Asada Frashini that spends its spare time at the central garage. The registration slip says that it lives here.
Yes, that's our car. It is the central garage we use, Carson, is it not?
Yes, sir.
I understand the car is owned by that charming child, although she informs me she doesn't actually drive it.
Yes, the car is hers.
Mr. Pierce, I hope you won't think I have an ulterior motive. I'm a little old for Virginia, but she's loaded?
She's extremely wealthy. You see, Mr. Templar, shortly before Virginia's father died in South America, he drew up a will giving the child his entire fortune. I was designated her guardian until she comes of age.
Oh, then you're not really her uncle.
I'm an uncle in name only.
Oh, I see. Tell me something. Where in South America did the child's father die?
In Honduras.
That's Central America.
Oh, is it? Why, I do believe it is. Why do you ask, Mr. Templar?
I wasn't really asking. I was shooting in the dark.
What's that?
When I return to this house in an hour or two, Mr. Pierce, we must all have another delightful talk. It will be a different kind of talk, perhaps, but nonetheless delightful.
But what in heaven's name?
Later, Mr. Pierce, later. Right now I have a date with a lady with violet hair who thinks I'm a bottle of scotch.
Yes, who is it?
Package.
I didn't order any. Package from what? What is this?
Hello, Violet. I'd like to have a talk with you.
A talk? Say, look here, I don't know who you are, but...
If you let me in, I'll...
No,
Come on.
What do you mean by forcing your way in here?
Argument, while always stimulating, takes time, and I don't have much time.
What's this all about?
Blanco's dead.
Blanco? What's that to me, Copper?
I'm not the police. My name is Simon Templar.
The Saint?
And you're Violet Kane, Frank Kane's wife.
Widow.
Yeah, that's another argument we're not going to have time for.
You're nuts. If Frank were alive, I'd know it. Drink?
No.
There, that's better. All right, we can talk now. What's Blanco's murder got to do with me?
You're next on the list. Hey, you dropped your glass.
What do you mean by that crack? There's nobody... I don't feel so good.
May I help you?
No, What? Who'd want to kill me?
Somebody who's related to you. I'm not sure who.
Related to me? But I've only got one... Well, I don't feel so good.
What is it?
Oh, it burns.
Violet, come on, now let me...
No, listen to me. Picture on the table. Only relative.
Hello there, Morgan.
Oh, right, Mr. Templar.
What brings you out in the cream of the day? I'd imagine a man who runs an after-hours saloon would naturally indulge in after-hours sleep.
As a matter of fact, I was just about to go home, on my way to pick up my car.
Not by any chance at the central garage?
Well, yes. How'd you know?
Deduction.
That's incredible.
Not too incredible. It's easy enough to deduce that a man would keep his car in a garage that he happens to be the owner of.
Oh, so you know that, too. There isn't very much you miss, is there, Mr. Templar?
Murder has a way of sharpening one's senses.
Murder?
Man named Blanco. Should we go into the garage?
Right behind you. You said his name was Blanco?
Yeah. And just now, Violet Kane.
Violet dead? But how?
Someone evidently thought her whiskey would have a bigger kick with a pinch of poison in the bottle. It did.
It's ghastly.
Terrible.
But who did this thing?
You did.
Me? I realize it's rather early in the day for a man to be at his best, but don't you think that joke is in bad taste?
If it were a joke, it would be. The Asata. Beautiful automobile that child owns, isn't it? Look at those lines. So sleek, so graceful. Get in, Morgan.
Get in?
It's a perfect morning for a drive. I don't think anyone would mind if we took her out. You see, I'm rather friendly with the owner. She likes me. To her, I'm a character straight out of her favorite comic book. Get in, Morgan.
No, thanks.
Why not? We'll take her climbing. I'd like to see what she'll do on a mountain road. Road with a couple of hairpin curves. Come on.
Oh, some other time, Saint.
Won't be another time. Or didn't you see the beautiful job Blanco did on the tie rod?
No.
Sawed through until it's hanging together by the proverbial hair. One sharp turn, like the turns you'd find on a mountain road, the steering system collapses. And there's an accident. Yeah. Yeah, Blanco did an excellent job until he learned who the victim was to be. It was too much for even his stomach.
Oh, you're dreaming. Why would anybody want to wreck an expensive bus like this?
A little girl who is going to a party on top of a mountain this afternoon has too much money, Morgan. If she should happen to fall off that mountain in this car, some happy next of kin would have a very happy fortune.
Well, that lets me out, Saint. I'm nobody's next of kin.
There was a picture Violet pointed out to me before she died. A snapshot taken at a wedding. And do you know who the bride and groom were?
Okay, we've talked long enough, Saint. Frank Kane left a lot of money when he died. I'm too close to it.
That's another mistake you made, Morgan.
Huh?
It's me, Frank Kane.
Kane? Say, what are you pulling your Carson, the chauffeur?
Carson's only his nom de plastic surgery. It's Kane with a new name and a new face.
Yeah, but with the same old trigger eye.
Kane, are you...
Yeah, but never mind me. Don't let him get away.
You took care of that. You're the one who didn't let him get away, Kane. A man loses all inclination to run when there's a bullet in his kneecap. You'll keep until the police come.
Good. Saint, Virginia, little girl. See,
don't try to talk now.
Gotta tell you. See that she...
Don't worry, Kane. Your daughter will be safe. I'm going to make sure of that right now.
It's beyond belief, Mr. Templar.
What sort of fiend could even dream of harming that child?
It was a team of fiends, Mr. Pierce. And one of the fiends has just given up his membership in the inhuman race.
There were two of them?
Yes, Miss Anders, two of them. Morgan and someone else. Someone who would be Virginia's only surviving relative once Violet Kane, the child's mother, had been erased from the picture. The only surviving relative and inheritor of the child's fortune.
But we know of no relatives, do we, Roger?
There was only Frank Kane, her father. But legally, at least, he was dead.
Now he's dead in fact as well. But there is another relative. I'm amazed that you don't know.
Who?
Violet pointed to a wedding picture as she was dying. It was your wedding picture, Miss Anders. You were the bride. Morgan was the groom.
Yes. I was married to Morgan once. But surely that doesn't mean that I...
Look here, Templar, this is preposterous.
It would be even more preposterous if Violet hadn't had a sentimental nature.
What do you mean?
The snapshot. She wrote the names of each member of the wedding party on the snapshot.
The names?
Mm-hmm. She had your name written. Rose, isn't it? And what makes the photograph really interesting is the man standing next to the groom. It was you, Mr. Pierce.
Of course it was me. Is it a crime to attend a wedding or have one's name written on a picture?
No, but in this case it solves a crime. Because, Mr. Pierce, under your picture, Violet affectionately wrote, "My dear brother, Roger."
What? You?
Don't bother. I'm sure I've been called it before. Come on, brother. We're going visiting. There's a new district attorney downtown who's dying to make himself a reputation. Virginia, I've brought you a present.
Oh, Mr. Templar, you shouldn't have. But I'm so glad you did.
But go on, open it.
Oh, it's the most beautiful doll I ever saw.
You did tell me once that you hadn't played with dolls since you were a child, but...
Mr. Templar, I'll tell you a secret.
What, Virginia?
I just said that to be sophisticated.
Something tells me that a certain young man named Fatso is going to be trimmed right down to your size.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast you heard Maggie Morley as Violet and Anne Whitfield as Little Virginia. Edmund McDonald played Blanco, Jack Moyles, Carson. Ted Von Eltz was Roger. Irene Tedrow, Mrs. Anders. Morgan was played by Barney Phillips, and the Garage Man by Jerry Hausner. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This adventure of the Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. And all you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. This is Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Every Sunday on NBC, meet 2 delightful and often confusing families, the Blandings and the Harrises. Mr. and Mrs. Blanding stars Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as the proud but bewildered owners of the famous Dream House. And the Phil Harris-Alice Faye show features the hilarious Harrises and their friends in typical Amazing Harris situations. Hear them later today. Fred Allen, Ed Wynn, and Bea Lilly join the big show today on NBC.
In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you on Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company present James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. The Red Cross trains millions of Americans each year in first aid, water safety, home nursing, and as volunteer nurses' aides. Volunteer nurses' aides assist professional nurses in hospitals and clinics. This help requires skill. It is through the Red Cross that you and your neighbor can get that skill, can get that training. Through the Red Cross, you can answer the call of your family and your community. Help make this training possible. Give through the American Red Cross Fund. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
The trail to Virtue City was over the crest of Bear Neck Mountain and then down the northern slope. That's why you couldn't see the town until you were almost there, that in the clouds. There always seemed to be a stack of thick marshmallow clouds along the side of Bear Neck, and by the time you got through them, the town was right in front of you. Anyway, it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when I hit the city limits, and at least what had been the city limits 10, 15 years ago. Of course, nowadays, houses on the outskirts weren't much more than just loose timbers and broken windows. When I reached the main street, things looked more normal. Not like a real town, of course, but Well, the mercantile was open, and the bank, and the post office. 10 or 12 stores, maybe, all still doing business. I spotted what I was looking for. Oh, boy. Oh. The sign on the Opera House said Rocky Mountain Western Railroad, Virtue City office. Well, I guess they might as well use the Opera House for something. Jenny Lind sure won't be singing there anymore. Not like she did for the grand opening. Howdy.
Afternoon. Excuse me.
Oh, sure.
Mind handing me that box? That one there on the desk.
Oh, this one, yeah.
Yeah, I want to put these papers in it. Yeah, thanks.
You're cleaning out the office,
That's
huh?
right.
I see. Moving to another place.
Yeah.
Well, I guess there's plenty of vacancies in Virtue City, isn't there?
Yeah, there'll soon be one more.
Oh, wait a minute. What? You leaving town?
I sure am, mister. In 3 weeks. That's what I wasted here. 3 weeks. Well, I'm not wasting any more time. Tomorrow night, that's the deadline. Then I take the stage. Virtue City doesn't deserve a railroad, and they're not getting one. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, under the circumstances, I'm not exactly sure.
That's no surprise. Nobody's sure of anything around here.
No, what I mean is I was figuring on signing up with the railroad. I've laid track before, and I thought that I heard the new line was going through Virtue City.
You heard wrong, mister.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm sorry to have troubled you.
There's other folks who should be sorry. Gave me their word. Said they'd have the right of way free and clear. Ought to sue them. That's what we ought to do.
Britt Ponce. Over here in the courthouse.
What?
It's me, Doc Cross.
What? Oh, hello, Doc.
Come on in. I say come on in.
Oh, well, sure. Doc?
Second office, Britt, on your right.
Oh, Say, I didn't know you were still living on what? Well, what in the thunder are you doing in a wheelchair, Doc?
Oh, I fell off my horse a couple of months ago. It was his fault, not mine.
Oh, his fault. Oh, sure, yes. Did you break anything?
Well, I ain't positive. I had to send for Doc Sampson over to Watsonville. He says I broke my leg. Oh, butcher, don't think he'd know a broken leg from a floating kidney. If you ask me, he's keeping me off my feet so he'll get a crack at all my patients.
Oh, well, Doc could do you good. Get a little rest.
Maybe. Hey, sit down, Britt. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, I was kind of surprised to see the courthouse still open. I thought they'd moved county seat over to Fort Gray.
Politicians. Yeah, those people in Fort Gray bribed the legislature. That's what they did. But we'll get the county seat back again. Just you wait and see. Meantime, we're using the courthouse for a city hall. I guess we got just about the fanciest city hall west of Denver.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised.
I'm the mayor now, Britt.
Oh,
yes,
wow. Good for you.
What about you? What brought you to Virtue City after all this time? I hope you ain't just passing through.
No, I'm afraid so, Doc. I was aiming to sign up with the railroad, but since they ain't coming this way...
Not coming this way, but who told you that?
Well, that fellow over at the Opera House.
Oh, that's Nelson. Thad Nelson. Don't pay no attention to him.
Well, he works for the railroad, doesn't he?
Well, yes, he does. But he ain't never wanted the line to go through Virtue City anyhow. He'd rather it went the way of Watsonville. If you ask me, Watsonville is paying him off.
Oh?
That's the reason he's been looking for an excuse to get out of our contract. He figures this trouble with Annie will let him off the hook.
Annie?
The Silver Annie. You remember her, Britt. Annie Huxley.
Annie Huxley. Oh, sure. Well, I thought she'd moved away.
No such luck. She's still sitting on the old Huxley mine like a hen hatching eggs. Only thing is, there ain't no eggs in that mine, not anymore.
Well, what's she got to do with the railroad, though?
Well, Britt, the route's been surveyed to go through her property. Town agreed to secure all the right-of-ways the railroad would need. We're willing to pay for them and a good price.
But Annie's not satisfied with what you're offering.
We don't know. She won't talk to us. Won't even let anybody near her shack.
Oh.
She just sits there day and night, right by the window with her shotgun poking out. Anybody comes on her land, she lets go.
Oh.
Got some fool notion there's still silver in that mine, and folks are trying to get it away from her. Plumb crazy. That's what she is, if you ask me.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Doc. Maybe Annie's living the past a little bit. She's got quite a past to live in, too, you know. Gee whiz, I remember about her wedding to Sin Huxley. About how he put down a street of silver dollars all around the church. You remember that?
Yes, well, that's beside the point. I sent for Clyde Huxley.
Clyde?
Yeah, he's a relative of Sin's, a distant cousin or something like that, but a relative. We had to pay his fare all the way out from Chicago.
Mm-hmm. He's seen Annie yet?
That's where he is right now, and he'll straighten her out. You see, he's a lawyer, and he's not the kind to put up with any nonsense. So, well, Mr. Huxley, I didn't see you ride up, and I've been watching the street.
I didn't ride. I walked.
Oh, now, don't tell me that horse of mine threw you, too. I'm just
didn't
gonna
throw me. Where will I find the chief of police?
What?
I'm charging that woman with attempted murder.
Oh, you don't mean Annie.
I certainly do mean Annie. She ought to be locked up. And if I've anything to do with it, she will be.
Oh, then she wouldn't sign over the right-of-way. Not even for you, her own kin.
I didn't get a chance to discuss it. She shot at me point blank.
It don't look like she hit you.
It was a miracle she didn't.
Well, I guess she just didn't know who you were, Mr. Huxley. She didn't recognize you.
I told her who I was. Right after that, she fired.
Yeah, some folks just don't cotton to relatives, seems like.
Well, she tried to kill me.
Oh, no, she was just defending her property, Mr. Huxley. If she'd wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be walking around now. Annie knows how to handle a gun.
Well, now, we got to do something, Britt. If we don't have that right away by tomorrow, Nelson, he's the railroad man, Nelson will leave town. The railroad will go through Watsonville, and that'll just about wash up Virtue City once and for all.
Well, now, there must be some way of explaining things to Annie, Doc. I throw her in jail. That's just apt to make her more cussed than ever, you know.
But, say, maybe there is another way. Sure. Somebody she trusted, somebody who didn't have no axe to grind. She'd listen to him.
Now, Doc.
You got those papers all ready for her to sign, Mr. Huxley?
Doc.
Well, then give them to Britt.
Doc, now, this ain't my affair, Doc. Now, I don't want to get mixed up with this.
Oh, I know you, Britt.
No, but
you wouldn't let us down, not at a time like this. Go on, Huxley, give him the papers.
Now, wait a minute.
We'll never forget what you're doing, Britt. The whole town will be in your debt. Just get her to sign them. The places are marked with an X.
Doc. The next thing I knew, I was riding up to the Huxley mine. Annie's shack was next to the main shaft, about 100 yards off the road. I slid down out of the saddle and tried the gate. Holy smokes. Padlock big enough to protect the Denver Mint was chained around the post. Well, I had nothing else to do but climb over the fence. Getting on toward dusk. Now, I didn't know whether to sneak up on Annie unawares or just walk up to the front door in plain sight and take my chances. While I was making up my mind, I flattened down behind a pile of wooden boxes. Wow. At least one thing was certain. I wasn't going to sneak up on her unawares.
Go on! Beat it! Next time I won't miss.
I'll put that thing down, Annie, or I'll shoot it out of your hands.
Well, who's off there? Who is that?
Britt Ponsett.
Britt?
That's right.
I'm on a node. None of the flea-bitten skunks from around here would have nerve enough to talk to me that way.
All right, I'm coming in, Annie.
I guess there's no stopping you. Not that I believe you'd ever try to shoot this gun out of my hand, Britt, no matter what you say.
Well, that makes us even, man. I don't believe you would aim it at me either. How are things, Annie?
Well, not too bad. Not too bad. To close that door, will you?
Sure.
Fact of the matter is, Britt, I've been working the southern shaft lately. Found a vein that looks real promising. One of these days, the Huxley will be going full force again.
Mm-hmm. Now, Annie, you don't really believe that.
Why, of course I believe it. Why shouldn't I? We took $250,000 out of this mine, Sin and me, and there's plenty more. It's just a question of finding it. Here, you want some coffee?
Yeah, thanks. Now, these hills have been worked dry, Annie. There's no silver in them, not anymore. And that's why I came up to talk to you.
Here. Drink your coffee.
Thanks.
It's about the right of way for the railroad. You're just wasting your breath.
No, but Doc Cross said you didn't know anything about the railroad, that nobody had been able to explain it to you.
Nobody had to explain it. There's nothing goes on in Virtue City that I don't get wind of. I ain't lived here 35 years for nothing.
Doc says the town needs the railroad, needs it bad.
Why, I got no objection to a railroad into Virtue City. Probably need it myself to haul the ore out when I strike a rich vein. But the line don't have to go through my property.
Mountain country like this, railroads don't have much choice. I asked Doc Cross. The only other route would cost a whole lot more money, more than the Rocky Mountain Western's willing to pay.
Well, that ain't my problem. All I care about is the Huxley. And they not laying any tracks across it.
All right, Annie. All right. That's the way you feel. Thanks for the coffee. Oh, I guess maybe I ought to warn you. Your cousin's talking about putting you in jail.
He ain't my cousin. He's Sin's, and Sin never had no use for him neither.
Well, whoever he is, he's
And as for
talking...
putting me in jail, he'll have to find somebody to come out here and arrest me first. From what I've seen of him this afternoon, there ain't much chance.
There she is.
Hey!
Give me that gun, Annie. Don't make no trouble.
What's going on here, Huxley?
I told you I was going to swear out a warrant for arrest. Thanks to you, the sheriff was able to serve it.
Rick Hunset!
Oh, wait a minute.
Of all the low-down mean...
Annie?
Keeping me occupied so they
No.
could sneak in here. Why?
Come on, Annie. Let's go.
Listen, Annie, I can swear to
I've
you that...
done enough listening to you already. Take your hands off me, Sheriff. I ain't one of the girls from Crawford's saloon. I'm Silver Annie Huxley. And when I go to jail, I go under my own power.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment.
When winter comes, does your house shrink like this?
Well, I guess it's time to close off the 2 back rooms. There's just no way to heat them.
Don't deprive yourself of valuable living space. Get a Coleman floor furnace or wall heater and enjoy new warmth and comfort in the hardest to heat rooms.
A Coleman floor furnace or wall heater takes up a minimum of space, yet it gives you constant circulation of fresh, warm air, just as a big basement furnace does. You'll be snug and comfortable all winter long.
And if you're interested in economy as well as comfort, listen to this. Coleman floor furnaces and wall heaters are low in price, low in operating cost, because Coleman gives you maximum heat from the fuel you use, either gas or LP gas.
See your Coleman dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name and address in your telephone directory. Remember, comfort costs so little with a Coleman.
Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Fawcett.
Well, they put Annie in a buckboard and started out for town. I rode alongside for half a mile or so and tried to tell her I wasn't part of getting her arrested, but she wasn't listening. So I gave Scarry's head. It was about 9 o'clock when I got back to Virtue City. The place looked even stranger by night than by day. Just a light here and there where folks were living. And then whole blocks of darkness in between. Sort of like the candles on a cake when part of them had been blown out. I stopped off at the Mansion Hotel long enough to get me a room, then I headed over to Doc Cross's house. He was sitting in the living room eating a box of hard candy when I got there.
Come on in, Britt. Come on in. How'd you make out? Get her to sign on the dotted line?
No.
Sorry to hear that. Oh, my gosh. I ought to know better than to eat this stuff with my teeth. Sure is good, though. Have a piece?
No, thanks.
Well, now, you mustn't feel too bad, Britt. I was afraid you wouldn't have much luck with her. So was Mr. Huxley. He went ahead and got that warrant drawn up.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
Yeah. I was there when the sheriff arrested her. She thinks I was in cahoots with him and Huxley.
Oh, well, now that's a shame. But don't you worry, Elsie. She finds out the truth.
No, I guess it served me right for getting mixed up in her affairs.
No, you wasn't mixing, Britt. You was just doing us a favor, and we're all much obliged. Mm-hmm. You know, sending for Clyde Huxley was just about the smartest stunt I ever pulled.
Maybe so, but you haven't got the right of way yet.
We'll get it, Britt. We'll get it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think jailing is the answer. Besides, you'll have to turn her loose anyway. Huxley can't make that charge of attempted murder stake.
No, he's not charging her with anything, Britt.
What?
It's just a question of whether she's got all her faculties or not. That's what the hearing will be about.
You mean he's claiming she's crazy?
Well, you said yourself she was peculiar.
I said she lived in the past, that's all. Everybody's got something to remember, does that, more or less?
Well, in her case, it's more, not less. Of course, it's up to Judge Drayton to decide.
Well, hasn't there got to be medical testimony and a sanity hearing?
Yep. Huxley subpoenaed me this evening.
Oh, doggone it, Doc. Now, this just isn't right.
Huxley's her only relative. He looked up our state law. It says the nearest relative can demand a sanity hearing if there's sufficient cause.
You take that mine away from her, you'll break her heart.
Now, wait a minute, Britt. You said yourself this wasn't none of your business, that you were sorry you mixed into it.
Sure, but it just looks like I got mixed up in it. All right, good night, Doc. I'll see you later.
Now, Mrs. Huxley, I want to get this clear. You admit firing a shotgun at various people who've approached your place of residence at various times.
I've shot at people trying to get into the Huxley mine, if that's what you mean.
That's right. Now, how often has this occurred?
As often as they tried it.
Yeah, now, order. Now, you come to order. It's a very serious matter. Now, let's see, oh, yes. Surely you must admit this behavior of yours isn't exactly normal?
It's normal for me.
Now, order. What I mean is the average person doesn't use firearms on harmless visitors.
The average person don't own the Huxley mine. I do.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Huxley.
This is the crux of my poor cousin's delusion. This feeling of hers that the Huxley mine is of some great value, that it still contains silver, when we all know that it's worthless.
And just how do you know that?
You proved it to us. For 10 years you've lived there and searched the shafts every day. Have you found silver? Even a trace of it?
No, I ain't.
You see, Your Honor.
If that makes me crazy, then Sin must have really been out of his head. He spent 12 years prospecting that mine before he made his first strike. I still got 2 years to go before I'll be even with him.
Yes, but there was silver there then.
There is now.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Huxley, but after what Doc Cross said and then what you yourself say, well, I'm afraid that the law allows me no alternative but to...
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Now, see here. We're not going to have any more interruptions. Who is that man, Doc?
Britt Ponson.
Ponson, the six-shooter?
Yes, but now don't you let him talk to you.
Well, if there's something you wish to say, Mr. Ponson, this here court will be happy to hear you.
Oh, thanks, Judge. I've been listening to this hearing, and like Mr. Huxley says, it all seems to hinge on whether or not there's any silver in the Huxley mine. What I mean is, if there was silver, then Annie's actions wouldn't seem so strange, would they?
No, I suppose not. She'd be protecting a valuable piece of land. But...
Yeah, well, now, I think maybe you ought to see this report here. You see, I took some ore samples from the Huxley mine over to this assay office this morning. And, well, here's one of them.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you, Mr. Ponson.
Well, if you'll just read that report, Your Honor.
Let's see now. Samples tested show a value of approximate $125 a ton.
What? 125?
Yeah, I figured they'd run a little higher, but I guess
here.
The assay.
Let me see that, Judge.
I can't believe it.
Well, that's what it says, all right. 120. Britt, this ore come from the Huxley?
Yeah, that's where it came from.
Listen, everybody. Everybody, Annie's found silver again. For all we know, the whole town's just sitting on it, just like in the old days. Silver!
But what about the railroad? You got a contract with my company.
We don't need your railroad, Nelson. We've got silver.
Please. Order.
Now, I wouldn't be too hasty, Doc. Of course, there's no possibility of bringing the line through the Huxley now, I suppose. But there is that other route. It'd cost Mr. Nelson's company a little more money.
That might be arranged. Of course, I'll have to check with the main office.
Oh, you would? Oh, well, that seems a shame. too bad you can't sort of make the decision right now on the spot, before another railroad hears about the silver and tries to beat you in here.
Oh, no. On second thought, there really isn't any reason to delay the matter. If you'll just drop by my office, Dr. Cross, I'll send the contract and give the order to begin construction on the other route. I think
Well, I guess that takes care of everything, except Annie and the sanity hearing. You were just about to hand down a ruling, Judge, weren't you?
Now, you come to order. Well, there's no question about her sanity. And I'm surprised at you, Mr. Huxley. A lawyer of your standing, pressing a complaint like this. Why, Silver Annie Huxley is one of Virtue City's outstanding citizens. Always has been. Always will be. Court's adjourned.
Well, inside of 5 minutes, the only people left in that courtroom were me and Annie. It's a funny thing, She was the only person who hadn't been excited about the silver. She just kind of stared at me without budging. And then the corners of her lips sort of wrinkled up into a smile.
Britt Ponset?
Yes, ma'am.
You better get out of town before they find out. They'd tar and feather you for sure.
Well, what are you talking about, Annie?
Why, you think I didn't recognize that piece of ore? I ought to. I've been looking at it for 30 years. Them samples have been sitting on my dresser ever since Sin found them in his first strike.
No.
You saw them last night. You knew they were souvenirs from the old days.
Well, they could have been something that you dug up recently, couldn't they?
I'm not saying you lied, Britt. All you told them was that the ore was from the Huxley. That's true enough. It's just a good thing they didn't ask you when.
Yes, I guess it is. Yeah. Well, anybody can make a mistake,
You knew what you were doing. And you knew the railroad would be coming through the other route before they got wise.
No, I wouldn't exactly say that, but under the circumstances, I kind of think maybe I'd better leave town. Don't you think that would be... So long, Annie.
Wait a minute, Britt. I want to thank you.
Oh, well, nothing to thank me for, Annie. It just looks like I can't tell old ore samples from fresh ones. That's all. It was a month or two later before I heard about Virtue City again. Bumped into a fellow in Idaho Springs who was heading up that way. Said there'd been a big silver strike near the town. I tried to talk him out of going over there. I told him it's probably just a false alarm. He wouldn't listen. He said there'd been a false strike 3 or 4 weeks ago, and everybody went out prospecting. And the first thing you knew, somebody found silver. The real thing. Fellow had a newspaper from Virtue City to prove it. Editorial on the front page was by Doc Cross about moving the county seat back to where it belonged. Well, things sure have a funny way of working out, don't they?
Here's a tip for more great dramatic entertainment each week on the NBC Radio Network. Direct from his great hit in From Here to Eternity comes a new dramatic Frank Sinatra to play the hard-hitting adventure role of Rocky Fortune every Tuesday evening. And if comedy is your weakness, you'll want to know that Fibber McGee and Molly are now heard every day, Monday through Friday, on the NBC Radio Network. Remember, you'll hear more of America's greatest radio programs if you keep your dial set to this same station of the NBC Radio Network. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company have presented James Stewart as the six-shooter. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Dan O'Herlihy, Herb Vigran, Robert Griffin, and Parley Bear. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions and is based on a character created by Frank Birch, and the transcribed story is written by him. Special music was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking. Listen to Last Man Out, next on the NBC Radio.
Meisterbrow means the master brew. That whistle is your invitation to another Meisterbrow mystery drama presented by the Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors which they dare not speak.
Meisterbrow beer, the master brew, served more often in Chicagoland homes than any other beer, brings you another curious story by the Whistler. Tonight, Blind Impulse.
Steve was in his glory. Never in his wildest dreams had he ever believed a thing like this could come to pass. Here they were, just the two of them, at Carol Crandall's special table at the top of the Mark in San Francisco. Through the huge plate glass window, he could see the shining city stretching away to the east. A line of lights marking the Bay Bridge, pointing across the water like an arrow at other sparkling cities at the foot of the hills on the other side of the bay. Everything sparkled, the brilliant room sparkled, and across from him, Carol Crandall sparkled.
What's the matter, Stevie?
Huh?
Not going pensive on me, are you?
Oh, no, just thinking, Carol.
Better watch that. Mother always told me, beware of the man who thinks too much.
It's the music, darling. Always makes me philosophical.
Mm.
And there are other things.
Ah, other things. Pray go on.
Oh, the night, that beautiful city down there, and you.
Stevie, you read it in a book.
No, not at all. Just came to me all of a sudden.
Just like Ronald Cole.
Yeah.
Oh, there's something about you, Stevie. Makes me want to wrap you up and take you home.
Ah, doing your Christmas shopping early.
Exactly.
Excuse me, darling. Don't go away. Be right back.
Be right here.
Pardon me, please. Oh, excuse me. Waiter.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kinsella. The operator's ready with that long-distance call of yours.
Oh, thanks.
You can take the call in the phone booth right over there.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, pardon. Steve Kinsella speaking.
Mr. Kinsella, your call to Juarez is ready. Just one moment, please. Go ahead, please. Hello, Steve.
Millie, how are you, darling? How's it going?
All right, I guess.
Guess? What do you mean, your guess?
It went the way you wanted it to go. I got my divorce without a hitch.
Is it final?
I don't know much Mexican, but it sounded like it.
That's wonderful.
Yes. Isn't it?
You don't sound very happy, Millie.
Should I be?
Oh, please, Millie, let's not go through all that again. It's not forever.
I don't know, Steve. It sounded pretty final.
Will you try and understand, Millie? I love you. I'll never love anyone else. For some crazy reason, this girl thinks I'm wonderful.
Oh, Steve.
Look, darling, her old man's dying in an Arizona sanitarium with over $1 million in the bank. Can I pass up an opportunity like that?
No, I guess you can't.
Well, then.
But no matter how many times you explain it to me, I can't get over the feeling that you're not coming back.
But I am coming back, don't you see? All I need's a year, maybe 6 months.
And you'll divorce her and come back to me.
With half of his estate. Think what it means to us, Millie. The things we can do, the places we can go.
I don't want to think about it.
Now, look, Millie.
I've tried awfully hard. But all I can see is that I'm giving you to another woman.
Millie, please.
That's all, Steve. I don't want to talk about it anymore. You can have your divorce now. You're free to marry her. Go ahead. But please forget forget all about me.
Millie. Millie, will you... Hello. Hello, Millie. Oh, for the love of Mike. I'm sorry. Pardon me.
Oh, there you are, darling. Thought you deserted me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carol.
Meet Lana Turner out there somewhere? I was about to send out the St. Bernard.
Oh, nothing so glamorous, I'm afraid. Just a phone call.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see. Where were we?
You were about to ask me to marry you.
What?
Weren't you?
Well, Carol,
Don't be flustered, dear. People get married every day.
Well, I...
You, were going to ask me to marry you, weren't you?
What made you think so?
You had that look.
Was it that bad?
I'm an expert, Stevie. I can see it a mile off.
Well, you're certainly...
Oh, please don't think I'm vain. It'd happen just as often to any girl who was reasonably presentable, who...
Who what?
Had a wealthy father.
I see. But you've decided you love me anyway.
Did I say that?
Didn't you?
No, I didn't say I love you, Stevie. I said I wanted to marry you. There's a difference.
Oh?
You see, I like your looks, and I like the way you wear your dinner clothes. And I like the way you laugh. There are hundreds of things I like about you, and I just think it'd be fun to be married to you.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough?
You're an amazing girl, Carol.
At least I'm honest.
Carol, I don't know what to say.
You love me, don't you?
Of course I do.
Oh, you'll never go to heaven, Stevie.
What do you mean?
You're lying. You think I'm a spoiled little girl who's always had everything she wants.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, stupid, but covered with money.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Carol.
And you're wrong, Stevie. I'm not stupid. When I met you, I said to myself, looky, Carol, here's a man who wants to marry you for your money.
Carol, listen.
Don't let it worry you for a minute, dear, don't you see? It's not worrying me. Now, let's see. I might possibly marry you tomorrow or the day after at the very latest.
I see.
Any objections?
No?
Good. It's just as I told you, Stevie. I want to wrap you up and take you home.
This may be a rather strange and strained attraction that Carol has for Steve, but we know of one attraction that is perfectly natural. And that is the attraction Golden Good Meisterbrau beer has for the person who is particular about beer. You see, Meisterbrau beer has been painstakingly brewed for you who demand the best in old-fashioned flavor, in creamy head, in golden body, and in outstanding value. That's why we say that Meisterbrau beer is better in these 4 ways. Meisterbrau has been specifically brewed that way. Try Golden Meisterbrau beer yourself soon. Enjoy its pleasantly dry and exciting taste. Feast your eyes on Meisterbrau's clear golden color and light but tasteful body. Smack your lips over that rich, creamy head. In short, treat yourself. And we do mean treat yourself to a glass of bubbling, refreshing Meisterbrau beer tonight. You'll find the pleasure is all yours when yours is Meisterbrau beer. Now, back to the Whistler.
So that was it, Steve. No pressure, no persuasion. It was just like falling off a log, wasn't it? And it's all so clear. Nothing can stop it now. Old Simon Crandall, Carol's father, is wasting away in that sanitarium in Arizona with only a few months, maybe weeks, to live. And when he dies, the estate will go not to Carol alone, but to both of you because of the community property laws. All you have to do is be patient, Steve, and hope that Millie will be patient, too. That she'll realize that what she told you over the telephone that night was foolish. That she'll decide to wait for you because, in your own way, you do love Millie, don't you? You carried off pretty well during the first part of the honeymoon. Mexico City, Havana, Caracas. And finally, one night about 6 weeks later, the two of you are dressing for dinner in your hotel room in Rio de Janeiro.
Steve, darling, would you mind helping me?
Huh?
the hooks on this dress.
Oh, sure.
Why must they always
Hold still, will you?
put them out of reach?
Wait a minute, I'll get this thing. Yes, what is it?
Telegram, senor.
Just a minute. There you are, dear. Just a second. Yes?
Cablegram, senor.
Oh. Here you are.
Gracias, senor.
What is it, darling?
Cablegram.
Where's it from?
Tucson, Arizona. Probably your father.
You don't suppose...
I don't know. Wait a minute. Think it advisable you return to Tucson immediately. Signed Whiteside.
He's father's doctor. Something's wrong.
Yeah.
Steve.
Huh?
Do you have to look so pleased?
I'm awfully sorry, Mrs. Kinsella. Dr. Whiteside's orders
I
were
insist on seeing him. That's all there is to it.
Be reasonable, Carol.
I don't care. I didn't fly 6,000 miles to be stood up in an anteroom.
Just a minute, Carol. Just a minute. Go ahead, nurse. I'll take care of her.
Yes, sir.
He's dying, Steve. They're trying to keep me away.
The doctor has his
It's
reason.
been half an hour now. I can't take it much longer.
No. Wait a minute. Here, have a cigarette. It'll quiet your nerves. Here. There you are.
I didn't know I'd feel this way.
Well, it had to come sooner or later.
It didn't come too soon for you, did it?
Oh, now, see here.
Funny, isn't it? I knew this was coming. We could all see it months ago. Yet I have to wait until the last moment when it's staring me right in the face to discover that deep inside I've got a heart after all.
The doctor will see you now.
Oh, thank you.
This way, please.
How do I look, Steve?
Great. Keep your chin up.
I'll try. Here we are. Father.
Well, can't you do better than that, Carol?
Father, you're dressed. Why aren't you in bed?
I've been in bed for 6 months. Got tired of it.
You mean you're well?
Well, I wanted to surprise you, Carol.
Doctor, what's he talking about?
He's sound as a dollar. Gave him his final tests this morning. I'd say if he takes care of himself, he's good for another 20 years, at least.
I thought you were dying.
Carol, well, that's ridiculous.
You see, Simon, I told you we should have made that cablegram plainer.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I just wanted to surprise you, that's all.
Oh, Father. You don't know how I felt.
Oh, there, Carol. We're going to forget all about it. We'll go up to the Grand Canyon for a few days, you and I. And Steve. I take it this is Steve.
Oh, yes, Steve.
Hello, Mr. Crandall.
I forgot all about you for a minute. Isn't it wonderful?
Yes, of course it's wonderful. I guess I sort of bowled over. It was such a relief.
Father, you don't know what Stevie went through when we got that cablegram. The poor boy was almost beside himself.
Yes, it was an awful shock, you know. And...
Here, darling. Have a cigarette. It'll quiet your nerves.
The doctor said, 20 years, Steve. Maybe more. You know the whole thing's ridiculous now. A blundering failure. And that Millie is in Los Angeles eating her heart out for nothing. When the three of you arrive at the Altovar Hotel on the rim of the Grand Canyon the next afternoon, you excuse yourself, walk into the telegraph office, and write a wire to Millie.
I've decided you were right. All I want now is out, and only solution is immediate divorce. We'll discuss it with Carol at earliest moment. All my love, Steve.
You tip the clerk an extra $1 to keep it under his hat. Then, because you're desperate for a few hours alone, you spend the rest of the afternoon walking along the rim of the canyon, trying to lose yourself in its breathtaking colors, its blue distances and terrifying depths. So it's almost time for dinner when you arrive back at the hotel room to find Carol waiting for you.
Hello, Carol.
Stevie, have a nice walk?
Wonderful. Where's your father?
Trying to arrange a trip to Phantom Ranch tomorrow morning. When I last saw him, he was about to hit the stableman over the head with a whiffle tree.
Huh.
No trip scheduled tomorrow, and they don't want to let him go down the trail alone. They say it's too dangerous. I left just before the explosion. Dr. Whiteside was right, Stevie. Father's his old self again. Stevie,
Yes?
does Millie have more money than I have?
Who said anything about Millie?
She seems to outrank me. Is it her money, or does she have a beautiful soul? You know, you never told me about anyone named Millie.
What did you find out about her?
This telegram came this afternoon after you'd gone.
You opened it?
By mistake, believe it or not. At this point, I'm rather glad I did.
Give it to me. Steve, dear, your wire was all I needed. Coming at once. Have wonderful news. Hold everything until I arrive. Love, Millie.
Who is she?
It's a long story. I was married to her once.
Before you met me?
That's right.
Oh. You never told me you'd been married before, darling.
You weren't interested at the time.
No, I suppose I wasn't. So you've decided you love her after all, and you want to go back to her now that...
Now that what?
Now that Father's back on his feet.
You're pretty blunt.
You didn't answer my question, Stevie. Do you love her?
Yes,
You always have?
I suppose so.
Well, you don't know how complicated you're making things. What am I supposed to do now?
Divorce me?
Oh?
And let me go back to her?
I hate divorce, Stevie. I always have.
Can you, think of a better answer?
I'm afraid there isn't any answer.
You went into this with your eyes open, you know.
The money?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose it should be just as simple to let you go. Only it's not that simple.
Why not?
See, I love you.
That's almost funny.
I know it sounds ridiculous.
It is. You're a spoiled little girl, Carol. Always had everything you wanted. You know, it may have been amusing to lean across a dinner table and tell me I was next on your list of trinkets, but it wasn't love. What was it you said? Something about wrapping me up and taking me home. What did you expect?
I'm sorry, Stevie. You know, this is funny. You're the heel, and I'm doing the apologizing.
What?
You were next on my list of trinkets. But I guess the past 6 weeks have made a lot of difference.
I'm sorry.
Thanks. Let it ride for a while, will you? I want to think it over.
All right, Carol.
Of all the incompetent, unreasonable idiots, those birds take the cake. Never heard of anything so fantastic in my life.
What's the matter, Father?
Why, they refuse to let me go down that trail in the canyon tomorrow. Say I have to wait until Thursday. Make the trip with 30 old maid school teachers and a guide.
Are you going with them?
Not on your life. I've hired a couple of horses for tomorrow morning. Told them we're going somewhere else. We can leave at 5 in the morning and start down the trail before anyone's around to spot us.
We?
Oh, I forgot to mention that, Steve. You're going with me. What time is it, Steve?
7:45. How much farther down to the bottom?
Oh, a couple of miles by the trail. 1,000 feet straight down if you're in an awful hurry. By George, look down there, Steve.
I'd rather not. I don't trust this horse.
Oh, they're used to it. Let him have his head, though, when we get to that narrow stretch down there. Looks like that's that dangerous place the guide was telling me about. Been a few accidents there, it seems.
You'll never know where the idea came from, will you, Steve? You're not even sure it was an idea. It's more of a flash, kind of irresistible impulse. One moment you see him there ahead of you, starting to guide his horse down the dangerous series of switchbacks, where the trail narrows down to almost nothing, and the cliffs drop away sheer for 1,000 feet. The next moment you're moving up on him, your right hand tense, trembling, gripping the long, dangling rein like a whip.
Better watch it here. Pretty narrow. Whoa, boy, whoa! Steve! Stop it, Steve! He's falling, Steve! I'm sorry, Ranger. That's all I can tell you.
You say this business of going down that trail without a guide was his own idea?
That's it. The horse stumbled.
Of course he stumbled. That trail's for mules, not horses.
I've got to find my wife, Ranger. Where is she?
She's in a room at the hotel.
Does she know about this?
Yeah, I told her. You'll be available, Miss Kinsella?
Yes, of course.
Good. I may want you when the authorities get here.
The ranger said he told you about it.
Yes. He was very kind.
Carol, it was awful. 1 second he was there ahead of me. The next...
I know.
It was my fault, Carol. I should never have let him go.
There was no stopping him ever. Once he made up his mind.
Well, I should have gone ahead. It would have been safe. I should have known a balky horse, a rock in the trail.
No, that's not what killed him.
Huh?
I killed him, Steve. In a way. I killed him that night I told you I wanted to wrap you up and take you home. That was the big wrong. To look at it as a lark, to marry a man you knew was after your money and nothing else.
Carol, what are you talking about?
Sit down, Steve.
Well...
Please.
What are you talking about, Carol?
I saw you do it, Steve.
You...
I saw you kill him.
You don't know what you're saying.
There's a public telescope on the point out there. Quite an invention. You can put a dime in it and see your father murdered. The biggest 10 cents worth in history.
Carol.
I was interested in that trip. I wanted to see the two of you together. That's why I went out there alone to that telescope at 8 o'clock this morning. It puts me in a fascinating position, Steve. I was the only one who saw it. Saw you ride up behind him and lift that rein and whip the horse.
All right, Carol. Where do we go from here?
I seem to have two alternatives. I can expose you.
Carol.
Have you charged with murder and put on trial. Oh, yes, I can give the yellow journals a field day with the Crandall case. Spread it all over the country for the next 6 months. Human interest stuff, you know. Playgirl heiress collapses at trial. Money-seeking husband denies murder charge. Reporters, newsreels, people smacking their lips over the scandal. Yes, it'd make a wonderful 2-page spread in the National Weekly, wouldn't it?
Please.
But I'd do it, Steve. I'd take all that. If I thought there was a chance in the world you'd be convicted, I'd walk down to that ranger right now and tell him everything. But there isn't a chance, you see. I'd pay the price and I'd get nowhere. Because some brilliant lawmaker at some time or other decided he'd make it illegal for a wife to testify against her husband.
Wait a minute.
I mean, I'm helpless. I'm the only witness, but I can't testify because I'm your wife. So that leaves me the other alternative. To let it lie. Let them decide it was an accident. You win, Steve. Better answer the phone.
Yeah. Hello?
There's a Mrs. Millie Kinsella in the lobby.
Just a minute. It's Millie, Carol.
Send her up. I want to be the first to congratulate her.
The Whistler will return in just a moment. But first, when it's real beer drinking enjoyment you want, remember, Meisterbrau beer is better 4 ways. Yes, according to independent research among Meisterbrau beer drinkers, Meisterbrau beer is better 4 ways. 1, better taste. Select seedless hops, perfectly brewed, give Meisterbrau beer a taste mellowed through and through with old-fashioned beer goodness. 2, better head. Carefully balanced carbonation gives Meisterbrau beer a rich, creamy head. A head that stays and stays to the last delicious swallow. 3, better body. Choice ingredients selected and blended with care give Meisterbrau beer its full, light body so pleasing to your taste. And 4, better value. With a skill equal by none, Meisterbrau's master brewer combines all of these distinctly better things into one great beer to give you better value in beer drinking pleasure. So remember, for real refreshing satisfaction, for beer that's sure to please, insist on Meisterbrau beer, the beer that's better 4 ways, always. Now, back to the Whistler.
So there's nothing more to be said, is there, Steve? The 2 of you, you and Carol, sit quietly in the room at the Altavar Hotel, waiting for Millie to come up from the lobby. The whole morning has been like something out of a nightmare. The blinding impulse that made you drive Simon Crandall's horse over the cliff. Carol's amazing admission that she saw it all through a public telescope, and her unbelievable decision to let you get by with it because she knew her testimony wouldn't be accepted under the law. So the money is yours now, Steve. Half of Simon's estate. But somehow it doesn't interest you anymore. A moment later, Millie knocks on the door, and you let her in.
Millie.
Oh, so wonderful, darling. I came just as fast as I could.
Please.
Oh,
Millie, this is Carol.
how do you do? Hello. I've heard a lot about you. I imagine you have.
Millie, Carol has been very reasonable about everything. She's going to give me a divorce.
But that's what I meant in the telegram, darling. You won't have to get a divorce.
What?
The authorities just told me. A Mexican divorce by proxy isn't recognized as legal. So you've been married to me all the time.
Millie.
What did you say? Oh, I know it'll be a little awkward, but you see, legally you never were his wife. Because he's never really been divorced from me.
Millie, wait a minute.
I'm not his wife, is that it? We were never legally married?
That's right. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong?
No, Millie. Nothing at all. Now I think I'd better leave you 2 lovebirds alone. I've got a date downstairs with the ranger.
Pleasure, the Peter Hand Brewery Company of Chicago, brewers of Meisterbrau beer, bring you the strange tales of the Whistler on this station every Sunday night at 9:30. Next week, another exciting story by the Whistler. Tonight's story was produced by Sherman Marks with music conducted by Hunter Kaler. Tonight's production starred Patricia Dunlap as Carol, Ed Prentice as Steve. The part of Millie was played by Josephine Hipple. Bill Green was heard as Simon Crandall. The Whistler is played by Everett Clark. Sound effects by Ed Whitel and Lou Weir. All characters portrayed in tonight's episode are imaginary, and any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. If you would like to be in the studio audience, address your request for free tickets to radio station WBBM, Department A, Wrigley Building, Chicago 11, Illinois. This is Bob Venables, reminding you that Meisterbrau means the master brew.
This program has come to you from our CBS studios in Chicago. This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Jell-O, everybody.
Yes, it's the Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Transcribed and brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now, Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper, two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers tonight, Liz is getting dressed for a very important event. She's going to appear on a television show celebrating Friendship Week.
Oh, George, I'm so excited. Imagine me and Iris being on television. Who knows what may happen?
Yes, who knows? One appearance by you two might even bring back radio.
I mean, suppose I'm a hit. Button me up the back, will you, dear? You know, you may be helping to dress the new television star.
Oh, gee, that would be wonderful. I'd be so proud.
Would you?
Yes, I'd go sit in a bar while you were on, and I'd tell everybody, that's my wife who won that last fall.
George, there are other things on television besides wrestling.
No, I'm sorry, dear. Of course, I can see it now. Kukla, Fran, and Lizzie.
George, button up my back and your lip and let it go. Oh, your hands are cold. Haven't you got it buttoned yet?
Is this a new dress, Liz?
Yeah, why?
Oh, you'll have to take it back. It's made wrong.
What's the matter?
Well, it's got an extra buttonhole at the bottom.
It has, huh? What's it got at the top? Well?
An extra button.
Yeah.
I must have started wrong.
Yeah, you must have. Do it over.
Now, there. Came out even that time.
I knew you could do it. Well, George, what do you think of my dress, huh?
How much did it cost?
That's what you always think of my dresses. This is the very latest color combination, orange and black.
How much was it?
You know, I think this is the most glamorous evening dress I've ever had, don't you?
How much?
George, what's money when I'm going to present a plaque in honor of Friendship Week to Iris Atterbury?
Money is what makes it necessary to have Friendship Week. Now, how much?
Yes, it's an original. These orange and black diagonal stripes are very smart. There's not another one like it in town.
I can understand why. Well, I'll guess $58.50.
$58.50. How do you like that, George? You just missed it by one number.
No kidding. How much was it?
$98.50.
$98.50?
Plus whatever a broken eardrum costs. Now, George, don't make me nervous. I've got to practice my presentation speech. Ladies and gentlemen, friends of Sheridan Falls, lend me your eyes.
Liz, you mean ears.
I mean eyes. This is television. We are gathered here to pay tribute to one of our town's noblest creatures.
Hey, who's getting this plaque? Citation?
Please, I'm rehearsing. Little wonder that this plaque goes to Iris Atterbury. She is truly a friend. She is a real friend. A friend you're glad to call a friend. A friend among friends. A friend's friend.
Liz, I think you've made your point.
It gives me great pleasure to present the first annual Sheridan Falls Award for Friendship to Iris Atterfriend. Oh, darn it.
You mean Friendberry.
All right, George. I'm having enough trouble.
Hooray for Liz Cooper Friend.
Now, stop it. Let me rehearse. Ladies and and gentlemen, friends of Sheridan Falls, lend me your eyes. We are gathered tonight to pay tribute to one of our towns.
Iris, will you please stop pacing around? You make me dizzy.
I can't help it, Rudolph. I'm nervous. This is my big night.
Well, for heaven's sake, sit down. You're getting a friendship plaque, not an Academy Award.
Ooh, I'll cherish that plaque. I'll put it on the mantle, and it will inspire me to greater heights.
Hold it, Olivia. Save your speech for the television program.
Oh, my acceptance speech. I better practice it. You be my audience.
All right.
Liz will make the presentation speech, and then I step out, and the crowd will burst into spontaneous cheers and applause.
Hooray.
Thank you.
Oh, it's nothing.
Rudolph. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think Liz should have called me one of our town's noblest creatures.
Hold it. Question from the audience. How do you know she's going to call you one of our town's noblest creatures?
Oh, I just know.
How? Did you read her speech?
Read it? I wrote it.
Proceed. I never should have asked.
Before accepting this plaque, I'd like to say that Liz Cooper, in addition to being gorgeous, is intelligent, cultured, and the best friend a person ever had.
Why did you write that?
I didn't. Liz did.
Oh, Gad.
Oh, Rudolph, I'm so nervous. Do you think I'll come over all right on television?
Well, I don't know how much of you they can pick up on a 10-inch screen. But the 16-inch should do pretty good. Yeah, I like that one.
Oh, I hate you.
Oh, seriously, Lotus Bud, you'll be a big smash, especially in that new dress.
Do you really like it? It's pretty daring for me. Diagonal orange and black stripes.
Well, you can always save it for Halloween.
You can make fun, but it's an original. It's the only one of its kind. Oh, I can't wait to show it to Liz. She'll die when she sees it.
Well, it's getting late. Let's go over and kill her.
Okay. Oh, Rudolph, you're not wearing that old blue suit.
Yes, but don't worry, Iris. It's an original. There are only 10,000 like it in town. Come on, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends of Sheridan Falls, lend me your eyes.
That's enough rehearsing, Liz. You'll get stale.
Yeah, you may be right.
I'll get it. It's probably the Friendberries. I mean, the Friends.
Oh, George, stop it or I'll never get it right.
Okay.
Gee, I wonder what Iris is wearing.
Hi, Mr. Atterbury. Iris, come on in.
Liz girl, George boy.
Hi, Mr. Atterbury. Hi,
What happened? What's the matter?
Look at their dresses.
Oh, Gad. The Bobbsey twins.
Iris Atterbury, what are you doing with a dress like mine?
What are you doing with a dress like mine?
Maybe one of you is looking in a mirror.
Look, you both look swell. Now, come on. The show starts pretty soon. Let's go.
Let's go. You don't expect us to go to that television show with these dresses on, do you?
Well, I don't expect you to go without them.
Well, even that wouldn't do any good. They'd still be wearing the same outfit.
Rudolph.
Oh, dear, what are we going to do?
Well, Well, settle it some way. The show goes on in an hour, and they said to be there early.
Well, one of us will have to change her dress.
Yes, one of us will.
Care to make any bets, George?
I'll lay 2-1 on the redhead.
You two be quiet. Well, we're not going to fight about this.
We're not?
Of course not. This is Friendship Week. You're the one who's getting the award, so I'll sacrifice. I'll change into something else.
Did you hear what I heard, boy?
Yes. I don't think Liz better go at all. She's sick.
She is not. She's just acting like a friend should. But I can't let you do that, Liz. You're the one who's giving the award. I'll go home and change it to something else.
Oh, no, Iris, I insist. I'll wear another dress.
No, Liz, let me.
No, Iris, let me.
Let me.
Let me.
Well, all right.
Darn it. I went one let me too far.
Well, go ahead, Liz. Change your dress.
I will not. You tricked me into it. Let's do it over. No, Iris, let me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Come on. What difference does it make if you do have on the same kind of dresses? Mr. Atterbury and I have on the same kind of suits.
Oh, that's not the same.
Gad, boy! I didn't realize it till now. You're wearing your blue flannel, too.
Oh, dear, how awful. I just won't go.
All right, George.
I won't go either. I wouldn't be caught dead wearing the same suit you're wearing.
Rudolph.
Well, there's only one thing to do. I'll burn my suit.
No, dear, I'll burn my suit.
All right, that's enough. This is no laughing matter.
No, we're not amused. Now, look, Liz, friend. You offered and I accepted. Now run upstairs and change.
I will not, chum. You go change.
Liz, you're being a stubborn mule. We're supposed to represent friendship.
Well, then let's go in these dresses. I'll go as a friend and you go as a ship.
Shut up, Rudolph.
Yeah, you too, George.
I didn't say anything.
Well, keep it that way. Now, look here, Iris.
Liz, if you don't go and
Friends.
change, I want...
Friends. George and I are going down to the corner to get some cigars, and you'd better have this settled by the time we get back.
Well, take your time. Even if she changes her dress, I'm not sure I want to appear with her.
Well, that's okay by me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Ah, George, isn't friendship a beautiful thing? Well, in the hectic life of Liz Cooper, even Friendship Week can lead to complications. But if you want to win friends and influence people, just ask them over to supper and give them a super swell dessert. Like this gay new strawberry cream pudding. It's made with mellow Jell-O vanilla pudding and tempting as springtime itself. Just prepare Jell-O vanilla puddings as directed and chill. Line sherbet glasses with sweetened sliced strawberries and fill with that rich, smooth as cream Jell-O pudding. So easy and so delicious, 'cause all three Jell-O puddings have real homemade goodness. Jell-O vanilla, chocolate, and butterscotch pudding. They're made with milk and nourishing. They take just about 5 minutes to cook. Stock up on all three Jell-O puddings and find out why more women buy Jell-O puddings than any other prepared puddings in the world. That name Jell-O is a registered trademark of General Foods.
Jell-O.
And now back to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband. As we return to the Coopers, we find the battle of the identical dresses still at an impasse. Iris and Liz are at Liz's house, not speaking to each other, and George and Mr. Atterbury are down at the store getting some cigars.
Evening, Mr. Davis.
Evening. Hello, Mr. Cooper.
Hello, Mr. Davis. I'd like
I'm buying, George boy. 2 50-centers, please.
Okay. Well, thanks.
One good thing about a cigar store, there are very few women around.
Didn't it make you sick the way they scrapped? Frankly, I didn't think the dress was too becoming to either one of them.
I didn't either. Iris should never wear stripes. She's too fat.
Oh, she's not really.
Oh, she is too. Yeah, she's much too fat. Remember, boy, you only see her after she's all girdled up. I don't know how she manages to get so much into so little. It's like stuffing an olive with a watermelon.
Well, fat or thin, they're both women through and through. Imagine taking that thing so seriously.
Oh, certainly. Would have been so simple for Liz to run upstairs and put on something else.
Well, it wouldn't have hurt Iris to go home and change either. After all, you only live a couple of blocks away.
Why should Iris go home and put on another dress? She's the one who's getting the plaque.
But she's also the logical one to change her dress.
Well, I'd like to know why.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because she's too fat.
What do you mean, too fat?
You said so yourself.
Well, it sounds fatter when you say it. Anyway, I'd rather have a wife with a little extra meat on her bones than one who puts on a striped dress and looks like a barber pole.
Are you referring to Liz?
If the barber pole fits, spin it.
Why, you pompous baboon.
Pompous baboon?
Sir.
That's better. And now you'll do me a great favor if you don't speak to me again. Make that one cigar.
Iris? Iris? Answer me. No. Oh, but Iris, I don't want to be mad, Iris.
Neither do I, Liz.
I'm sorry for everything I said.
I'm ashamed of myself.
Oh, it was all my fault.
No, it wasn't. It was my fault. I'll go home and change my dress.
No, I'll go up and change mine.
No.
Oh, wait a minute. That's how we got started before.
I don't mind, Liz, really. All the dresses in the world couldn't affect my friendship for you.
Oh, you're a true friend. I'll tell you what. The only fair thing to do is for neither of us to wear the dress. We'll each put on something different.
Liz, you're a regular Queen Solomon.
Thank you.
Well, I'll go home this minute and put on something else.
And I'll go upstairs and change mine.
Goodbye. I'll see you later.
Oh, Iris, I'm so glad we're not mad anymore. You were right when you called yourself one of our town's noblest creatures.
And you were right when you called yourself the best friend a person ever had.
Gee, we're nice people. And we better hurry.
Yeah. I'll meet you down at the studio. Tell Rudolph to pick me up at home.
Okay.
Goodbye, old pal.
So long, chum.
Is that you, George?
Yes.
Tell Mr. Atterbury to pick Iris up at home.
I wouldn't tell that big jerk anything.
Why, George!
Are you alone?
Yes.
What did the big jerk do? What's the matter with you?
The same thing that's the matter with you. We got into an argument about your dresses.
Oh, well, now, what a silly thing to fight about.
Huh? Well, I'm glad to see you're going to wear the dress instead of Tubby.
George, you can't talk that way about my dearest friend.
Huh?
We saw how silly we were, and we made up. We both decided to wear something else. I'm going to change right now.
Oh, no, you're not.
What do you mean?
You're going to keep that dress on.
But I can't. We both promised, and Iris is home changing hers.
Good. If she's wearing something else, then you can wear this and nobody gets hurt. I'll show that Atterbury he's not going to boss me around outside the bank.
Oh, George, I'd love to wear the dress, but I couldn't do it.
I'm head of this house, and you'll wear it if I tell you to.
But I promised Iris, and I can't go back on my word. Can I? We both decided to take the dress off and wear something else, and it wouldn't be fair. Would it? Well, George?
Well, what?
You're the head of this house. Tell me to.
You're going to wear that dress, Liz. That's an order.
Well, if you put it that way, all right, dear.
All right. Come on, let's go.
Hurry up, Iris. Which studio is it in?
Studio B, right around this corner. I hope we aren't late.
Well, if we are, you know whose fault it is. Taking all that time changing your dress.
Well, that wasn't what took so much time. Was you making me change back into this orange and black one?
I'll show that George who's the boss. I mean, who's right.
Well, as long as Liz isn't wearing her dress, I'm glad you made me put mine back on.
Made you? I didn't have to twist your arm.
I know. It's a dirty trick, but I can always blame it on you. Here's the studio.
Well, where are they? There's so many cameras and lights, I can't see them.
Mr. Atterbury, over here. Hurry up, Iris. Ah!
Oh, Gad! This is where I came in.
Iris Atterbury, you promised.
So did you.
Sure, but how did I know you were going to be a stinker, too?
Quiet, Mrs. Atterbury. Mrs. Cooper, we're almost ready.
Oh, no. I'm not going to take any plaque from her.
Well, what makes you think I'd give it to you? Count me out.
Yeah, but we're practically on the air. What'll I do?
Get Hopalong Cassidy. He looks good next to a horse.
You should talk, you.
Hey, please, ladies, desist. We're ready to go. Gentlemen, off the stage, please. Sit in the audience.
I told you I'm not going to do it. I'll send her the plaque through the mail.
Hey, it's too late. We're on the air. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We present your favorite television program, Love Your Neighbor. It gives me great pleasure to bring you the first presentation of the Sheridan Falls Friendship Plaque. And here to present it is one of our leading club women, Mrs. George Cooper. Ooh!
Hooray! Thank you, George, and to you.
Please, go ahead.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, lend me your eyes. We are gathered here to pay tribute to one of our town's noblest creatures.
Oh, I'll get you.
Little wonder that this plaque goes to Iris what's-her-name.
Atterbury!
Yeah, something like that. She is truly a fiend.
That's friend.
Oh, sorry, dear. She is truly a friend.
Mrs. Cooper.
So it gives me pleasure to award the first annual Sheridan Falls Friendship Plaque to her. Hey, you, here.
Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. And now we will hear the acceptance speech from Mrs. Iris Atterbury.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You tell them, Lotus Bud!
First of all, I want to say I don't deserve the title of one of our town's noblest creatures.
You ain't just whistling Dixie, sister.
Mrs. Cooper, if you don't behave, I'll be forced to cut off your audio.
Watch your language.
radio was never like this. Go on, Mrs. Atterbury.
Before I accept this plaque, I'd like to say that Liz Cooper is intelligent, cultured, and looks like a barber pole in that dress. What?
Atta girl, Iris! You look great, Liz!
Thank you, George. Go ahead, Tubby.
It's too bad we don't have color television, because you can see that her dress is orange and black, the same colors as her hair.
Well, that doesn't make you any thinner.
Iris, you struck a nerve! Keep going! You shut up, fatso! Oh, you're just sore because Iris is getting the best of this whole... Fatso! Oh, you're a nincompoop!
Don't you call him a nincompoop.
That's what it is. Gentlemen, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings to a close the presentation of the Sheridan Falls Friendship Plaque. And I wish I was dead.
Yes, Lucille. What's the story tonight?
Well, shiver my timbers, you landlubber. It's off to the high seas and the life of a pirate bold. A little pirate music, Long John. Avast, yo-ho-ho, main the mizzen the main, reef the topsail and top the reefsail.
Pardon me, Captain.
Blow the man down.
Pardon me, Captain.
When I say blow the man down, I mean it. For I am Captain Blair. Mr. Christian. Mr. Christian. I bit my lip.
Pardon me, Captain. We've just captured some treasure.
Yo-ho-ho, what is it?
Diamonds.
Yes?
And gold.
What happened to my character?
And pearls.
No jello pudding?
No jello pudding.
You call that treasure? For that you walk the plank.
No!
Up on the plank. And let your last words reflect your guilt. Start walking. Start talking.
I deserve this fate for bringing diamonds instead of jello chocolate pudding, delicious with deep down chocolatey goodness. Or jello butterscotch pudding with that buttery brown sugar flavor.
We got long planks. Go ahead. You got another pudding left.
Jello vanilla pudding, rich and smooth as cream. All you do is add milk, and jello puddings take only about 5 minutes to cook to velvety rich.
Say that last word.
No, I won't say it.
What is the word you won't say?
Perfection.
That's it. Good night, Bob.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's transcribed program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll, Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband again next week, presented by
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letter stands for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letter stands for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings, yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings, yes, sirree.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, if you've noticed that family favorites like Pabst-ett, the delicious golden cheese food, are sometimes missing from your dealer's shelves, remember there's a very good reason. Literally millions of pounds of dairy foods are being shipped abroad to help supply energy and the important milk nutrients our fighting men need. But dealers will usually have Pabst-ett in stock. And smart homemakers have learned what a wonderful extender it is for a host of wartime foods. Melted into a smooth cheese sauce, the grand cheddar cheese flavor of Pabst-ett gives real personality to leftovers of meat and fish and vegetables fixed in dozens of different ways. Pabst-ett is a tasty filling for the children's sandwiches, too, and it slices perfectly for serving with dessert or just by itself. Yes, for a delicious, nourishing, and economical help in preparing meals that'll give family appetites a real lift, ask your dealer for Pabst-ett in the round, flat package, spelled P-A-B-S-T-E-T-T. Pabst-ett, only 3 red ration points for a generous package. Well, it's Easter weekend, and Saturday afternoon finds Gildersleeve out in the side lot surveying his victory garden and wondering whether to pull the weeds now or let them grow a little bigger so they'll be easier to get hold of. It looks as if they grow a little bigger, for from the window of the kitchen nearby comes the smell of good things in the oven. Let's follow him in and see what's cooking.
Fee-fi-fo-fum. I smell something good. What's Bertie making there, Marjorie?
Frosting for the Easter cake.
Frosting?
Yes, sir, and I guess it's about done.
Bertie,
What is it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
you aren't going to put that delicious egg beater in the sink.
Oh, no, sir. I'm saving it for Leroy.
Leroy can lick the bowl. Give it here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Mort, you're looking cross-eyed.
I don't want to miss any of it.
Kitchen door.
I'll go, Bertie.
Well, wipe off your chin.
Gildersleeve?
Yes?
Express. Sign here.
Wait a minute. What is it?
Crate. Sign here.
I didn't order any crate.
Name Gildersleeve?
Yes?
Sign here.
Yes. Well, hold the egg beater. And hold it, too. I don't know what I'm signing this for. There.
All right. One side, Bud.
Wait a minute.
One side.
We don't want that great big thing here in the kitchen.
Well, where do you want it? Make up your mind. I haven't got all day.
Listen, I've got a good mind to report you to your superior.
Brother, in 2 hours, I report to my draft board. Now, where do you want it?
All right. Set it right down here. Soldier, pretty place.
Hey!
Careful. Don't you know we got a cake in the oven? Oh. That's the kind of service you get these days.
What do you suppose is in the crate, Uncle Mort?
I don't know, but we'll soon find out. Bertie, do you know where the hammer is?
Right there in the vegetable bin, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Just the place for it, too. Well, let's see now.
Careful, Uncle Mort. It might be something breakable.
Maybe I can pry the top up.
Hey, Uncle, that's the express man. Uh-huh.
And now it's coming.
Unc, wait a minute.
There.
Look out! Oh, my goodness, rabbits.
Rabbits! Leroy! Here, rabbits! Here, rabbits! Oh, my goodness.
Oh, now we'll never get them. They're under the refrigerator.
Maybe if we had some food, we could get them to come out.
Yeah, try some Popsies. Rabbits don't eat Popsies.
I don't know, my dear. Popsies always tasted like rabbit food to me.
Well, I could poke under there with a broom, maybe.
Oh, no, you might hurt them. Those are very valuable rabbits. They cost me over $2.
Remind me to ask you, Leroy, where you got the $2. Here, Bunny, here, Bunny, here, Bunny, here, Bunny.
No, you'll never get them that way, Unc. You have to get down on your hands and knees.
And they can just stay under there.
Oh, Unc, we've got to get them out. They might get stuck under there. Those are Flemish giants. They grow fast.
Yes. All right. It'll teach them a lesson, then.
Oh, there he goes. I got him. I got one, Unc. Oh, Lord.
Isn't he darling?
Bring him over here, Leroy. Let me see.
Oh, he's frightened. Look, he's shivering. Let me hold him, Leroy.
No, let me hold him.
Sure, here. Don't let him get away. That's a valuable rabbit.
Oh, isn't he cunning? Feel him, Margie. Feel how soft he is.
Ah.
There, little bunny. Now, don't you be frightened. Look, Margie, look how he wrinkles up his little nose. Would you?
Uncle Mort, you're doing it, too.
I can't help it. He's making faces at me, the little rascal.
You like him, Unc?
Oh, he's as cute as the dickens, Leroy. How did you get him?
Well, from an ad in Wonder Man Comics.
Huh?
I sent for them, only $2.17 express prepaid.
Where did you get the $2.17?
Oh, I got it. It's a great investment, Unc. It says in the ad. Boys, make big money raising rabbits.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't count on it, my boy. As pets, rabbits may be fine, but...
Who said anything about pets? I'm raising these rabbits to eat.
To eat?
Eat a little fuzzy, cunning, helpless little thing like that? Leroy, I think you're horrible.
Marjorie, take this rabbit and put him somewhere. I want to get to the bottom of this.
I got the other one, Miss Gilsleeve.
Well, give him to Marjorie, Bertie.
There, now, Flopsy and Mopsy. Come on, we'll find a nice, safe, warm place for you, away from that awful Leroy.
Yes. Now, young man, why was I not consulted before you bought those rabbits?
Well, I wanted to surprise you, Unc, for Easter.
You surprised me, all right. Where'd you get the money?
All of it?
Of course. All of it.
Well, the 17 cents I had.
All right, but what about the $2?
Well, you know those old, rusty, no-good old roller skates I got Christmas before last?
They were very excellent skates when I gave them to you.
I thought Santa Claus gave them to me.
We won't argue about that, young man.
All right. Anyway, they were always getting in your way, and anyway, I outgrew them, and anyway, one wheel was busted, so I traded them with Piggy.
Did you tell him the wheel was busted, broken?
Well, he doesn't need all the wheels. He just wants to make a pushmobile.
Yes. Nevertheless, that was not a very honest thing to do, Leroy, was it?
Well, he swapped it for a spark coil that wouldn't spark.
I'm glad to hear you didn't get the best of it. Now, stop beating around the bush and tell me, where did you get those $2?
Well, you know the spark coil.
You just told me about it. It wouldn't spark.
Yeah, so I traded it.
Who'd you trade it to?
Michael.
Mrs. Ransom's little niece? I mean nephew?
Well, he wanted it, Unc. He kept pestering me for it.
Did you tell him it wouldn't work? Did you?
Well, gosh, Unc, you wouldn't want me to give him a spark coil that works. They're dangerous. He might get a shock.
He might get it. All right, you charlatan. What did you trade the spark coil for? Come on, what did you trade it for?
$2.
That's what we call selling, Leroy, not trading. And you sold that spark coil under false pretenses, with deliberate intent to defraud.
Oh, no, I didn't, Unc, honest.
Then what was your intention?
To get the $2.
Leroy, I honestly believe you don't know the simple difference between right and wrong.
Yeah, that's all it is, Unc. I don't know any better. Gosh, if I knew
That's
any better...
enough, Leroy. Go help Marjorie find a place for those rabbits. And see that it's not in my study. I'll take this thing up with you later.
Yeah, sure, I will. I'll find a good place for them.
Bertie, I don't know what I'm going to do about that boy. I swear I don't.
Oh, now, Leroy ain't a bad boy, Mr. Gilsleeve. He's just a boy, that's all.
Well, he needs something. I don't know what, though.
Well, if you ask me, Mr. Gilsleeve, what Leroy needs is a mother.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right, Bertie. There's not much I can do about that.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, you're young, Mr. Gilsleeve. You got your health. You even got a fiancée. And if you don't mind me asking, what is you waiting for?
By George, Bertie, that's what I'm going to ask her. And I'm going to ask her right now, too. The Easter Bunny.
Throckmorton, I'll be right down. Don't go away, you hear?
I shouldn't have said that. I got to be tough with her. This time, by George, she's going to give me an answer. I'm not like some people. You can twist them around your little finger. Leela, when are we going to get married?
What did you say?
You heard me.
Oh, gracious, Throckmorton, you're so impetuous.
Impetuous? We've been engaged now for 4 months. What's so impetuous about that? I want to know when we're going to get married.
Well, come in, won't you?
No, you come out.
Very well, Throckmorton, if you wish.
Yes. Now, we're going to sit down here on the veranda and settle this once and for all.
Yes, let's. You know, Throckmorton, you're so masterful. I hardly know you when you're like this.
Well, it's my other side. Now, let's get down to business. When do we get married? Name the date, Leela.
Well, tell me first, why do you want me to marry you, Throckmorton?
Well, because... just because.
Because what?
Because I...
Go on, say it. Because you what?
Well, I think Leroy needs a mother.
A mother? Is that all I am to you, a mother for Leroy?
Now, Leela, I didn't say that.
Well, I guess I know what you were thinking, and I can give you your answer right now.
Now, Leela, don't fly off the handle. Let's be reasonable about this thing.
Throckmorton, I am the soul of reason, I assure you. I've thought it all over, and I've decided that we have no business getting married till after the war.
After the war? But, Leela, that may be a long time.
Well, you asked me for my decision, and that's it. I'll marry you the day the war is won.
That settles it.
What?
I demand a second front. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to interrupt here for just a moment in order to present a very charming and courageous lady who has something to say to you. That she is charming is no secret to her thousands of admirers, and the proof of her courage is her 4-month expedition across the Atlantic this past winter to entertain our troops in England, Ireland, Scotland, and North Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Kay Francis.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask your attention for 1 minute. 1 minute isn't very long, but in this very brief minute that you hear my voice, men are dying for you. Dying on distant battlefields, in strange waters. Men from Nebraska, Illinois, Texas, boys from across the street, boys that you know. Right now, while I speak to you, 60 seconds and a minute. How many times 60 men are dying for you? And as they die, they are remembering home, remembering us, wanting to come home, knowing they never will. Are we worth remembering? Are we worth coming home to? No. Not unless we do all we possibly can to win this war. And our possible all is so little compared to what they give. We are not asked to give, but to lend our dollars to our government, to carry our share of the $13 billion needed in the second war loan. Lend your dollars right now, right this minute, while those men are giving their lives for you. You'll get your dollars back.
Thank you, Miss Francis.
Now let's get back to Summerfield and the great Gildersleeve. It's Easter morning, and the great man has started the day in a constructive and beneficent mood. He's intending, before donning his finery for the Easter parade, to build a rabbit hutch, but a brief inspection of the garage shows him that something is missing, namely the rabbits.
Leroy, where are your little pets?
You mean Mr. and Mrs. Rabbit?
Yes, you don't have to be so formal either.
Oh, well, they're in a perfectly safe place, Unc.
Where are they?
Don't worry about them.
Oh, Leroy!
What is it, Bertie?
Did you put those rabbits in the fireplace?
Fireplace?
There's no fire in it.
Yep.
That's their new home, Bertie. They love it there.
Well, maybe so, but they've moved out.
What?
They did.
Young man, you'll have to find those rabbits before we go to church. So get busy.
Oh, gosh, Unc, won't you help?
Well, that depends.
Say, here comes Judge Hooker over by the back fence.
Judge Hooker, huh? What's he doing around here?
Gildersleeve. Oh, Gildersleeve.
Just stay on the other side of that fence, Hooker. You owe me a fender.
You owe me a bumper. You happen to be the owner of 2 oversized, overage gray rabbits?
Oh, my goodness. Go get them, Leroy. Those rabbits belong to my nephew, Judge Hooker. See that you don't do anything that injures them.
Injures them? Look here, I just caught him finishing up the last head of lettuce in my victory garden.
I'm beginning to like those rabbits.
Well, if I catch him over here again, I'll give him to the city pound. Here, take him, Leroy.
Thank you.
So just remember, Gildersleeve, you not only owe me a bumper, but you owe me 1 dozen heads of lettuce.
You owe me a fender, and you can take a dozen heads of lettuce from my victory garden. What are you laughing at, you old nanny goat?
The rabbits ate your lettuce first.
Now, let's see. Handkerchief for the breast pocket. Need a flower for my buttonhole. Better put on the silk hat just to see how the whole thing looks. There. Hi, George Gildersleeve. You're a handsome fellow in the cutaway. Yes, sir. Come in.
Sam, come on down. Mrs. Ransom is here, and Marjorie wants to take everybody's picture.
Oh, good idea. I'll come right now. Leroy, I wonder if you could find me a flower somewhere for my buttonhole.
Okay, what do you want, an Easter lily?
No. Leroy, just something small and suitable. Oh, hello, Leela. Oh, happy Easter.
Well, happy Easter to you, too, Throckmorton.
Oh, that's a beautiful costume, my dear. Everyone will be saying, lucky Gildersleeve.
Oh, now, Throckmorton. But you look simply angelic in your gray trousers and cutaway, doesn't he, Marjorie?
Oh, he always does. He looks all ready for a wedding.
Let's not go into that.
Come on outdoors, everybody, and we'll take your picture. Ben's got the camera out there.
Well, are you sure there's time, Marjorie? Your uncle and I are going to church.
Oh, we all are.
Of course, Leela. Come on.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Happy Easter.
Oh, thanks, my boy. The same to you, Ben. Now, where do you want us to stand?
Oh, right there beside the lilacs will be all right.
Oh, fine. I'll put some lilac in my buttonhole.
Just stand anywhere, really. Isn't too much trouble. Now, if you could just smile, please.
How's this?
I got you. That one ought to be fine.
Now, who's going to take our picture? I'll do it, Marge.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh, I take better pictures than anyone in the family.
He has been lucky. All right, Leroy.
Where shall I stand, Marge?
Well, right beside me.
Here? Well, that's where I am already.
Can't you get a little closer?
Oh, I guess so.
All right, now look at her, you big goof.
Oh, I am looking at her.
Ben, honey, why don't you put your arm around her waist?
Oh, gosh, right here in front of everybody?
Why not?
Well, all right. Say, this is quite comfortable.
Throckmorton, they're so in love. Don't they look beautiful together?
Yes, they do, Leela.
They just look like an Easter magazine cover, I declare.
Yes, so do you, Leela.
Got it. Thank you, Leroy.
Yeah, much obliged. Gee, I never enjoyed having my picture taken before.
By George, I'm glad we decided to walk, Leela.
It is nice.
Yes, sir. Oh, good morning, Dr. Pettibone. Happy Easter.
Good morning, Doctor.
He goes to a different church.
I know. Here comes old Mrs. Carrington. Don't tell me she's walking to church.
Yeah, but she'll stop for a long conversation. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Carrington. Oh, happy Easter to you.
Happy Easter to you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Happy Easter, Mrs. Carrington, and what a lovely shawl you're wearing.
Thank you, Mrs. Ransom. I'm glad you had the sense not to call it a fascinator.
You're looking awfully well, Mrs. Carrington. Did you have a good winter?
Pretty cold, pretty cold.
Yes, but now it's spring. What do you hear from your grandson? Is he still with
Oh, yes, Mr. Gildersleeve. They made him a vice president this year, and next year they're going to raise his salary.
Well, he's coming along nicely.
Mercy, I'm afraid we'll all be late for church.
Oh, we must all hurry, but I'm glad to see you young people still dress up for Easter. You'll make a very handsome couple.
Oh, now, Mrs. Carrington.
I haven't had a chance to congratulate you formally. When is the wedding to be?
Well, it depends a little on the war.
Oh, don't
wait too long. After all, we're only young ones. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Ransom. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Carrington.
Oh, she's a wonderful old lady. I always enjoy seeing her. She makes me feel so young.
Yeah.
Come on, Throckmorton, let's run.
Run! Leela! Hey, wait! Well, Leela, there's nothing like the feeling when you've been to church on Easter. Of course, I always feel like a new man after church, but on Easter I feel even happier.
I feel the same way, Throckmorton.
I don't know what it is, the Easter hymns or something. When the collection basket came around this morning, I put in twice as much as I'd planned.
Oh, really?
Yeah, should have planned that much in the first place, though. Oh, here comes Peavy. Happy Easter, Peavy.
Happy Easter, Mr. Peavy.
Well, a joyous Easter to you, Mrs. Ransom, and to you, too, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Just coming from church, Mr. Peavy?
Yes, I am, Mrs. Ransom. Mrs. Peavy and I attended the services together, and then I went by the shop to get this little surprise for her.
Surprise, eh? What is it, a plant?
A begonia. I've given her a potted begonia every Easter since we've been married.
Listen, Peavy, if you've given her a begonia every Easter, she couldn't possibly be surprised when you walk in with this one.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
But you've already given her 20 or 30 begonias for Easter.
31. I know, because Mrs. Peavy saves the pots.
Yes. That's nice.
Yes, and when I give her this one, I know just exactly what she'll say.
What, Mr. Peavy?
She'll say, Richard Peavy, don't you know it's wicked to be extravagant?
But that's not extravagant, Richard.
Well, I know that, Mr. Gildersleeve. So does Mrs. Peavy. That's just her little way of acting surprised.
I think it's a very sweet way, too.
I do myself. Anyhow, she always says it, and then she gives me my surprise.
You get a surprise, too, huh? What's your surprise, Peavy?
A box of crystallized ginger.
Crystallized? Crystallized ginger? That's pretty strong stuff, isn't it?
Yes, but I've got a taste for it.
Yes.
And is that your surprise every year, Mr. Peavy?
Every year.
It's a wonder you don't faint from excitement.
Well, I don't faint, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I give a pretty good imitation.
Yeah, good enough to fool Mrs. Peavy.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Yes. But when you folks have been married as long as I have, you know that our kind of surprise is more fun than a real one.
Yes, you may be right. Well, so long, Peavy. Happy Easter to you and Mrs. Peavy.
Well, the same to you and Mrs. Ransom. Good day.
Throckmorton?
Yes, Leela?
Was there any war news today?
Well, apparently the Allied forces made substantial gains in El Milang region.
Throckmorton?
Yes, Leela?
Isn't it wonderful that Mr. and Mrs. Peavy are so happy after all these years?
Yeah, I guess so. Of course, he's rather a strange fellow.
Throckmorton?
Yeah?
We're neither of us getting any younger, are we?
Of course not, Leela.
Throckmorton.
What is it, Leela?
How would you like to come to my house this evening for chicken fricassee? There'll just be the two of us.
Chicken fricassee? Oh, brother, I'll be there. That was a wonderful dinner, Leela.
I'm glad you liked it, darling.
Maybe I overindulged a little.
Oh, I didn't notice.
That's because I didn't overindulge any more than usual.
You were so cute sitting at the head of my table serving my dinner and all. It looked natural somehow.
Guess I'll smoke a cigar.
You know something, Throckmorton? I've been nervous in this house the last few days.
What on earth is there to be nervous about?
Oh, nothing in particular. Sometimes I think I hear strange noises in the night. But, you know, with you here, I don't feel nervous a bit.
Fine.
But when you're not here, I do feel nervous.
Maybe you ought to see Dr. Pettibone. Get some vitamins.
Oh, fish.
What did you say, Leela?
Nothing. Throckmorton, I've been thinking.
Yes, Leela?
Maybe Leroy shouldn't wait till after the war to have a mother.
Oh. Huh? Leela, will you?
What do you mean, Throckmorton?
Could you marry me before the war is over?
Well, for Leroy's sake, I might consider it.
How about next week?
Now, Throckmorton, don't be so impetuous.
Well, June's a nice month for weddings.
Yes, it is.
June 1st.
Well, that's awfully soon.
June 1st.
Well, I think we might say the first week in June.
Oh, darling, you know, this is the happiest Easter of my life.
Really, honey?
Sure. Why, everybody ought to be married. It's a law of nature. 2 by 2, male and female. A girl for every boy in the world.
Hey, Unc, what do you think?
Leroy, what?
Mr. and Mrs. Rabbit just had quintuplets.
Easter, like all important holidays, is a time for families and old friends to get together, or if they can't do that, at least to get in touch with one another. And so this Easter, we of the Kraft family bring you the greetings of our sponsor through its president, Mr. J.L. Kraft. Mr. Kraft.
I'm glad of this opportunity to bring Easter greetings to Kraft men and women everywhere and to the families of our boys and girls who are now in the service of their country. When we think of Easter, we naturally think of the resurrection. The two words are eternally linked together. In every Christian land today, the celebration of Easter will bring its age-old message of hope to a war-darkened world. The fact of the resurrection and the faith which it symbolizes have never been so significant to so many nations and to so many peoples in the world's history. In itself, the word resurrection is one of the most beautiful in our language. It means bringing back to life, the conquest of death, the return of hope. At this springtime of the year, all nature tells the story of resurrection. We read its meaning in the budding trees and in the miracle of nature's reawakening to vibrant life. There is still another significance to the word resurrection, to bring back to memory that which was forgotten or lost. And it is upon this meaning of resurrection that I have been reflecting on this Easter Sunday. While our boys are away fighting for freedom around the world, enduring hardships, loneliness, weariness, we on the home front have a high responsibility toward them. While they are absent, our virtues grow in their minds and our shortcomings are forgotten. Let us so live our lives that their ideals will not be shattered when they return. Let us make them as proud of us as we are proud of them. And so it seems particularly fitting to me that each of us at this Easter time should resurrect and strengthen our faith in God and in the ideals of our forefathers. That faith and those ideals on which this nation was founded and by which it grew strong and great. As youngsters, our mothers taught us to say when we pray, "Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray thee, Lord, my soul to keep." I have just had a letter from one of our own boys in North Africa in which he says that 8 men of his group kneel at their bunks every night and speak this prayer as they go to sleep. It means something to them. It meant something to us as children. Let us then, as we think of these simple prayers, resurrect the trusting faith of our childhood and approach God understandingly. Let us resurrect and renew our strength in the God-given pioneer virtues. Let us at home in our daily lives have the courage, the strength, and the fortitude of those who fight for freedom, that we and our children and they and their children may live in peace. They are counting on us, depending on us, to maintain their ideals of home and family until they join us again. And in this we cannot fail them.
Program has come to you from Chicago and Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.